Shao Nanfeng. As dusk approached, the Shao residence was adorned with crimson lanterns and the red double happiness. Paper cuttings were prominently displayed, suggesting that a grand wedding was imminent, creating a lively atmosphere. Numerous soldiers guarded the premises, ensuring that no one would disrupt the festivities. At this moment, an elderly man clad in blue slowly traversed the heavily guarded corridor and gate. Ahem, he seemed to be afflicted with a lung ailment, stooping as he covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing intermittently behind him followed a colossal black wolfhound, its size reminiscent of a fierce tiger, its muscular frame and menacing demeanor on full display, its icy eyes surveying the surroundings as if it were hunting for prey. As they passed, the guards trembled in fear, allowing this man and his dog to pass unhindered. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, where a dozen expressionless guards stood, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. Only upon his arrival did the guards slightly stir. Ahem. Is the young master still in a mood? The elderly man inquired, coughing as he glanced at the head guard. The head guard replied respectfully, "Sir, the young master has dismissed all the servants and refuses to speak or accept the groom's attire. Tomorrow is the wedding day, yet the young master is utterly uncooperative." The elderly man observed the groom's attire on the tray held by the guard, frowning slightly. "Give it to me, I shall speak with him. Since the young master trusts you the most, we shall entrust this task to you. Sir." The head guard respectfully handed over the wedding garments. Several guards promptly opened the door to the inner courtyard, allowing the elderly man to enter, with the gigantic wolfhound closely following. The guards shut the door behind them, each expressing a sigh of relief. Inside the courtyard, the elderly man patted the wolfhound's head. You stay here and wander about. Do not eat anything indiscriminately." Woof woof. The enormous wolfhound let out a few low growls, appearing remarkably intelligent. All the servants had been dismissed from the inner courtyard, leaving only the person the elderly man had come to persuade the young master. Carrying the wedding attire, the elderly man approached a brightly lit study. The study doors stood wide open, shelves brimming with books lined the walls. In the center sat a young man, engrossed in a scroll, reading by the flickering candlelight. The youth appeared to be around 16 or 17, possessing an air of maturity amidst his youthfulness. Though still a minor, he exhibited striking features with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an imposing grace. The young man read with utmost concentration, not even noticing the elderly man's entrance. The elderly man placed the tray down and patiently awaited his attention. After what felt like an incense stick's worth of time, the young man finally finished reading, subsequently closing his eyes in contemplation. After pondering for nearly half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. "Uncle Qing, you've come?" the young man expressed in surprise. "Young master, the wedding is tomorrow. Do you still intend to read late into the night?" The elderly man chuckled. The young man set the scroll aside and sighed softly. "Uncle Qing, tell me, am I, Shao Nanfeng, now deprived even of the right to choose in my marriage?" The elderly man furrowed his brows and shook his head. "Young master, no one is making things difficult for you. You must understand that the Marquis and his wife have been dead for 10 years. It has been the Grand Steward protecting you all this. While that my parents are merely missing who claims they are dead." Shao Nanfeng's expression shifted, revealing a hint of anger. The elderly man fell into silence, waiting for Shao Nanfeng's temper to subside before resuming their conversation. Shao Nanfeng seemed to realize his outburst, sighed lightly, and approached a nearby wine jug. "Uncle Qing, I feel trouble tonight. Will you share a drink with me?" Shao Nanfeng poured 2 cups of wine with a hint of melancholy. The elderly man looked at Shao Nanfeng and shook his head. "Young master, I know you are upset, but you must comprehend that the dead cannot return to life. If the Marquis were still alive, how could there have been no news for 10 years? You were merely 6 when the Marquis died, and now you are 16. Much has changed in these 10 years. This fief belonged to my father, yet it has now fallen into the hands of the Grand Steward. The Grand Steward? He was once just our family's steward, granted power by my father. In my father's absence over the past 10 years, he has used me as a pawn, eliminating dissenters and consolidating power. The military and political authority of this fief now rests entirely with him, and all of my family's businesses have become his personal possessions. Are you all just going to stand by and watch as he treats me, the young master, like a servant?" Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. The elderly man's face changed. "Young master, you must refrain from speaking such words if they reach the Grand Steward's ears. It could spell trouble." "Why? Is it forbidden to speak of such matters? Must I only endure? Who in this fief does not know that I, the young master, have been confined within the estate for years?" Xiao Nanfeng took a swig of wine. "The Grand Steward does not allow you to roam freely out of concern for your youth and the potential threats to your life. After all, the Marquis had many enemies. And as for your education, he has sought out various tutors to teach you any book you desired from the fief has always been procured for you. Just look at the countless books surrounding you. They're all a testament to his efforts." The elderly man attempted to console him. "But what can I do besides read? All martial arts practices have been barred from me. I have only been given the most rudimentary body refinement technique. This technique, even you would likely disdain to pass down to your children, correct? I'm only permitted to read and cultivate my mind, yet forbidden to learn martial skills to strengthen my body? At 16, no matter how hard I try, I remain at the 5th level of postnatal cultivation, truly for my own good." Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. "Yes, Xiao." Nanfeng poured himself another drink. The elderly man also finished his cup, having come today to engage in heartfelt conversation with Xiao Nanfeng, allowing him to vent his frustrations. After this, perhaps he would come to accept his fate. After finishing his drink, Xiao Nanfeng poured another for the elderly man. "However, I do not regret my studies. Over the past 10 years, the teaching staff has changed numerous times, and I can now comprehend even the most obscure texts. I have thoroughly read all 1,346 books in this study," Xiao Nanfeng remarked, pride gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed the surrounding books. "See, the Grand Steward is still aiding you. In the future, when you marry the Grand Steward's daughter, you will become one family." The elderly man attempted to placate Xiao Nanfeng. "One family? Uncle Qing, you are aware of what kind of person the Grand Steward's daughter is, right?" Xiao Nanfeng frowned, fixing a scrutinizing gaze on the elderly man. The elderly man frowned slightly. "The Grand Steward's daughter is as beautiful as a celestial being." "Beautiful as a celestial being? Ha! Yet her heart is as venomous as a viper, and her morals are as fickle as the waters. If I am not mistaken, the Grand Steward's daughter has already driven several husbands to their demise, has she not? Her previous 2 husbands were tortured to death by her, and after their deaths, to prevent their families from causing a scene, she exterminated their entire lineage, did she not?" Xiao Nanfeng coldly laughed. The elderly man's expression shifted. How did he know such things? "Young master, do not worry, this time will be different. After all, you are the heir. A precious life." The elderly man took another drink, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he tried to reassure him. "My family's fief, encompassing military, political, and commercial power, is already under the Grand Steward's control. The only thing the Grand Steward lacks is a legitimate claim. After all, this is ultimately my family's fief. It belongs to the Xiao family. He is merely a servant without a name. Thus, he seeks to marry me to his daughter, merging our 2 families, allowing him to wholly seize the last vestige of my family's reputation." Xiao Nanfeng glared coldly at the elderly man. "Young master, you must have misunderstood the Grand Steward. He would never." The elderly man was momentarily at a loss for words. "Uncle Qing, if I recall correctly, your life was saved by my father long ago, was it not?" Xiao Nanfeng smiled lightly. The elderly man's expression fluctuated dramatically, ultimately nodding. "Indeed, it was the Marquis who saved me. His kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain, but due to my injury, I was unable to fight. Therefore, the Marquis entrusted me with the care of the beast cub rescued from the demon lair, Blackie. Indeed, Father sees your injuries and sympathizes with the difficulties you face in following him. He has allowed you to reside in the manor as a caretaker for dogs, providing you with abundant sustenance and even securing a lucrative position for your son. The Xiao family has shown you immense favor." The smile on Xiao Nanfeng's face gradually faded. The elderly man in green garb, however, turned pale. "Your Highness, the events of the past are long gone. The Marquis has been deceased for a decade. What purpose does it serve to speak of them now? You must cease your resistance. The chief steward acts in your best interest. In my best interest? Huh, such a notion. You can find me like a caged bird, deceive me in my youth, seize everything from the Shao family by using me as leverage, and ultimately force me into wedlock with a venomous woman, draining the last vestiges of my worth. Is this what you call acting for my benefit? Shao Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing across his features. The elderly man furrowed his brow. It seemed that the young master had not calmed down after venting his frustrations, but instead had grown increasingly irate. This could not continue. If the chief steward were to place blame, he would bear the brunt of it. Your Highness, I advise you to regain your composure. You cannot oppose the chief steward's authority. At least I am still offering you counsel in kind should I choose to disregard you. Your situation may become even more dire. The elderly man's expression grew increasingly somber. Shao Nanfeng fixed his gaze upon the elderly man. It appears my father has misjudged you. You have completely forgotten the Shao family's kindness and are now wholly devoted to currying favor with the chief steward. Your Highness, those who recognize the currents of circumstance are the true wise. The divine marquis has passed within the fiefdom. The chief steward holds all power. This is the inevitable tide of fate. I advise you to cease your struggles. With your current strength, even I, despite my injuries, could subdue you with a single hand. Those books you have read will not aid you in this regard. The elderly man had exhausted all patience. Is that so? Then, come and try to lay a hand upon me. Shao Nanfeng retorted with a cold smile. The elderly man's expression darkened, evidently prepared to tear off the facade. He abruptly stood, but stumbled, the world spinning around him, his body rendered weak, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Poison the wine? Impossible. You have been under surveillance for a decade. You could not have come into contact with any toxic substance. What exactly have you made me drink? The elderly man spoke weakly, bewildered. Seated in his chair, Shao Nanfeng remained composed, his gaze icy. Who claims that reading is of no use? Everything I seek resides within the pages of books. Poison? Is it truly so difficult to concoct? By merely adjusting the proportions of certain incompatible foods and herbs, one can easily create a toxin. Are you unaware of this? This cannot be. Cough, cough. No, wait. You drank the wine as well. How are you unharmed? The elderly man was still reluctant to accept the reality of his poisoning. Since I can create poison, I can certainly craft an antidote, Shao Nanfeng replied calmly. You should know, your time is drawing to a close. Your Eminence, I beseech you, spare my life. My grandson has only just entered this world. Have mercy on me, considering the years I've served you, your grace. The old man in azure robes pleaded with, his face etched with terror. The medicinal properties took effect swiftly, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, rendering him incapable of uttering a loud cry, only a feeble plea. Yet, remained seated upon his chair, casting a frigid gaze upon the prostrate old man. Uncle Qing. He began, the Grand Eunuch wields immense power. Though many have forsaken their loyalties, I do not hold it against them. However, you are different. You owe a debt of gratitude to my family. During these 10 years of my tribulation, I would not have blamed you for turning a blind eye, but you should not have aided the Grand Eunuch. To curry favor with him, you betrayed your former master, constantly monitoring my every move. Each time the Grand Eunuch sought to restrain and control me, you were there, urging me to yield. Every time I sought a path to cultivation, you surreptitiously destroyed my efforts. And now, you dare ask for clemency? S. voice was laced with icy disdain. The old man's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Your recent displays of affection were all a charade. You planned to harm me all along. How could this be? You've been confined to this estate, utterly cut off from the intrigues of the outside world. How could you possess such profound cunning? How could you have plotted this for so long? It's impossible, S. eyes, devoid of warmth, fixed upon the old man. If any other 6-year-old child were subjected to such confinement for a decade, they would naturally lack the worldly experience to resist. But he was different. He possessed the memories of a past life, a life spent on earth. He would not be reduced to a simpleton. Uncle Qing, 10 years have passed. It is time for me to depart, sighed. The old man's face paled, as if realizing that would never spare him. The earlier pleas transformed into a menacing threat. Depart? How will you depart? You cannot escape. Outside the residence, the Grand Eunuch soldiers are waiting, surrounded on all sides. You have no chance. Moreover, the entire fiefdom is under the Grand Eunuch's control. You cannot escape, even with wings. Your Grace, I advise you not to resist. For the sake of our harmonious relationship over the years, give me the antidote, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences of offending the Grand Eunuch." The old man threatened. "Ah, Uncle Ching, you acknowledge our harmonious relationship over the years? But do you know why I have been so affectionate towards you? Why I have been so close to you? Why I have only heeded your words and not others?" Inquired calmly. "Why?" The old man's expression shifted, sensing an ominous undertone in his words. "Because you often stoop, your figure is gaunt, you suffer from a chronic cough, and most importantly, your physique will resemble mine now." Stated calmly. You mean?" The old man suddenly grasped the possibility, his face contorted with terror. He watched as approached, proceeding to remove the old man's robes. "Precisely. I intend to wear your clothes, impersonate you, and walk out in broad daylight. My obedience to your words over the years has allowed you to accumulate influence, making you the Grand Eunuch's trusted informant, tasked with monitoring me. Those soldiers would not dare offend you." A chilling fear gripped the old man's heart. Displays of affection over the years had been a calculated scheme? He was only 16? No, he had been plotting this since he was 10 years old. How could this be? "You cannot escape. You must not leave." Cough, cough. "You must not leave." The old man cried out in terror. "Why can't I leave? This is my home. I can leave whenever I wish." Voice was calm as he examined the newly acquired attire. Cough, cough. "Poison is but a minor matter. What can you achieve by leaving? You have no experience in the outside world. You have been confined to this estate for 16 years. You are ignorant of the dangers that lurk. Without formidable martial prowess, relying solely on your book learning is futile. You will soon meet your demise." Turned to the old man. "Uncle Ching, are you stalling for time?" As soon as spoke, a dark figure darted into the study. Roar. The dark figure emitted a ferocious roar, a putrid gust of wind rushing towards. The wind caused robes to flutter. But he did not retreat, instead fixing his gaze upon the wolfhound that had suddenly entered the study. "Blackie, pounce on him!" the old man exclaimed with glee. It was the old man's black, giant wolfhound. The wolfhound, obedient to the old man's commands, bared its fangs and advanced towards, its eyes glowing red with malice. Its fangs bared, as if ready to tear to shreds. Just as the giant wolfhound lunged at, a strange blue light emanated from its eyes. Buzz. The wolfhound, upon seeing its eyes, shuddered, as if witnessing something terrifying. Its body began to tremble. Blackie, why are you hesitating?" The old man cried out in disbelief. "Woof, woof, woof." The wolfhound cowered, ignoring the old man's commands, its gaze fixed on with abject fear. The old man stared in disbelief at the ferocious dog he had raised, following its terrified gaze too. "It was afraid of? Your physical cultivation is only at the 5th level of the acquired realm. Your meager true energy is less than Blackie's. Blackie's aura is already at the 9th level of the acquired realm. How did you intimidate it?" The old man exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, the old man noticed the faint blue light emanating from its eyes. "Hiss, is that soul force?" The old man exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed," replied calmly. "Impossible. How could you have cultivated soul force? Your cultivation method is the worst, a third-rate method. How could you, with your acquired realm cultivation, have cultivated soul force? Even the Grand Eunuch, with his peak innate realm strength, has only just begun to cultivate soul force." The old man cried out in disbelief. Cultivation is divided into the physical body and the soul. The physical body cultivates true energy in the dantian, while the soul cultivates soul force in the mind. My physical cultivation is only at the acquired realm, but that has nothing to do with the soul. Why can't I possess soul force? Retorted coldly. But only when the physical body is strong enough can one sense the existence of soul power and cultivate soul force. We have been constantly monitoring your physical cultivation, and it is only at the 5th level of the acquired realm. It is impossible for you to have cultivated soul force, unless... The old man remained incredulous. Unless what? Fixed his gaze upon the old man. Unless you possess a soul cultivation method, the kind that only exists in the great immortal sects. A method that allows one to cultivate soul force in advance. Such methods are the prized possessions of those sections. Where did you obtain a soul refinement method? The old man asked in terror. Smirked. I have you to thank for that, for providing me with so many books. Did you not examine them carefully? Your soul refinement method came from the books we gave you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Grand Eunuch deliberately gave you useless books to turn you into a useless person. At most, they would contain some medical knowledge or Taoist scriptures, obscure and incomprehensible texts. There could not possibly be any cultivation methods, let alone soul refinement methods. Every book you read was reviewed by a specialist. There were no cultivation methods, not even for refining the physical body. The old man cried out in disbelief. Are you certain that you examined those Taoist scriptures thoroughly? Did you study each one until you understood it completely before giving it to me? Smirked. The old man's expression changed drastically. Taoist scriptures were the reflections of enlightened individuals, but because of their elevated perspective, they were often written in an obscure and incomprehensible manner, akin to celestial script for most people. Thus, who would painstakingly study such obscure scriptures word by word? As long as it is confirmed that it is not a cultivation technique, it can be used to deceive Xiao Nanfeng. Yet, who could have imagined that amidst these seemingly useless texts, there lies a soul-refining technique? How could this be possible? Useless scriptures. You may cast them aside like worn-out shoes, while I cherish them as treasures. The elderly figure in azure revealed a look of despair, as Xiao Nanfeng's schemes and cunning had utterly surpassed his control. Is this truly the timid heir I remember? Even the fierce dog, Hey Heir, was rendered immobile under his soul power. The giant wolf dog gazed at the radiant blue light emanating from Xiao Nanfeng's eyes, as though confronted with an unspeakable terror. Trembling in horror, even as Xiao Nanfeng approached with a dagger in hand, the black wolf dog curled up, too afraid to move. Hey Heir, huh? You were but a little demon beast my father rescued from the demon cave. He intended for you to accompany my growth, to become my companion and safeguard my cultivation. Uncle Qing was merely a caretaker, feeding you in my stead. I am your true master. You are a demon beast, already possessing sentience, and should understand your own identity. Yet, over the years, you have shown no respect towards me, your master, and have chosen to heed the words of a mere caretaker, plotting to devour your own master? Since you have chosen to betray me, your existence has become unnecessary. Xiao Nanfeng's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced the back of the black wolf dog's skull. The creature let out a whimper before swiftly succumbing to silence. In that moment, the blue light in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes dimmed, and his complexion paled. Clearly the exertion of suppressing the wolf dog's soul had drained his energy, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Disregarding the increasingly faint elderly figure in azure, Xiao Nanfeng slowly donned his clothing, loosening his hair before styling it to mimic the elderess appearance. Then, he hunched his back, picked up a handkerchief from the ground to cover his mouth, and emulated the elder's movements to cough softly. With the handkerchief obscuring much of his face, in the dim light, it was nearly impossible to discern that the figure before him was Xiao Nanfeng in disguise. Cough, cough, cough. How do I appear now? Do I resemble you? Is there anything else you wish to add? Xiao Nanfeng regarded the elderly figure with indifference, his voice an uncanny imitation. The elder, however, felt a chill within. Xiao Nanfeng must have observed him closely, for every motion mirrored his own. Even the husky tone was perfectly replicated. No, you cannot leave. The elderly figure in azure gazed in disbelief at his own doppelganger, terror-stricken. By the way, the poison you ingested will not be fatal. It will merely paralyze your body for a few days. Xiao Nanfeng observed him calmly. Not fatal? The elder's face suddenly lit up with wild joy. After all, you have served me for years. No, you have spied and deceived me for years. How could I allow you to die so easily? I believe it would be better to leave you to the Grand Steward. I wonder how he will treat you now that you have aided my escape from his grasp. You have betrayed your master and ingratiated yourself with the Grand Steward. Surely, he would not make things difficult for you. Xiao Nanfeng smiled placidly. Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's words, the elder's earlier joy evaporated, leaving only profound horror. He understood the significance of Xiao Nanfeng to the Grand Steward. Should he be lost, given the Grand Steward's ruthless nature, he would surely face a fate worse than death. What value did he still possess? Even the black dog, which the Grand Steward cared for, was dead. Given the Grand Steward's cruelty, it was likely that not only would he be punished, but his family would also suffer. No, kill me, young master, I implore you, in my life. In that moment, dying at Xiao Nanfeng's hands might spare his family from the Grand Steward's wrath. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng merely cast a cold glance at the elder. Uncle Qing, since you have chosen to sell out your master for the sake of favoring the Grand Steward, you must trust in the Grand Steward. This is all your own choice, is it not? With that, Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened the study door, stepping into the night. The elder's voice had grown exceedingly faint, unable to carry, leaving only profound despair and boundless regret to accompany him in his final moments. Chapter 3. The Supreme In Spirit Scripture amidst a series of coughs. The inner courtyard door swung open once more. Night had fallen, and despite the surrounding red lanterns, the atmosphere remained shrouded in gloom. Cloaked in the attire of the elder, Xiao Nanfeng emerged, his figure hunched, a handkerchief pressed against his face as he staggered forward, coughing intermittently. "Master, have you managed to persuade the heir?" The captain of the guards inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Cough, cough, cough. In the dim light, Xiao Nanfeng nodded, handkerchief still in place. The captain exhaled deeply, relieved to receive a satisfactory answer. Imitating the voice of the elder in blue, Xiao Nanfeng advised, "The heir is in a foul mood. Do not disturb him now. Arrange for someone to assist him with grooming before the wedding tomorrow morning." Cough, cough, cough. Understood. Xiao Nanfeng, still coughing, nodded and began to leave, albeit at a slow pace, as if awaiting something. Indeed, as he took a fifth step, the captain could no longer hold back. "Master, your wolf dog, Hare, remains inside. Will you not take it with you?" "Just in case," Xiao Nanfeng replied without turning back, waving his hand slowly in dismissal as he departed. Once Xiao Nanfeng had vanished into the distance, the captain sighed, reflecting, he is truly cautious. He has left the wolf dog to monitor the heir, lest the heir act rashly at this juncture. Since he has considered every detail, we shall refrain from intervening until dawn to avoid incurring the chief steward's wrath. Everyone assumed Xiao Nanfeng was still within the courtyard, unaware that he had already breached the multiple layers of guards and was making his way toward the estate's exit. Along the way, the household servants and lower staff greeted him with utmost deference. The elder in blue had become a favored figure before the chief steward with Xiao Nanfeng's assistance, now holding himself in high regard, indifferent to others. Thus, Xiao Nanfeng strode boldly out of the Xiao estate, rendering the extensive security measures mere formalities. Once outside the Xiao estate, he lingered momentarily in the shadows, gazing wistfully at the home he had inhabited for 6 years and the cage of 10 years, before finally turning away and disappearing into the night. The following morning, countless soldiers converged, surrounding the Xiao estate such that not a drop of water could pass. As dawn broke, the household servants discovered the chaos within the inner courtyard, promptly reporting it, which summoned the army to encircle the estate, enveloping the Xiao residents in a chilling atmosphere. The servants fell silent in fear. Within the inner courtyard, a group of soldiers encircled Xiao Nanfeng's study, their faces twisted with menace as they regarded the terrified elder in blue sprawled on the ground, alongside the lifeless form of the wolf dog, Hare. Listening intently as the elder recounted the events with trembling lips, the soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. It was evident that having committed such a grave error, the elder was doomed. The extent of his demise contingent upon the mood of the chief steward seated nearby. "Chief steward, the heir possesses such cunning. He has plotted for this day for so long. We have been deceived by the heir. The elder's death is regrettable, but what of the heir? With such a disposition, he is exceedingly dangerous, and to think he fortuitously acquired a soul-refining technique. Who can tell me what the heir has truly practiced?" The chief steward, his countenance darkened, fixated on a note atop the desk, disregarding the fervent outcries of his aides. The note, left behind by Xiao Nanfeng, bore 12 striking characters. "Live a little longer. Await my return for your head. Have we found him?" The chief steward's voice was heavy with foreboding. Reporting to the chief steward, "The heir has fled throughout the night and may have already exited the city. Our men have yet to locate his trail. I have notified the K9 unit, and hounds will soon be dispatched to track him by scent," replied a soldier respectfully. "Search for him. All of you, go find him." The chief steward could no longer contain his seething rage. Yes, the soldiers rushed out of the study. Soon, only the chief steward and the elder in blue remained in the study. The poison within the elder had yet to be neutralized, but he dared not seek help. The chief steward's icy gaze fixed upon the elder, his voice laced with menace. "You were responsible for reviewing all the books the heir read. Tell me, what soul-refining technique has he practiced?" I do not know," the elder stammered, trembling. "Seize the entire clan of the elder in blue. Question them one by one." The chief steward's expression turned lethal. "Yes." Several guards rushed in. "Chief steward, I have served you for many years, with neither merit nor reward. I implore you, spare my family. I am willing to offer my entire estate." The elder in blue pleaded, shaking in fear. The chief steward remained silent, his mood foul, particularly upon learning that Xiao Nanfeng had indeed cultivated soul power. This posed a significant threat. Everything had been within his grasp. and he blamed the useless individual before him for not only failing to gain the desired prestige and righteousness, but leaving behind a monumental disaster. Spare you? Who will compensate for my losses? 10 days later, a black-roofed boat drifted down a great river. Xiao Nanfeng sat cross-legged at the bow, eyes closed in meditation. As the first rays of morning sunlight touched him, he employed a specific breathing technique, drawing in a beam of sunlight mingled with mist into his abdomen. After a stick of incense burned, he exhaled a plume of stale air, gradually awakening. Having departed the sealed territory, he mused, the canine unit's hounds? Huh, can you track my scent through the river? A trace of disdain flickered across his face. While the small boat floated along, Xiao Nanfeng retrieved a map from the cabin, comparing it with the surrounding mountains and rivers. In just over half a month, I shall escape the Celestial Pivot dynasty. The Ta Ching immortal sect? That was the place where my father studied under a master. Father, you left me this ring. I wonder if your senior brother still recognizes it? Xiao Nanfeng fondled the ancient-looking golden ring, squinting at the map. After meticulously verifying the route, he stowed the map away. From beneath his clothing, he produced a book titled The Supreme In-Spirit Scripture. Named as a scripture, who would expect it to be a soul-refining technique? Xiao Nanfeng reflected. I owe much to you over the years. You have become my support. As I travel, I know it is not as easy to conceal as within the estate. Possessing a treasure can invite calamity, of that I am well aware. But rest assured, I shall elevate your significance. After reading the Supreme In-Spirit Scripture once more, ensuring the soul-refining technique was firmly etched in his mind, Xiao Nanfeng ignited the book with a fire starter. Boom! The Supreme In-Spirit Scripture ignited slowly, transforming into ash that scattered into the river, vanishing from sight. This soul-refining technique is profoundly intricate. Even after 8 years of practice, I have only scratched the surface. Yet, how wondrous is the world! I can advance my understanding of the Supreme In-Spirit Scripture through the study of other Taoist texts, utilizing insights gleaned from those scriptures to enhance my cultivation of the Supreme In-Spirit Scripture. It is as if the Supreme In-Spirit Scripture serves as the overarching principle of cultivation, while countless Taoist scriptures act as myriad pieces of a puzzle, continuously propelling my progress. Truly marvelous. Xiao Nanfeng retrieved a common text from the cabin, leaning against the edge of the black-roofed boat, munching on dried rations while reading. The Taoist scriptures he had purchased along the journey, which others found obscure and uninteresting, captivated him deeply. Chapter 4. Yidafu. More than a month later, Xiao Nanfeng had departed from the Tianshu Empire and found himself in a quaint town by the East Sea. In a tea house of the town, the second floor housed an extensive collection of books for sale. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng stood beside the book counter, meticulously selecting from the volumes. Guest, why not take a look at these cultivation techniques? Our techniques are of the finest quality, albeit a bit pricey, but they can significantly enhance your cultivation speed. The tea house owner, incessantly eager, urged Xiao Nanfeng to consider the offerings. However, Xiao Nanfeng paid him no mind. He was on his way to join a celestial sect, and there was no sense in learning the techniques offered by this humble tea house. He dismissed the popular manuals entirely, instead choosing a pile of dusty old tomes. These Taoist scriptures appear rather worn, Xiao Nanfeng remarked, frowning. The tea house owner's expression soured. Those are discounted books, rare finds collected by my grandfather. They have been displayed here since his time, and naturally, they have grown somewhat tattered. If it weren't for my grandfather's rule against replacing them, I wouldn't sell such items. These Taoist texts were obscure and ethereal, not even true cultivation techniques, and after decades of being on the shelf, they had not sold. This young man must be merely toying with the idea, he mused. How much for these books? Xiao Nanfeng inquired. The tea house owner was momentarily taken aback. You wish to buy them? Oh, splendid. 1 tael of gold for the lot. 1 tael of gold for these unsold books that have been here for decades? Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. That is my grandfather's rule, unchangeable. You can't possibly be serious about purchasing them, the tea house owner said in disbelief. What do you think? Xiao Nanfeng said, shaking a tael of gold in his hand. Ha ha ha, such generosity. I'll treat you to breakfast today, the tea house owner exclaimed, overjoyed. These worn books occupied considerable space on the shelf, and now, clearing them would allow for the display of new bestsellers. Holding a dozen unread Taoist scriptures, Xiao Nanfeng made his way to a window-side table, summoned a waiter, ordered some food, and began to peruse the texts. While enjoying breakfast and engrossed in the captivating content, a sudden wave of whispered ridicule erupted from the neighboring table. That fool actually spent a tale of gold on a pile of rubbish. Tisk tsk. Boss, I think he can't afford proper cultivation techniques and is hoping to strike it lucky. Boss, he must be a pauper. Seated at the adjacent table were 12 elegantly dressed young men, who were now lavishing praise upon one of their number, a young man in white. He fanned himself with a white paper fan, exuding arrogance as he offered unsolicited commentary on those around him, while the others nodded in agreement, further inflating his ego. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at them, somewhat exasperated. What an absurd group. Do they not fear the repercussions of their thoughtless chatter? My purchase is none of your concern. He chose to ignore them and continued his focused study of the Taoist scriptures, savoring their profundity. Boss, will the boat from the Taiching immortal sect really arrive today? One of the young men at the table asked the young man in white. With a dismissive flick of his fan, the young man in white replied, What? Do you not trust my words, Yidafu? I am merely excited. Of course we believe you. Our families all follow the Yi family. And as junior heads of our clans, we certainly look to you for guidance, the young man flattered. Yidafu, pleased, pointed out the window. Do you see the carriages outside? The group turned to gaze out, and indeed, the town was bustling with an array of splendid carriages converging towards the nearby dock, blocking the roads entirely. Are those carriages filled with people vying for our spots to join the sect? The followers expressed their displeasure. How could it be surprising that the Taiching immortal sect is so revered? Even the emperor of the Tianshu Empire hails from their ranks, Yidafu remarked. We must become disciples of the Taiching immortal sect, one follower declared, full of anticipation. Disciples of the Taiching immortal sect are categorized into two types, formal disciples and miscellaneous disciples. Whichever one becomes a disciple depends on individual merit. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly become a formal disciple, Yidafu asserted with unwavering confidence. There are two types of disciples. The others inquired curiously. This is merely the preliminary selection. There are 3 docking points along the coast where the Taiching immortal sect ship will stop, taking those who meet the initial criteria aboard to Taiching Island, where they will undergo a secondary selection by designated recruiters to determine their disciple status, Yidafu explained. Boss, you are truly impressive, knowing everything, one follower complimented. Of course, my Yu family already has members who have joined the Taiching immortal sect, so I am well informed about this matter. The ship visits once a year. If we miss it today, we must wait another year. Therefore, you must all perform well, Yidafu stated with pride. Rest assured, we will not let you down, boss. The group said, preparing for action. Here it comes. The ship from the Taiching immortal sect has arrived. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed from outside the tea house. Yidafu's followers rushed to the window, excitedly peering out, and Xiao Nanfeng also turned to gaze towards the distant sea. Before them sailed an enormous ship, reminiscent of a palace, with the characters Taiching elegantly inscribed upon its hull, exuding grandeur. The dock was unusually empty today, for all fishing boats had given way to this vessel from the Taiching immortal sect. Welcome, esteemed immortal of the Taiching sect. Voices of reverence arose in waves. As the ship slowly approached the dock, a group of men clad in Taoist robes stood at the edge of the deck, looking down upon the throngs of worshippers gathered below. Do you seek to join the Taiching immortal sect? One of the robed men asked in a deep voice. Yes, the nearby crowd replied respectfully. Those under 10 years old who have reached the 6th level of the postnatal realm, and those under 20 who have attained the innate realm, may board without an examination, the robed man proclaimed. His declaration echoed even into the tea house. Boss, let us hurry over. We shouldn't keep the immortals waiting. One of the followers urged excitedly. Why the rush? The ones aboard are merely the miscellaneous disciples of the Taiching immortal sect, Yidafu replied nonchalantly. What does it mean that he just said those under 10 at the 6th level and those under 20 at the innate realm can board without examination? One follower could not help but ask. That serves as a standard. Those with such talent typically become formal disciples of the Taiching immortal sect, and thus the miscellaneous disciples do not dare to trouble them, Yidafu elucidated. So, boss, you can board at any time? The group asked enviously. Yidafu's face lit up with pride, naturally. In the distance, the robed man on the ship surveyed the surroundings and continued. For others wishing to join the Taiching immortal sect, you must be under 30 years of age. A talent and age assessment will be conducted here at the dock, with the top 300 receiving tokens to board. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Instantly, those who met the criteria began to gather at the dock for testing. Boss, we should head over first, the eager followers urged. All right, with your talents. It should be no problem, Yidafu replied confidently. The group quickly departed, leaving only 2 followers behind to accompany Yi Dafu as he continued his meal. "Hey, boss, that pauper seems to be heading to board as well," one follower remarked in surprise. Yi Dafu turned to look. He saw Xiao Nanfeng leisurely packing the discounted books he had just purchased into his belongings. "Owner, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I must take my leave now," Xiao Nanfeng said. The innkeeper courteously greeted the esteemed guest, wishing him a prosperous journey to the Taqing celestial sect and the fortune of finding a renowned master. Yi Dafu exchanged glances with his 2 companions. This impoverished individual appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. Was he truly embarking on the vessel? Furthermore, he had not even attended the boarding assessment. One of the companions remarked in astonishment. "We did not participate in the assessment because we have already met the exemption criteria," another companion chimed in. "But that pauper seems to be 3 or 4 years younger than us. Could he possibly qualify as well?" Yi Dafu's pupils constricted in surprise. His innate talent for cultivation was exceedingly high, and his family held great expectations for him. Over the years, countless individuals had praised his abilities, leading him to believe that his talent was unmatched. Yet here stood a youth, so remarkably young, who had already attained the innate realm. Could his potential indeed surpass my own? Chapter 5. Boarding the ship, Xiao Nanfeng had finished packing his belongings, but did not immediately head to the dock. Instead, he stood by the window of a tea house, gazing towards the quay. Several disciples of the Taqing Xinzong were disembarking, conducting reviews on the newcomers. The review process was swift. Those fortunate enough to possess advantages in age and cultivation gradually received a boarding token. Standing at the window, Xiao Nanfeng pondered. If the competition were solely based on physical cultivation, he would fall short, as his training methods were rather inferior. To board the ship, he needed to explore alternative routes. His calm demeanor irked Yi Dafu and his companions, who mistakenly believed his confidence stemmed from formidable cultivation. "Young brother, may I ask your name?" Yi Dafu approached, cupping his hands in greeting. To him, Xiao Nanfeng's young age and innate talent indicated a promising future as an official disciple of the Taqing Xinzong, making it prudent to establish a rapport. "I am but a pauper," Xiao Nanfeng replied placidly. "You lot are quite mad, speaking without restraint. Sooner or later, you'll find yourselves in dire straits. I suggest you keep your distance. I have no desire to attract your troubles," he added. Yi Dafu and his companions were taken aback. Was this young man truly harboring a grudge? They had merely exchanged a few unflattering remarks about him. Xiao Nanfeng's attitude left them irritated, yet they recognized that, as a practitioner of the innate realm, he held the upper hand. At the dock, the review process continued at a brisk pace, and soon the first 300 candidates had been selected. The chosen ones were elated, while those left out wore expressions of despair. "Attention, all selected individuals. The ship will set sail in 1 hour. Tardiness will not be tolerated." A disciple of the Taqing Xinzong barked. In accordance with the master's decree, the chosen young talents immediately bowed respectfully. Yi Dafu and his companions awaited their turn, when soon, a few of his followers rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Boss, look, I received a boarding token. I'm in. I too have one. Ha ha. We will join the Taqing Xinzong together." One by one, the followers brought forth joyful news, except for one individual who wore a troubled expression. "Boss, I wasn't selected," he stammered, looking utterly lost. "What did you say, old 7? The group turned to the anxious follower. "I was so close. The person ahead of me had the same cultivation and age, but his uncle is a servant disciple at the Taqing Xinzong, so he secured the last spot." Old 7 lamented. The group fumed with indignation. "Boss, old 7 has clearly been wronged. You have connections within the Taqing Xinzong. Why not seek their help?" One of the followers suggested. Yi Dafu shook his head. "It's too late. The boarding tokens have already been distributed, and it's impossible for me to intervene. What shall we do now?" Old 7 asked, his face etched with worry. "There are simply too many candidates this time. The competition is fierce." Old 7, consider yourself unlucky. "But you're still young. You can wait another year," Yi Dafu replied helplessly. The group wore expressions of resignation. If even their leader was powerless to help, what could they do? Just as old 7 was about to accept his fate, a young man entered the tea house holding a boarding token. "Esteemed sir, here is the boarding token you requested," the young man said with a smile directed at Xiao Nanfeng. Yi Dafu and his companions turned to the newcomer, realizing he was one of those who had just participated in the review. To their astonishment, Xiao Nanfeng produced 20 taels of gold and handed it to him. "Thank you. I heard the boarding fees are exorbitant. Even with a token, I wouldn't have been able to afford passage. With this 20 taels, I can wait another year to save enough, the young man exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Merely a mutual benefit, Xiao Nanfeng replied with a subtle smile. Yi Dafu and his companions stared at Xiao Nanfeng in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and incredulity. They quickly deduced that Xiao Nanfeng had employed someone to take the exam on his behalf. No, he had likely engaged a scalper to procure the boarding token. With the token in hand, Xiao Nanfeng descended from the tea house and leisurely approached the grand ship not far away. Now, with the boarding token secured, he could journey to the Taiqing Xianzong. As for how to become a disciple there, that could be addressed in due time. Is it truly possible to operate like this? One follower gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. He isn't even at the innate stage? Yi Dafu said, his frustration mounting. We've been deceived? He had the audacity to put on airs before us? Boss, if he can buy a boarding token, can I do the same? Old Seven looked at Yi Dafu with hopeful anticipation. Hurry, ask around if anyone is willing to sell a boarding token. Let us get one for Old Seven. Yi Dafu commanded. Right. The group dispersed rapidly to inquire. However, their efforts proved futile, as soon they were met with scornful rebukes from those who possessed tokens. What nonsense! We're here to become disciples. There's no way we sell our spots. In the end, to allow Old Seven to board. The group had no choice but to confront Xiao Nanfeng before he could embark. What do you want? Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened as he regarded Yi Dafu and his cohort. What's the matter today? I've been avoiding you lot, yet here you are again? Brother, I am Yi Dafu, and I have an unreasonable request. Please, grant us this favor. Yi Dafu resumed his haughty demeanor. What is it? Xiao Nanfeng asked, stifling his disdain. My brother was unfortunate and did not receive a boarding token. He wishes to purchase yours at a high price. You acquired it for 20 taels. I will offer you 40. You would simply need to wait another year to earn an additional 20 taels. What do you say? Yi Dafu proposed confidently. I say no. His lack of a token is not my concern. I will not part with my boarding token, Xiao Nanfeng replied with unwavering resolve. Our esteemed leader is the son of the Yi family from the Tianshu dynasty. Young man, we are extending you a considerable favor by negotiating with you. Another follower chimed in. Indeed, do not be ungrateful. Are you familiar with the Yi family? Opposing our leader never ends well. The followers continued to pressurize Xiao Nanfeng, while Yi Dafu remained calm, fixated on Xiao Nanfeng as though he had already secured victory. He regarded the young man, who was merely at the acquired realm, with disdain. Xiao Nanfeng observed the clamorous group with a peculiar expression. The Yi family? What concern is that of mine? I do not rely on your family's provisions, and besides, can the Yi family exert influence over the Taiqing Xianzong? Are you all out of your minds? Attempting to intimidate a potential outstanding disciple of the Taiqing Xianzong with your family name? Have you finished? If so, kindly step aside. I wish to board the ship. Xiao Nanfeng replied flatly. You didn't hear us, did you? Do you seek death? A henchman of Yi Dafu sneered menacingly. Yi Dafu's face hardened. Accustomed to being pampered at home, he felt a surge of anger upon being openly disrespected. The group encircled Xiao Nanfeng, clearly intent on strong-arming him. Attempting to seize it outright? By all means, try. Let us see if I lose my boarding token today, or if one of you ends up drenched in blood. Xiao Nanfeng threatened, his gaze icy. In that instant, the expressions of Yi Dafu and his companions shifted. Why? Why is he so confident? Could it be that he possesses formidable strength? Have we truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle today? Yet, if he were indeed powerful, why would he resort to purchasing a boarding token? That doesn't add up. Uncertainty rippled through the group as they struggled to gauge Xiao Nanfeng's true capabilities. Although he appeared enraged, he remained calm within, knowing that it was far too easy to deal with this band of misfits with his mature mindset. A mere intimidation was sufficient. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to act against him. He had already reached the ship destined for the Taiqing Xianzong. If they attempted to seize his token here, it would be a disgrace to the Taiqing Xianzong. Indeed, in the next moment, a stern voice echoed. What are you doing? Causing a commotion here? Do you no longer wish to board the ship? If you do not wish to board, then do not. Go stir trouble elsewhere. A disciple of the Taiqing Xianzong expressed dissatisfaction at the boarding area. As soon as the disciple spoke, the crowd was enveloped in frustration. Their simmering anger directed towards Xiao Nanfeng. Old Seven, wait another year. We will go ahead to Taiqing Island and await you there. Yi Dafu could only offer a begrudging consolation. Old Seven nodded helplessly in response. Xiao Nanfeng remained unperturbed. waiting for Yi Dafu and his companions to complete their registration and board the ship before he approached the registration desk. Each boarding passenger's identity must be verified. Nanfeng, 16 years old, only at the 5th level of the postnatal realm? The disciple responsible for registration was taken aback. After all, it was nearly impossible to acquire a boarding pass at such a young age with only the 5th level of the postnatal realm. I obtained this boarding pass through connections. Xiao Nanfeng replied calmly. The expression of the Taiqing Xianzong disciple shifted slightly as he imagined that this young man, named Nanfeng, had some influential backing. Could it be he had connections within the Taiqing Xianzong? If you had mentioned that earlier, I would not have troubled you. The fare for the ship is 20 taels of gold. The registrar stated matter-of-factly. Xiao Nanfeng rummaged through his pocket, finding 25 taels of gold remaining. Although his funds were dwindling, he could not afford to skimp on the fare. Meanwhile, Yi Dafu and his companions, now aboard the large vessel, stood on the deck, casting gloomy glances at Xiao Nanfeng as he boarded, their expressions still filled with resentment. We cannot act aboard the ship. There will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score later. Keep an eye on him, Yi Dafu instructed coldly. Understood. His entourage replied in unison. This ship bore some resemblance to the cruise ships of Xiao Nanfeng's past life, featuring a deck at the front, a fishing area at the back, and a third-floor lounge and dining area, with guest rooms occupying the first and second floors. Xiao Nanfeng's room situated on the first floor. It was a room shared by 4, with Xiao Nanfeng positioned by the window. After placing his belongings, he leaned against the window beside his bed and casually took out a Taoist scripture to peruse. As the ship set sail, the view outside transformed into an endless expanse of ocean. After a while, Xiao Nanfeng found it dull and resumed reading the Taoist text by the window. Though the scripture was obscure, he read with great interest. In the room were 3 other young men. Fortuitously, they were the very lackeys of Yi Dafu from before. At this moment, the 3 were glaring at Xiao Nanfeng, an undeniable twist of fate. Chapter 6. Dragon Fishing 2 days later. In the dining hall on the 3rd deck of the ship, Yi Dafu sat at the head of the table, surrounded by a group of subordinates. What have you found out about that little brat? Yi Dafu inquired, casting a glance at one of his followers. I bribed a crew member to check the registration details. His name is Xiao Nanfeng. He is 16 years old and has reached the 5th level of the postnatal realm, one subordinate replied. 16? 5th level of the postnatal realm? Is that all? Were we being deceived? The group exclaimed in disbelief. They were aware that Xiao Nanfeng's cultivation was low, but they had not anticipated it to be this pathetic. With such meager cultivation, he aspires to join the Taiqing immortal sect? Not even a servant disciple would accept him. What on earth does he intend to do? It's utterly ridiculous. Yi Dafu scoffed disdainfully. Boss, the 3 of us share a room with him. And I find him rather peculiar, another subordinate remarked. Peculiar? Yi Dafu asked, intrigued. Indeed. He hasn't left his room for 2 days, engrossed in those discounted books he bought. He only goes on deck in the early morning to bask in the sun, the subordinate explained. What sort of books is he reading? Just some Taoist scriptures, filled with nonsense and obscure language, extremely difficult to comprehend. Even we find it headache-inducing. Furthermore, while he was sunbathing, I rummaged through his belongings and discovered that apart from some dry rations, he only had these worthless books. He has only 2 sets of clothes. He must truly be a pauper. A pauper? He wouldn't even accept 20 taels of gold. Is he dreaming of being accepted as a disciple by the Taiqing immortal sect? Bah! Without money, even if he joins, he would merely be a laborer, one subordinate dismissed. Humph! A pauper daring to act arrogantly among us. I must teach him a lesson to relieve my frustrations, another subordinate declared. Yi Dafu nodded, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of having his prestige sullied in front of his companions. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng was in his room, reading a scripture entitled The Art of Dragon Fishing, not a technique for cultivation, but rather a discourse on the application of soul power, penned by a fishing enthusiast who explored the use of spiritual intent in angling. Xiao Nanfeng sensed that the spiritual intent described in the text was likely synonymous with soul power, albeit articulated differently. If it had been written as soul power, it would have likely been snatched up long ago. Dragon fishing, huh? Now that he has cultivated soul power, perhaps he could give it a try. Having finished reading The Art of Dragon Fishing, he closed his eyes in contemplation. By evening, he rose from his room and strolled around the deck, making his way to the fishing area at the stern of the ship. There were over 10 young men fishing in the area. Hand me a fishing rod, Xiao Nanfeng requested of a crew member overseeing the fishing zone. 1 tael of gold per use, the crew member replied. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. To rent a fishing rod, it cost a tael of gold? Ultimately, Xiao Nanfeng paid the fee and took a fishing rod. Eager to test the methods described in the art of dragon fishing. Finding a less crowded spot, he leaned against the railing and cast his line. Hey kid, you haven't baited your hook yet. Fishing with an empty hook? One young fisherman couldn't help but comment. Others turned to look. But Xiao Nanfeng ignored them and closed his eyes instead. Soon, he channeled a thread of soul power from his brow, guiding it through the fishing rod along the line. And finally to the hook. Although he could not see the underwater scene, he sensed the soul power on the hook and invoked emotions within the fish. Previously, he had used soul power to instill fear in a giant wolf dog, petrifying it with terror. This time, however, he infused the hook with an emotion of greed. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint blue light began to emanate from the hook, captivating the nearby fish, which suddenly grew excited and swam eagerly towards the bait. Even as the ship sailed across the ocean, schools of fish followed in pursuit. Wow, the fish are multiplying. Have we stumbled upon a school? One angler exclaimed joyfully. Quick, quick, bait your hooks. Let us see who catches the most this time. Another shouted excitedly. In an instant, 10 anglers cast their lines. Fish leaped out of the water. Yet none took the bait. How could this be? So many fish, yet none are biting? My bait is specially made. One angler said, bewildered. This doesn't make sense. With so many fish, I refuse to believe we can't catch one. Another growled in frustration. No one could see the depths of the ocean. And while their baits were enticing in the eyes of the fish, Xiao Nanfeng's empty hook was their true target. To them, it was not just an empty hook. It was a treasure capable of transforming into a dragon, a miraculous item that promised to elevate them to greatness with just one bite. In a frenzy, countless fish competed for Xiao Nanfeng's empty hook, colliding with one another in chaos. Some fish fell behind due to injuries caused by the brawl. But new ones quickly took their place. Fight, fight, fight. The fish jostled one another, yet none could secure a bite. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng's complexion grew slightly pale. Employing soul power for fishing was exhausting. In such a short time, he had depleted nearly half of his soul power. If he didn't catch anything soon, he would have to give up. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the center of the fish frenzy. It was a massive creature, 2 meters long, resembling a dragon. Its eyes glinted with golden light, radiating a fierce aura. As it approached, the smaller fish scattered in terror. With a powerful flick of its tail, the creature sent 2 large fish flying. Letting out a low roar, it stirred the surrounding fish into a frenzy, many of which were too frightened to come near, allowing the creature to draw closer to the hook. A shark, unwilling to back down, charged at the creature. Suddenly, the creature emitted a surge of electricity towards the shark, striking it with a loud crack. The shark trembled and could no longer advance. Another low roar escaped the creature as it unleashed a wave of electricity that paralyzed the surrounding fish, leaving them in a state of panic. With no fish left to compete, the creature, like a king, bit down on the hook. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng felt the line tighten, the fishing rod bending under immense force. What? How is this possible? With so many fish, why did only his hook get bitten? Is this group of fish blind? The rod is bending so much. It must be a big one. The anglers around him were dejected, while Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of joy and exerted a sudden force. With a thunderous crash, the creature was yanked from the water and slammed onto the deck. As it landed, a surge of electricity erupted from it, shimmering with a faint golden glow. Is it elongated? Did I really catch a dragon? How ugly. Xiao Nanfeng marveled incredulously. It's an eel, a massive eel, and it's golden. No. This isn't an ordinary eel. It radiates a faint golden light. It's a spirit fish. A spirit fish? That means it contains a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Is this an extraordinary spirit fish? And such a large one? The group of anglers erupted in excitement. The golden eel thrashed violently, attempting to escape back into the sea. Before Xiao Nanfeng could react, the crew member who had previously rented him the fishing rod rushed over. With a heavy hammer in hand, the crew member swung down forcefully, striking the golden eel on the head, rendering it compliant. Greetings, young man. What extraordinary fortune you possess. This is the golden demon eel, once landed. It is worth no less than several hundred taels of gold, remarked the crew member with a look of envy. The golden demon eel? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Brother, I shall offer 300 taels of gold for it. I'll bid 350. For 100 taels. A group of fishing enthusiasts continued to raise their offers. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng merely shook his head, saying, No, I wish to savor it myself. You intend to indulge in it yourself? However, it would be prudent to cook it immediately. Otherwise, the essence of the golden demon eel will dissipate swiftly. How about this? We shall assist you in preparing it, ensuring that you absorb the maximum spiritual energy contained within. The condition is that we take half. The crew member grinned amiably. Agreed. Xiao Nanfeng readily acquiesced. Bringing it ashore and finding a place to cook might result in the golden demon eel spoiling. Though he would consume only half, at least he would still enjoy a portion. Moreover, this would foster goodwill among the crew, which could prove advantageous. He understood the principle of possessing something valuable and the potential pitfalls it could entail. Excellent. My young brother, your generosity is greatly appreciated. Here's your token. You may dine at the third-floor restaurant tomorrow morning at your convenience, the crew member exclaimed joyfully. Clearly, half of the golden demon eel would find its way into the crew's bellies, and as for who would partake, that would be determined by skill. Thank you, Xiao Nanfeng replied, accepting the token with a nod. Why not continue fishing for a while longer? You might catch another, suggested the crew member, who appeared to be a small leader, directing the other crew members to carry the golden demon eel towards the kitchen, then turning back to Xiao Nanfeng. Indeed, brother, how did you manage to catch a spiritual fish with an empty hook? Do enlighten us. A group of fishing enthusiasts curiously gathered around. It was merely luck. I shall refrain from fishing further. Please excuse me, Xiao Nanfeng said with a polite bow. Having expended considerable soul energy, successfully catching one golden demon eel was already a remarkable feat, and Xiao Nanfeng was not inclined to tempt fate again, as this method demanded significant energy. The fishing enthusiast watched Xiao Nanfeng depart without attempting to retain him, believing his success was merely a stroke of luck. What could we possibly learn? Let us continue fishing. Perhaps we too may catch one, they mused. However, when the group resumed their fishing, they discovered that the schools of fish had seemingly vanished, making it exceedingly difficult to catch any more sea fish. Chapter 7. Dining on fish early the next morning, in the restaurant on the third floor of the ship, Yi Dafu sat by the window, observing Xiao Nanfeng, who sat cross-legged on the deck not far away, surrounded by a group of followers sharing tea. The lad certainly possessed an air of eccentricity, judging by his posture. Could it be that he was not merely basking in the sun, but rather engaged in some form of cultivation? Yi Dafu furrowed his brows. I doubt it. What kind of worthless technique requires sunbathing for practice? The boss is overthinking, one of the followers scoffed. I heard someone caught a demon fish last night. Yi Dafu casually inquired. Indeed, the news has spread like wildfire this morning. We tried to find out who caught it, but no one seems to know. I even inquired in the kitchen, hoping to purchase some, but they said it was all gone. Another follower shook his head. What a pity. After so many years in the Tianshu dynasty, I have yet to taste demon fish. It is said that the spiritual energy within such fish is exceptionally pure, greatly beneficial for physical cultivation, not to mention it nourishes the soul, Yi Dafu lamented. Yes, I heard it was an eel, a delicacy among sea fish. Especially the golden demon eel, which must be even more delectable, a follower swallowed hard. Golden demon eel? Alas, we are deprived of such a fortune. Yi Dafu's face reflected his regret. As the group sipped their tea while awaiting their meal, one of the followers suddenly displayed a look of astonishment. Hey, how did that pauper come up here? The others turned to look. They were surprised to see Xiao Nanfeng, who had just finished his morning exercises on the deck, walking into the third-floor restaurant. In their minds, Xiao Nanfeng was a beggar, subsisting on dry rations in his room. How could he afford to come to the third floor? This was no ordinary restaurant. It was at least 10 times more expensive than the taverns outside. Those without financial means would never dare to ascend. Xiao Nanfeng handed his token to the waiter and chose a window seat not far from Yi Dafu and the others. Weren't you saying he was a pauper? How can he possibly afford to eat here? Yi Dafu furrowed his brow, looking at one of the followers. I don't know. I checked his luggage, and he truly had no money, just some dry rations. Besides, if he really had money, how could he possibly be crammed into a 4-person room on the first floor? If he were wealthy, he should be like you, boss, in a private room on the second floor, the follower stammered. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly turned to the speaking follower. Sir, it is already quite excessive to search through my belongings. To speak of it before my face now seems rather arrogant. Does it not? This congregation of lunatics makes me feel compelled to teach them a lesson. The follower was about to retort when Yi Dafu waved his hand to stop him. You are Xiao Nanfeng, aren't you? I distinctly remember you blocking my brother's way onto the ship at the dock. Do you know the consequences of offending me? Yi Dafu sneered. What? Do you wish to fight me here? Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. On the ship of the Taiqing immortal sect, combat is prohibited. Rest assured, I won't lay a finger on you. Our time is long, Yi Dafu replied coldly. Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned peculiar. He had initially thought Yi Dafu was a formidable character, but it appeared he was merely a pampered young master who had never faced the harsh realities of life. The barking dog does not bite. By making such a ruckus, was he not inviting trouble upon himself? Xiao Nanfeng chose to ignore these unsophisticated individuals. His disregard seemed to pierce the proud heart of Yi Dafu deeply. How could a mere fifth-level cultivator, a pauper no less, dare to treat him with such contempt? Humph, if you lack the funds, you ought not to come up here and embarrass yourself. Do you know the prices in this third-floor restaurant? Don't be surprised if you end up washing dishes in the kitchen to pay off your debts after your meal, Yi Dafu mocked. Indeed. There is no complimentary rice porridge here. The followers laughed heartily. Xiao Nanfeng completely disregarded their jests, thinking to himself how unfortunate it was to encounter such fools while merely seeking a meal. Soon, a waiter brought a dish and placed it before Xiao Nanfeng. I didn't order this dish, Xiao Nanfeng frowned, glancing at the lobster before him. The chef expressed his gratitude for your generosity. This purple-shelled lobster is a gift to whet your appetite. Your main course will arrive shortly, the waiter explained. The faces of the group at the opposite table froze, and the restaurant fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. The purple-shelled lobster was a specialty of the Taiqing immortal sect, extraordinarily expensive, and one could not even guarantee a chance to taste it with wealth alone. They had tried to reserve one for 2 days, but had been unsuccessful. How could he receive it as a gift? Yi Dafu's expression darkened as he glanced at the ordinary dishes on his table, suddenly finding them less appetizing, a most unpleasant feeling. At that moment, the same waiter returned with a large plate for Xiao Nanfeng. This is the chef's meticulously prepared golden demon eel. The bones have been carefully removed. Please enjoy. The waiter bowed slightly and retreated. On Xiao Nanfeng's table lay a dish shimmering with a faint golden glow, causing Yi Dafu and his followers to widen their eyes in disbelief. The glimmer was not overwhelming, yet it seemed to blind them with its brilliance. Was that the demon fish? The golden demon eel? How could this be possible? The followers looked on in despair. Only moments ago, they had mocked Xiao Nanfeng for being unable to afford a meal, yet now they could only watch helplessly as he feasted with delight. Why was this happening? Was karma so swift? It was infuriating. What does it matter to eat demon fish? It's merely a stroke of luck. He must have been the one to catch it last night. Perhaps this will be the only time in his life he eats such a fish. Indeed, with such low cultivation, merely at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, even if he went to the Taiqing immortal sect, he would never attract the attention of the disciples in charge of recruitment. The servants of the Taiqing immortal sect are required to be at least at the 6th level of the postnatal realm. After finishing the lobster and eel, Xiao Nanfeng contentedly burped, delicious. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng's whole body trembled. Boom! A surge of energy radiated from his form, stirring up the dust around him. Suddenly, a unique aura emanated from him. 6th level of the postnatal realm? The demon fish? Is it the effect of consuming the demon fish? The spiritual energy within it has been absorbed and refined into true energy. He has just broken through. Yi Dafu's expression darkened. 6th level of the postnatal realm? That seems to meet the starting standard for servant disciples, one follower remarked, his face pale. Chapter 8 Zhonglingjun. Xiao Nanfeng sat by the window, sipping his tea. Not far away, Yi Dafu and his entourage were also seated at a table, enjoying their tea. However, the mood between the two parties was vastly different. Xiao Nanfeng's physical cultivation had experienced another breakthrough, putting him in high spirits. As he gazed at the vast expanse of the sea, a sense of liberation washed over him, causing his soul power to surge. Yi Dafu and his companions, on the other hand, were merely drinking their tea in sullen silence. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted from the deck. Look, what's that? Someone exclaimed. Someone is flying. Another shrieked. A commotion rippled through the deck. Xiao Nanfeng and Yi Dafu, drawn by the uproar, leaped out of the windows and onto the deck. Like many others, they fixed their gazes on 2 distant specks of light. One was azure, the other crimson. They resembled 2 luminous orbs colliding repeatedly in the sky, accompanied by resounding booms. Within each orb, a figure could be discerned. Are those peerless experts engaged in battle? Such terrifying power. Look, the shockwaves are carving a trench into the sea. If those shockwaves were to strike our ship, they could obliterate the entire vessel. They appear to be approaching us. They're getting closer and closer. The passengers on the ship cried out in alarm as the two distant orbs drew nearer. The gusts of wind generated by the collision of these formidable figures buffeted the ship, causing the faces of those on board to contort in terror. Witnessing the battle of godlike figures from afar was a marvel, but having such powerful beings clash in close proximity was a calamity. Turn the ship around. Get away from them. If the battle engulfs us, we'll all plunge into the sea. Move. Panic ensued on the ship. Xiao Nanfeng remained rooted to the spot on the deck, not out of composure, but out of the realization that panic would be futile. He might as well observe the situation closely. In the blink of an eye, the two orbs were upon them. Xiao Nanfeng was able to make out the figures within the orbs. The crimson orb resembled a ball of fire, housing a woman clad in a red robe. Even the loose-fitting robe could not conceal her exceptionally voluptuous figure. Her hair was disheveled from the battle, and a streak of blood marred her face. Yet her exquisite features remained undeniable. Even a mere glimpse of her blurred silhouette was enough to inspire awe. The azure orb contained an old man, his body appearing to be translucent blue. Was it a non-corporeal, ethereal body? It was enveloped in a blue flame. This is soul power? How can it be? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Nanfeng could discern that the flames radiating from the old man's azure orb were indeed soul power, the power of the soul. Moreover, the old man's translucent body was not a physical form, but a special energy entity formed by the extreme condensation of soul power. The supreme Yin scripture described the Yin spirit as the tangible manifestation of the soul, formed by the condensation of soul power. Was that old man a soul entity? Xiao Nanfeng's heart pounded in his chest. He knew that cultivating soul power was already a feat accomplished by 1 in a million. His own soul power was merely a wisp of azure mist, whereas the old man's soul power had already coalesced into the state of a Yin spirit. Compared to the old man, his soul power was like a mere puddle compared to a vast lake, highlighting the old man's terrifying strength. Boom! With a deafening crash, the woman engulfed in flames was hurled onto the ship. Pooh! The woman landed on the deck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! This large ship belongs to the outer sect disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect. It's filled with mortals seeking to become disciples. Zhang Lingjun, no one can save you now. The translucent blue old man cackled maniacally. Donglin, why did you betray me? The woman, Zhang Lingjun, asked weakly, gazing at the Yin spirit suspended in midair. Humph. The reason I followed you on that expedition to the secret realm was for the Taiyin divine pearl. Since you refused to give it to me, I had no choice but to take it myself, the translucent blue old man sneered. Xiao Nanfeng noticed that the red-robed woman was clutching a small, white sphere in her hand, resembling a snowball, emanating waves of frigid air. Donglin, do you know the consequences of betraying me? The red-robed woman roared in anguish. Consequences? What consequences? Ha 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 ha. You can't possibly think that anyone here can save you, can you? Donglin scoffed. Donglin inhaled deeply and then unleashed a deafening roar. The resulting sonic wave materialized into a blue shockwave that instantly assaulted the ears of everyone present. Ah, ah, ah. In an instant, everyone on the ship clutched their heads and cried out in agony. Not only the passengers, but even Xiao Nanfeng felt as if his head had been struck with immense force, as if bolts of lightning were crashing down upon his skull. Soul attack? Stop it, Donglin. Stop it. The red-robed woman's expression changed drastically. Not only those on the ship, but even the red-robed woman clutched her head, suffering a severe soul attack. Donglin's voice did not cease. Waves of azure light rippled outward from his body in all directions. Ah! As the first person clutched their head and cried out in pain before collapsing unconscious, the second, third, and fourth followed suit. One after another. The crew members succumbed to the soul attack, some even bleeding from all 7 orifices. They're just ordinary people. They can't withstand your soul attack. Stop it. The red-robed woman, Zhang Lingjun, clutched her head and rebuked him. The immense soul attack assaulted Xiao Nanfeng's mind, causing him excruciating pain. However, he fared slightly better than most because he had already cultivated soul power. Even so, his mind was in turmoil, as those around him fell one after another. The only thing Xiao Nanfeng could do was circulate the supreme Yin scripture, generating a surge of soul power from the acupoint between his brows to resist the soul attack. Yi Dafu and his followers had all collapsed. Almost everyone on the deck had succumbed to the soul attack and fallen unconscious. Only Xiao Nanfeng had managed to withstand it with great difficulty. However, Xiao Nanfeng could not reveal his resilience. He mimicked the others, collapsing to the ground and feigning unconsciousness. While peering through his narrowed eyes, Donglin ceased his assault, and the ship fell silent. Everyone had collapsed except for the red-robed woman, who was still clutching her head in agony. Everyone else was unconscious, including the personnel inside the cabins. A mere group of ants. Heh. Zhang Lingjuan's identity is not so simple. I must guard against retaliation. After today, this ship will be shattered completely. And everyone will be buried in the belly of the fish, Donglin sneered. Zhang Lingjun, didn't you look down on me in the past? I showed you my affection many times, but you never gave me the time of day. You slut, you never expected this day to come, did you? As he spoke, Donglin landed on the ship and approached Zhang Lingjun. Shania Feng finally got a clear look at him. He was truly a translucent being. So even gods could become this powerful? Donglin snatched the white sphere from Zhang Lingjuan's hand. As the white sphere landed in Donglin's hand, it emitted waves of frigid air, even freezing Donglin's hand with frost. My Yin spirit is not a physical body after all. It's still difficult to control this tiny divine pearl. Donglin scoffed. Donglin, if you don't want anyone to know, you shouldn't do it. If you dare to touch me today, you will surely die without a burial place in the future. Zhang Lingjun said hatefully. So what if I kill you? Who will know that I was the one who did it? However, Zhang Lingjun, killing you so simply would be too easy for you. You're so beautiful and your figure is so exquisite. Heh. Before you die, I'll let you be a real woman. Donglin revealed a sinister smile. You, what are you going to do? You're just a Yin spirit, just a soul. Your physical body isn't here. What are you going to do? Zhang Lingjun cried out in alarm. That's why I let the people on the ship live a little longer. I can just see someone's body and have a physical form. Ha ha ha. Donglin laughed maniacally, just as Donglin let down his guard. A chilling glint suddenly flickered in Zhang Lingjuan's eyes. With a swift motion, he activated a jade talisman, transforming it into a radiant beam that shot towards Donglin. What? In a state of panic, Donglin struck down with his palm. But alas, the talisman, engulfed in countless flames, was not destroyed by his blow. Instead, it penetrated into his ethereal form. Boom. Donglin's translucent body erupted in a myriad of flames, and in an instant, his soul was riven with countless fissures. Enveloped in fire, Donglin emitted a wretched cry of anguish. Zhang Lingjuan's face lit up with joy, believing he had succeeded. At that moment, however, Donglin, amidst the flames, unexpectedly struck Zhang Lingjun with a palm. Zhang Lingjun was hit hard, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Donglin in sheer horror. Donglin had managed to break free from the talisman's flames, his form partially restored, though not entirely. His transparent body bore numerous cracks and trembled, as if on the brink of collapse. Zhang Lingjun, you seek death. How dare you disturb my ethereal spirit? Wretched fool, even heavily wounded, I can still seize control over these pitiful souls who have yet to refine their spiritual energy. Zhang Lingjun, just wait and see how I will torment you. With that, Donglin struck Zhang Lingjun once more. Boom. Zhang Lingjuan's garments were torn apart, nearly leaving her exposed. Having suffered continuous blows, she was now too weak to open her eyes. In the fading moments of consciousness, she caught a glimpse of Donglin, dragging his almost shattered ethereal form towards a nearby unconscious youth. Then, Zhang Lingjun completely lost her awareness. Fueled by rage and wicked desire, Donglin cast a final glance at Zhang Lingjuan's alluring figure before approaching Xiao Nanfeng, who lay on the ground, stiffened. What is happening? Why are you coming after me? Among so many unconscious individuals, why did you choose me, the one feigning death? Chapter 9. The Lunar Divine Pearl. The condition of Donglin was utterly dire. His Yin spirit was exceedingly weak, on the brink of collapse at any moment. He needed to find a corporeal vessel to possess in order to stabilize his spirit. Zhang Lingjun, you wretched creature, I shall make you pay. Donglin's face twisted with malice. Possessing a body required careful consideration. One could not select a vessel that was too young, as they had yet to fully embody humanity and thus could not be used for revenge against Zhang Lingjun. Conversely, choosing someone too old was equally perilous. If they had cultivated soul power, the possession would be detrimental to him. While seizing a soul with power during its peak might not pose a significant challenge, his own Yin spirit was fractured, and any encounter with a soul-powered individual would spell trouble. Moreover, soul power was not easily cultivated, particularly in the young. Scanning the deck, he pinpointed Xiao Nanfeng with uncanny precision. In an instant, Donglin surged into his third eye, vanishing in a flash. The third eye, the sanctuary of the soul, was not a new battleground for Donglin. He was well versed in the art of possession. His previous experiences had taught him that the space within was shrouded in darkness, akin to chaos. Once he claimed dominion over this realm and shattered the host's consciousness, he could seize their form. However, this time, Donglin miscalculated. As he entered Xiao Nanfeng's third eye, a sense of foreboding gripped him. There was a strange blue light, like a fog swirling before his eyes. Soul power? How could this be? Donglin exclaimed in shock. A person with soul power could mount a counterattack, given his current shattered condition. It felt like a lamb entering a tiger's den. At that moment, the blue mist of soul power coalesced into a vortex, ensnaring Donglin and assaulting his fragmented spirit. It was Xiao Nanfeng who initiated the attack. Damn it! Soul power can form a cyclone? How did you achieve this? Even those at the pinnacle of the innate realm only show faint signs of soul power, yet you possess so much? Donglin's voice trembled with fear. Donglin's spirit had once been formidable enough to crush Xiao Nanfeng's consciousness with ease, but his current grievous injuries left him vulnerable. With his spirit fragmented and on the verge of collapse, this vulnerability allowed Xiao Nanfeng, despite his limited soul power, to pose a genuine threat. Damn it! If it weren't for that wretched Zhang Lingjuan's ambush, I would not be in such a weakened state. Who on earth are you? Donglin bellowed in desperation. In that instant, he realized that Xiao Nanfeng's earlier unconsciousness had been a ruse. How had he chosen such a soul-powered individual? No, no, Xiao Nanfeng clutched his head, mentally reciting the supreme Spirit Sutra. The clash of souls brought immense suffering to him. Kid, you won't last much longer. Give up. If you let me out, I will pretend nothing happened. Donglin shouted anxiously. But would Xiao Nanfeng fall for such a ploy? You are trapped within my third eye. Would I allow you to escape? Do you think I am so naive? As Donglin's anxiety mounted, his situation grew increasingly dire, teetering on the edge of collapse. Just then, the snowball in Donglin's hand, no, the lunar divine pearl, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming chill. This is bad. How did I provoke the lunar divine pearl? I haven't had the chance to refine it yet. It could devastate my spirit. Damn it. Stop, kid. Cease at once. I swear, if you let me out, I will not trouble you. Hurry, let me out. Donglin cried out in terror. Dealing with Xiao Nanfeng had already proven exceedingly challenging. And now the lunar divine pearl had turned against him. This was a matter of life and death. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng paid no heed. Despite the excruciating pain, he relentlessly urged his soul power to wear down Donglin's imminent collapse. Simultaneously, the lunar divine pearl unleashed a torrent of frigid air, as if it were surging into Donglin's spirit. In his prime, Donglin could have suppressed it, but now, with his spirit riddled with cracks, he could not withstand the onslaught. Instantly, Donglin's spirit was frozen in place. No, Donglin emitted a heart-wrenching cry of despair. As the icy chill flooded in, his spirit shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless ice fragments. Is he finished? Xiao Nanfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, the lunar divine pearl settled in the third eye, exuding a chill that made Xiao Nanfeng shudder. Fortunately, it did not continue to freeze him. It simply remained still within his third eye. Inside the third eye, there was now not only his soul power vortex, but also a multitude of Donglin's frozen spirit fragments, alongside a pristine lunar divine pearl suspended at its center. Slowly opening his eyes, Xiao Nanfeng could scarcely believe it. Had it all truly come to an end? He attempted to move, but found it impossible to dislodge the newly added items within his third eye. Yet, he was certain that he was, for the moment, safe. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rising panic and agitation, sensing that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. The coveted lunar divine pearl, sought after by unparalleled powerhouses, had fallen into his grasp. The Donglin who sought to possess him was utterly vanquished, his spirit frozen into shards left within the third eye. Although he could not yet retrieve the contents of his third eye, he was confident that one day he would. For now, he needed to ensure that no one discovered this secret. Rising to his feet, Xiao Nanfeng took a few deep breaths to calm himself before surveying his surroundings. Everyone around him lay unconscious, including Zhang Lingjun, indicating that no one was aware of his situation. Could he safely accept the lunar divine pearl now? What to do next? Feign unconsciousness? Yes, that would suffice. He would simply awaken alongside the others later. Just as Xiao Nanfeng prepared to play dead, he suddenly noticed Zhang Lingjun lying nearby, unconscious. Before lapsing into unconsciousness, Zhang Lingjuan's garments had been pulverized by Donglin's explosives, leaving her barely concealed. Her fair skin, voluptuous figure, and impeccably long legs were immediately apparent. Even with Xiao Nanfeng's past experiences, he couldn't help but feel a surge of youthful hormones. What if Zhang Lingjun were to awaken later, after everyone else? Would she be consumed by mortification at having been exposed and retaliate by eliminating the entire ship's company? Should she choose to silence witnesses, none aboard could withstand her. Xiao Nanfeng considered this with trepidation. Zhang Lingjuan's awakening would undoubtedly spell disaster. What could be done? In a flurry of thought, Xiao Nanfeng conceived a plan to place Zhang Lingjun onto a nearby lifeboat and set her adrift, thus averting her potential wrath. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Nanfeng removed his coat and draped it over Zhang Lingjun, concealing her alluring form. However, as he covered her and prepared to lift her, her eyelashes fluttered. Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted, realizing the unfortunate timing. Then, Zhang Lingjuan's eyes opened, and Xiao Nanfeng froze. Their eyes met, and a profound silence enveloped them. As if time itself had stopped, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao Nanfeng's forehead. Chapter 10. Remarkable Wonders. Zhang Lingjuan's mind raced with numerous thoughts, her expression shifting violently, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, ready to erupt with overwhelming fury. Seeing her ominous demeanor, Xiao Nanfeng attempted to speak, but it was too late. Suddenly, Zhang Lingjuan's right hand shot out, gripping Xiao Nanfeng's throat. With a surge of vital energy, she sealed his own energy, exclaiming, "You seek death," while constricting his neck. Zhang Lingjun swiftly examined her own body. Fortunately, she soon realized that although her clothing was quite tattered, nothing terrible had occurred. She was still intact. In her moment of astonishment, she turned her gaze to the youth whose throat she was clutching. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng, unable to utter a sound due to the grip around his neck, was turning a shade of purple, utterly incapable of resistance. "Speak. What on earth happened?" Zhang Lingjun demanded frostily. Xiao Nanfeng struggled to point at his constricted throat, indicating his inability to speak. Zhang Lingjun loosened her grip slightly. "Cough, cough, I don't know. I passed out earlier, and when I awoke, everyone on the ship was unconscious. I noticed your clothing was torn, so I took off my own to cover you. I truly have no idea what happened," Xiao Nanfeng managed to rasp. Zhang Lingjuan's expression fluctuated between suspicion and doubt. Was the boy lying? It seemed not. The clothing on her was indeed his. Had he covered her out of kindness? "Where's Dong Lin? And the tiny divine pearl?" she inquired, her skepticism evident in her cold stare. "I truly don't know. I woke up to find it like this," Xiao Nanfeng replied earnestly, his acting skills capable of deceiving even the cunning Qing Shu, making it easy to handle Zhang Lingjun. Zhang Lingjuan's gaze bore into Xiao Nanfeng. "Could you be Dong Lin? Has your Yin spirit taken over this boy, playing tricks on me?" "I'm not Dong Lin." Xiao Nanfeng gasped as he felt Zhang Lingjuan's grip tighten. "How can I trust you? Why is it that others remain unconscious while you awaken?" "You lie." Zhang Lingjuan's gaze remained fixed on him. "Cough. Perhaps it is because I cultivated a bit of soul power." "Soul power? You are but a child. How could you possess such power?" Zhang Lingjun expressed disbelief. "Truly look." As he spoke, a faint blue mist began to coalesce at the center of his brow. Though weak, Zhang Lingjun noticed it. With her other hand, she grasped the soul power he released, examining it closely. Suddenly, the clothing covering her slipped off due to the awkward positioning, exposing her fair skin once more. At this moment, Zhang Lingjun could not concern herself with modesty, having already been seen by the boy. She furrowed her brow. "This soul power differs from Dong Lin's. You truly are not him. You have indeed cultivated soul power?" Xiao Nanfeng winced, indicating his discomfort at her grip around his neck. Zhang Lingjuan's expression grew complex as she regarded him. Had she misjudged him? Yet he had seen her naked. Should she not punish him? No. He had removed his clothing to help cover her, which could be considered a form of assistance. Releasing Xiao Nanfeng, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Lingjun waved her hand, summoning a thick mist to envelop her form, revealing only her head, as she regarded Xiao Nanfeng with a mixture of coldness and conflict. Xiao Nanfeng felt quite disheartened, awaiting her judgment. Zhang Lingjun surveyed the surroundings, confirming that Dong Lin had indeed departed. After a moment of silent contemplation, she suppressed her ferocity, coldly stating, "Forget everything you just witnessed." Xiao Nanfeng feigned terror, nodding. "I saw nothing. I remember nothing." "Humph." Zhang Lingjun scoffed. Without lingering, she wrapped herself in mist, gathered the tattered remnants of clothing from the deck, and soared into the sky, soon disappearing into the horizon. Once Zhang Lingjun had vanished entirely, Xiao Nanfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He stood up, redonning the clothing that had covered Zhang Lingjun, though it now carried a lingering sin of femininity, which he dismissed. He returned to his previous position, lying down feigning unconsciousness. The ship drifted on the vast ocean for some time before individuals began to awaken one by one. "Oh, my head hurts. What just happened? Junior brother, wake up. Quickly. Oh, my head." Those recovering from the soul shock were afflicted with throbbing headaches. "Boss, you're awake? Are you all right?" Yi Dafu's anxious companion inquired. "Fortunately, I'm not dead," Yi Dafu replied, rubbing his head. As most began to stir, Xiao Nanfeng lazily opened his eyes, feigning confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. What just occurred? What happened? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of conversation. "Everyone, we were caught in the battle between two extraordinary powers, but they have since departed. We should not linger here to avoid further danger. We must set sail immediately," declared a disciple of the Taichingxian sect. "I remember now," that blue translucent figure shouted. "And then I lost consciousness. What terrifying powers! Are they truly the legendary immortals?" Many were so gravely affected that they returned to rest. Xiao Nanfeng returned to his quarters, reflecting on his actions with confidence that he had left no trace. Leaning against the bedside, he withdrew a Taoist scripture to read once more. As he read, he sensed a subtle chill emanating from the Taiyin divine pearl within his brow, which, though faint, rendered him mentally serene. Xiao Nanfeng quickly completed the scripture, setting it aside, preparing to retrieve a second volume. Something feels amiss. According to his usual practice, upon finishing each scripture, he would spend time contemplating and digesting the content. Only after thorough understanding would he proceed to a new text. Yet, he had comprehended the previous scripture in its entirety upon first reading. Was it simply more accessible? That seemed impossible, as it paralleled those he had read before. Why had he grasped it so effortlessly? Surprised and elated, he suppressed his excitement and reached for another Taoist scripture. Before long, Xiao Nanfeng noticed a peculiar change within the Taiyin divine pearl. It seemed to emit a unique coldness, sharpening his awareness and invigorating his thoughts, especially while reading, his mind clearer than ever. Could it be the influence of the Taiyin divine pearl? Xiao Nanfeng finally realized he had acquired an extraordinary treasure. He was unaware of its true function but already experienced such remarkable effects. If he were to uncover its genuine secrets in the future, its wonders would surely surpass his imagination. Clenching his fists, exhilaration flickered in his eyes. Was this the key to becoming an academic prodigy? Taking a few deep breaths, he stifled his enthusiasm. "Calm down. I must act as if nothing has transpired, lest I reveal any flaws." Suddenly, an angry roar from Yi Dafu interrupted Xiao Nanfeng's thoughts. "Where are my gold notes? Where's my money? Who stole my money?" Yi Dafu bellowed in fury. "Boss, my money is missing too. It's impossible. I distinctly hid it under my pillow. How could it be gone? Quickly, alert the ship's authorities. We must find the thief." Chapter 11. Death as the norm. Xiao Nanfeng understood that the spiritual energy existing between heaven and earth could not only strengthen the physical body but, when approached with the correct methods, could also enhance the soul. Soul refining involved gradually infusing this spiritual energy into the mind center, where it could be transformed into soul power. Practicing the supreme divine scripture essentially entailed cultivating a reservoir of soul power at the center of the brow. The deeper one delved into the scripture, the larger this reservoir became, allowing for the accommodation of greater soul power. With the aid of the Taiyin divine pearl, Xiao Nanfeng comprehended nearly 20 Taoist scriptures in a mere 3 days, propelling his practice of the supreme divine scripture to new heights, causing the reservoir of soul power in his brow to expand rapidly, swelling several times in size. A wry smile appeared on Xiao Nanfeng's face. While others struggled with insufficient vessels to contain their soul power, he found his vessel enlarging too swiftly, leaving the soul power unable to fill it in time. At that moment, a sudden melody floated through the air, a gentle yet mournful sound that seemed to resonate deep within the soul, causing the soul power at Xiao Nanfeng's brow to pulse vigorously. What is this? Under this enchanting melody, he noticed the spiritual energy in the surroundings stirring to life, flowing into his brow at nearly double the speed. What is happening? Who is playing the zither? A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Nanfeng's face. For the past 3 days, he had been absorbed in his studies within his room, neglecting the outside world, subsisting only on dry rations. He had not even noticed when Yi Dafu and his entourage entered and exited, searching for the lost golden tickets. The zither's sound could actually expedite his soul cultivation? Regardless of the player, The melody was undoubtedly beneficial for him, and he was determined to uncover its source. Emerging from his room and stepping onto the deck, Xiao Nanfeng realized the ship had come to a halt. Numerous people stood quietly on the deck, gazing towards the horizon. While only Yi Dafu and his followers continued to bicker, their faces etched with anxiety and despair. Master in charge, I speak the truth. Our golden tickets have been stolen. 10,000 taels of gold. Can't you search once more? Yi Dafu cried in anguish. The ship is about to dock. If we don't find it soon, once everyone disembarks, our money will be lost forever. One of his subordinates added urgently. A throng of individuals clamored around a disciple of the Taiching immortal sect, who was in charge of the ship. The in-charge's expression darkened. Enough? Yi Dafu and his companions fell silent. For the past 3 days, we have turned this ship upside down for your sake, and you remain unsatisfied? I even summoned a demon dog. Surely you know its keen sense of smell. It can track anything once it has caught your scent. Yet, we have found nothing. How long will you continue this ruckus? Are you mocking me? Yi Dafu and the others felt their hearts bleed. Could they truly afford to waste 10,000 taels of gold on this farce? Enough. Everyone, be silent. I have many matters to attend to, and no time to dally with you, the in-charge snapped, glaring at the crowd before striding towards the group on the deck. Yi Dafu and his companions felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Boss, do you think the crew might have stolen our money? Perhaps their demon dog was merely deceiving us? Exactly. The crew was the first to awaken that day. Could it be? Boss, our money must have been taken by the crew. At this moment, Xiao Nafeng strolled confidently past them. Yi Dafu and his followers glanced at him, evidently not suspecting him at all. Suspect him? This fellow had merely reached the 6th level of the postnatal realm. He had been unconscious beside them and had woken later than they did. The demon dog had searched his room for a while without results. It was impossible for him to be the culprit. Beggar, get lost. Don't obstruct my view. Yi Dafu snapped irritably, his frustration boiling over as he glared at everyone in sight. Call me a beggar? Huh? Are you wealthy enough to show me your riches? Xiao Nanfeng retorted disdainfully. Yi Dafu, seething with indignation, wanted to continue his tirade but choked back his words, feeling the sting of humiliation at being scorned by someone he deemed a pauper. Disregarding these privileged young men who had just been elevated in spirit, Xiao Nanfeng followed the sound of the zither, joining the crowd on the deck as they all gazed toward the distant source of the melody. Before them lay a magnificent celestial island rising from the sea, shrouded in mist, with ethereal cranes flitting about, an enchanting scene of celestial grandeur. Is Taiching Island here? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. However, our ship cannot approach just yet. We must wait for the vessels ahead to dock first, replied a nearby individual, casting a glance at Xiao Nanfeng. Taiching Island was immense. Its depths veiled in mist, obscuring the view, yet a bustling dock was visible, where numerous disciples of the Taiching immortal sect had gathered. In the surrounding waters, not only their ship, but at least a dozen other vessels were also unable to dock, all waiting for a dilapidated ship to slowly approach the pier. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the battered vessel, while the expressions of the numerous disciples of the Taiching immortal sect were somber, marked by a sense of mourning. Are the disciples of the Taiching immortal sect here to welcome that decrepit ship? Xiao Nanfeng pondered quietly. Look, that dilapidated ship is carrying coffins, so many coffins. Someone exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the in-charge, who had earlier reprimanded Yi Dafu and his companions, spoke solemnly. That ship carries the remains of our disciples, returning home to rest after their journeys. Sigh. What? After cultivating immortality, aren't we supposed to achieve eternal life? How can immortals die? The crowd gazed incredulously at the shipmaster. Do you think the disciples of the Taiching immortal sect are lofty beings, destined for immortality and freedom? That joining the sect guarantees a life of ease. Humph. I tell you, abandon such notions if you cherish your lives. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness can lead to demise. All disciples must face battles. Despite acquiring countless techniques, death remains the norm, the shipmaster declared coldly. What? The crowd stared in shock at the shipmaster. Death is the norm in cultivation? Master in charge, who is playing that zither? Xiao Nanfeng pointed towards a pavilion on the dock. Within the pavilion sat a frail, gray-clad elder, his hair white and disheveled, his eyes clouded as if blind, playing an ancient zither. Surrounding him stood several disciples of the Taiching immortal sect, who regarded the elder with great reverence, speaking in hushed tones as he played. That is Elder Ku, performing the soul requiem, a melody to comfort the souls of our departed brothers, allowing them to find peace, the shipmaster sighed. Soul Requiem? It doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. Does it truly work? The crowd glanced skeptically at the blind elder, unfamiliar with the nuances of soul power cultivation. They could not fathom the melody's significance. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng, whose soul power was currently active, recognized the elder's profound ability. This blind elder was indeed a true master. Soul Requiem? Elder Ku? Xiao Nanfeng gazed intently at the elder in the distance, a flicker of eagerness crossing his eyes. If he could seek this person's guidance, it would undoubtedly provide immense assistance in soul cultivation. Very well, today we honor the return of our brothers. The sect will be preoccupied with their burial arrangements. We likely won't be able to disembark at the dock, so the ship will remain here until tomorrow, he addressed those behind him. Understood. The crew responded in unison. Meanwhile, the aspiring disciples on the deck no longer exuded the confidence and joy they once had. Their faces were heavy with concern, and a few even displayed fear, as if grappling with doubt and resistance regarding their intentions to seek mentorship. In cultivation, death is indeed the norm. Chapter 12. Zhao Yuanjiao on Taqing Island. Amidst a vast valley, numerous tombstones stand solemnly. The recently returned coffins have already been interred, and now, in front of these grave markers, a multitude of disciples from the Taqing immortal sect gather, each visage reflecting profound sorrow. A steady drizzle drenches their garments, yet none pay heed to the rain as they mourn their departed comrades, their gazes drawn toward a leading figure. A man whose attire and cloak bear numerous rips and stains of blood. This man, strikingly handsome, possesses eyes that seem to harbor a glint of murderous intent. He stands foremost, exuding an aura of authority that demands respect without uttering a word. He gestures to the gathered disciples, saying, "Disperse now. Our junior brothers have been laid to rest. We shall return on another day to pay our respects." "Yes, senior brother." The disciples respond in unison, gradually departing until only 4 remain at the grave site with their senior brother. Once the crowd has completely dispersed, they turn their attention back to him. "Senior brother, how could our sect suffer such devastating losses?" One of the men queries, his countenance grim. The senior brother's expression darkens. "There are spies from the demon sect lurking within our ranks. They anticipated our route and laid ambushes along the way." "What? Spies from the demon sect?" The faces of the others pale in shock. "Humph. Though we have suffered greatly, the disciples of the demon sect have also sustained heavy losses. We captured a leader, and after thorough interrogation, we learned that their infiltration into the Taqing immortal sect has persisted for many years, with their true identities remaining unknown. Moreover, they have continuously dispatched individuals to infiltrate our sect, even among the new disciples we are set to recruit this time." The senior brother's face is grim, his fists clenched tightly. "I, Zhao Yuanjiao, will unearth these spies from the demon sect, no matter how deep I must dig." "Senior brother, what shall our next course of action be?" "Let us head to the recruitment hall." With his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword, Zhao Yuanjiao strides forth, a fierce determination radiating from him as he exits the graveyard, his 4 junior brothers following closely behind. The 5 soon arrive at the entrance of a grand palace, where the words recruitment hall are inscribed prominently. The servant disciples entering and exiting the hall are taken aback upon seeing Zhao Yuanjiao and his companions, quickly bowing in respect. "Greetings, master of the Xian veins." Zhao Yuanjiao disregards their greetings and strides into the hall, taking a seat at the main position. The head of the servant disciples halts all activities upon his arrival. "Zhao brother, to what do we owe the honor of your visit? Bring me the complete list of all those who have come to pay their respects and seek to join us." Zhao Yuanjiao commands coldly. The head servant, daunted, does not dare to inquire further and promptly retrieves a stack of documents. The overseer of the ship that brought Xiao Nanfeng is also present, showing utmost deference as he stands behind Zhao Yuanjiao. "Zhao brother, I am in charge of receiving those who seek to join us, and all the relevant information is compiled here." The overseer bows respectfully. Zhao Yuanjiao glances over the documents. "I suspect that among those seeking to join, there are individuals of dubious identity. Immediately cross-reference their registered information to identify any suspicious individuals." "Understood." Though the head servant and the ship overseer are perplexed, they know better than to defy the senior brother's orders and quickly gather their personnel. Reviewing the records of 1,000 individuals is no simple task. Beyond names and cultivation levels, they must verify the authenticity of their registered backgrounds. The work continues tirelessly throughout the night, with no one resting. Zhao Yuanjiao vigilantly supervising the servant disciples as they scrutinize the documents. Before dawn, a report is delivered to Zhao Yuanjiao. Within the list, several individuals have been marked for suspicion, one of whom stands out prominently. Nanfeng, 16 years old, 5th level of the acquired realm, obtained a boarding pass through connections. Zhao Yuanjiao narrows his eyes. Yes, this individual registered only minimal information, lacking any substantial background. At that time, he claimed to have used connections to board. So the disciple responsible for the registration did not scrutinize further. However, I have inquired, and there is no evidence of anyone facilitating his boarding through underhanded means. This implies that his boarding pass is dubious. The ship overseer affirms. Zhao Yuanjiao, dissatisfied, directs his gaze toward the ship overseer. Is this how you conduct the vetting of disciples? Simply accepting a claim of connections without any investigation? WE. The ship overseer breaks into a sweat, visibly anxious. If he came through the back door as a formal disciple, we mere servants would not dare to interfere. Do you understand that recruiting disciples is a matter of life and death for the Ta Ching immortal sect? If an enemy infiltrates us, the consequences would be dire. Is this how you handle affairs? Zhao Yuanjiao slams his palm on the table, rebuking them sharply. The servant disciples in the hall fall silent, terrified. Zhao Yuanjiao fixes a cold glare on the ship overseer. It is high time to rectify the conduct of the servant disciples. Senior brother, please calm your anger. The ship overseer implores, trembling. Henceforth, no one is permitted to use connections to gain entry. Should anyone dare to reach for recruits in the future, I will personally handle them. If it comes to the attention of their sect leader, I will see whose face holds any weight. Zhao Yuanjiao declares coldly. The others lower their heads, afraid to speak. Senior brother, do you suspect this Nanfeng is the spy you seek? One junior brother asks, unable to contain his curiosity. Zhao Yuanjiao reveals a solemn expression. I cannot say for certain, but this individual undoubtedly harbors secrets. If a spy intends to infiltrate the Ta Ching immortal sect, they would ensure their background is flawlessly fabricated. Thus, this list merely highlights a few individuals who appear suspicious. The true spies may well be those who seem entirely unremarkable. We must not let our guard down. Take me to meet these individuals at once. Yes, the ship overseer responds respectfully. Accompanied by the ship overseer, Zhao Yuanjiao approaches a concealed spot not far from the dock, observing discreetly. The dock is bustling with activity, where not only those seeking to join, but also numerous disciples from the Ta Ching immortal sect are preemptively recruiting promising candidates and those who may have gained entry through dubious means. Before long, Xiao Nanfeng disembarks from the ship, carrying his luggage, moving leisurely with the crowd. Zhao brother, look, that young man is Nanfeng. He caught a golden demon eel while fishing on the ship. Initially, I thought it was merely luck, but now, hearing your description, he may indeed be a cause for concern, the ship overseer whispers. Zhao Yuanjiao squints, his gaze piercing as he fixates on Xiao Nanfeng amidst the throng. Nanfeng appears harmless as he scans his surroundings, yet Zhao Yuanjiao, having just endured a brutal battle with many junior brothers lost, now views everyone with a sense of cold detachment. Senior brother, should we apprehend him for questioning? One junior brother suggests gravely. Zhao Yuanjiao shakes his head. Not yet. We cannot ascertain if he is truly a spy. If he is indeed a spy, such cultivation level would indicate he has other accomplices operating on his behalf in seeking to join our sect. We may yet catch a larger fish. You all observe the other suspicious individuals while I keep a close watch on Nanfeng. Understood. Zhao Yuanjiao remains fixated on Xiao Nanfeng, hoping to identify his contact. However, after a considerable wait, no one emerges as he had anticipated. Zhao Yuanjiao's expression darkens. Indeed, he is cunning, leaving no trace. I shall approach him to test the waters. Should that yield no results, I will apprehend him for interrogation. Taking a deep breath, he strides towards Xiao Nanfeng. Though Zhao Yuanjiao holds a notable reputation within the Ta Ching immortal sect, none among the seekers recognize him. He approaches Xiao Nanfeng directly, poised to speak. But at that moment, Nanfeng suddenly turns and gazes directly at Zhao Yuanjiao. Zhao Yuanjiao feels a jolt of shock. What is happening? Has he been discovered? Nanfeng scrutinizes Zhao Yuanjiao, the latter feeling a chill run down his spine. Has he truly noticed my surveillance? Is my investigation into him already compromised? Has the infiltration of the demon sect become so insidious? The group of menial disciples from the Hall of Immortals should be scrutinized carefully. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Yuanjiao's eyes as he was about to reach out to apprehend Xiao Nanfeng, only to find that Xiao Nanfeng had taken the initiative. Suddenly, A small golden ingot appeared in Xiao Nanfeng's hand and was presented before Zhao Yuanjiao. Zhao Yuanjiao, who was poised to act, paused in confusion. What does this mean? This golden ingot weighs about 4 taels? Esteemed brother, you bear a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine. As I am new to this esteemed place, why not become friends? This is a token of our meeting, Xiao Nanfeng said with a slight smile. Zhao Yuanjiao. A token of our meeting? What are you doing? Are you attempting to bribe me? Is this it? For taels of gold? I require 100 taels for a single meal. Do you think this paltry sum can sway me? Have you inquired about my identity? Take it. No need to be modest. Brother, use it to purchase a couple of garments, Xiao Nanfeng insisted, forcefully placing the 4 taels of gold into Zhao Yuanjiao's hands. Zhao Yuanjiao gazed down at his somewhat tattered clothing and cloak, remnants of his return yesterday that he had yet to change. Although the bloodstains had been washed away by the rain, they indeed appeared rather shabby. What do you take me for? Chapter 13. Resolving with money prior to half a stick of incense. All disciples seeking to apprentice had disembarked from the ship, and the dock was bustling with activity. Some disciples of the Taijing Celestial sect, under the guidance of crew members, were pre-selecting those with exceptional talents for early recruitment. Yi Dafu and his companions were also gathered around a disciple of the Taijing Celestial sect. Third uncle, these are my brothers. Please make an exception. Although their talents are not as good as mine, we do not wish to be separated. I promise to help them all become formal disciples. Please lend a hand. Yi Dafu looked at the disciple of the Taijing Celestial sect with hopeful eyes. A group of followers held their breath, eagerly awaiting the response of their third uncle. With a furrowed brow, the third uncle glanced at the group of followers, reluctant to engage. However, his nephew's earnest pleas compelled him to extend a measure of goodwill. Very well. Take these 11 tokens. You will all be directly accepted as formal disciples of the Huangmai branch. The cultivation world is fraught with danger, so it is best that you remain together. Ultimately, the third uncle granted Yi Dafu this favor. Thank you, third uncle. The group of followers expressed their gratitude with deep bows. The third uncle nodded and departed, as he had other promising talents to recruit. Boss, from now on, we will follow you in the Taijing Celestial sect. The group of followers rejoiced. At this moment, Yi Dafu was in high spirits. He turned to survey his surroundings and suddenly spotted Xiao Nanfeng, who was idly standing not far away. For reasons unknown, this young man had irked him throughout the journey. Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng now, and recalling his paltry cultivation, Yi Dafu was suddenly flooded with a sense of superiority, feeling significantly more at ease. Hey, did you see? We don't even need a secondary selection. We're directly becoming formal disciples. Meanwhile, you still haven't figured out what the Taijing Celestial sect is all about. With your talent, it's perilous even to aspire to be an errand disciple, Yi Dafu boasted with a triumphant smile. Xiao Nanfeng regarded Yi Dafu with an odd expression. Was this person unwell? What was the purpose of flaunting superiority? Hadn't the lesson he provided earlier been sufficient for mental elevation? Boss, don't bother with him. He wouldn't understand anything. I heard that every time disciples come to apprentice, a batch is eliminated and sent back. He'll surely be sent away. The group of followers chimed in, joining Yi Dafu in deriding Xiao Nanfeng, as if they wished to vent all their discomfort and misfortune onto him. Xiao Nanfeng observed the group with a peculiar expression. Taking others' money to avert disaster, he had taken 100,000 taels of gold from them. But the lesson had not yielded much effect. Should he provide another lesson? Was it really so difficult to understand the apprenticeship process of the Taijing Celestial sect? Is it difficult to learn about the apprenticeship at the Taijing Celestial sect? Xiao Nanfeng replied calmly. Do you have acquaintances in the Taijing Celestial sect? Yi Dafu asked. Taken aback. No need. As long as there is money, that suffices, Xiao Nanfeng stated matter-of-factly. Yi Dafu and the others exchanged perplexed glances. Why did that sound so awkward? Here was someone who spent his days on a ship munching on dry rations and purchasing discounted books on cultivation, telling them that money was all that mattered? As they contemplated this, Xiao Nanfeng turned to look around, seemingly searching for someone. Suddenly, a man in tattered Taoist robes approached. This man was none other than Zhao Yuanjiao, the eldest senior brother pursuing the demonic sect infiltrators. Upon seeing Zhao Yuanjiao, whose clothes were in tatters, Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. He had always believed that disparities in wealth existed everywhere, even among celestial sects. As the population increased, wealth could never be evenly distributed. The individual before him, clad in a worn robe, might be a personal quirk, yet it was more probable that he lived in dire straits. Such individuals were often those who struggled as errand disciples, weren't they? Xiao Nanfeng reached into his pocket and retrieved his last 4 taels of gold. Senior brother, you bear a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine. Meanwhile, Yi Dafu and his companions widened their eyes. What was he doing? Attempting to bribe a disciple of the Taijing Celestial sect with 4 taels of gold? What could 4 taels possibly achieve? Did he think the disciples of the Taijing Celestial sect were beggars? However, upon seeing the disciple's tattered clothing, Yi Dafu and the others fell silent. Who was this person, struggling so within the Taijing Celestial sect? Could he truly be swayed by 4 taels of gold? Surely, he was still a disciple of the Taijing Celestial sect. Take it. Don't be modest. Senior brother, use it to buy a couple of new garments, Xiao Nanfeng insisted. Pressing the money into Zhao Yuanjiao's hands. Senior brother, as I am new here and about to apprentice at the Taijing Celestial sect, we will be brothers in the future. There are some matters I would like to consult with you. If you could spare a moment? Zhao Yuanjiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that this young man had not recognized his true identity, but sought to buy information with 4 taels of gold instead. How absurd. All right, let us see what you have in mind, Zhao Yuanjiao said, pocketing the gold. To Zhao Yuanjiao, accepting the money was a means to gain Xiao Nanfeng's trust and extract information. However, to Yi Dafu and his companions, this scene was incomprehensible. What was happening in this world? A disciple of the Taijing Celestial sect was bribed with merely 4 taels of gold? Did he possess no integrity? Xiao Nanfeng was merely testing the waters. 4 taels of gold was not a significant sum. He had previously worried that the senior brother might not be accommodating. But if he was indeed cooperative, that would be fortuitous. I wish to understand some basic information about the Taijing Celestial sect and how the secondary selection process works. Xiao Nanfeng inquired tentatively. Zhao Yuanjiao, eager to extract more information, appeared patient. The Taijing Celestial sect is divided into formal disciples and errand disciples. Errand disciples handle mundane tasks and will periodically receive instruction from formal disciples, though their achievements are often limited. Formal disciples have the opportunity to apprentice with mentors, achieving greater heights and enjoying more resources within the sect, but they also face more battles in the future. Moreover, the formal disciples of the Taijing Celestial sect are divided into the 4 great celestial veins, named Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each led by a vein master. Today, representatives from the 4 great celestial veins will come to select those with exceptional talents among the apprentices. As you can see, before the secondary selection, many promising candidates have already been chosen, Zhao Yuanjiao pointed around. Indeed, the surrounding disciples of the Taijing Celestial sect were competing for exceptionally gifted individuals. The disciples from the 4 veins have not approached you, which suggests that your talent is rather ordinary, and you will only be subjected to the secondary selection. Zhao Yuanjia remarked. What exactly does the secondary selection entail? Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but ask. To cultivate, one must rely not only on innate talent, but also on temperament and willpower. Some may lack talent, but possess strong character and determination, allowing them to forge their own path in cultivation. Thus, the secondary selection is designed to evaluate one's temperament, Zhao Yuanjiao explained. Temperament? How is it assessed? Xiao Nanfeng inquired, intrigued. By listening to music. Within the music lies an illusory realm. The longer one can endure within this realm, the better their temperament, Zhao Yuanjiao elucidated. Listening to music? Is it akin to the soul-soothing melody played by Elder Ku yesterday? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes brightened. Zhao Yuanjiao's expression tightened as he looked at Xiao Nanfeng. You are familiar with Elder Ku? Yes, I wish to become his apprentice. Might I ask if senior brother has any advice? Xiao Nanfeng replied. Zhao Yuanjiao narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting between various emotions. This person was seeking out Elder Ku. He began to suspect that Xiao Nanfeng might indeed be an infiltrator, as Elder Ku occupied a uniquely significant position. Was the demonic sect attempting to make a move from here? This was certainly in line with the demonic sect's modus operandi. Oh, it is not difficult to apprentice under Elder Ku. Coincidentally, you will be the one performing the music shortly. If you endure through the secondary selection and emerge victorious, you will earn the right to choose your own mentor, Zhao Yuanjiao stated. Is that so? Thank you very much, senior brother. Xiao Nanfeng slightly bowed in appreciation. Zhao Yuanjiao smiled faintly, nodded, and then walked away. Beside them, Yi Dafu and his companions were utterly astonished. He, with merely 4 taels of gold, had inquired about the process of recruiting disciples for the Taijing immortal sect. This, surely, was too far-fetched. Did you see that? As long as one possesses wealth, there exists no information that cannot be acquired. Xiao Nanfeng cast a calm glance at Yi Dafu and his group. Yi Dafu and his companions were left speechless. How dare he flaunt what should be ours? You, a pauper, have no right to boast. We were far wealthier than you in the past. In another corner, Zhao Yu and Jiao returned to the recruitment hall, where several junior disciples gathered around him. One of them could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Senior brother, do you find that youth suspicious?" Zhao Yu and Jiao, with narrowed eyes, replied, "This lad undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. I can discern no error in my judgment. However, I shall refrain from taking action for the moment. I intend to let him ensnare himself, drawing out the hidden infiltrators within our sect." Senior brother is indeed wise. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. He claims he wishes to apprentice under Elder Ku. Huh. He must be aiming to infiltrate the scripture pavilion. I am eager to see just how much power the demonic sect's infiltrators possess to aid him. Chapter 14. Testing the Heart on Taiching Island. At the plaza of the Hall of Inviting Immortals stood 800 aspirants seeking discipleship. Surrounding them was a circle of disciples from the Taiching Immortal sect and those who had previously been accepted, all watching the secondary selection of these 800 individuals. Among them was Xiao Nanfeng. As he stood within the crowd, Xiao Nanfeng touched a ring on his finger, an emblem given to him by his father before he turned 6. His father had studied under the Taiching Immortal sect and had mentioned a close comrade among the sect's ranks. With this ring, Xiao Nanfeng could identify himself to this elder. It also provided him a potential backdoor entry into the sect. Holding the ring, Xiao Nanfeng fell into deep contemplation. 10 years had passed since his father vanished, and he had been imprisoned for a decade. Why had this elder never sought him out? Perhaps he was not to be trusted after all. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. Cautiously, he tucked the ring away. He had no intention of using it unless absolutely necessary. He held some confidence in himself. Having successfully cultivated his soul and possessing soul energy, perhaps this secondary selection would not prove too arduous. As Xiao Nanfeng pondered, a loud call emanated from the Hall of Inviting Immortals. Listen well. The results of this second selection will determine whether you become formal disciples, auxiliary disciples, or face elimination. Proclaimed a disciple of the Taiching Immortal sect. There is but one method of assessment. Remain stationary. The longer you endure, the better your score. Are you prepared? Prepared. The 800 testers responded, eagerly flexing their muscles. Then, an elderly man clad in gray, blind and known as Elder Ku, emerged from the hall. Elder Ku, your efforts are much appreciated. The presiding disciple greeted him respectfully. Before Elder Ku lay a table and chairs, upon which rested an incense burner. He took a guqin from his back and placed it on the table, while a disciple solemnly lit an incense stick within the burner. All the aspirants looked on with anticipation, including Xiao Nanfeng. Unbeknownst to him, 2 pairs of eyes were fixated on him at that moment. One pair belonged to Zhao Yu and Jiao, who coldly scrutinized Xiao Nanfeng, eager to assess the capabilities of this potential infiltrator from the demonic sect. The other pair belonged to Yi Dafu and his cohort, who awaited Xiao Nanfeng's imminent mishap with ill intentions. Suddenly, the ethereal notes of Elder Ku's guqin filled the air. The enchanting sound caused a resonation within nearly everyone present. In an instant, all gazes were drawn to the incense in the burner, where the smoke began to swirl, expanding exponentially before surging forth like a colossal tsunami, engulfing the plaza in an overwhelming haze. With a thunderous roar, the thick smoke obscured all visibility, as if everyone had vanished in an instant. Panic ensued as voices cried out, "What is happening?" Yet, amidst the chaos, no one could hear one another. Only the haunting melodies of the guqin persisted. Xiao Nanfeng quickly realized that the test had commenced. He focused intently on his surroundings. As the smoke began to dissipate, the crowd could finally discern their surroundings, only to find the ground beneath them had transformed into a transparent expanse. No, it was not the ground that had become transparent. Rather, they stood upon an ethereal height, above the clouds, gazing down upon Taiching Island amidst the ocean. How did I end up in the sky? Is this magic? A celestial spell transporting me to such heights? One exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, the once supportive clouds vanished, and all beneath them found themselves plummeting into the abyss. Help! I'm falling. Save me, celestial being. I don't want to die. Countless voices cried out in desperation. Even Xiao Nanfeng felt a cold sweat break out. Falling from such heights could only mean certain death. Suddenly, those outside the plaza, including Yi Dafu, were jolted awake as if from a dream. What are you shouting about? Don't embarrass yourselves, his uncle admonished. Yi Dafu. bewildered, surveyed his surroundings. Where was the sky-high expanse? Where was the white mist? Everything appeared as it had before, with only Elder Ku continuing to play his gu chain. Uncle, what just happened? Yidafu exclaimed. It was merely an illusion. Humans possess an innate fear of falling, and under such terror, they lose their composure. The test measures who can see through the facade, his uncle explained. At that moment, they observed the 800 testers in the plaza. Most were in a state of panic, though many soon recognized the truth and calmed down. However, over 100 remained ensnared in their terror, flailing helplessly on the ground. Disciples from the Taiching immortal sect entered the plaza to remove those incapacitated. Uncle, what has happened to them? Yidafu asked, astonished. They have been eliminated. They failed the first trial. Do not expect them to be accepted as formal disciples, not even as auxiliary ones. Their qualifications and temperament are inadequate, and they will certainly be sent back, his uncle replied with a shake of his head. If you hadn't awakened me, I would have realized it was an illusion myself, Yidafu insisted. His uncle regarded his nephew with a measured gaze, refraining from further discouragement. While the others were still shaken, they glanced towards Xiao Nanfeng, who stood motionless with his eyes closed, his expression neutral. That pauper? He actually passed the first trial? Yidafu gasped in disbelief. Pure luck, I suppose, snickered his entourage. Xiao Nanfeng, too, had been startled by the sudden fall, but he quickly regained his composure. Having experienced numerous thrill rides in his past life, he deduced the nature of the illusion test and steadied himself. Just then, Xiao Nanfeng found himself back in the plaza, surrounded once more by swirling white mist. The test continued. Amidst his confusion, two figures suddenly emerged from the fog. Nanfeng, my son, at long last, we have waited for you. Brat, why did you take so long? Your mother and I have been here waiting for you for 10 years. Familiar voices resonated, causing Xiao Nanfeng's heart to tremble. These voices had haunted his dreams for a decade. As he gazed through the mist, he beheld a couple approaching, a strikingly handsome man and a woman radiating warmth and beauty. At the sight of them, Xiao Nanfeng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Father? Mother? He stammered, his body trembling with overwhelming feelings. 10 years. Do you know how much I have missed you? The pent-up grievances of a decade surged forth within him, and he yearned to rush towards them. Nanfeng, your mother misses you too. Come to me. The call of his parents filled Xiao Nanfeng with warmth, yet just as he was about to step forward, a sudden realization struck him. His father's wrist bore a gold watch. A gold watch? As a child, he had imagined his father, with his striking looks, adorned in a black trench coat, wearing a gold watch and sunglasses, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. However, that was merely a fantasy. Such items did not exist in this world. How could his father possess a watch? Was it all just a figment of my imagination? An illusion? My inner demons? The expression on Xiao Nanfeng's face shifted as he swiftly regained clarity. Nanfeng, come here. His mother called. Brat, hurry up. His father urged. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head, gradually calming his agitated heart, revealing a bitter smile. Father, mother, how wonderful it would be if you were truly here. Having pierced through the illusion of his inner demons, Xiao Nanfeng regained his composure, and the phantoms of his parents dissipated like smoke. What a formidable elder, to force me into the depths of my heart. How perilous. Xiao Nanfeng's demeanor grew solemn once more, his anticipation for Master Ku growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, Yidafu witnessed a peculiar scene unfold. Among all the testers in the square, some erupted in wild laughter, while others wept uncontrollably, as over 200 individuals lost control of their emotions, rushing towards the front, only to be expelled from the square by the disciples of the Taiching sect. Another 200 were eliminated? What did they see? Yidafu exclaimed in surprise. This is the second challenge, the inner demons. It manifests the testers' obsessions, those tenderest feelings buried deep within their hearts. Without unwavering willpower and sufficient wisdom, it is exceedingly difficult to pass, his third uncle remarked calmly. Inner demons? Obsessions? The softest parts of emotions? But why is that insufferable brat still unmoving? A group of Yidafu's followers wore grim expressions. Yidafu looked over and indeed, Xiao Nanfeng stood still, completely unaffected. Humph, that brat is still young, ignorant of obsessions. Just lucky, Yidafu scoffed. Those who have passed the weightlessness and inner demon challenges will at least become servant disciples in the third challenge. Furthermore, the longer they persist, the greater their chances of becoming formal disciples, his third uncle explained. So, those who remain have already stepped into the Taiching sect? Even the worst among them are servant disciples now? Yidafu fixed his gaze on Xiao Nanfeng, a hint of unwillingness crossing his face. Indeed. However, the third challenge is no easy feat, his third uncle replied gravely. Oh, what is the third challenge? Yidafu could not help but inquire. It involves the challenges you may encounter on your path of cultivation, merely the appearance alone. His third uncle's voice trembled with trepidation. Within the illusion, Xiao Nanfeng surveyed the surrounding white mist, bracing himself for what lay ahead. Suddenly, the sound of a silvery, bell-like laughter rang out. Hee, come chase me. From the mist emerged an ethereal beauty, her stunning visage epitomizing every man's fantasy, clad in sheer veils that tantalizingly hinted at her form, teasing Xiao Nanfeng from a distance. Not just Xiao Nanfeng. Every tester beheld a perfect beauty or an exquisite man, each representing the pinnacle of their fantasies. The alluring figure, dressed provocatively, encircled the testers, playfully enticing them. Oh, my lord, do you not love me anymore? Please help me. I've twisted my ankle, it hurts so much. The breathtaking beauty feigned a sorrowful expression, stirring deep emotions within. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng remained unfazed. Was this the beauty test of the third challenge? This was nothing compared to the previous two trials. The enchanting figure continued to flaunt her allure, attempting to seduce him, but Xiao Nanfeng retained his clarity. It was not that the woman lacked beauty. Rather, after being imprisoned for 10 years, his will had hardened like iron. Moreover, having lived a life on Earth filled with beautiful videos and retouched photos, how could he be swayed by mere beauty on his path of cultivation? Oh, my lord, how cruel your heart is. The ethereal beauty turned her back to Xiao Nanfeng, feigning a delicate sob. Xiao Nanfeng calmly gazed at her, and at that moment, the stunning visage abruptly morphed into a grotesque, disfigured face, with hollowed eyes and jagged teeth, suddenly lunging at him with a gaping maw. Roar! The beautiful woman transformed into a terrifying demon, the stark contrast shocking the onlookers into pale expressions. Oh my god! One by one, testers in the square gasped, stumbling back in fright. This sudden horror surpassed any nightmare they had ever experienced, sending many into a state of panic. They were subsequently awakened by the disciples of the Taiching sect and led away from the scene. In the square, the number of testers dwindled to less than 200. What did they witness? Why are they so terrified? Yidafu exclaimed. What is happening? Why does that brat's expression remain unchanged? Is he asleep? One of his followers gazed incredulously at Xiao Nanfeng. The transformation of the beautiful woman into a horrifying demon was a scene of pure terror. Those nearly 200 who managed to remain still, even knowing it was an illusion, turned pale, cold sweat trickling down their brows. However, Xiao Nanfeng remained indifferent. What was this horror? I have seen far worse in horror films on Earth. The beauty turning into a demon's face is a glitch in such films. Knowing this is an illusion, how could I be frightened by a demon? At most, this is just a 3D surround effect. Many testers were on the verge of suffocation. Feeling the demon's blood-soaked skin pressing against their faces, who wouldn't be afraid? But Xiao Nanfeng was unperturbed. He had always enjoyed horror films on Earth. Is this it? Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the demon with a hint of disappointment. It felt as though the third challenge was the easiest of all. Chapter 15. A Death in the Square of the Hall of Inviting Immortals. The melancholic melodies of Elder Ku's Qin echoed continuously. Ding, ding, ding. As the third trial commenced, those who were overwhelmed by the terrifying visions could only be relegated to the ranks of menial disciples. However, those who withstood the initial wave of horror possessed exceptionally strong wills. Even if their aptitude was somewhat lacking, it mattered not, for they had already qualified to become formal disciples. The disciples of the 4 branches awaited eagerly, all vying to recruit those with superior mental fortitude. The terror within the illusion continued to escalate. With over 100 test participants remaining in the square, despite their pale faces and the cold sweat beading on their foreheads, they persisted. Before long, another contestant let out a wail, collapsing in fear. How could they be so terrified, knowing it was merely an illusion? Yidafu mused with intrigue. His uncle, wishing not to discourage his nephew further, shook his head and replied, You have emerged from the illusion, thus you cannot fathom the terror of the third trial. The images within the illusion can instill such fear that they make one forget everything, and the horror only intensifies. These individuals possess commendable resolve. They surely repeat to themselves that it is all a fabrication, yet they remain unable to suppress their dread. But that little rascal over there, why does he appear so unfazed? Surely he hasn't fallen asleep, has he? Yidafu grumbled. Who? His uncle inquired curiously. Yi Dafu pointed towards Xiao Nanfeng. Upon noticing Xiao Nanfeng standing there, expressionless and with eyes closed, his uncle's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Brother, I have discovered a promising talent. Yes, that young man. He remains unperturbed in the face of Elder Ku's illusions. He called out to a fellow disciple beside him. The disciple followed his uncle's gaze, and upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng, his eyes lit up. What is his name? He asked. I believe it's Nanfeng. His cultivation is merely at the 6th level of the acquired realm, quite poor. Yi Dafu interjected sourly. Nanfeng? Quickly, fetch his information. We must secure this youth. The disciple urged eagerly. Elder, did you not hear what I just said? That fellow named Nanfeng is only at the 6th level of the acquired realm. Yi Dafu's expression stiffened. However, the disciple paid him no heed, fixated on the composed Xiao Nanfeng, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To remain unflinching amidst the encroaching specters, what remarkable composure. We must do everything in our power to recruit him into our branch. Rest assured, we would willingly forego any candidates with innate aptitude under 20 years of age to secure him, a group of younger disciples vowed earnestly. Yi Dafu was left speechless. What do you mean? Are you implying that any candidate with innate aptitude under 20 years old is dispensable? Are you speaking of me? You would rather have that little rascal than me? Why? He is only at the 6th level of the acquired realm. Yet at that moment, no one paid heed to Yi Dafu's darkening countenance. All eyes were on the distant figure of Xiao Nanfeng. Disciples from other branches were also observing the test participants, and Xiao Nanfeng's tranquil demeanor naturally drew considerable attention, filling many with anticipation. The qin continued to play, and the scenes within the illusion grew increasingly horrific, causing more participants to succumb to their fears and awaken voluntarily. Awake, awake, awaken. Those who regained consciousness were promptly escorted out of the testing square, where disciples of the Tai Ching sect greeted them, officially admitting them. The number of test participants dwindled, and before long, only 30 remained. These 30, possessing the strongest wills, became the focus of contention among the 4 branches of the Tai Ching sect, with Xiao Nanfeng among them, his expression still unchanging. Within the illusion, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Nanfeng observed the transformation of the once enchanting beauty into a terrifying specter, now faced with not a single apparition, but a horde of them. Was this a siege of zombies? A horde of the undead? A strange expression crossed Xiao Nanfeng's face. While others were thrown into a panic, he, an aficionado of horror films, found little concern. The grotesque, decaying visages, jagged fangs, and withered claws resembled the zombies he had previously encountered on screen. Is this all? Xiao Nanfeng found it somewhat tedious, without a proper narrative build-up. The atmosphere was utterly lacking. Having seen too much of this, he felt a sense of aesthetic fatigue, as if it were flavorless gruel. Nevertheless, to achieve a better outcome, he had to endure. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng noticed a faint black mist in the distance, within which stood a pale skeleton, eerily still and silent. Huh, is this not a zombie film? Why has a skeleton appeared out of nowhere? The tone of this scene is all wrong. Xiao Nanfeng blinked in surprise. The sudden emergence of the skeletal figure clashed starkly with the previous zombie-like apparitions, giving Xiao Nanfeng the sensation that the narrative had shifted. In the next moment, he noticed that several other testing participants had appeared nearby, totaling 29. They too suddenly realized something was amiss, for previously, they could not see one another within the illusion. Why could they do so now? What was happening? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Unbeknownst to them, outside the illusion, Elder Ku was still playing the guqin when, without warning, a string vibrated violently. Bang! One of the strings snapped. All eyes turned toward Elder Ku, perplexed. What's happening? A disciple of the Tai Ching sect inquired curiously. Something feels off. Elder Ku's expression shifted dramatically. Have all awakened? Not yet. There are still 30 individuals with the strongest wills lost in the illusion. Wait, their expressions appear to have changed. What is happening to that person? One disciple exclaimed in alarm. They witnessed one of the 30 closed-eyed contestants suddenly display an expression of sheer terror, followed by a violent cough, spewing forth blood. Uft! The individual collapsed, bloodied and lifeless. Isn't this merely an illusion? How could he bleed? Yi Dafu exclaimed in shock. Several disciples rushed forward, calling out. But the bloodied contestant remained unresponsive, sprawled on the ground. After a brief examination, one of them cried out, "He is dead." What? How did this happen? Were they not undergoing a test in the illusion? How could he possibly be dead? Yi Dafu shouted in disbelief. In the distance, the disciples of the Taiqing sect were thrown into chaos. Elder Ku, one of the test participants, has coughed up blood and died. Elder Ku, the other 29 participants have not awakened either. Did the music not cease? The illusion should have vanished. Why are they still trapped within it? And why has one of them perished? The disciples responsible for the testing were thrown into disarray. Yet, Elder Ku's countenance turned grave. Take me there at once, and do not awaken anyone or touch them. Understood. The disciples followed Elder Ku to the side of the deceased contestant. Elder Ku placed his hand upon the corpse. A faint blue light emanating from his palm as he examined it. After a moment, his expression changed abruptly. Elder Ku, what has happened to him? A crowd of anxious disciples queried. Elder Ku remained silent, his face a mask of profound concern. At that moment, another participant suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Another one has perished, Elder Ku. Another has died. Do not touch them. Under no circumstances should you touch the remaining participants. Elder Ku sternly cautioned. The situation had spiraled beyond anyone's control. A seemingly straightforward illusion test had resulted in a fatality. Not only were Elder Ku and the disciples of the Taiqing sect in a state of agitation, but those gathered around also felt a shiver of dread. Elder Ku, how could there be deaths within the illusion? Someone urgently questioned. The so-called illusion is merely the projection of images onto their consciousness or the exploration of their inner emotions within their mental realms. However, presently, their mental worlds are exhibiting anomalies, Elder Ku elucidated with a profound breath. It transpired that all 30 test subjects had converged within a singular illusion. Initially, no one regarded it with particular concern, as they had already been immersed in a horror film for a considerable duration. The presence of companions only served to diminish their apprehension. These zombies pose no genuine threat. What is there to fear? Some remarked. Certain individuals even engaged in mutual exchanges. Solely Xiao Nanfeng refrained from conversing with anyone, as his gaze remained fixated upon the skeletal figure. The skeleton stood deathly still, devoid of locomotion. Yet it instantaneously materialized before a test subject. What is this? A skeleton? It's hardly frightening. My father is a coroner. I've seen far more in my youth. Does it truly believe it can intimidate me? A test subject exclaimed derisively, directing his gaze toward the skeletal figure before him. Cognizant that their surroundings were fictitious, mere illusions, they felt no fear. Others joined in, jesting at the skeleton. Suddenly, the skeleton's skull rotated slowly, its gaze fixed upon the youth who mocked it. As the youth's laughter echoed, the skeleton abruptly extended its skeletal claw. With a resounding thud, the skeletal claw pierced the youth's chest, causing blood to spurt forth. The youth's laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Pooh! The youth spat a mouthful of blood, pointing at the skeleton with wide eyes, as if encountering an inconceivable event. Brother, cease your theatrics. Can these illusory entities truly harm you? Someone jested. Cough, 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 pooh, pooh. The individual with the pierced chest could scarcely utter a word, collapsing to the ground amidst coughing and spitting blood. Dead? Can one truly perish within an illusion? A change flickered across someone's countenance, yet they remained skeptical. The test subject slain by the skeleton lay in a pool of blood, his body gradually dissolving into wisps of smoke. The skeleton opened its maw and inhaled the vapor, causing the body to vanish within its form. The disappearance of the corpse silenced the others' laughter. They were uncertain whether the individual had returned to reality or had genuinely perished. A sense of unease pervaded their minds. Yet they persisted in maintaining their positions. Only Xiao Nanfeng sensed the impending peril. An ominous feeling enveloped him entirely, and he yearned to depart from this place. He retreated decisively, seeking to escape the illusion. Snap! Xiao Nanfeng took a step back, yet he remained in the same spot, with the skeleton still nearby. There's no escape, Xiao Nanfeng muttered, his expression shifting. What? Everyone turned to Xiao Nanfeng, bewildered. I cannot leave the illusion. All of you, try to exit. Who can escape? Xiao Nanfeng surveyed the group, his heart filling with foreboding. Chapter 16. Silence. Heed my instructions. Within the illusion, as Xiao Nanfeng offered his reminder, the others gradually experimented and abruptly discerned the abnormality. How is it possible that we cannot escape? I am also unable to leave. Damn it, isn't this merely an illusion? A throng of people frantically attempted to escape. At that moment, the ghastly figures, once akin to zombies, gradually dissipated into wisps of smoke, leaving only the skeletal figure standing silently not far from the group. Xiao Nanfeng, sensing the peril, retreated. The others, equally apprehensive, sought to flee, but the skeletal figure, though seemingly immobile, possessed the ability to instantaneously traverse the illusion, appearing before another in a flash. In that fleeting instant, it materialized abruptly. The person's countenance shifted as they unleashed a forceful strike toward the skeletal figure. With a resounding boom, the skeletal figure swayed slightly, yet its razor-sharp claws swiftly pierced through the individual's chest. No, I do not wish to die. The person coughed up blood before collapsing to the ground. Another one perished? Upon death, the person's body dissolved into faint wisps of smoke, which the skeletal figure inhaled, gradually consuming them. Rustle. The group swiftly distanced themselves from the skeletal figure, their faces etched with terror. At that instant, the skeletal figure emanated a faint, dark aura. Though devoid of expression and sound, it was far more terrifying than the zombie-like specters, for it posed a genuine threat of mortality. Did they truly die? One of the examinees inquired, their face filled with trepidation. Perhaps they merely perished, but it is more likely that they have simply been removed from the illusion. After all, this is a selection test by the Grand Purity Immortal sect. It is unlikely that anyone would truly die, another examinee stated, seemingly attempting to reassure themselves. The group experienced a sense of relief. Indeed, perhaps this was merely a facet of the test. Dare you wager on that? Xiao Nanfeng interjected coldly. The group turned their attention to Xiao Nanfeng. I am uncertain whether this is a facet of the test, but I witnessed their demise. They died in agony. And we are unable to escape. Indeed, your hypothesis possesses a degree of plausibility, but what if their deaths were genuine? Dare you wager on that? Xiao Nanfeng questioned gravely. Having been imprisoned for a decade, Xiao Nanfeng was unwilling to relinquish control of his fate to others, regardless of the reality. He was unwilling to be slain by the skeletal figure. Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's words, the group swallowed hard. Indeed, did they dare to gamble? To risk being slain by the skeletal figure? What a preposterous notion. The group immediately abandoned all illusions and cautiously eyed the skeletal figure. Let us join forces and shatter it. Someone exclaimed. Agreed. Let us attack together. The group echoed. Instantly, 10 individuals charged toward the skeletal figure. Lacking weapons, they relied solely on their limbs to deliver forceful blows. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 individuals' fists struck the skeletal figure's torso, while their legs pummeled its limbs. The skeletal figure shuddered under the barrage, but it was far too powerful to be significantly affected. In an instant, its skeletal claws pierced through the chests of 2 individuals. 2 individuals screamed in agony as they were impaled and collapsed into pools of blood. We cannot allow it to continue its slaughter. Let us unite our efforts. Another individual exclaimed. Before that individual could act, they were also impaled through the chest, collapsing into the bloody mire amidst their screams. In the blink of an eye, 3 individuals had been slain by the skeletal figure. Their bodies dissolved into smoke, which the skeletal figure gradually consumed. Flee! Flee! Several individuals, seized by terror, scattered in all directions. Do not flee. You cannot outrun it. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, his countenance shifting. Having devoured the smoke of the 3 deceased, the skeletal figure flashed, as if teleporting, and abruptly appeared before Xiao Nanfeng. Crap! Xiao Nanfeng's expression changed drastically. The skeletal figure's claws lunged toward Xiao Nanfeng's chest. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Nanfeng disregarded all else, channeling all of his power to protect himself. Even the soul force within his glabella was drawn forth, emitting a faint blue glow as it instantly shielded his entire body, acting as a shield against the skeletal claws. Boom! Xiao Nanfeng's chest remained intact, but he was sent flying backward by the force of the claws, crashing to the ground. Xiao Nanfeng, having survived by a hair's breadth, was drenched in cold sweat. He had genuinely felt the approach of death. In that instant, he had believed that his end had come. I can utilize soul force within the illusion. That is it. Our current bodies are not our physical forms, but rather a manifestation of consciousness. Soul force can adhere to consciousness, thereby blocking the skeletal claws. Xiao Nanfeng surmised in an instant. A scream echoed from nearby as the skeletal figure teleported once more, claiming another victim. Chaos reigned as the group desperately attempted to flee, but the skeletal figure's instantaneous speed rendered them helpless, forcing them to witness its relentless slaughter. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, the area surrounding Elder Ku was increasingly populated by disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect. 3 more have perished. Another one has died. Elder Ku, what shall we do? We cannot afford to lose these promising talents. Silence. Zhao Yuanjiao, who had arrived hastily, rebuked the crowd with a glare. Zhao Yuanjiao had originally come to monitor Xiao Nanfeng, the demonic sect's spy, but no one could have anticipated the unfolding events. All disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect. Maintain order and prevent anyone from approaching. Zhao Yuanjiao commanded sternly. Yes. Having silenced the clamor, Zhao Yuanjiao turned to Elder Ku, awaiting his guidance. I am temporarily unable to resolve this. Their mental worlds must be interconnected. They must have encountered. Alas, these individuals lack soul force. Henceforth, their fate rests solely on their own fortune. Elder Ku lamented, hesitant to continue. Another one has perished, a voice whispered in terror. Within the illusion, regardless of their attempts to flee, the group continued to fall prey to the slaughter. Panic spread, and their morale was reaching its breaking point. What could they possibly do? 8 individuals had already perished. Everyone, gather around me immediately. Xiao Nanfeng commanded with a thunderous voice. Xiao Nanfeng's command sent a jolt through the group, who were on the verge of emotional collapse. It was akin to a lifeline appearing to a drowning person. Some immediately rushed toward Xiao Nanfeng without hesitation, while others hesitated. Glancing at Xiao Nanfeng, who was merely a youth like themselves, they were unable to protect themselves, so why should they heed his words? Those who wish to live, come to me immediately. Now, I can ensure your survival. Xiao Nanfeng shouted once more. Xiao Nanfeng offered no explanation, for he understood that the group was currently overwhelmed by emotion and incapable of rational thought. He merely needed to issue a firm command. Xiao Nanfeng was uncertain whether he could save everyone, but he had to project unwavering confidence. Only by instilling confidence in others could he gain their trust. Therefore, Xiao Nanfeng employed a commanding tone, resolutely conveying that by heeding his instructions, they could survive. Consequently, the remaining individuals rushed toward Xiao Nanfeng, hoping that he truly possessed a solution. During their approach to Xiao Nanfeng, another individual was slain by the skeletal figure. However, the group pressed on, hoping that Xiao Nanfeng truly had a solution. Xiao Nanfeng was left with no choice. If they continued to be slain one by one, his turn would inevitably come. His soul force was limited, and he could not endure for long. Before they were completely annihilated, he had to unite all available forces. Do you truly have a solution? Are you not deceiving us? What must we do? The group anxiously questioned Xiao Nanfeng. Silence. Listen to me. Xiao Nanfeng rebuked sternly. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng had to maintain a firm demeanor. Otherwise, the cacophony of voices would quickly undermine any ideas he might have. Indeed, everyone perceived a glimmer of hope in Xiao Nanfeng's demeanor, and they all fell silent, gazing at him with bated breath. I may not know how to escape this place, Xiao Nanfeng declared, but I do know that to survive, we must unite and vanquish that skeletal figure. A collective look of dismay washed over the crowd. They had already attempted unity once, to no avail. As dissent began to stir, Xiao Nanfeng interjected, silence. That skeletal figure is not invincible. When you charged it earlier, its frame faltered. You seize its limbs, and I shall assault its torso, dismantling it piece by piece. Despite the surge of confidence, trepidation lingered. If you wish to live, do as I say, Xiao Nanfeng commanded, brooking no argument. In an instant, Xiao Nanfeng's assertiveness quelled the crowd, not out of fear, but from the hope they gleaned from his resolute stance, the hope of survival. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was feasible? Suddenly, the skeletal figure teleported before them once more. Now, Xiao Nanfeng roared. I may die today, but I'll drag this monster down with me. I don't want to die. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Damn it. I haven't achieved immortality yet. I can't die here. With grim determination etched on their faces, the group surged toward the skeletal figure. The skeletal figure's claws pierced the chest of one individual, yet no one wavered. All clung tenaciously to the skeletal figure's limbs and head, including the impaled man, who, with blood gushing from his mouth, clutched the skeletal claws, preventing their movement. Crack, 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 crack. The skeletal figure's movements grew labored. With the combined might of 20 testers, they finally established a precarious balance against the skeletal figure's power. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng lunged forward, delivering a blow to the skeletal figure's neck. Boom. Xiao Nanfeng's strength failed to shatter the skeletal figure's neck. He grasped the skeletal figure's throat, yet to no avail. The skeletal figure's struggles intensified. I can't hold on much longer. This monster's strength is immense. Xiao Nanfeng channeled his soul force into his palms. Unnoticed by the others, A faint blue light emanated from Xiao Nanfeng's palms as they gripped the skeletal figure's neck. Shatter. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng poured his entire soul force into his palms. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, and the skeletal figure's neck snapped in two. The person clutching the skeletal figure's head tumbled to the ground. What? It's broken? The person exclaimed in disbelief. We succeeded. The crowd erupted in jubilation. They collapsed to the ground, yet remained steadfastly clinging to the skeletal figure. Witnessing its decapitated form dissolve into black smoke, dissipating into nothingness. The surrounding illusionary mist shattered abruptly, jolting their minds. Buzz. Everyone regained their senses, emerging from the illusion and returning to reality. Staggering, they crumpled to the ground. We're out? They cried out in elation. Elder Ku, they're awake. They're all awake. A Taiching immortal sect disciple exclaimed joyously. They're truly awake? Xiao Nanfeng murmured, collapsing weakly to the ground. Was any of that real? Chapter 17. The awakening of the malignant entity. Upon awakening, the remaining 21 test participants collapsed onto the ground. One among them, who had been pierced through the chest by a skeletal figure, was particularly ill, vomiting incessantly. Though gravely injured, he had miraculously survived. Master Ku, they have all awakened. A disciple of the Taiching Xinzong exclaimed with joy. Ask them about their experiences in the spiritual realm, Elder Ku urged with a hint of urgency in his demeanor. At this moment, the participants realized that those who had perished in the illusion had indeed died in reality. How could this happen? People can actually die? Isn't this just a test? How can we die? We almost lost our lives. Panic and horror swept over them as they contemplated the gravity of their situation. Rest assured, you have all been officially accepted as disciples of the Taiching Xinzong. Henceforth, you shall be our junior brothers. Today was merely an unfortunate incident. Now, tell us what transpired, Elder Ku reassured them. Gradually, the participants began to regain their composure and recounted their harrowing experiences in detail. You mentioned a skeletal figure. A mere skeleton? Elder Ku's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, had it not been for someone organizing us, we would have surely been killed one by one. That skeletal figure was unshakable. All 20 of us struggled to contain it. They replied, their voices tinged with fear. Elder Ku's countenance darkened as he murmured, has that malignant entity returned? Elder Ku, do you know what that creature is? A disciple could not help but inquire. Silence. No one is to speak of today's events. Elder Ku's voice carried a heavy gravity, leaving the participants to comprehend the seriousness of the situation without further explanation. Understood. Nearby, Xiao Nanfeng felt a swell of dissatisfaction. We almost perished, and we received no explanation? He muttered, contemplating the term malignant entity that Elder Ku had just mentioned. At that moment, a group of survivors turned their gaze toward Xiao Nanfeng. One among them, suppressing his lingering panic, rose and approached him. The onlookers were bewildered as the young man bowed deeply before Xiao Nanfeng. Thank you, senior brother, for your timely rescue. I shall forever hold this debt in my heart, he declared with utmost sincerity. Despite his youthful appearance, Xiao Nanfeng was respectfully addressed as senior brother, and the gratitude expressed was genuine. For he had united them in their struggle against the skeletal figure, saving their lives. As the young man bowed, the other survivors followed suit, rising to honor Xiao Nanfeng. We are grateful for your life-saving aid. They chorused respectfully. Xiao Nanfeng stood and returned their bows, but remained silent. In that moment, all eyes were on him, and they recalled that it was he who had inspired hope and directed their collective effort to vanquish the skeletal figure. Instantly, the demeanor of the Taiching disciples toward Xiao Nanfeng transformed. His character was not merely commendable, it was exceptional. In this trial, he emerged as the foremost participant. The disciples responsible for recruiting new members gazed at Xiao Nanfeng with envy. Such a character, even if lacking in cultivation, was someone they were determined to recruit. However, dissatisfaction lingered among two groups. One was Yi Dafu and his companions, who felt as though they were gnawing on bitter insects as they watched Xiao Nanfeng receive accolades. Anger and resentment boiled within them. Why should he be the one? The other was Zhao Yuanjiao, who had come to suspect Xiao Nanfeng of being an infiltrator from the demonic sect. Witnessing him garner respect caused him to frown, as this supposed infiltrator appeared even more formidable than he had anticipated. Your name is Nanfeng? I am responsible for the recruitment of disciples for the Yellow Vein. Join my faction, and I shall recommend you to the Vein's master, offering you the finest guidance for your cultivation. No, this one belongs to our faction. Humph. The Heavenly Vein has taken notice. Do not contest with us. In an instant, Xiao Nanfeng became the center of attention, a coveted prize, stirring frustration among Yi Dafu and his group, who turned away in irritation, unable to bear the sight. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng addressed Elder Ku. Elder Ku, I heard a senior brother mention that the top performer in this test can choose their mentor. May I request to be your disciple? All present paused in surprise, regarding Xiao Nanfeng with astonishment. To become a disciple of Elder Ku? Elder Ku was similarly taken aback. I am but a blind old man. You wish to learn from me? Yes, I wish to be your disciple. Please, Elder Ku, grant me this honor. Xiao Nanfeng bowed earnestly. The crowd fell silent as they turned their attention to Elder Ku. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Ku spoke. Earlier, did you organize everyone to confront that malignant entity? What was your reasoning at the time? Xiao Nanfeng hesitated slightly. There was nothing particularly special in my thoughts. I merely wished to survive. Rather than be picked off one by that skeletal figure, it was better to unite our strength and fight with all we had. I only wanted to live. What a commendable desire to survive. I am quite pleased with your response, and moreover, you saved everyone. However, I have not taken on disciples for many years, and my time for teaching is limited, especially now that I am blind. Here is what I propose. I shall accept you as a nominal disciple for now. In a year, if you still wish to formally become my disciple, I shall take you as my direct apprentice then. Yes, thank you, master. I am Nanfeng, your disciple. Xiao Nanfeng bowed once more. Then follow me for now. In a year, should you wish for formal apprenticeship, we will establish the master-disciple contract. Elder Ku nodded. All is at your discretion, master. As Xiao Nanfeng formally became a disciple, the disciples responsible for recruitment could only express their regret. However, the disciples of the Xian vein smiled, for Elder Ku was one of their elders. Even if Xiao Nanfeng did not become a direct disciple, he would still be a junior brother of the Xian vein. Very well, the test is concluded. Please hold my guqin. We must take our leave. Elder Ku instructed Xiao Nanfeng. Yes, Xiao Nanfeng replied respectfully. He picked up the broken guqin and approached Elder Ku, who gestured for a crane to descend from the sky. Come, bring my new disciple, Elder Ku commanded. The crane flew into the mountains, soon returning with another crane. The cranes landed before Elder Ku and bowed low, permitting him to mount. Xiao Nanfeng followed suit, climbing onto the other crane. Farewell, Elder Ku. The Taiching disciples bowed deeply. Elder Ku, seated upon the crane, did not depart immediately. Instead, he spoke calmly. An unfortunate incident has occurred. That malignant entity has returned, and it is certain to reappear. I can no longer provide the test for the character of new disciples. Next time, you shall find someone else. Elder Ku, you mean that the skeletal figure is not dead? It will return? A disciple exclaimed in alarm. If it were so easy to eliminate, it would not be called a malignant entity. However, it is considerably weaker than it once was. Still, with its return, I fear. Elder Ku sighed. Report to the sect master. He will be informed. I must take my leave. With a wave, Elder Ku urged the cranes to rise. They spread their wings and soared into the sky, carrying Xiao Nanfeng and Elder Ku toward the misty mountains of the Taiching Xinzong. As the two departed, the affairs of the recruitment hall continued unabated. A heavy pall hung over everyone, for 9 promising talents had perished under such inexplicable circumstances. Yi Dafu and others rolled their eyes in disbelief. How could it be that this impoverished fellow, Xiao Nanfeng, had encountered such fortuitous luck? However, Zhao Yuanzhao narrowed his eyes as he watched Xiao Nanfeng depart. The eldest disciple? Had that youth named Nanfeng truly become an apprentice to the venerable Elder Ku? How could Elder Ku have taken him to the scripture repository? What should we do now? A junior disciple inquired softly. Zhao Yuanzhao replied, still squinting. No matter. At the repository, there are my fellow disciples from the Xian vein. Inform them to keep a close watch on him. Understood. The junior disciple responded promptly. Chapter 18. A celestial paradise. Xiao Nanfeng ascended into the skies upon a crane, accompanied by Elder Ku, yet he could not behold the entirety of Taiching Island, as the surroundings were shrouded in mist from various formations. Casting a glance at the distant shore, he recalled the 10,000 taels of gold lying beneath the great ship, still unclaimed. However, Xiao Nanfeng was in no rush. Claiming it now would attract too much attention. The two soared through the air, and before long, they arrived at a clearing deep within Taiching Island. With a gentle call, the 2 cranes descended gracefully. Surrounding the square were numerous palatial residences, most being single-storied, save for the grand central palace that boasted 4 floors. The scripture repository? Xiao Nanfeng read the plaque atop the 4-story palace. Here, was the scripture repository of the Taiching sect. Bathed in golden light, the repository was bustling with disciples coming and going, while guards maintained order inside and outside its premises. This was Elder Ku's residence. Even without sight, he navigated it with familiarity. As the cranes departed the square, Elder Ku led the way to the residential area behind the repository, with Xiao Nanfeng clutching his zither closely, following closely behind, and glancing around in curiosity. Upon reaching the back of the repository, a steep cliff loomed ahead, with the distant sound of chanting resonating through the air. Peering over, Xiao Nanfeng spotted approximately 200 men and women clad in Taoist robes, seated cross-legged, facing the wall as they recited scriptures. Are they chanting Taoist texts? Xiao Nanfeng marveled. You can discern that? Elder Ku inquired with curiosity. Indeed, there is a passage I once read, Xiao Nanfeng replied. I reside here and listen to their chants daily. Would you care to stay here as well? If not, I can arrange for someone to take you to the Xianmai mountain peak, where disciples of Xianmai can teach you the fundamentals of cultivation, Elder Ku proposed. Stay here? To listen to their chants every day? Xiao Nanfeng looked at Elder Ku in astonishment. Precisely. Elder Ku responded calmly, seemingly testing Xiao Nanfeng. Meanwhile, back at the previously bustling square of the invitation of the Immortals Hall, Yidafu watched as Xiao Nanfeng vanished into the depths of the mountains, still feeling somewhat unsettled. Third uncle, that little brat, has he really ascended to greatness? Yidafu lamented. Not necessarily. The environment Elder Ku inhabits may be more than he can bear. His third uncle shook his head with a sigh. Oh, is Elder Ku's dwelling truly that harsh? Yidafu's eyes brightened with curiosity. Not just harsh. It is akin to purgatory. His third uncle spoke with trepidation. Purgatory? What do you mean? Yidafu's eyes widened with intrigue. If Xiao Nanfeng's situation was dire, it brought some comfort to him. The thought of Xiao Nanfeng living a life akin to purgatory invigorated him. Elder Ku resided beside the scripture repository, with the cliff of reflection nearby. The incessant chanting from below served as a daily mental cleansing for most disciples of the Taiching sect, transforming it into a place of nightmares. What do you mean by the cliff of reflection? Why is it a nightmare? Yidafu could not restrain his curiosity. You see, the Taiching sect has numerous rules. Should anyone breach them, they are punished by being sent to the cliff of reflection to recite scriptures. His third uncle reminisced. Recite scriptures at the cliff of reflection? What scriptures? Yidafu asked, perplexed. The 48,000 Taoist texts within the scripture repository must be recited 100 times at the cliff of reflection, selecting verses relevant to one's cultivation. And no repetition is allowed. Do you have any idea how many words are in a single text? Some texts are lengthy. Anyone might go mad. If you don't finish, you aren't permitted to leave. His third uncle expressed with lingering fear, recalling his own experience of being punished for accidentally breaking a vase, resulting in a month and a half of recitations. What kind of place is the Taiching sect? Is it a sect for cultivation or merely a tormenting institution? Punishing mistakes with scripture recitations? I loathe memorizing such useless Taoist texts. Who on earth devised such a punishing rule? Yidafu exclaimed in disbelief. The rules were established by the sect master, the vain leaders, and the elders together. His third uncle replied with a strange expression. You speak without a filter, daring to criticize anyone. Yidafu's face stiffened. The one who formulated this punishment truly possesses foresight and grace. They are indeed a master of their era. His third uncle rolled his eyes, bemused by his nephew's newfound boldness. While we may find the scriptures obscure, the sect master and elders believe the insights within the Taoist texts surpass the importance of cultivation techniques, thus compelling us to memorize them. They claim that once we are familiar with them, understanding will follow, insisting it is for our benefit. Is this a jest? How could Taoist scriptures possibly be more important than techniques? Yidafu exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Ku's abode is adjacent to the scripture repository, so that young disciple Xiao Nanfeng will likely be surrounded by the incessant chanting of numerous disciples. Not to mention, the tradition of punishment through memorization is one Elder Ku favors. It is said that he often assigns memorization tasks to disciples of the Xianmai, under the pretense of it being for their own good. Therefore, one can easily imagine the days ahead for Xiao Nanfeng, wandering the path of recitation daily. Yidafu's expression faltered. Indeed, it is a purgatory on earth. I would go mad just listening to their recitations. Yes, his third uncle acknowledged, filled with apprehension. Clearly, the scripture repository was regarded as a purgatory by many disciples of the Taiching sect. At this moment, behind the scripture repository and in front of the cliff of reflection. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Elder Ku. This truly is a celestial paradise. To reside here is a dream come true, he exclaimed joyfully. Before Elder Ku could respond, the group of individuals reciting scriptures at the cliff of reflection abruptly turned their heads toward Xiao Nanfeng, as if they had heard something incredulous. Who is that young man? What did he just say? This is a celestial paradise? Whom is he flattering? How can he utter such insincere words? Elder Ku fell silent for a moment, uncertain whether Xiao Nanfeng was attempting to curry favor or genuinely cherish this place. Master, you have returned. Suddenly, a female voice called out. Xiao Nanfeng turned to see a young woman who had been sitting cross-legged in front of the cliff of reflection, now jumping up to greet Elder Ku. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, of average height, her black robe accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her features were striking, with delicate skin that was pleasing to the eye. Most captivating were her expressive eyes, which sparkled with life and warmth when she smiled. Xiaoyu, why are you here again? I've told you, I do not accept disciples. Do not waste your time here. Go seek your vain master instead. Elder Ku shook his head. Xiaoyu, with hopeful eyes, replied, Elder Ku, I genuinely wish to learn the zither from you. As for cultivation, I can learn with my senior brothers. Your expertise lies in the zither, and there is no one else in the sect to teach me. Elder Ku shook his head again. My zither is not easily learned. And you are at the peak of the innate realm, a crucial time for your training. Do not waste your time here. I will not accept you. Elder Ku, how can you know I cannot learn if you haven't taught me? Xiaoyu protested, her disappointment evident. Enough. If you have queries regarding your cultivation, I may offer some guidance, but do not insist on being my disciple, Elder Ku firmly stated. Xiaoyu remained unconvinced, while the other disciples around them began to chime in. Sister Xiaoyu, stop pursuing this. Elder Ku hasn't taken on a disciple in many years. It's futile no matter how many times you ask. Sister Xiaoyu, given Elder Ku's steadfast nature, don't harbor any hopes of becoming his disciple. A chorus of voices urged her on. Yet, Xiaoyu shot them a glare, stamping her foot in frustration. Mind your own business. Humph. The chanting disciples chuckled, clearly enjoying her spirited demeanor, and none took offense, indicating that Xiaoyu was well liked. Have you completed your recitations? Elder Ku inquired. Having memorized it. I possess an extraordinary ability to retain information. Merely reading a scripture a few times allows me to commit it to memory effortlessly, remarked Xiaoyu with a cheerful grin. Since you have completed your memorization, arrange a residence for Nanfeng, preferably near my quarters, Elder Ku instructed. Xiaoyu then turned her gaze towards Xiao Nanfeng. Oh? This fellow seems unfamiliar. Was he just flattering Elder Ku? Let me tell you, Elder Ku does not fall for such flattery. Is this truly a paradise on earth? It's laughable. Go ask, which shameless disciple could utter such sycophantic words? She giggled. To reside here is indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head and replied earnestly. He genuinely cherished this place. He no longer needed to spend money on Taoist scriptures, as there were always people reciting them for him. You do not understand me. Ah? One of life's greatest pleasures? How brazen you are. Young man, who are you? Why has Elder Ku permitted you to reside nearby? Are you perhaps a new servant disciple? Let me tell you, flattering Elder Ku is of no use, Xiaoyu retorted, hands on her hips. Earlier, at the pavilion of immortal recruitment, I had the fortune to become Elder Ku's disciple. My previous words were not mere flattery, but sincerely spoken from the heart, Xiao Nanfeng clarified. Xiaoyu's initial mockery abruptly halted, her expression stiffening. What? Elder Ku accepted you as a disciple? How can this be? She had sought Elder Ku's favor countless times, only to be ignored. She assumed Elder Ku had ceased to accept disciples altogether. How could this person manage to succeed in becoming a disciple? Not just Xiaoyu, but the other reciters also gazed at Xiao Nanfeng in astonishment. Clearly, the matter of Elder Ku accepting disciples was of significant importance. What is impossible when it comes to my wise master accepting disciples? Xiao Nanfeng responded calmly. Xiaoyu stared at Xiao Nanfeng for a moment, then glanced at Elder Ku not far away. Could it be that we have all misunderstood? Does Elder Ku prefer disciples who flatter him? Just listen to that statement. My wise master accepts disciples. Is that a compliment to Elder Ku's discernment or a self-praise? This young man is not only a sycophant, but also astonishingly thick-skinned. Chapter 19. The Foundation of Xiao Nanfeng Junior Brother Nanfeng. This is your room, along with the Taoist robe and daily essentials for new disciples. By the way, as an official disciple, you will receive an annual resource allocation of 1,000 taels of gold. Under the insistence of Elder Ku, Xiaoyu reluctantly summoned a servant disciple to arrange accommodations for Xiao Nanfeng. Thank you, senior sister Xiaoyu. Xiao Nanfeng offered a slight bow. However, Xiaoyu clearly did not appreciate the gesture. Upon witnessing Xiao Nanfeng become Elder Ku's disciple and reside in the small courtyard beside the elder, her cheeks swelled with indignation, and bitterness flooded her heart. Elder Ku, if you could accept him as a disciple, why not me? What makes him superior to me? Xiaoyu lamented with a face full of discontent. Elder Ku, seated at a stone table, was tuning a guqin and shook his head. I accepted Nanfeng not solely for his talent, but mainly because he helped me rectify a mistake today. What mistake? I could do that too. Xiaoyu scoffed, pouting. Elder Ku, unwilling to elaborate, merely shook his head, leaving Xiaoyu fuming as she shot a fierce glare at Xiao Nanfeng. With a bemused expression, Xiao Nanfeng wondered why she was angry with him for not being accepted as a disciple. Nanfeng, what is your current cultivation level? How is your foundation? Elder Ku inquired calmly. Master, my cultivation is at the 6th level of the postnatal realm. I have had no guidance since childhood and only know one set of fist techniques called marching fist, Xiao Nanfeng replied respectfully. The 6th level of the postnatal realm? Humph. Your cultivation is quite lacking. Marching fist? Is that not the most basic technique popular among the imperial army? Is that all you have learned? Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Ku preferred to take Xiao Nanfeng as a disciple rather than Xiaoyu, and this was the reason why. Marching fist? Self-taught? Elder Ku too was slightly taken aback. Yes, there are a few martial soldiers in my family, and I learned this set of marching fist from them. Nothing more, Xiao Nanfeng said with a wry smile. The marching fist was indeed the foundation of foundations. It was not that he did not wish to learn other techniques over the years. Rather, the chief steward forbade him from engaging with any other martial arts. Who among you knows marching fist? Assist me in testing Nanfeng's foundation. Elder Ku asked the group studying beneath the cliff of reflection. As the group prepared to respond, Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. Elder Ku, I will help you test him. Marching fist? I know it. You? Elder Ku frowned slightly. Rest assured, I will not harm your disciple and will suppress my cultivation to the 6th level of the postnatal realm. I will test his foundation, Xiaoyu declared, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Elder Ku, perceiving Xiaoyu's intention to target Xiao Nanfeng, frowned slightly. Master, may I request a senior brother to test me? I am not accustomed to fighting women, Xiao Nanfeng said with a bitter smile. What? You still look down on women? Xiaoyu glared, hands on her hips, chastising Xiao Nanfeng. I do not disdain women. It is just that during a fight, there will inevitably be unnecessary physical contact. It is better for senior sister to offer guidance from the side, Xiao Nanfeng replied, shaking his head. Oh, you still care about gender distinctions? Xiaoyu scoffed coldly. Elder Ku interjected, then let Xiaoyu give it a try. All right. I promise to thoroughly assess his foundation. Xiaoyu said cheerfully as she rubbed her fists together and moved to the front. Nanfeng, give it your all, Elder Ku instructed solemnly. Yes, master. Xiao Nanfeng nodded in agreement. Junior brother, I will let you strike first. Do not worry, I will go easy on you, Xiaoyu said, her excitement palpable as she provocatively eyed Xiao Nanfeng. In that instant, Xiao Nanfeng stepped forward with a swift motion, akin to an arrow released from its bow, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Xiaoyu. Her pupils dilated as she sensed impending danger. Was this boy pretending to be weak? Xiaoyu struck out with a powerful punch, but Xiao Nanfeng swiftly twisted his body, landing a kick on her calf. Xiaoyu's balance faltered, and her punch veered off course. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng's palm appeared against Xiaoyu's back, pressing down forcefully. With a resounding thud, Xiaoyu fell to the ground. Oh no, she thought in alarm, but it was too late. She watched as Xiao Nanfeng leaped. Knees aimed directly at her head. If those knees landed, she would either be knocked unconscious or worse. Ah, Xiaoyu screamed. Yet just before impact, Xiao Nanfeng twisted away, retracting his strike. Senior sister, I concede. Xiao Nanfeng stood at a distance, offering a formal bow. In the blink of an eye, the chanting disciples around them halted, staring incredulously at Xiao Nanfeng. A one-hit knockout? Xiao Nanfeng had defeated Xiaoyu in an instant, although he had not harmed her. Everyone knew that had he unleashed his full strength, the outcome would have been disastrous for Xiaoyu. Impossible. You said you would not strike a woman. Why so ruthless? Xiaoyu exclaimed furiously as she scrambled to her feet. I have read the Combat Mentality Sutra by the Martial God, which teaches that in battle, one must remain focused, treating all opponents equally, regardless of gender or age, without pity. One must not underestimate the weak or feel inferior to the strong. When fighting, one must give their all. Xiao Nanfeng stated earnestly. Combat Mentality Sutra? Xiaoyu paused in surprise. Well done, Xiaoyu. You have recited this scripture more than once, have you not? Is your photographic memory merely superficial? Had Nanfeng not shown mercy, and had your cultivation been equal, you would have already perished, Elder Ku praised. Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. She had been careless. That does not count. I was unprepared. Let us start over. She retorted angrily. Master, may I request a different senior brother to test me? I am concerned that senior sister, in her current emotional state, may lose her temper and injure me, Xiao Nanfeng said with utmost seriousness. Xiaoyu glared at him. What do you mean by that? Do you think I would go back on my word? I will not use more than the 6th level of the postnatal realm's strength against you, nor will I employ techniques outside of marching fist. Seeing Xiaoyu's flushed face, Xiao Nanfeng's expression conveyed skepticism. You brat, how dare you imply that I would go back on my word? If I do, I will give you 300 taels of gold. Xiaoyu shot back, her eyes blazing. In all her years at the Taching Immortal sect, it was the first time someone had doubted her integrity. This was the greatest insult to her. The surrounding disciples ceased their chanting, gathering to witness the unfolding dispute. Master, the Enemy Identification Sutra by Master Shimiao states that promises made by those who have lost control of their emotions cannot be trusted. If there is no life and death necessity, one should keep their distance from such adversaries to avoid undeserved calamity. Xiao Nanfeng recited once more. Enemy Identification Sutra? I believe I have recited that as well. It does indeed say so, one disciple remarked, his expression unusual. Silence. Do you not believe in my promises? Xiaoyu shot a glare at the speaker. No, senior sister. Please continue. The disciple quickly retreated. Come on. I mean what I say. Defeat me, and I will give you 300 taels of gold. Xiaoyu challenged Xiao Nanfeng again. Master. Xiao Nanfeng turned to Elder Ku, hoping to put an end to this unnecessary conflict. Nanfeng, you and Xiaoyu shall fight again, Elder Ku stated calmly. Xiao Nanfeng could only smile wryly and respond. Understood. You brat, this time, I won't go easy on you. Come. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Nanfeng's expression hardened once more. Let the battle begin. Xiaoyu's eyes widened as her figure darted forward. Boom. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiaoyu exchanged punches. Their cultivation levels nearly equal, their strength closely matched, and they engaged once more in a fierce struggle. The marching fist flowed like a mighty river, relentless and unbroken. In that moment, the two collided with fists, elbow strikes, and leg kicks, their combat evenly matched, kicking up clouds of dust around them. Boom. Their battle echoed with intensity, captivating the onlookers who gaped in astonishment. Is this fellow's marching fist truly a product of solitary practice? How is it that he can hold his own against Sister Xiaoyu? Her combat experience is unparalleled. This is utterly preposterous. A disciple, curious, remarked. Yet, Southwind's technique appears somewhat unrefined. He must be a novice. Nevertheless, each strike is executed with remarkable precision, akin to the standards outlined in textbooks, and he seems to grow increasingly adept. Although Xiao Nanfeng's punches were clumsy, their precision was astonishing, allowing him to engage in a fierce contest with Xiaoyu from the outset. As he became more accustomed to the fight, he gradually began to gain a slight advantage. This is impossible. In such a brief period, his skills have improved? Someone exclaimed. Xiaoyu grew increasingly anxious, despite her vigilance. Why could she not best Southwind? This was inconceivable. Her battle experience far surpassed his. She had faced countless life and death struggles. While this Southwind was evidently a fledgling, how could this be? The marching fist strikes in all directions, unleashing force in every realm, belonging to the path of sheer power. Sister, the insights on the fierce fist by Master Wushenwei describes that all things possess yin and yang. Beneath the might of the fierce fist lies the shadow of gentleness. Only through the harmony of strength and softness can one achieve greater ferocity. The force of the marching fist, when unleashed, is potent and relentless. Yet you have forsaken the subtlety of its circular power, channeling all energy into sheer force. Though you advance unimpeded with great strength, you have lost the limitless adaptability. Your approach is flawed. Xiao Nanfeng stated calmly. Master Wushenwei's insights on the fierce fist. I believe I have memorized that as well. I always thought it irrelevant. Can this Taoist scripture truly apply to the marching fist? Someone responded, astonished. Elder Ku's expression remained inscrutable, yet he was secretly amazed. Was this new disciple employing various Taoist texts to enhance his martial prowess? As Xiao Nanfeng grew increasingly skilled, his marching fist began to exude an air of mastery. Xiao Yu's frustration mounted. This was impossible. How could this occur? She possessed far more combat experience than this youth, yet she found herself gradually subdued. Initially, South Wind's technique was awkward, yet every move was eerily precise. Despite her greater strength, she felt constrained. How could this be? More importantly, he was even instructing her on her own technique. A mere marching fist, and he dares to offer guidance? A surge of shame and indignation flooded her mind. Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself. 5 poisons piercing palm. In a fit of rage, Xiaoyu unleashed a strike through the gaps of the marching fist, landing directly on Xiao Nanfeng's chest. Xiao Nanfeng was instantly propelled backward. As he fell to the ground, a hand suddenly appeared behind him, catching him and dissipating much of the force from the blow. Master? Xiao Nanfeng recognized his savior. Are you unharmed? Elder Ku inquired solemnly. I am fine. Thank you for mitigating the impact, Master, Xiao Nanfeng replied respectfully. Turning, Xiao Nanfeng offered a wry smile to Xiaoyu. Sister is formidable. The junior is lacking. At that moment, Xiaoyu felt no joy, stamping her foot in frustration. In her earlier rage, she had violated her promise, employing techniques beyond the marching fist and exceeding the power of the 6th layer of postnatal realm. Did she emerge victorious? No, she had lost. Chapter 20, Dominant Fist. However, Little E was remarkably straightforward. Accepting her defeat, she promptly produced a gold note worth 300 taels. Take it, she said. I am unfamiliar with the military fist technique. If it were any other martial art, I would not have lost. Humph. She huffed as she thrust the gold note into Xiao Nanfeng's hands. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback by her generosity. He had assumed that his senior sister was rather unreasonable, but her willingness to pay so readily explained her popularity among her peers. Thank you, senior sister. With the 300 taels of gold, plus the benefits of becoming an official disciple, he found himself with a fortune of 1,300 taels right from the outset. Why thank me? A bet is a bet. You have earned it. You should let Elder Ku help you heal your injuries. I used too much force earlier. The 5 poisons piercing heart palm can be detrimental to one's health. Do not let it linger, Little You reminded him with a frown. Though still disgruntled over her loss to Xiao Nanfeng, her kind heart was evident as she urged him to seek treatment. It is of no consequence. The force of your palm was already mitigated by our master, Xiao Nanfeng replied, gaining a bit more admiration for her. I only neutralized most of the force. A small portion remains. Did you absorb it on your own? Elder Ku inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Xiao Nanfeng nodded. The 5 poisons piercing heart palm is a malevolent technique. It is not easily dispelled. What kind of true qi cultivation method do you practice? Elder Ku asked with curiosity. My cultivation method is somewhat lacking. I humbly request guidance from my master. It is called the Rising Sun Technique. Xiao Nanfeng responded respectfully. Rising Sun Technique? Little You exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. Not only she, but the surrounding practitioners were equally astonished. How could he cultivate such a technique? Indeed, the Rising Sun Technique is considered mediocre and does not impress senior sister. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled wryly. Rising Sun Technique? Wait, how old are you? You have reached the 6th level? Little You asked incredulously. Didn't senior sister know I am 16? Impossible. 16? The 6th level of the Rising Sun Technique. How did you achieve that? Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate this technique? It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to undertake this path. It is notoriously slow. Little You continued to express her disbelief. I understand. Other techniques can absorb the essence of heaven and earth at any time to refine their own true qi. However, the Rising Sun Technique is exceedingly demanding. It can only absorb the first rays of sunlight at dawn to cultivate. The energy of the rising sun is available for only a brief moment each day. Thus, the Rising Sun Technique can only be practiced for that limited time. Moreover, during rainy days, one cannot cultivate it all. Therefore, achieving mastery in the Rising Sun Technique is exceptionally difficult. Xiao Nanfeng sighed. You know all this, yet you still chose to cultivate the Rising Sun Technique? I had no choice. Xiao Nanfeng replied with a bitter smile. Do you think I enjoy the Rising Sun Technique? The conditions did not permit me to practice any other methods. The chief steward only allowed this mediocre technique. Yet you have reached the 6th level at such a young age. Remarkable. The first 5 levels are foundational, allowing only the absorption of the rising sun's energy for cultivation. It is only upon reaching the 6th level that one may consume certain solar spiritual substances to accelerate their practice. For an ordinary person to achieve the 5th level of the acquired realm in the Rising Sun technique without at least 30 years of hard work is impossible. How did you accomplish it so swiftly? Are you truly only 16? Elder Ku also expressed his doubts. I have studied some Taoist scriptures, including the Collecting Chi Heart Sutra by the Divine Martial God. It describes preparations that can be made in advance to clear the dantian before each day's energy collection, allowing for an increase in the quantity of energy absorbed during that brief moment. Additionally, the 1 inhale 3 breaths Qi storage scripture by Master Shimiao describes a method of compressing this unique energy, enabling me to store more of the rising sun's essence. Furthermore, the empty void heart method by Master Wushan allows for an expansive dantian capable of limitless meditation to gather energy. Xiao Nanfeng recounted, unhurriedly recalling the scriptures he had read. Listening to Xiao Nanfeng's description, not only was Little Yu flabbergasted, but the surrounding practitioners were also left speechless. Is this for real? You are practicing a mediocre technique, yet have incorporated the teachings of 8 ancient Taoist texts? The crucial point is, most of us have memorized these scriptures, believing them unnecessary. Yet we never imagined they could be applied in such a way. At that moment, even Elder Ku found it hard to believe. The disciples of the Taiching immortal sect, who had been forced to memorize these texts, felt overwhelmed by the effort. To think that this disciple of mine had seamlessly integrated them into his practice? He had remarkably accelerated his cultivation speed with the Rising Sun technique by 2 or 3 times. That is an extraordinary feat. I had only reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the acquired realm. A few days ago, while traveling by ship to pay my respects to my master, I fortuitously caught a golden demon eel. After consuming half of it, I broke through to the 6th level, Xiao Nanfeng stated. The initial 5 levels of the Rising Sun technique are indeed foundational, and after the 6th level, the consumption of solar spiritual substances enhances one's cultivation. You were indeed fortunate. Elder Ku nodded in agreement. Master, my cultivation of this technique is excessively demanding, and my progress is too slow. What should I consider changing to? Xiao Nanfeng asked respectfully. 16 years old and at the 6th level of the acquired realm is indeed somewhat slow, but it also depends on the technique. For a mediocre technique to reach such heights is simply remarkable. Elder Ku shook his head. The Rising Sun technique is indeed challenging to cultivate, which is why it is labeled as a mediocre method. However, the true qi it produces, infused with the essence of the sun, is extraordinary and rare. It is pure yang true qi. The reason you could easily dispel Little Yu's 5 poisons piercing heart palm true qi is because of your pure yang true qi. Pure yang true qi? Xiao Nanfeng asked, intrigued. Indeed, pure yang true qi is exceedingly precious. I do not recommend you abandon your cultivation to start anew. Once you reach the innate realm, you may then select a pure yang technique to continue your practice. Pure yang practitioners may start slowly and face difficulties early on, yet they become increasingly formidable as they progress, Elder Ku explained. Does this mean that although my Rising Sun technique is slow to cultivate, it is still a good method? It can solidify my foundation? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes brightened. Precisely. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will diligently cultivate the Rising Sun technique. With a deep breath, Xiao Nanfeng felt a weight lift from his heart. It turned out that his practice of the Rising Sun technique was not lacking after all. After the 5th level, you may consume certain solar spiritual substances to expedite your cultivation. You can consult Little Yu for that. She manages the kitchen for the miscellaneous disciples and has access to various beast ingredients. As long as you have the funds, you can procure them. Elder Ku instructed. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with newfound realization. It turned out that senior sister Little Yu held a position of authority. As for your technique, the military fist? Elder Ku slightly furrowed his brow. Yes, Master. I only possess this one technique. It is somewhat lacking. I humbly request your guidance. Xiao Nanfeng admitted with a rueful smile. Are you familiar with the dominant fist? Elder Ku pondered for a moment. The dominant fist? I believe I have encountered it in some texts. It was purportedly created by a great emperor from a millennium ago, possessing immense power, unmatched dominance. A single strike could sweep away armies. 2 strikes could shatter mountains and rivers, and 3 strikes could defy the laws of nature. It is an exceedingly formidable killing technique, Xiao Nanfeng recounted, reminiscing. You are indeed correct. The dominant fist was created by an emperor and is exceedingly tyrannical. However, very few possess the capability to achieve mastery in it. The marching fist you practice is merely a simplified version of the dominant fist, which was once truncated and passed down to the military. Even in its diminished form, it remains exceedingly popular among the armies of the world, reflecting its formidable power, Elder Ku remarked. Is the marching fist the result of numerous reductions from the dominant fist? Xiao Nanfeng inquired in astonishment. Indeed, our Tai Ching immortal sect possesses this fist manual, yet it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Without sufficient comprehension to penetrate the essence of the dominant fist, it is akin to second-rate martial arts. Care to give it a try? Elder Ku stated earnestly. Does my master believe that I can cultivate the dominant fist? Xiao Nanfeng felt uncertain. Your foundation in the marching fist is exceptional. Perhaps you have a chance. However, if mastered, it is unparalleled in its dominance. If not, it remains merely a second-rate technique. Ultimately, the choice lies with you. Xiao Nanfeng contemplated the tiny divine pearl in his mind, which could transform him into a prodigy, enabling swifter comprehension of various Taoist scriptures related to martial arts, indeed worth striving for. Please, master, teach me the dominant fist. Very well. We shall commence tomorrow. Do you have any other inquiries for your teacher? Elder Ku was quite satisfied with Xiao Nanfeng's temperament. Disciple enjoys reading Taoist scriptures. May I, with your grace, be allowed to peruse more of them? Xiao Nanfeng looked at Elder Ku with anticipation. With the scripture repository nearby, I could save the expense of purchasing books if you grant permission. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng's peers, including Xiao Yu and several chanting seniors, regarded him as if he were a curiosity. You, what are you saying? You wish to actively seek out those obscure and difficult Taoist texts? We are driven to madness just memorizing them. The very sight of the scripture repository leaves us dizzy, and yet you wish to read them voluntarily? Are you unwell? Elder Ku was also slightly taken aback, but reflecting on Xiao Nanfeng's adeptness with various Taoist scriptures, he finally confirmed that his fortunate disciple was indeed a lover of learning. His earlier statement that this place was a paradise of mortals was indeed heartfelt. Very well. The first floor of the scripture repository holds 48,000 volumes of Taoist texts for your enjoyment. Elder Ku replied, his spirits lifted. Chapter 21. The first path of the Qin. A month later, deep within Ta Ching Island, in a certain prison, the branding iron fell upon the chests of two prisoners, who emitted piercing cries of agony. Not far away, behind a clean desk, Zhao Yuanjiao coldly observed the scene of torture before him. Master, we have meticulously verified the information registered by these new disciples and finally uncovered a flaw, ultimately exposing these two spies of the demon sect, reported a junior disciple. Did you extract any information? Zhao Yuanjiao inquired solemnly. They hold a lowly status within the demon sect, knowing little. They are aware that after joining our Ta Ching immortal sect, they will be contacted by the servant disciples, but they are unclear about specific identities. However, they did mention that there are high-ranking officials from the demon sect who have infiltrated our Ta Ching immortal sect. Indeed, one does not uncover such treachery without investigation. The infiltration of the demon sect into our Ta Ching immortal sect has reached this extent? Zhao Yuanjiao's expression darkened. Master, this matter is of great significance. Should we report it to the lineage leader? The junior disciple expressed concern. I have already reported it. This matter is under my full responsibility for thorough investigation. I shall ensure they pay for their blood debts. Zhao Yuanjiao declared coldly. This matter should not be made public. Conduct the inquiry discreetly. Extract more information from these two spies. I refuse to believe they possess only this trivial knowledge. Understood, the junior disciple replied. By the way, has there been any movement from the scripture pavilion? Zhao Yuanjiao turned his gaze toward the junior disciple. Are you concerned about junior brother Nanfeng? Junior brother? Humph. It is too early to call him that before we uncover his background. What has he been up to this past month? Zhao Yuanjiao asked with a grave tone. You're aware of the duel he had with junior sister Xiaoyu, right? Yes. Xiaoyu is unfamiliar with the military fist, and under the constraints of suppressing her cultivation and fixed techniques, she naturally cannot compete with that fellow who practices the military fist daily. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. Does he think that by merely reading a few Taoist scriptures he can intimidate others? I have recited more scriptures than he has even heard of. Junior sister Xiaoyu is simply too earnest. She even gifted him 300 taels of gold? Zhao Yuanjiao remarked coldly. However, Elder Ku seems to be particularly invested in that fellow, personally instructing him in the dominating fist for 5 days before entering seclusion. Moreover, Elder Ku used to enjoy punishing others with scripture recitations, yet this time, He has not penalized that lad even once, the disciple from Ta Ching Immortal Sect commented. 5 consecutive days of instruction? Zhao Yuanjiao frowned slightly. Indeed, for the following 20 days, his routine has been exceedingly regular. He practices the dominating fist in the mornings and studies in the scripture pavilion from afternoon until evening. Studying in the scripture pavilion? Has he ascended to the 2nd level? Zhao Yuanjiao narrowed his eyes. No, he does not possess the qualifications for the 2nd level, and it seems he has been engrossed in reading Taoist scriptures. Engrossed? Zhao Yuanjiao looked at the disciple in astonishment. Indeed, those scriptures are notoriously obscure. I have recited many yet still fail to comprehend them fully. They appear as incomprehensible texts. Almost hypnotic. Can one truly become absorbed in such material? Yes, he seems to read with great fervor, the junior disciple affirmed. Over the past month, he has read no fewer than 300 Taoist scriptures, most of which pertain to martial arts, the disciple added. Zhao Yuanjiao raised an eyebrow. What did you say? In 1 month, he has read 300 books? An average of 10 books a day. Are you jesting with me? It is true, even if he skimmed through them. It is impossible to read 10 books in a day. He is surely putting on an act, attempting to deceive us. Zhao Yuanjiao snorted coldly. However, those responsible for monitoring him assert otherwise. Nonsense. If I had been tasked to observe him, how many books do you think I could savor in a day? Zhao Yuanjiao retorted angrily. He must have anticipated being watched, hence his deliberate pretense. Alas, while his act may appear convincing, he is overplaying his hand. Who do we take for fools? Master, what now? Continue to monitor him closely. Observe whom he interacts with. He surely has a contact. If we encounter such a situation, apprehend and interrogate him immediately. Apprehend him? But he is a disciple of Elder Ku. Apprehend. Zhao Yuanjiao's eyes widened resolutely. Understood. In the early morning, within the scripture pavilion, a beam of sunlight illuminated Xiao and Feng, who sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the morning sun. After a fragrant incense stick had burned, he exhaled a breath of impure air and slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding him was the unceasing sound of scripture recitation, and Xiao and Feng relished the ambience. At that moment, a servant disciple approached him with a food box in hand. Brother Nanfeng, you are in luck. Yesterday the kitchen received a batch of golden demon eels. I have prepared a slightly smaller one as per your request, and it is ready for consumption. This golden demon eel is worth 100 taels of gold, the servant disciple said respectfully. Thank you, my friend, Xiao and Feng replied politely. I am merely a servant disciple, following the orders of junior sister Xiaoyu. You can simply call me Tang Xiaoyi. Xiao and Feng took out 100 taels of gold and handed it to Tang Xiaoyi. Over the past month, he had spent a total of 1,300 taels of gold acquiring materials of the supreme yang attribute, and this was the last 100 taels. He sat at a nearby dining table and opened the food box, eagerly devouring the golden demon eel. I knew this batch of golden demon eels would not be without your share. Are you trying to tempt them to death? Xiaoyu's laughter suddenly rang out. Junior sister? What brings you here? Xiao and Feng turned to see Xiaoyu clad in form-fitting black attire, accentuating her figure. With a slender waist that could be grasped in one hand, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. I came to see how you squander your fortune. Xiaoyu chuckled, pointing at the disciples below the sorrow cliff, who were reciting scriptures. Those poor disciples, already punished with scripture recitation, now must endure hunger while inhaling the aroma of your meat. Have you considered their feelings? Gurgle. Indeed, several disciples reciting scriptures had stomachs growling in response. Brothers can also purchase food. There are no fasting restrictions during scripture recitation, Xiao and Feng replied with a smile. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. The sect allocates 1,000 taels of gold and resources each year for you to spend, and you've exhausted it all in just 1 month. What will you do for the remaining days? Do you think others are like you? Nearby, the reciting disciples exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude, thinking, with your eating habits, you can expect to eat dirt for the next 11 months. I have no choice. If I don't eat, my cultivation will stagnate, Xiao and Feng sighed. I wish you would buy more. That way, I could earn some profit. This eel was acquired at the cost of my life. We recently ventured out with the brothers to eradicate a sea demon den and captured quite a few golden demon eels, Xiaoyu boasted proudly. Wait. So the 100 taels of gold I spent on this dish ultimately ends up in your pocket? Xiao and Feng exclaimed in surprise. Not exactly. Among those who hunted the demon beasts, rewards were distributed based on contributions. I only earned a mere 1,000 taels of gold, Xiaoyu replied modestly, though her eyes sparkled with pride. Going out to hunt demon beasts and earning money? How enviable. Xiao and Feng's eyes brightened. Are you jealous? Would you like me to take you along to earn some money? Xiao Yu tempted him. Absolutely not. With my current level of cultivation, going out would be tantamount to seeking death. It's better to stay in the sect and cultivate properly. Xiao Nanfeng decisively shook his head. Humph. You've consumed 1,300 taels of gold in just 1 month. What cultivation can you possibly achieve? Xiao Yu scoffed. That, junior sister need not worry about. Even without the supreme yang materials, I have countless scriptures within the scripture pavilion. Reading brings me joy. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head, continuing to decline. Xiao Yu. This is something Xiao Yu cannot tolerate at all. I initially thought that Xiao Nanfeng was merely flattering Elder Ku, but to my astonishment, for an entire month, he has genuinely managed to endure and has been diligently studying Taoist scriptures every single day. Does reading bring you joy? Are you out of your mind? How can one utter such shameless words? Did senior sister come to me for a purpose? Is it not permissible for me to seek you out without a reason? I engaged the finest chef to deliver a meal for you, and yet you treat me with such disdain? Xiao Yu glared at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng smiled wryly. Senior sister, you exaggerate. If you have something to convey, please do so plainly. I shall not shy away from any assistance I can offer. This is precisely the phrase I awaited. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Nanfeng, rest assured, I shall not place you in a predicament. I simply wish to apprentice under Elder Ku, and I would appreciate your assistance in whispering in his ear. Xiao Yu's expression turned earnest. That day, I heard you mention wanting to learn the Guqin from our master. Is Master S' skill in the Guqin truly remarkable? Xiao Nanfeng could not restrain his curiosity. You are unaware? Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise. I know our master is formidable, yet I am oblivious to the extent of his prowess. Could you enlighten me? Xiao Nanfeng inquired with intrigue. Xiao Yu regarded Xiao Nanfeng with an odd expression. You truly are a simpleton blessed with good fortune. You have stumbled upon a great opportunity. Xiao Nanfeng. To put it plainly, Elder Ku approaches the Tao through music. In terms of Guqin mastery, he is undoubtedly the best in the sect. None, not even the sect leader, can rival him. Oh, and by the way, it seems there was someone in the past who could contest Elder Ku's abilities. But that individual has been unheard of for decades. Xiao Yu reminisced. Oh, who might that be? Xiao Nanfeng asked, intrigued. I believe their name was Xiao Hongyi, an elder from the Huangmai lineage, Xiao Yu recalled. Xiao Hongyi? Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Xiao Hongyi? Is that not my father? Chapter 22. Immediate capture what? Have you heard of him? Xiao Yu inquired, noticing the unusual expression on Xiao Nanfeng's face. No. Xiao Nanfeng quickly shook his head, not wishing to reveal his identity just yet. Never heard of him? Why are you so agitated then? Xiao Hongyi is the elder of the Huang vein, and Ku elder is the elder of the Xian vein. I've heard from the senior brothers that the two of them are sworn enemies who have battled for many years. Xiao Yu whispered curiously. Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself, on one side is my father, and on the other is my master. It is quite inappropriate for me to speak freely. Do you truly wish to take my master as your teacher? Is it because you genuinely enjoy playing the zither? Xiao Nanfeng diverted the topic. Playing the zither is one aspect, but those who cultivate through music have a far superior soul refining speed compared to other practitioners. Xiao Yu replied, her face brimming with anticipation. Soul refining? Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. His initial judgment was indeed correct. His master's zither music greatly benefits soul refining. Forget about soul refining for now. Focus on refining your true energy in the postnatal realm. Once you reach the innate realm, Ku Elder should teach you. Sigh. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I become. Why is your luck so good while mine is so miserable? Xiao Yu lamented, her expression sorrowful. Watching Xiao Yu feign tears that were not there, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but twitch his face. All right, senior sister, stop acting. When the opportunity arises, I will help persuade my master. But honestly, I can only occasionally offer a breeze. My master would not heed my words. Haha, junior brother, your loyalty is enough for me, Xiao Yu exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of delight. Xiao Nanfeng fell silent, pondering. Are you a dramatist? Senior sister, I'm done eating. While the pure yang spiritual energy from the golden demonic eel is still within me, I want to practice some boxing to fully absorb it. Please wait for me. Xiao Nanfeng quickly stood up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He assumed a stance and threw punches, generating a thunderous sound. Oh, is this the dominant fist? How have you made such rapid progress in just a month? I remember in the beginning, Ku Elder helped you correct your posture. How is it that you have improved so swiftly in this short time? Xiao Yu asked in astonishment. During this time, I have comprehended many Taoist scriptures regarding boxing in the scripture pavilion and made some modifications to make the dominant fist more suited to me. Xiao Nanfeng replied while continuing his practice. You dare to alter the boxing technique after merely reading a few Taoist scriptures? You are quite bold. What if your understanding of the scriptures is incorrect? Xiao Yu expressed her surprise. It won't be a problem, Xiao Nanfeng reassured her calmly. Xiao Yu's expression turned peculiar. You really know how to boast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Nanfeng continued his practice, striking the air with explosive sounds. What level have you reached? After observing him for a while, Xiao Yu found that his modified boxing technique was not at all awkward. Instead, it flowed more smoothly. Sparking her curiosity, I have merely just scratched the surface, Xiao Nanfeng casually remarked. You can only claim to have entered the threshold after comprehending the intent of the fist. You dare say you have done so in just a month? Xiao Yu widened her eyes in disbelief, eagerly adding, Come, let me be your sparring partner and test your level. No need. I prefer to practice alone. Xiao Nanfeng completely declined the offer. The memory of their last encounter was still fresh in his mind. What if she became irate and unleashed another 5 poisons heart-piercing palm? This time, he would not have his master nearby to mitigate the impact. He could end up in dire straits. I refuse to be your punching bag. Humph, ungrateful. Xiao Yu wrinkled her nose, but did not press further. After practicing the dominant fist 3 times, Xiao Nanfeng gradually concluded his training. Done already? Since you won't play with me, I'm feeling a bit bored, Xiao Yu yawned. The spiritual energy of the golden demonic eel has already been digested, Xiao Nanfeng nodded. I plan to head to the scripture pavilion to read. Would you like to join me? I wouldn't want to. The moment I hear the word scripture pavilion, I shake my head like a rattle drum. You go ahead. Don't forget what you promised me earlier. Absolutely. By the way, I left 2 golden demonic eels for myself after exterminating the demon lair. I'll share one with you later, Xiao Yu said with a smile before leaving. Xiao Nanfeng looked at her in surprise. It was no wonder Xiao Yu had good relations within the Taiqing immortal sect, as she was so generous. Thank you, senior sister. Xiao Nanfeng expressed his gratitude. Xiao Yu waved her hand and walked away with a joyful stride, her expression one of triumph. Once you've eaten my golden demonic eel, you'll owe me a favor. After Xiao Yu departed, Xiao Nanfeng returned to his courtyard, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and set off for the scripture pavilion. At noon, just as Xiao Nanfeng exited the scripture pavilion, he encountered the servant disciple, Tang Xiao Yi, who had previously delivered his meal. Senior brother. Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng, Tang Xiao Yi's eyes brightened, and he approached with a smile, saying, Xiao Yu senior sister instructed me to deliver a portion of golden demonic eel. When would you like it? The sect has a dedicated area for raising golden demonic eels, so there is no immediate concern about them perishing. Xiao Yu senior sister truly acts swiftly, Xiao Nanfeng remarked. Indeed, Xiao Yu senior sister is very considerate towards you, Tang Xiao Yi said with a suggestive glance before continuing. Senior brother, the sect's disciples who go out to exterminate demon lairs return with various demon beasts, which are sold and cooked by us servant disciples. Besides the golden demonic eel, we also have other demon beasts in the kitchen. Would you be interested? Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted. The golden demonic eel that Xiao Yu senior sister provided is valued at 200 taels of gold. If you find another demon beast that you prefer, you only need to cover the price difference. Tang Xiao Yi explained. Where's the kitchen? Xiao Nanfeng inquired. It's near the dock where you disembark. If senior brother wishes to change his palate, we can arrange a time for you to come along and choose. We will handle the cooking, Tang Xiao Yi invited with a smile. Xiao Nanfeng's interest was piqued. The dock was exactly where he wanted to go. He still had 10,000 taels of gold left on that large ship. It had been over a month since he arrived on the island, and he should not attract too much attention now. Oh, then let us go right now? Xiao Nanfeng smiled. Now? So soon? Tang Xiao Yi frowned slightly. Is there a problem? Xiao Nanfeng keenly noticed the change in Tang Xiao Yi's expression. No problem. It's just that since you mentioned going now, I didn't have time to prepare. Weren't you planning to read? Tang Xiao Yi replied with a forced smile. The book can wait. You don't need to prepare. Please lead the way. Xiao Nanfeng insisted. He had gradually adapted to his identity as the sole disciple of Master Ku and felt no need to be modest with servant disciples. All right. Tang Xiao Yi reluctantly nodded. The two departed the scripture pavilion and walked along the forest path. Not long after they left, news of Xiao Nanfeng's exit reached Zhao Yuanjiao. Upon hearing the report from his disciple, Zhao Yuanjiao felt a surge of excitement. After waiting a month, has he finally begun to make contact? Senior brother, just as you predicted, Nanfeng has secretly slipped away with a servant disciple, undoubtedly plotting something, another disciple exclaimed eagerly. This month has not been in vain. Who is this servant disciple? Zhao Yuan Jiao inquired solemnly. His name is Tang Xiao Yi. He is responsible for cooking demon beast meat and possesses decent culinary skills. Xiao Yu senior sister selected him to deliver meals to Nanfeng, and for this past month, he has been in charge of Nanfeng's diet, the disciple explained. The tale has already been revealed. Let us see how big a fish we can catch this time. Zhao Yuan Jiao's eyes glinted coldly as he ordered. Immediately gather the team and proceed to capture Tang Xiao Yi and Nanfeng. Chapter 23. A resounding crash of waves echoed against the rocky coastline. Xiao Nanfeng furrowed his brow slightly, glancing back at the enigmatic white mist they had just traversed. Senior brother, Taiching Island is enveloped in a mist formation. Without the proper means of entry, one would find themselves endlessly circling within, akin to a ghostly maze. Entry permitted but exit denied. All in the name of preserving the island's privacy and security, Tang Xiaoyi explained with a smile. Isn't this the dock? Xiao Nanfeng inquired, directing his gaze toward the distant sea. We're taking a shortcut. If we were to follow the main route, we would have to navigate around several mountains. By proceeding along the coastline, we shall reach the dock swiftly. If you're weary, we can take a brief respite, Tang Xiaoyi cheerfully suggested. Let us rest for a moment then. Thankfully, you are familiar with Taiching Island. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the detours we might have taken. Xiao Nanfeng remarked with a smile as he settled onto a large stone. Senior brother, I have noticed that since your initiation, you have only consumed the flesh of demonic beasts. You must not have tasted other delicacies. Although I am merely a deacon disciple, having entered a year before you, I have encountered quite a few fine items. This jug of spirit wine I possess is exceptional, not inferior to the demonic beast meat you have savored. You should give it a try, Tang Xiaoyi offered enthusiastically as he unfastened a wine gourd from his waist. Oh, spirit wine? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes brightened. Here, senior brother. Tang Xiaoyi eagerly handed the wine gourd to Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng accepted it, peering inside and inhaling its fragrant aroma. It smells delightful. Indeed, spirit wine is naturally aromatic. There is no need for modesty, Tang Xiaoyi chuckled. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng raised the gourd and poured some into his mouth. Tang Xiaoyi observed with a slight smirk, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng spat out the spirit wine. Huh, senior brother, what are you doing? Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed, astonished. This wine. It's quite spicy. Xiao Nanfeng grimaced as he returned the gourd to Tang Xiaoyi. Tang Xiaoyi paused, bewildered. Spicy? Senior brother, you're not drinking for the first time, are you? How did you know? Xiao Nanfeng replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Tang Xiaoyi considered this. At merely 16 years of age, it was entirely reasonable for Xiao Nanfeng to be inexperienced with alcohol, hence his aversion to the spiciness. Senior brother, that is simply how wine tastes, Tang Xiaoyi said with a wry smile. But truly, it's quite spicy. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head vigorously. You must drink it heartily. Watch me. Tang Xiaoyi lifted the gourd, demonstrating as he poured the liquid into his mouth, taking several hearty swigs. Refreshing. Did you see that? This is spirit wine. What man doesn't he drink? My spirit wine is a prized possession, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Spitting it out would be a dreadful waste. Who knows? Perhaps by the time we reach the dock, you'll be eager to purchase some from me. He encouraged. Is that so? Then I shall give it another try. Xiao Nanfeng appeared somewhat intrigued. Once more, he took the gourd and poured a generous amount into his mouth. Puffed. Before he could swallow, he spat it out once again. Tang Xiaoyi's expression darkened. Are you doing this on purpose? My apologies, it appears I wasted it again. I'm still getting accustomed to drinking. However, I did manage to swallow half of it. I can feel a fiery sensation in my throat, Xiao Nanfeng quickly clarified. Tang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Haha, now that's the feeling. How does it feel? Comfortable, right? Quite spicy. I feel a warmth spreading within my belly. Yet, it's strangely pleasant. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed. Haha. Indeed, my spirit wine is no ordinary brew. Tang Xiaoyi laughed heartily. Then, a sardonic expression crossed Tang Xiaoyi's face, devoid of any pretense, as he coldly regarded Xiao Nanfeng, seemingly anticipating something. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng clutched his head, swaying slightly. Why do I feel as if my body is? Is it that my limbs are weak and my entire being is turning to mush? Ah, so you're feeling weak all over, are you? Tang Xiaoyi interjected. Xiao Nanfeng ceased clutching his head, leaning against the nearby stone, feeling somewhat limp. Tang Xiaoyi, I feel utterly drained. Am I drunk? What is happening to me? He asked, panic crossing his features. Tang Xiaoyi, however, stared coldly at Xiao Nanfeng. At the 6th level of the post-heaven realm, how could you possibly be intoxicated by such a trivial amount of alcohol? You're not drunk. You've been poisoned. Poisoned? What poison? Was there poison in the wine? Why would you poison it? Xiao Nanfeng's complexion shifted dramatically. Though you are no match for me, I, Tang Xiaoyi, cannot allow any unforeseen circumstances. We are at the fringes of Taiching Island, a place seldom trodden by others. Even if you screamed at the top of your lungs, no one would come to your aid. Senior brother Nanfeng, please do not hold this against me, Tang Xiaoyi said ominously. Wait, you drank the spirit wine too. How come you're unaffected? Xiao Nanfeng questioned, bewildered. Of course, I took the antidote beforehand, Tang Xiaoyi boasted with a self-satisfied grin. What are you planning? I don't believe I've wronged you in any way. Xiao Nanfeng's countenance darkened. Humph, initially, I had no quarrel with you. However, your association with Elder Ku complicates matters. Fear not, I have no intention of killing you. Just comply and use your status as Elder Ku's disciple to assist us in obtaining an item from the 4th level of the Scripture Pavilion. Tang Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. Who exactly are you? Xiao Nanfeng's face paled. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have been poisoned, and only I possess the antidote. Should you choose not to cooperate, you shall suffer a most agonizing demise, and even Elder Ku would be powerless to save you. It is up to you to decide your fate. Tang Xiaoyi threatened with a triumphant glint in his eye. You just referred to we? Do you have accomplices? Xiao Nanfeng keenly noted the inconsistency in Tang Xiaoyi's words. Who we are is of no concern to you. I ask you now, do you wish to live or die? Tang Xiaoyi demanded with malice. I certainly wish to live, but even if I wish to die, do you have the capability to kill me? Xiao Nanfeng suddenly laughed. You seek death. Tang Xiaoyi sprang to his feet, but before he could continue, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Tang Xiaoyi lay sprawled on the ground, an expression of disbelief plastered across his face. I had already taken the antidote. Why? Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to stand. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiao Nanfeng slowly stood upright, exhibiting no signs of having been poisoned, gazing down at Tang Xiaoyi with cold indifference. You were feigning it. Impossible. You clearly drank the wine. Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed, astonished. Didn't I spit it all out? Xiao Nanfeng replied calmly. Tang Xiaoyi's face turned pale with realization. He had witnessed Xiao Nanfeng drink a mouthful and spit half of it out, but no, he had indeed vomited it all, not ingesting a single drop. You poisoned me? When? Tang Xiaoyi shouted. As the realization struck him, he recalled that he had attempted to poison Xiao Nanfeng, only to find Xiao Nanfeng had turned the tables and poisoned him instead. Did your family never advise you not to leave your drink unattended once it has been opened? Xiao Nanfeng remarked nonchalantly. Tang Xiaoyi's expression shifted. His gaze had never strayed from the wine gourd, leaving him no opportunity to poison it. No, there had been a moment when Xiao Nanfeng had spat out the first mouthful of wine. That was when the poison was administered. But how could he have known he would drink? I merely guessed. Blame your acting skills for being so poor. If you intended to trick me into drinking poison wine, you would need to alleviate my suspicions. However, even if you refused to drink, I would have found a way to make you, Xiao Nanfeng said, his gaze icy as he regarded Tang Xiaoyi. And as luck would have it, I happen to have some leftover poison on me. Tang Xiaoyi, I have no enmity with you, yet you sought to scheme against me? After spending a month getting acquainted with me, did you intend to deceive me and bring about my demise? This has clearly been a premeditated scheme. When did you realize that I intended to harm you? How did you uncover my meticulously crafted plans? Tang Xiaoyi expressed his frustration. Did you think that this was my first visit to Taiching Island, and that I would be unfamiliar with its terrain? Are you unaware that the house is a map of Taiching Island? Although certain areas are not depicted on the map, I would certainly know the route from to the dock, wouldn't I? Xiao Nanfeng replied coldly. What? Tang Xiaoyi was taken aback. Initially, I thought we were taking a shortcut not marked on the map, but upon arriving here, did I truly remain oblivious to your intentions? You were merely acting with me? Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed in astonishment. You were the one who started the performance, Xiao Nanfeng retorted coldly. You. Tang Xiaoyi stammered, pointing shakily at Xiao Nanfeng, at a loss for words. How could someone so young possess such profound cunning and acting skills? Now, it is time to speak. Who are you? What are you attempting to steal from the Taiqing Xianzong? Xiao Nanfeng gazed at Tang Xiaoyi with an icy stare. I won't disclose that to you. Tang Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with determination. Are you not afraid of death? Xiao Nanfeng squinted in surprise. What is death to me? Having resolved to infiltrate Taiqing Island, we never intended to leave alive, Tang Xiaoyi scoffed. Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted, and he stepped forward. He seized Tang Xiaoyi's chin and pried open his mouth, swiftly extracting a small black ball from between his teeth. How did you uncover my secret? Tang Xiaoyi's face registered shock. I merely speculated that, given your arrogance, you might be concealing poison for self-destruction. And indeed, you have, Xiao Nanfeng remarked with an unusual expression. It seems I have stumbled upon this revelation by sheer coincidence. The scenarios depicted in television shows from Earth truly hold some truth. Tang Xiaoyi, have I revealed my secret? Did I appear arrogant just now? Is there a fault in being proud? Chapter 24. The Return with Gold Now. Death is no longer an option for you. If you do not wish to endure my torture, immediately disclose your identity. Xiao Nanfeng coldly approached the slumped Tang Xiaoyi. Suddenly, a surge of danger enveloped him, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, but even so, a stone shot from behind grazed his shoulder. Bang! The force of the stone hitting the ground shattered a nearby boulder. Xiao Nanfeng quickly turned to see a burly man stepping forward, the very one who had thrown the stone. His shoulder throbbed with pain, his clothes torn and bloodied. Had he not evaded in time, he would have been severely injured or even broken his bones. Who are you? Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. Chenhai, why did it take you so long to arrive? Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed, nearly frantic. The burly man named Chenhai frowned. Casting a disapproving glance at Tang Xiaoyi, you left so abruptly without so much as a word. If I hadn't been curious and come to check, we might have been retrieving your corpse. I intended to lure him in slowly, but as soon as I opened my mouth, he demanded we go to the dock immediately. I had no time to notify you, Tang Xiaoyi lamented. Your poison wine, how did it incapacitate you? Chenhai asked, puzzled. I was careless. Quickly, capture him. Don't let him escape. Tang Xiaoyi said weakly. Humph, his cultivation is merely at the 6th level of the acquired realm. How could I possibly let him get away? Chenhai replied confidently. Do not underestimate him. Tang Xiaoyi urged anxiously. You are the one who underestimated him, leading to this mess. Your courage grows smaller by the day. I am 2 levels above him, and in the face of absolute strength, all tricks are futile. With that, Chenhai stepped forward, the ground beneath him erupting in a shower of gravel as he darted towards Xiao Nanfeng like a swift arrow. He unleashed a powerful palm strike. But Xiao Nanfeng was prepared, evading with remarkable agility. Chenhai missed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Nanfeng retaliated with a punch aimed at the passing Chenhai, the force producing a thunderous roar. Chenhai seemed to anticipate this, sneering as he suddenly struck back with his elbow. The 2 fists collided, creating a resounding clash. Bang! The 2 were thrown apart by the force of their first encounter. Xiao Nanfeng stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance, his fists tingling, while Chenhai only retreated slightly, his body trembling. What immense power! Is this boy truly at the 6th level of the acquired realm? Chenhai exclaimed in astonishment. He practices the morning sun technique, cultivating pure yang true energy, which is certainly superior to yours. Be cautious. Tang Xiaoyi urged anxiously. Pure yang true energy? No wonder it is so formidable. He only knows a single set of military punches. How could he be my match? Chenhai lunged at Xiao Nanfeng once more. Although they were aware of Xiao Nanfeng's practiced dominance, they dismissed it, thinking that a month's training was insufficient. Like a fierce tiger, Chenhai leapt into the air, attacking with fists and feet directed at Xiao Nanfeng, exuding a menacing aura. This time, Xiao Nanfeng did not evade. The previous collision had shown him Chenhai's strength. Though it surpassed his, the difference was not insurmountable. With a thunderous sound, their fists clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Instead of retreating, Xiao Nanfeng pressed forward, launching another punch at Chenhai. A glint of mockery flashed in Chenhai's eyes as he unhesitatingly countered, revealing that he had been holding back, waiting for Xiao Nanfeng to come to him. However, just as their fists were about to meet, Chenhai's hand unexpectedly passed through Xiao Nanfeng's punch, striking nothing but air. Dominant fist. Shadow strike. What? Chenhai was taken aback, and in an instant, he saw another fist materialize before him. A fierce gust of wind surged forward. Not good. Bang. Chenhai's face was struck by the punch, sending him hurtling back to the ground, where he crashed amidst a shower of stones. Xiao Nanfeng advanced. witnessing Chun Hai's nose shattered and bloodied, a ghastly sight. Yet he did not pause. With a swift kick, he lashed out, dazed from the blow to his head. Chun Hai instinctively sensed danger and rolled to evade the kick aimed at his head, but his arm was not so fortunate. Bang! Chun Hai let out a scream as he was sent flying, his arm broken and distorted midair. Ah! Chun Hai's anguished cry echoed as he landed. But the calamity did not cease. Xiao Nanfeng pounced again. Seizing the moment, he struck rapidly, leaving Chun Hai with no strength to resist. Yet Xiao Nanfeng sought to ensure his victory, relentlessly breaking Chun Hai's limbs until he was entirely incapacitated, finally pausing to catch his breath. Not far away, Tang Xiaoyi stared in disbelief at the near-lifeless Chun Hai, incredulity etched on his face. Chun Hai was at the 8th level of the acquired realm. Even if he had underestimated his opponent, and Xiao Nanfeng possessed pure yang true energy, the outcome should not have been so catastrophic. This is not merely a military fist. You were hiding your strength? Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed, astounded. No, you know this is dominant fist, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. This is impossible. You have only practiced dominant fist for a month. There is no way you could possess such strength. Tang Xiaoyi shouted, his disbelief bordering on hysteria. Xiao Nanfeng felt a twinge of unease. Fortunately, Chun Hai was merely at the 8th level of the acquired realm and had been careless. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. He extracted the poison from Chun Hai's mouth and took Tang Xiaoyi's wine gourd, administering a few more doses of the drugged spirit wine to both. What are you planning? Nanfeng, do you know who we are? Do you understand the consequences of offending us? Tang Xiaoyi screamed. Xiao Nanfeng's actions were far too seasoned for a mere 16-year-old. Bang! With one punch, he knocked Tang Xiaoyi unconscious. Without further ado, Xiao Nanfeng knew it was unwise to linger. More enemies could arrive at any moment. He swiftly carried the two along the beach toward the dock. Xiao Nanfeng sought no assistance from anyone, uncertain if they were allies of Tang Xiaoyi. Guided by his memory of the map, he soon located the dock, his eyes landing on several ships moored there, immediately recognizing the vessel that had once ferried him. Concealing the two in a hidden grove, he took a deep breath and plunged into the sea, swimming toward the ship. Before long, he discovered the hidden tuition fee, a gold note worth 10,000 taels. The ship was deserted, allowing him to board quietly. He found a large canvas and submerged once more, swiftly returning to the grove where he had hidden the two. After all, they were operatives in the underground world. Together, they had amassed 500 taels of gold. Xiao Nanfeng searched them thoroughly, but aside from the gold, there were no other clues. With a hint of regret, he stowed the 500 taels into his own pouch, using the canvas to wrap the two in branches. Interrogating them, his interest had waned. It was better to take them back to his master. Taiching Island was surrounded by formations, and he was unsure how to enter, but the main dock offered a clear path. Carrying the hefty bundle, he approached the bustling dock, where he encountered several disciples from the Taiching immortal sect stationed at the entrance to a vast canyon. Seen your brother Nanfeng? How did you come out? Are you carrying a beast? One of the guard disciples inquired curiously. Xiao Nanfeng did not recognize this person. But after having placed first in the assessment a month ago and being accepted as a disciple by Elder Ku, he had undoubtedly made a name for himself, and many were familiar with him. Yes, I came out to take care of some matters. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. With measured steps, Xiao Nanfeng boldly entered the Taiching Xian sect through the main gate, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. He eschewed the main thoroughfare, opting instead for the less trodden paths as per the mental map he had retained. Along his journey, he seldom encountered others. When he did, he adeptly utilized his spiritual energy to sense their presence in advance, retreating into the foliage to avoid detection. However, to his astonishment, his cautious maneuvers led him to overhear a conversation that was never meant for his ears. Have we found him? Not yet. Continue the search. The elder brother has issued a strict order. We must capture them, particularly that Nanfeng. Once located, apprehend him without hesitation. Do not be swayed by his charming words. Seize him first, then we can discuss. Understood. As the speakers departed, Xiao Nanfeng's eyelids fluttered with alarm. Was the organization behind Tang Xiaoyi so audacious? To think they would attempt to capture him upon encountering him. His expression darkened. Though the specifics eluded him, he recognized that the situation was decidedly unfavorable. Trust was a luxury he could no longer afford. He must seek his master at once. Evading all others, he hastened on his way. An hour later, burdened by a heavy pack, he arrived at the exterior of the scripture pavilion, only to find that his watchers had withdrawn. Not all were involved in his pursuit. Many disciples of the Taqing Xian sect remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. He refrained from explaining himself to anyone and made a beeline for the hall where his master was in seclusion, gazing at the tightly shut doors of the hall. A flicker of anxiety crossed his face. His master had expressly stated that he was not to be disturbed during his retreat. "Master, your disciple Nianfeng seeks an audience," he called out from the threshold. Yet, the doors remained resolutely closed, and no sound emanated from within. Anxiety surged within him. Should he continue to wait? "Found him. Quickly informed the elder brother. Nianfeng is here." A voice of excitement rang out from behind him. Xiao Nanfeng's countenance shifted dramatically. Without his master's protection, capture would likely spell dire consequences for him. "Master, forgive my intrusion," he thought silently, pushing the heavy door with all his might. To his surprise, it creaked open, revealing that it was not locked. As he stepped inside the hall, the door abruptly swung shut behind him with a resounding thud, startling him. This place felt rather ominous. Chapter 25. Re-encounter with the abomination. Xiao Nanfeng gazed upward, noticing the dimness of the hall, with an eerie mist permeating the surroundings, obscuring the depths of the hall. "Master? Disciple Nanfeng intrudes. I beseech you to appear." Xiao Nanfeng respectfully bowed. However, the gray mist offered no response. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to proceed, his countenance shifted, and he halted. He had carried a large bundle upon entering, but where was it now? Had it vanished? Something was amiss. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly observed two figures beside him. None other than Tang Xiaoyi and Chen Hai. Were they not within the bundle? Yet, they appeared as if just awakened, rubbing their bleary eyes, standing beside him. Even Chen Hai, who had been crippled, was now unscathed. An illusion? Xiao Nanfeng immediately comprehended his predicament. Not far away, Tang Xiaoyi and Chen Hai were also momentarily dazed, before abruptly spotting Xiao Nanfeng. "It's you." Tang Xiaoyi's expression underwent a drastic change. "Humph, you little rascal. I was merely careless earlier. Come again, and I shall beat you to death." Chen Hai's face contorted with ferocity. A defeated foe, still boasting shamelessly. Xiao Nanfeng realized that they were yet unaware of their presence within an illusion. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted as he noticed, within the gray mist behind the two, a faint dark shadow gradually approaching. Soon, he could discern the shadow completely, a ghastly white skeleton enveloped in black mist. Why has this fiend reappeared? Xiao Nanfeng's face grew unsightly. Was this not the abomination he had vanquished during the initiation test? Had it truly been resurrected? What was to be done? Master, where are you? Save me." Xiao Nanfeng disregarded Tang Xiaoyi and Chen Hai entirely, turning and fleeing into the depths of the mist. Finally realizing fear, Chen Hai guffawed. "Xiaoyi, let us pursue." "Hold on, something seems off. I recall your limbs being broken. How are they suddenly healed?" Tang Xiaoyi inquired, puzzled. Chen Hai was slightly taken aback. At that moment, the skeletal figure had reached the two, pressing close, yet they remained oblivious. "Why do I feel a chill on the back of my head?" Tang Xiaoyi stiffened. "You two imbeciles, run. Are you waiting here to die?" Xiao Nanfeng shouted from afar. It was not out of a desire to save them, but rather, he had attempted to escape the illusion, to no avail. More living souls meant a greater chance of finding a way out. Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's cry, Tang Xiaoyi and Chen Hai seemed to sense something. They turned to find a massive skull looming before them, almost touching their faces, sending shivers down their spines. A ghost. The two recoiled in terror as the skeleton's claws lashed out. One claw missed, but the other tore away a chunk of flesh from Chen Hai's arm. Chen Hai clutched his arm in agony, retreating incessantly. "What is this thing?" Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed in horror. The two fled frantically, occasionally glancing back at the skeletal figure, standing silently. "I understand now. This is an illusion. Only in an illusion could your fractures heal," Tang Xiaoyi cried. "I know what that skeleton is. It is the abomination that slaughtered aspirants in the Zhao Xian Hall Plaza a month ago." "That abomination?" Chen Hai's face also paled. That day, the abomination had butchered countless individuals, and even Elder Ku could only sit idly by, powerless. Now their turn had come. "It's moving!" Chen Hai shrieked. The skeletal figure flickered, transforming into a blur, instantly appearing behind Xiao Nanfeng. Teleportation? Tang Xiaoyi's face contorted in horror. How could anyone keep up with that speed? Xiao Nanfeng also abruptly felt the approaching chill, knowing he was in peril. He turned to see the skeleton's claws piercing toward his heart. Instinctively, he rapidly channeled his soul force throughout his body. Boom! The skeletal claw sent Xiao Nanfeng hurtling away, protected by his soul force. Xiao Nanfeng was not pierced by the claw. However, Xiao Nanfeng's own soul force was limited, unable to withstand for long. Run? He could not outpace the skeletal figure. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng charged straight toward Tang Xiaoyi and Chen Hai. Tang Xiaoyi and Chen Hai. The skeletal figure slowly turned its head, gazing grimly in the direction of Xiao Nanfeng's departure. Don't come over here. Go away. Stay away. Tang Xiaoyi shrieked. The skeletal figure intends to kill all three of us. Rather than be killed by it, we should cooperate and eliminate it together. If you do not wish to die, heed my words. Xiao Nanfeng shouted. Nonsense. Listen to you? In your dreams. Tang Xiaoyi glared. At that instant, the skeletal figure appeared behind Chen Hai. Bang! The skeletal claw pierced through Chen Hai's back, the bloody claw emerging from his chest. How could this be? Chen Hai coughed up blood, his face filled with disbelief. The skeletal figure opened its mouth and inhaled, Chen Hai transforming into a wisp of smoke that was drawn into the skeleton's maw. Dead. Tang Xiaoyi was certain that Chen Hai was utterly deceased. Xiao Nanfeng faltered, and Tang Xiaoyi was also petrified, realizing that being killed by the abomination would result in the death of their real selves. I was wrong. I'll listen to you. Please help me. Tang Xiaoyi immediately capitulated. Join me in restraining it. Xiao Nanfeng lunged forward without hesitation, embracing the skeleton's neck, attempting to sever it with his soul force. As he had done before, to end this nightmare. Tang Xiaoyi, without thinking, wrapped his arms tightly around the skeleton's body. However, previously, it had taken 20 individuals to barely restrain the skeleton. How could Tang Xiaoyi and Xiao Nanfeng suffice? With a resounding crash, Xiao Nanfeng and Tang Xiaoyi were thrown away by the skeleton's immense force. It's not working. Brother Nanfeng, what do we do now? Tang Xiaoyi cried in terror. The skeleton's head turned toward the two once more. Brother Nanfeng, you were able to lead them out before. Surely you can lead me out this time, right? Brother Nanfeng, as long as you can save me, I'll confess everything and do anything you ask. Brother, save me. Tang Xiaoyi clutched at Xiao Nanfeng's sleeve, as if grasping a lifeline. Xiao Nanfeng curled his lip. Tang Xiaoyi had abandoned all integrity to save his life. You can pray for your own fortune. I am powerless. We'll each run our own way and see who has better luck. Having extra baggage will only delay me. Brother, don't abandon me. Wait for me. I want to stay with you. Tang Xiaoyi desperately chased after Xiao Nanfeng. You were so audacious before, daring to even commit suicide by poison, unafraid of death. Would you fear this mere skeleton? Hey, why are you following me? Xiao Nanfeng glared at Tang Xiaoyi, who had caught up and was running alongside him. Tang Xiaoyi was on the verge of tears. It was a misunderstanding. I am very afraid of death. That wasn't poison. It was a fake death pill given by a senior brother from the demon sect. If we swallowed the pill when we were captured, we would enter a state of suspended animation. Once we died, no one would pay attention to us, and the demon sect's senior brother would rescue our corpses and revive us. I don't want to die, Brother Nanfeng. Please save me. A fake death pill? Xiao Nanfeng was astonished that such a thing existed. I do have a way to leave this place, but why should I tell you? Xiao Nanfeng bluffed. Brother, I was wrong. I'll tell you everything I know about the people we infiltrated into the Taiqing immortal sect, even though I don't know much. I even have a list. I'll give you the list in exchange for saving me. Brother, save me. Tang Xiaoyi screamed in terror as the skeletal figure reached them. Just as the skeleton's claws were about to strike the two, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the gray mist, lunging at the skeleton. With a resounding crash, the shadow collided with the skeletal figure, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Instead, the skeleton seized the assailant and flung it away. As it hit the ground, a grotesque, decayed visage was revealed, complete with serrated fangs and gaunt, rotting claws. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the malevolent spirit resembling a zombie that had manifested during the Master S test while playing the guqin? Suddenly, a series of urgent notes echoed, and beneath the enchanting melody, the vile specter rose once more, lunging at the skeletal figure. Not just this solitary fiend, but an overwhelming multitude of sinister apparitions emerged from all directions, converging upon the skeleton with relentless ferocity. These phantoms were not mere illusions. Within this dreamscape, they possessed tangible forms akin to that of the skeleton. Time and again, they clashed, encircling the skeletal being. Tang Xiaoyi felt a shiver run down his spine. The procession of 100 demons was utterly chilling. Master! Xiao Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with realization. As the gray mist gradually dissipated, a low table came into view, where Elder Ku was seated, eyes closed, skillfully playing the ancient guqin. The tempo quickened, and the malevolent spirits continued to materialize. Though the skeleton's claws could rend a single fiend asunder, it was soon engulfed by the relentless tide of apparitions, ensnared in their grasp, and rendered immobile within mere moments. The melody persisted, and the skeleton struggled in vain, its efforts futile. "Thank you for your rescue, master." Xiao Nianfeng sighed deeply and approached to pay his respects. Yet, Tang Xiaoyi felt no sense of relief should he fall into Elder Ku's clutches. His fate would likely be no better than that of the skeleton. Elder Ku paid no heed to Xiao Nianfeng, continuing his performance on the guqin. "Decades have passed. At last, I have captured you." A note of exhilaration resonated in Elder Ku's voice. Xiao Nianfeng turned to glance at the immobilized skeleton nearby, pondering, has my master secluded himself these days solely to ensnare this malevolent entity? "Nianfeng, you have arrived just in time, aiding your master in luring out this vile creature. Otherwise, it could have taken an eternity. Had I not sensed the disturbance from your direction earlier, I might have missed it altogether." Elder Ku's spirits were notably high at this moment. Chapter 26. Manifesting Reality. Master, have you been hunting this malevolent entity all along? Xiao Nianfeng inquired curiously as he approached Elder Ku. "Hunting? I have vanquished it more than once, yet it is indestructible, merely capable of being confined. Alas, this wicked being is exceedingly cunning and evades me each time," Elder Ku sighed. "That is because the malevolent entity fears you, master. Your might is formidable," Xiao Nianfeng chuckled. Elder Ku shook his head. "No. At the height of its power, it wielded the might to annihilate nations. In its prime, should I have encountered it, I would have had no choice but to flee. It has only become so weakened due to certain events that unfolded afterward." "Weakened?" Xiao Nianfeng gazed astonished at the skeletal figure. "It has already wreaked havoc, yet it is deemed weak? How terrifying must it have been in its prime? It vanished for many years, only to re-emerge a month ago, startling me greatly. Fortunately, I managed to apprehend it before it regained its strength, averting a disaster." Elder Ku exhaled deeply, then inquired with curiosity, "What brings you here? I recall instructing you not to disturb me prior to my seclusion." "I regret the intrusion, master, but I am left with no choice. There are individuals outside seeking to capture me, and I have turned to you for aid." "What? Who dares pursue you?" Elder Ku responded with surprise. "This individual is among them." Xiao Nianfeng pointed towards Tang Xiaoyi. "He deceived me into going to the seaside, tricked me into consuming poison, and sought to control me to steal your belongings." Tang Xiaoyi immediately knelt in fright. "Senior brother, I was wrong. I was merely following orders." Elder Ku's expression darkened instantly. Xiao Nianfeng continued, "Moreover, on my way back, several disciples from our sect were also pursuing me. Earlier, at the entrance of the hall, I dared only to call for you, master, but the pursuer was closing in, leaving me no choice but to seek refuge here." "Humph." Elder Ku's cold huff exuded an icy aura, enveloping Tang Xiaoyi in a murderous intent. "You all possess an audacity of great proportions. How dare you act so recklessly within the Taichin immortal sect? I have only just taken on a promising disciple, and now others conspire against him? No, this is an affront directed at me." Tang Xiaoyi felt a wave of confusion. Aside from himself, there were others after Nianfeng. He would not bear this blame. "We are only too responsible for dealing with senior brother Nianfeng. The others have nothing to do with us." "Tang Xiaoyi, did you not claim earlier that you would reveal the identities of all involved in your organization? Speak now." Xiao Nianfeng's gaze turned steely as he focused on Tang Xiaoyi. Tang Xiaoyi's complexion shifted, and he tentatively asked, "If I confess, will you spare me?" Ding. Elder Ku plucked a string on his guqin, and at once, a horde of malevolent spirits lunged toward Tang Xiaoyi, causing his face to pale in terror. "I will speak. I will speak. Elder Ku, please spare me. I will divulge everything." Tang Xiaoyi exclaimed in fright. "Provide the names." Elder Ku commanded sternly. Tang Xiaoyi swallowed hard, unable to resist, and promptly named 8 individuals. "This is all I know. My rank is insufficient to know more. There was another named Chen Hai, but he has just perished. Chen Hai was at the 8th level of the postnatal realm. Senior brother Nanfeng's dominant fist is truly formidable, able to defeat the strong with the weak. He even managed to capture him." Tang Xiaoyi did not forget to flatter. Nanfeng, you have only practiced the dominant fist for a month, and you have already surpassed 2 levels to defeat someone at the 8th level of the postnatal realm?" Elder Ku was taken aback. He had taught Xiao Nianfeng the dominant fist, and in merely a month, he had already achieved such prowess. "I am but a dull disciple. It has taken me a month to barely scratch the surface," Xiao Nianfeng replied respectfully. Scratch the surface? You have entered the threshold in just 1 month. The dominant fist cannot be comprehended without a year or 2 of dedication. Master allowed me to observe various Taoist scriptures in the first layer of the scripture pavilion. For this past month, I have been learning. I discovered numerous Taoist texts regarding fist techniques, among which I found 8 manuscripts on the dominant fist, such as Insights on the Dominant Fist, Eternal Dominance, and the Path to Mastering the Dominant Fist. I have taken a shortcut thanks to these scriptures. Elder Ku was left speechless. In 1 month, while other disciples would be overwhelmed by memorizing a few texts, he had comprehended 8 manuscripts on the dominant fist, and it seemed he had even found time to study other scriptures. What kind of prodigy had he taken under his wing? Though your trespass into forbidden grounds is justified, the rules of the Tai Ching immortal sect cannot be broken. I shall impose a penalty of memorizing 10 Taoist scriptures concerning pure yang true qi. I will instruct the scripture pavilion's disciples to assist you in selecting them, Elder Ku remarked casually. Thank you for your generosity, Master. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. Having dedicated disciples to help him select the necessary scriptures would save him considerable time. Tang Xiaoyi stared at Xiao Nanfeng in bewilderment, thinking, did I mishear? You are expressing gratitude for a punishment? This is not the time to linger. I must thoroughly seal this malevolent entity. You too should leave, Elder Ku spoke solemnly. Master, there are numerous people outside seeking to capture me, Xiao Nanfeng urged. On the eastern side of the bookshelf, in the second compartment, there is a Xinkong order that can summon all Xinkong disciples. Simply activate it in the order of the heavenly stems and earthly branches using your true energy to reveal it. With this token in hand, no one will dare to lay a finger on you, Elder Ku instructed with gravity. Understood, Xiao Nanfeng replied respectfully. Very well. I shall now facilitate your departure from this illusion. This malevolent entity is currently exceedingly weak and can only impact the spiritual realm. It cannot manifest in reality. Once you exit, do not touch my physical form. Merely exit the hall, Elder Ku cautioned. With that, Elder Ku plucked a string on his guqin, and an energy wave surged toward Xiao Nanfeng and Tang Xiaoyi. Buzz! Xiao Nanfeng and Tang Xiaoyi instantly vanished from the illusion and returned to their physical forms. In reality, Xiao Nanfeng carried a large bundle containing the unconscious Tang Xiaoyi and the deceased Chen Hai. Within the great hall, Elder Ku's physical form sat motionless at a low table, hands resting on the guqin, exuding an air of tranquility. Xiao Nanfeng located the Xinkong order as instructed by Elder Ku. Just as he was about to leave, his pupils constricted, as if plunged into an ice cavern. He beheld a pale skeleton standing silently in the dark corner of the hall, fixating its gaze upon him. Has the malevolent entity manifested in reality? Xiao Nanfeng felt a chill run down his spine. This was clearly not an illusion. How had the skeletal figure emerged? Had not the master stated it could not materialize in the real world? Suddenly, the skeletal figure flickered and teleported to Elder Ku's physical form. Stop! Xiao Nanfeng cried out in alarm. The skeleton swung its deadly claws, aiming directly at Elder Ku's neck. Cease this at once, Xiao Nanfeng shouted, rushing forward without hesitation. As the skeletal claws drew perilously close to Elder Ku's neck, time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Yet, the claws did not pierce Elder Ku's flesh. Instead, they remained poised, as if waiting for Xiao Nanfeng's approach. However, halfway through his dash, Xiao Nanfeng abruptly halted, his eyes shifting between uncertainty and determination. He recalled the master's previous words, do not touch his physical form. The master's words were not without purpose. If the skeleton could influence reality, it would have acted before now. There was no reason to wait. This was illogical. The only explanation was that the skeleton was deceiving him, attempting to lure him into acting against the master's physical form. Though apprehensive, he ultimately restrained himself. Indeed, the skeletal claws brushed against Elder Ku's neck without applying pressure. The skeleton's head slowly turned, producing a chilling sound of bone scraping against bone, its hollow eye sockets glaring ominously at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng felt a shiver run down his spine as he met the skeleton's gaze. Observing that the skeleton made no further moves, he grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. He respectfully bowed to Elder Ku's physical form, choosing to disregard the skeleton, and strode purposefully toward the hall's exit, carrying his burden. The skeletal figure stared vacantly at Xiao Nanfeng as he departed, remaining frozen in place for an extended period. Why have you left? Shouldn't you have come to thwart me? Have you abandoned him? With a resounding crash, the doors of the grand hall slammed shut. Inside, The skeleton gradually retracted its claws, its body trembling slightly, and wisps of black smoke began to rise from its cranium, clearly indicating its displeasure with Xiao Nanfeng. After a prolonged silence, the skeleton finally glided over to the window. Through the dimly lit panes of the hall, it gazed ominously outside, exhaling dark smoke from its mouth, as if cursing Xiao Nanfeng through the glass. Chapter 27. The righteous Xiaoyu outside the Grand Hall. Not long ago, a multitude of disciples from the Taiqing Xinzong were divided into two factions, embroiled in heated argument. One side, led by Xiaoyu, stood defiantly with a group of disciples, glaring at the opposing faction. Xiaoyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Ma Shan, come over here. Why are you cowering behind the senior brother? How dare you bully Xiaoyu? Step forward. I promise I won't kill you. The members of Xiaoyu's faction glared menacingly at a man in gray robes, Ma Shan, trying to shield himself behind Zhao Yuanjiao. Ma Shan pleaded, Senior brother, you must stand up for me. We wanted to enter the hall to capture the infiltrator, but Xiaoyu not only obstructed us, but also assaulted me, and in the scuffle, I accidentally injured her. Zhao Yuanjiao nodded, coldly addressing Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I dispatched people to apprehend the demonic sect's infiltrator. Why did you obstruct them? That is nonsense. How could my junior brother Nanfeng be an infiltrator? Senior brother, are your people indiscriminately accusing others? Xiaoyu retorted indignantly. I may lack evidence, but the suspicious disappearance of Tang Xiaoyi and Nanfeng surely indicates a conspiracy. There is definitely something amiss. And on what grounds do you arrest someone without evidence? Tang Xiaoyi was introduced to Nanfeng by me. Should I also be considered an infiltrator and arrested along with him? Xiaoyu replied defiantly. Xiaoyu, do not be unreasonable. Zhao Yuanjiao replied sternly. I merely wish to detain suspicious individuals for interrogation to prevent future calamities. Nanfeng is a disciple of Elder Ku. Have you consulted your master about this? Xiaoyu coldly scoffed. I have my own methods of handling matters and need not explain myself to you. If I am wrong, I will apologize to my master later. Regardless, I do not consent to your plan to arrest him. Xiaoyu remained unyielding in her stance against Zhao Yuanjiao. Xiaoyu, this is sheer nonsense. Ma Shan suddenly interjected, mocking her. The senior brother is a disciple of Elder Ku, while you are merely an outsider. What right do you have to meddle? Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, but her resolve hardened. I do not care. If you have the ability, come and defeat me, step over my body. Do not be afraid, we stand with you. Indeed, try to lay a finger on Xiaoyu. Her fellow disciples rallied around her, clearly showing their unwavering support for her in the Taiqing Xinzong. Senior brother, Xiaoyu has gone mad. I suspect she may also pose a problem. Nanfeng is currently in the hall, and if Elder Ku is disturbed during his meditation, it could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps we should also detain her. Ma Shan suggested to Zhao Yuanjiao. You dare? Xiaoyu's supporters shouted angrily. Seeing the situation escalating beyond control, Zhao Yuanjiao's expression darkened. Just as the two factions were at a stalemate, a calm voice suddenly emerged from behind Xiaoyu. Brothers, are you looking for me? Everyone turned their attention, surprised to see Xiao Nanfeng emerging from the hall with a large package. Nanfeng, where is Elder Ku? Did you not summon him? Xiaoyu asked, her expression shifting from joy to concern. My master is still in meditation and will not emerge for the time being. Senior sister, I have heard all your discussions. Thank you for your concern. I will now help you seek justice. Xiao Nanfeng set down the package and stood beside Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyu's staunch defense for him against the disciples of Taiqing Xinzong was truly commendable. Nanfeng, you really dare to show yourself? Seize him. Zhao Yuanjiao commanded. Yes. Ma Shan and the others shouted, preparing to rush forward. By the order of the Xianmai token, who dares to act recklessly? Xiao Nanfeng raised the token in his hand, declaring firmly. With a hum, the Xianmai token glowed with a faint rainbow light as he infused it with his energy. Everyone halted in their tracks, astonished at the sight of the token in Xiao Nanfeng's hand. The Xianmai token? You stole Elder Ku's token? Ma Shan exclaimed. Impossible. The token is protected by a formation. It cannot be taken without Elder Ku's permission. Someone else protested. Nanfeng, how did you come by the Xianmai token? Xiaoyu asked curiously. It was bestowed upon me by my master. To disrespect the token is to disrespect its master. Do you dare to question this rule? Xiao Nanfeng replied solemnly. Before anyone could respond, he issued another command. All Xianmai disciples, obey my order and capture Ma Shan. He is the infiltrator of the demonic sect. Ma Shan had unwittingly put himself in the line of fire, as his name was among those revealed by Tang Xiaoyi. It was precisely because he was an infiltrator that he rushed in first, even injuring Xiao Yu to silence her. You slander me. Ma Shan's face paled dramatically. A commotion erupted among the disciples as they looked to Zhao Yuanjiao, who was Elder Ku's eldest disciple, and with suspicion surrounding Nanfeng. Most chose to side with Zhao Yuanjiao. Zhao Yuanjiao's expression shifted between anger and contemplation. After a moment, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he bellowed. Nanfeng, you are being utterly unreasonable. Wielding my sect's Xianmai token, how dare you defame a fellow disciple and turn against us? Capture him. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng recognized that the person before him was a disciple he had discreetly bribed with 4 taels of gold a month ago. Had he disguised himself to approach me? Xiao Yu tugged at Xiao Nanfeng's sleeve, whispering, even if you possess Elder Ku's Xianmai token, do not go too far. While Ma Shan is despicable, such slander will only provoke Zhao Yuanjiao further. Xiao Nanfeng found himself speechless. He was merely speaking the truth. And yet no one believed him. Is Zhao Yuanjiao really that influential? He couldn't help but ask. He is the eldest disciple of Xianmai, Zhao Yuanjiao. And also Elder Ku's top disciple, Xiao Yu whispered. Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was his biological senior brother. Understanding Zhao Yuanjiao's true identity, there was no need to create an enemy for himself, so he directly stated, Ma Shan likely carries a poison pill. No, it is called a feigning death pill. This is standard for infiltrators of the demonic sect, enabling them to feign death and escape when their identity is uncovered. Just check, and you will see whether I am being unreasonable. With a rustle, all eyes turned to Ma Shan. His face turned an ashen shade. Unable to comprehend how Xiao Nanfeng knew such a secret. Senior brother, he is slandering me. You must believe me. Ma Shan shouted desperately. Open your mouth. Zhao Yuanjiao was no fool. Xiao Nanfeng's evidence was too specific and easily verifiable. Senior brother panic flashed in Ma Shan's eyes. Zhao Yuanjiao immediately noticed Ma Shan's unusual demeanor and, in a swift motion, seized his chin. Gagging sounds escaped Ma Shan as Zhao Yuanjiao pried open his mouth, swiftly retrieving a pill from between Ma Shan's teeth. Ma Shan's complexion turned lifeless. Everyone was astounded. Was Ma Shan truly an infiltrator of the demonic sect? Ma Shan, do you have any explanation left? Zhao Yuanjiao shouted. Ma Shan's face twisted in fear as he scrambled for a counter-argument. Zhao Yuanjiao suddenly recalled something, and his gaze turned cold. Was it you who betrayed us a month ago? Did you cause the deaths of those disciples? Ma Shan continued to deny it. Senior brother, I am not an infiltrator of the demonic sect. I am naturally timid. This pill was meant for feigning death to escape my enemies, but I do not know how that boy found out before Ma Shan could finish. Xiao Nanfeng interjected. Oh, I forgot to mention. I not only know you are an infiltrator of the demonic sect, but also that 7 other infiltrators will be coming to join you for your trial. What did you say? Ma Shan's expression shifted dramatically. What exactly had Chun Hai and Tang Xiaoyi divulged? How much information had they revealed? Xiao Nanfeng raised the Xianshi order once more, proclaiming, Disciples of Xianshi, heed my command. Capture these individuals swiftly, alive or dead. As he recited the names, the disciples instinctively turned their gazes towards Zhao Yuanjiao. Zhao Yuanjiao scrutinized Xiao Nanfeng for a moment before finally speaking. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and apprehend them. It was not the time for stubbornness. Despite his lingering doubts about Xiao Nanfeng, the latter's assertive words demanded attention. Yes. The crowd hurried off to seize the suspects. First, subdue Ma Shan and detain him for questioning. Zhao Yuanjiao commanded. Understood. Several disciples stepped forward to restrain Ma Shan. Senior brother, I'm innocent. Ma Shan protested, desperately trying to argue, yet he did not dare to resist. Whether you are innocent or not, I will investigate thoroughly, Zhao Yuanjiao replied coldly. Having regained his composure, Zhao Yuanjiao felt a heightened sense of vigilance, even though he had not fully ascertained Ma Shan's identity. His wariness towards Xiao Nanfeng remained unchanged, and he harbored no complete trust. What you just said was merely your side of the story. I intend to enter the Great Hall to uncover the truth, Zhao Yuanjiao stated, casting a frosty glance at Xiao Nanfeng. The master is in a critical moment. No one is permitted to disturb him. Xiao Nanfeng obstructed the entrance. Stand aside. Are you attempting to conceal something? Zhao Yuanjiao countered sharply. I guard this great hall with the Xianshi order. No one is to step inside until the master emerges. Anyone who dares to intrude shall face punishment, Xiao Nanfeng declared, holding the Xianshi order high at the hall's entrance. What if I insist on entering? Zhao Yuanjiao unleashed a formidable aura. Xiao Nanfeng was immediately overwhelmed by a tidal wave of pressure. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just what was the extent of his senior brother's power? Xiao Yu stepped in front of Xiao Nanfeng, shielding him from some of the oppressive force. Senior brother, since Nanfeng wields the Xianshi order, why not wait a moment? Xiao Yu suggested. Xiao Yu, step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhao Yuanjiao replied icily. Just as tensions escalated, the great hall doors swung open with a resounding thud, and a gray-clad elder emerged. It was none other than Elder Ku. Master, you have emerged. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed with joy. What a pity, it has escaped again. Elder Ku frowned deeply. Letting out a long sigh, Xiao Nanfeng's expression changed. Had the skeletal figure fled once more? Master, who has escaped? Zhao Yuanjiao inquired curiously. Elder Ku shook his head, his face still etched with regret, offering no explanation. What were you arguing about just now? Elder Ku asked calmly. Master, this individual's origins are unclear. I suspect he is a spy from the demon sect. Zhao Yuanjiao immediately pointed at Xiao Nanfeng. I have already identified Ma Shan and the others, yet he remains unconvinced. Xiao Nanfeng forced a smile. Zhao Yuanjiao remained resolute. I suspect that the demon sect discovered my intention to capture Nanfeng and deliberately sacrificed a few ordinary spies to protect him, as he has gained the master's trust. Xiao Nanfeng regarded Zhao Yuanjiao with incredulity. Why don't you write a novel? Such convoluted reasoning. Master, during the initial selection, this individual deceived the reviewing disciples by claiming he had connections to board the ship. However, I have verified that no one assisted him. The only possibility is that another spy aided him secretly. Moreover, his identity has yet to be registered. Perhaps even his name is false, Zhao Yuanjiao continued. Elder Ku furrowed his brow slightly. I purchased my boarding pass from someone for 20 taels of gold. How is that not a connection? As for my identity registration, my parents went missing a decade ago, and the servants claimed they were dead. Everything in my home has been seized by those servants. I narrowly escaped, leaving me without family or residence, making registration impossible. I cannot recount my tragic childhood to everyone, as I do not seek sympathy through my misfortunes. As for my name Nanfeng, it was given by my father. I swear on my life that I have never changed it, Xiao Nanfeng asserted with conviction. Xiao Nanfeng then added, Yi Dafu and the others from the Huangmai can attest to my words. As for you, senior brother, if you doubt me, why not confront me directly instead of being evasive? Why disguise yourself in tattered robes to deceive me of gold? Zhao Yuanjiao's expression froze. When did I feign poverty? When did I deceive you of gold? You practically forced it upon me. For taels of gold, is that worth my deceit? Senior brother, you truly deceived Nanfeng of 4 taels of gold. How could you stoop so low? Xiao Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Zhao Yuanjiao, can we please move past this matter of 4 taels of gold? Master, what I have said is absolutely truthful. Please verify it. Xiao Nanfeng respectfully bowed to Elder Ku. Master, this individual undoubtedly harbors issues. I sense he is deceiving us. Zhao Yuanjiao insisted vehemently. Enough. Elder Ku's voice resonated with authority. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. I believe Nanfeng is not lying, and that he is not a spy from the demon sect, Elder Ku decisively proclaimed. Master, Zhao Yuanjiao exclaimed, distressed. Thank you, Master, for clearing my name. Xiao Nanfeng bowed deeply to Elder Ku. Chapter 28. The Pungent Acid 2 days later, in the scripture repository. Brother Nanfeng, here are 10 volumes of Taoist scriptures concerning pure yang true qi, as instructed by Elder Ku to be your punishment. Please take care of them. A disciple responsible for organizing the scriptures handed over a thick stack of books. Xiao Nanfeng accepted it, since I am to be punished by reciting at the reflection cliff. May I select a few more? The disciple paused for a moment before responding. There is no rule against that, but if you choose more books, you must recite them flawlessly. Furthermore, if you select up to 3 times the amount, you need not repeat the same scripture. That sounds good. Please help me choose 20 more. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Are you sure? The disciple looked bewildered, suspecting he had misheard. What is the problem? Xiao Nanfeng inquired, puzzled. No, brother. Your ambition is commendable. You are a role model for us all. The disciple's face twitched awkwardly. He had never encountered someone so eager for self-inflicted hardship. Was he out of his mind? Many thanks. Xiao Nanfeng possessed the Taiyin divine pearl, granting him an extraordinary memory and profound comprehension. For him, more was indeed better. Soon bidding farewell to the disciple in the scripture repository, Xiao Nanfeng made his way directly to the reflection cliff. However, today felt markedly different. Morning, Brother Nanfeng. Morning, Brother Nanfeng. Along the way, many fellow disciples greeted Xiao Nanfeng, their tones imbued with a hint of gratitude. Xiao Nanfeng was slightly perplexed, but politely nodded in acknowledgement. Isn't it curious how they are so courteous to you? It was Xiao Yu who approached. Clad in a form-fitting black Taoist robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her waist delicate enough to be grasped. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. Sister Xiao Yu, you are here too. Please enlighten me. The news of your putting Zhao Yuankyo in his place has spread throughout the sect. Xiao Yu replied with a beaming smile. And then? Xiao Nanfeng asked, puzzled. Zhao Yuankyo is the eldest disciple of the Xian vein, wielding the authority to enforce discipline among the sect's disciples. He is notoriously strict. Even the slightest infraction can lead to punishment without intervention from the vein master. Many disciples have suffered under his tyranny, fearing him, yet unable to voice their grievances. You, however, made him taste defeat and did what others only dared to imagine. Naturally, everyone is grateful. Xiao Yu explained with a smile. But what is wrong with being punished to recite scriptures? Xiao Yu's smile faltered. However, it was indeed thanks to you the other day, Xiao Nanfeng said, smiling in admiration. Of course, I am the timely reign of the Taiqing immortal sect. Yet you promised to persuade Elder Ku to accept me as a disciple, and it seems there has been no progress on that front? Xiao Yu asked, her tone proud yet inquisitive. Rest assured, I will make it a priority, Xiao Nanfeng replied earnestly. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. Thank you. As they conversed, the two arrived at the reflection cliff. Just as they were laughing and chatting, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly felt a wave of resentful killing intent wash over him. He turned to see 11 familiar faces standing not far away. Yi Dafu, what brings you here? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed Yi Dafu and his entourage, glaring at Xiao Nanfeng with palpable resentment and fury. Yi Dafu scoffed coldly, turning away and ignoring Xiao Nanfeng, his followers adopting a similar attitude. What was going on with them? This was utterly perplexing. Xiao Nanfeng was astonished. Weren't you saying that Yi Dafu and the others discovered you bought the boarding pass? Zhao Yuankyo went to verify it with them yesterday, and they didn't tell the truth, which enraged Zhao Yuankyo, leading to their punishment of reciting scriptures. Xiao Nanfeng. No wonder Zhao Yuankyo is so unpopular. How absurd. The eldest disciple of the Xian vein punishing new disciples of the Huang vein? What about their dignity? Yi Dafu, what exactly did you tell Zhao Yuankyo? Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but ask. Yi Dafu appeared furious, turning his back to Xiao Nanfeng. I heard that whenever they mention you, they embellish the story and speak ill of you. Zhao Yuankyo was initially quite excited, thinking he had found solid evidence against you. But upon investigation, he discovered it was all slander, and thus became enraged. Xiao Yu explained, laughing. Xiao Nanfeng. Yi Dafu is truly reckless, seeking his own demise. All right, I must make a trip to the scripture repository. You continue with your recitation, and remember your promise to me. Xiao Yu chatted for a while longer before leaving cheerfully. Brother Nanfeng, I am the disciple in charge of supervising recitations. Are you going to recite these 30 volumes? A miscellaneous disciple approached. Indeed, I will signal you once I am done, Xiao Nanfeng replied as he looked at the supervising disciple. Good. The supervising disciple nodded and stepped back. Reciting 30 volumes? Brother, he is worse off than us. One of Yi Dafu's followers exclaimed suddenly, his eyes lighting up. In an instant, Yi Dafu and his companions turned their gazes toward the thick stack of books before Xiao Nanfeng. He truly has to recite 30 volumes. I thought he was doing well, but it turns out he is in a far worse situation than we are. We were only punished to recite one book, and he has 30. How long will that take? Yi Dafu's mood improved significantly. Exactly. Seeing him struggle brings me comfort. Another follower sighed. Xiao Nanfeng. Are you all unwell? Which of you sees me struggling? Ignoring the group, Xiao Nanfeng picked up a volume of the Taoist scriptures and began to read. Yi Dafu and his followers engaged in their own self-satisfaction for a while before they too started reciting scriptures. Although it was only one book, it was still quite a headache to memorize. Junior brother, I finished this book. I will recite it now, Xiao Nanfeng said, glancing at the supervising disciple. Brother Nanfeng, you've only read it once, and you wish to recite it? The supervising disciple looked astonished. Yi Dafu and the others turned their heads in unison. Are you joking? We haven't even finished a page, and he has already done with a whole book? One of the followers exclaimed incredulously. Not far away, however, Xiao Nanfeng began to recite aloud. A resonant and powerful voice emerged from Xiao Nanfeng, and the supervising disciple compared it with the scriptures, revealing a look of astonishment. Was this truly photographic memory? Not a single word was incorrect. Is this a lie? He learned it after just one reading? Yet, the supervising disciple did not interrupt. Yidafu and his companions' faces darkened with jealousy. Before long, Xiao Nanfeng completed reciting one book without a single mistake. Brother Nanfeng, have you recited this book before? The supervising disciple asked, astonished. Xiao Nanfeng smiled faintly without explaining and began reading the second book. He had undoubtedly recited this book before. That was certain. Yidafu's face turned sour as he sought an excuse for himself. Brother is right. He merely got lucky earlier. He still has 29 more to go. The group of followers quickly reassured themselves. With heavy hearts, they continued to recite their own scriptures. After a little more than half an hour, Junior brother, I've finished this book too. I will recite now. Xiao Nanfeng looked at the supervising disciple. The supervising disciple approached, puzzled. Yidafu and the others once again turned their heads, very much focused. Surely he and T also read this second book, had he? Yet, as they listened to Xiao Nanfeng flawlessly recite the second book in rapid succession, the expressions on Yidafu and his companions' faces grew increasingly grim. At this moment, they had lost all motivation to recite, fixating their gazes on Xiao Nanfeng. After Xiao Nanfeng finished the second book, he proceeded to read the third. After merely closing his eyes to ponder for a few breaths, he began reciting the third book. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This must be a fabrication. What we are witnessing is certainly an illusion. As Yidafu and his companions questioned their existence, the morning passed uneventfully. Xiao Nanfeng had successfully recited 5 books, each without a single error. 5 books, not merely 5 pages. Yidafu and his companions had spent the entire morning fixated on Xiao Nanfeng, who had yet to fully memorize even the first page of the text they were supposed to study. Instead, they watched as Xiao Nanfeng displayed his prowess before others, drawing the attention of numerous disciples who gathered around, gazing at him with admiration. What is so remarkable about this? It is merely rote memorization, devoid of any understanding of the scripture's meanings. What difference does it make whether one memorizes or not? Rote learning, what is there to boast about? A palpable sense of envy emanated from Yidafu and his companions, causing those around them to turn and regard them with curious glances, overwhelmed by the pungent, vinegary aroma emanating from Yidafu and his entourage. Xiao Nanfeng's face involuntarily twitched. Do you fellows run a vinegar distillery? He jested. All right, let's conclude today's session with these 5 volumes. I must dedicate the afternoon to martial practice. You may all disperse now. Xiao Nanfeng addressed the onlookers. A chorus of voices arose as the crowd dispersed. Master, some people merely possess the knack for rote memorization. What practical value does that hold? He's nothing more than an academic, one said. Indeed, prowess is the ultimate arbiter. Why expend your energy on a pauper? Another chimed in. The group consoled Yidafu, simultaneously reassuring themselves. Esteemed Yi, your order of golden eel has arrived, amounting to 200 taels of gold, a menial disciple announced, bearing a food container. Yidafu's eyes lit up, immediately ceasing his lamentations. He approached and generously proffered 2 gold notes. Master, you truly spare no expense, a follower exclaimed. 200 taels of gold for a single golden eel. Remarkable. Its size rivals that of the one the lad caught on the ship. Yidafu cast aside his previous envy, a smug expression spreading across his face. I personally selected this golden eel from the kitchen. You missed out on the ship, but this time it's on me. He had anticipated encountering Nanfeng during their scripture recitation, and thus deliberately chose a golden eel, seeking to reclaim his lost pride. Such extravagance is worth it. Thank you, master. Others would toil endlessly to catch such a golden eel, but you acquire it with a mere pittance. You are truly formidable. A follower promptly recognized Yidafu's intent, offering both flattery and mockery towards Xiao Nanfeng. Indeed, it is a medium-sized specimen. I observed one in the kitchen, significantly larger, with diminutive horns sprouting from its brow, valued at 500 taels of gold, Yidafu boasted. Alas, the price was prohibitive. Perhaps, when I am more affluent, I shall treat you all to a taste. At that moment, 2 more menial disciples arrived, bearing an enormous platter. Esteemed Nanfeng, your order of horned golden eel has arrived. Deducting the value of the golden eel presented to you by junior sister Xiaoyu, a mere 300 taels of gold is required. My gratitude, Xiao Nanfeng replied, producing 3 gold notes. It is our pleasure, the 2 menial disciples responded respectfully. The 2 menial disciples placed the platter down, and Xiao Nanfeng began to devour the meal voraciously. A hearty appetite is a fundamental trait of martial practitioners. In a flash, he consumed the head of the golden eel, placing the horned bones aside. Nearby, Yi Dafu and his companions fell silent, staring in astonishment at the eel's head. Master, could that horned golden eel he is consuming be the one you mentioned earlier? A follower inquired, bewildered. The group observed Xiao Nanfeng devouring a large platter of golden eel, then glanced at their own small box, shared among 11 people. Suddenly, the golden eel in their box lost its appeal. Yi Dafu's face twitched, a burning sensation rising within him. The group fell silent, meekly burying their heads and eating in small, restrained bites. With great effort, they finished their golden eel amidst the stifling atmosphere. Nearby, Xiao Nanfeng finished his meal and let out a contented burp. Surely, the flesh of a horned golden eel is tougher, its flavor inferior to ours, one muttered. Does he truly believe that devouring a larger eel will lead to a breakthrough in cultivation? How laughable. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng rose and began to practice his fist techniques. After a series of thunderous blows, a surge of energy erupted from his body, stirring up dust. Congratulations, esteemed Nanfeng, on your further advancement in cultivation, one said. Esteemed Nanfeng, have you reached the 7th level of the Hotian realm? Having consumed the horned golden eel, is cultivation immediately advanced? Verily, one receives what one pays for. What a treasure! Nearby, Yi Dafu and his companions were speechless. Who among you ravenous demons cast a spell with your words? Throughout the afternoon, Yi Dafu and his companions remained in a daze, their minds too preoccupied with resentment to memorize many scriptures. Each disciple was allotted only 1,000 taels of gold annually. From whence does he acquire such wealth? Yi Dafu clenched his fists. He must be deliberately putting on a show to impress us. Master, for the next 10 days, we shall take turns treating and flaunt our extravagance before him. A follower suggested. He is a pauper, merely a petty man who has achieved some success. Nearby, Xiao Nanfeng unleashed his fist techniques, a tempest of thunderous blows. Relentless and unwavering. Having consumed yang essence spiritual objects for a month, his jinqi has accumulated. Today's meal has finally propelled him to the 7th level, Xiao Nanfeng thought. But it is still insufficient. His cultivation remains weak. He must consume even superior yang essence spiritual objects. As for wealth, he still possesses 10,200 taels of gold. Xiao Nanfeng was filled with anticipation for the future. His spirits buoyed, his overlord fist techniques became even more unrestrained. The following day, Yi Dafu and his companions, sporting dark circles beneath their eyes, squandered another morning as Xiao Nanfeng recited 5 new passages of scripture. At midday, they managed to find some satisfaction, gleefully consuming ordinary golden eel in front of Xiao Nanfeng, deliberately raising their voices to ensure he noticed. Xiao Nanfeng ignored them. A fellow disciple could no longer bear to watch. 11 people sharing a single ordinary demonic beast meat. Why are you so excited? He inquired curiously. Surely, you must have endured a difficult life in the past. Yi Dafu and his companions were rendered speechless. On the 3rd day, Xiao Nanfeng, having digested the horned golden eel from the previous day, ordered another platter. Yi Dafu and his companions gasped in astonishment. That lad is ruthless, Yi Dafu exclaimed. Having consumed the 2nd horned golden eel, has he not exhausted his 1,000 taels of gold? Will he spend the next year eating dirt, merely to compete with us? Excellent. A group of followers exclaimed. Let us watch him as we dine. On the 4th and 5th days, Yi Dafu and his companions continued their ostentatious displays of wealth, once again drawing the disdain of the scripture-reciting disciples. Have you ever witnessed such a boastful group of individuals? One muttered. What a collection of oddballs. On the 6th day, Xiao Nanfeng approached the supervising disciple. I have finally memorized all 30 books, he said politely. Thank you for your efforts. The supervising disciple responded with admiration. Esteemed Nanfeng, your gift of photographic memory is truly remarkable. You flatter me, Xiao Nanfeng replied with a smile. There must be many disciples within the sect who possess photographic memory. It is different, the supervising disciple insisted. I have never encountered such a prodigious memory as yours. Junior sister Xiaoyu also possesses photographic memory, but she requires several readings to memorize, while you truly remember after a single glance. You may not fully appreciate the difficulty of memorization. Consider esteemed Yi and his companions. After 6 days, they have yet to memorize a single book. They are far inferior to you. Nearby, Yi Dafu abruptly raised his head. What are you doing? He demanded. Praising him is one thing, but why involve us? Why belittle us? Are you ill? A group of followers glared at the supervising disciple, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The supervising disciple's face stiffened. "Esteemed masters, please forgive me. I shall take my leave." The group watched the supervising disciple depart, their gazes filled with malice. "Master, it matters not that we cannot match that bookworm in memorization," a follower reassured. "We possess wealth. Our golden eel meat is arriving soon. We shall consume it before that vile lad's eyes, tormenting him to death." "Indeed," Yi Dafu retorted, his anger somewhat abated. Flaunting their wealth before Xiao Nanfeng was the only way to soothe their spirits. At this very moment, a servant disciple brought a plate of horned golden demon eel to Xiao Nanfeng, who once again indulged in the exquisite feast. However, a sudden realization struck him. Hadn't he consumed 2 eels already, depleting his wealth of 1,000 taels of gold? Where, then, did this third eel come from? How could he possibly afford it? Yi Dafu exclaimed in astonishment. I have no idea," came the responses from his entourage, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief. How could he still possess money? Had he been secretly enjoying their misfortunes these past few days? A sudden thought struck Yi Dafu. Was he not the impoverished wretch he pretended to be? Had he been intentionally feigning destitution to relish their embarrassment? The countenance of one follower turned ashen. At that moment, it dawned on everyone that the young man was, in fact, wealthier than they had imagined, rendering their ostentatious displays of riches utterly futile, an embarrassment that echoed back to their ancestral homes. Instantly, their faces flushed crimson, and even the demon meat served by the servant disciple became difficult to swallow in their anger. "Boss, we've been played by him. I cannot swallow this indignity," one of the followers muttered. "Neither can I. What can we do?" Yi Dafu was also suppressing his fury. "Let us show him what we're made of." Another follower gritted his teeth. A wild glint flashed in their eyes as they turned to Yi Dafu, awaiting his command. The expression in Yi Dafu's eyes shifted between darkness and light, but ultimately he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, for the next 2 days. Let us study diligently to avoid any incriminating evidence, and then, before we depart, we shall teach that brat a lesson." "Good. We will heed the boss's orders," his followers exclaimed with enthusiasm. Immediately, they plunged into their studies with renewed vigor. Not far away, Xiao Nanfeng, engrossed in devouring the demon meat, was startled by the sudden fervor emanating from them. Have they taken some strange medicine? Why are they so animated all of a sudden? Xiao Nanfeng mused, a look of confusion crossing his face. After a moment of curiosity, he returned to his own rhythm, continuing to practice the dominance fist. The dominance fist was a forceful and profound technique. Its true might only revealed to those who had grasped its essence. Xiao Nanfeng practiced relentlessly, finding no monotony in his training, and remained blissfully unaware of the pair of eyes fixated upon him. In a shadowy corner, obscured by dark mist, a pale skeletal figure lurked, an evil entity that Elder Ku had been seeking. This sinister being had once again materialized in reality, stepping out from Elder Ku's grand hall, and now stood in the corner, intently observing Xiao Nanfeng as he practiced, seemingly plotting something sinister. Chapter 30. Terrifying intrusion. 4 days later. Under the deep cloak of night and the radiant glow of a full moon, Xiao Nanfeng, soothed by the distant chanting emanating from beyond his abode, gradually drifted into the realm of slumber. The arduous practice of martial arts and the diligent study of texts were activities that exacted a considerable toll on his physical and mental reserves, rendering nightly repose an essential restorative. Yet, the tapestry of dreams woven this night bore an unsettling strangeness. Within his dreamscape, Xiao Nanfeng found himself beside a serene mountain tarn, a haven of vibrant flora and melodious fauna, indulging in the tranquil art of angling. Despite his protracted efforts, the denizens of the deep remained elusive, declining to take his bait. Undeterred, he persisted with unwavering patience. As time unfurled, an ominous transformation befell the waters of the tarn, their crystalline clarity giving way to an abyssal, Stygian hue. Perhaps the peculiarity of this occurrence eluded him within the dream's embrace, until a sudden tremor coursed through his fishing line, heralding the possibility of a catch. His eyes ignited with anticipation as he hoisted his rod, causing the inky waters to ripple and churn. Slowly, a ghastly, pallid skull emerged from the depths, suspended by the taut line. "Ah!" Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, startled. Recognition dawned upon him with chilling clarity. This was the malevolent entity, the skeletal figure. Is this within my dream? A disconcerting realization washed over him, unveiling the truth. With a resounding thump, a torrent of ebony miasma erupted from the tarn, engulfing the dreamscape in an all-encompassing shroud of darkness. I am dreaming. I must escape, awaken. A sharp, self-inflicted pinch served as his desperate attempt to rouse himself. He subjected himself to a litany of stratagems aimed at shattering the dream's hold. Yet awakening remained stubbornly beyond his grasp. Within the tarn, the skull's visage contorted, followed by the gradual emergence of a skeletal claw from beneath the water's surface. It sought to ascend from its watery prison. You son of a, how did you infiltrate my dream? Xiao Nanfeng's consternation mingled with fury. Swiftly channeling his spiritual essence into the fishing rod, he imbued it with a radiant azure luminescence, endeavoring to force the skull back into the watery abyss. However, the skull persisted in its inexorable ascent. To Xiao Nanfeng's horror, the skull's features contorted into a grotesque, mocking grin. Confronted with this unsettling visage, a primal dread seized Xiao Nanfeng, as though impending doom loomed large. Damned thing, begone from my dream. The skeletal figure continued its laborious climb, intent on fully breaching the confines of Xiao Nanfeng's dream. Trapped in this surreal predicament, escape and awakening remained elusive, plunging him into a state of utter desperation. Meanwhile, in the tangible realm, within the confines of Xiao Nanfeng's chamber, his corporeal form lay dormant upon his bed. Unbeknownst to him, the room had been enveloped by a dense, swirling miasma, at whose epicenter stood the ghastly, pallid skeletal figure. The skeletal figure fixed its gaze upon the slumbering Xiao Nanfeng for an extended duration, until the latter's slumber deepened. Then, with a sudden, deliberate motion, it extended its skeletal arms. Whoosh! In an instant, the chamber's miasma stirred, coalescing into a frenzied vortex around Xiao Nanfeng's bed, enveloping the surrounding space. As the vortex intensified, Xiao Nanfeng's form was gradually levitated, suspended in midair, remaining motionless and enshrouded in slumber. The skeletal figure scrutinized the airborne Xiao Nanfeng for a protracted moment before advancing. With a soft thump, the skull made contact with his arm, initiating a gradual assimilation as it burrowed into his corporeal vessel. The sleeping Xiao Nanfeng's body convulsed sporadically, his countenance betraying terror and struggle, yet the ethereal embrace of the miasma rendered him incapable of awakening. Outside, the monotonous cadence of chanting persisted, maintaining an illusion of placidity, masking the unfolding horror within. Simultaneously, at the precipice of contemplation, Yi Dafu glared at a subordinate with undisguised ire. Your recitation is the slowest, keeping us waiting until now. Yi Dafu scolded. Boss, I'm reciting as fast as I can. Normally, it would take me at least twice as long to finish this book, the subordinate retorted, his expression a mixture of contrition and resentment. Enough. As long as you finished, we can leave this place at any time. Next. Do you know what we're going to do? A spark of fervent anticipation ignited within Yi Dafu's eyes. Of course. Avenge ourselves against that brat. Exactly. I've been looking at him askance for a long time. Boss, what's our plan? The group's excitement swelled, their voices rising in unison. Observing the collective animosity, Yi Dafu nodded in satisfaction. See that brat's room? That window, he said, pointing into the distance. Is he inside? One of the subordinates asked, his expression shifting. That's right. I've been investigating these past few days, and that room is definitely his bedroom, Yi Dafu said with absolute certainty. Is that brat sleeping? Boss, you're not going to have us barge in and beat him up, are you? There are so many eyes watching. It's impossible, someone said. You know nothing. Look at this, Yi Dafu said confidently, pointing at his feet. The group looked down and saw 11 stones piled up at Yi Dafu's feet. This is, the crowd asked curiously. I've been picking these up these past few days, stones with sharp edges. We'll throw them together and guarantee he'll be in agony, Yi Dafu said, a ferocious look on his face. We'll throw them and run, no one will know, and we'll leave without a trace. Boss, you're brilliant. That window is made of paper. And with our strength, we can throw them right onto his bed. TSK, if we hit him, wouldn't that be? At least a head wound. Maybe even paralyzed in bed for a year and a half. Boss, your idea is brilliant. After we throw them, we'll leave the scripture pavilion. Anyway, we've finished reciting our books. The crowd complimented Yi Dafu with excitement. 1 stone per person, listen to my command later. After we throw them, we'll run immediately, Yi Dafu whispered. All right, the crowd said, their emotions high as they picked out stones. Everyone took a stone, suppressed their excitement, and stared intently at the window of Xiao Nanfeng's bedroom, all trying to find their aim and get a feel for it. Together, throw, Yi Dafu whispered. Smash your head, smash your waist, and break your bones, Bedridden. smash your nose and bruise your face, paralyzed. The crowd threw the stones in their hands, whispering curses with excitement. 11 stones, like 11 sharp arrows, instantly shot into Xiao Nanfeng's bedroom, breaking through the paper window and heading straight for Xiao Nanfeng's bed. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull sounds of window paper breaking attracted countless people to look towards Xiao Nanfeng's bedroom. In the darkness, the 11 people finished their misdeeds, sharing a wicked smile. No one knows it was us. Go back and keep it a secret. Haha, let's go. Yi Dafu said, his emotions excited. Go. The crowd said excitedly. The group turned around, about to leave, when suddenly, several Taoist-robed men appeared behind them. You threw stones at junior brother Nanfeng's bedroom? You were ambushing senior brother Nanfeng just now? Several people blocked Yi Dafu and the others, frowning and looking at them in surprise. When did you stand behind us? Yi Dafu's face stiffened, and he exclaimed, Did you see us throwing stones at that brat just now? The crowd of followers softened their feet. What's going on? We were caught doing bad things. What kind of place do you think this is? The scripture pavilion is an important place in the sect, and the defense has always been the strictest. There are people patrolling and watching here at all times. We are the law enforcement disciples responsible for tonight's patrol. We saw you gathering suspiciously just now. You actually ambushed junior brother Nanfeng? Soon. All the people chanting scriptures surrounded them, blocking Yi Dafu and the others' path. Yi Dafu and the others all showed horrified expressions. They thought they were doing it without anyone knowing. But what's going on now? Everyone knows. Who can tell me? How can I quibble in this situation? A group of followers looked anxiously at Yi Dafu, who also looked desperate. Why are you looking at me? I didn't know anyone was watching. Bang. A muffled sound came from Xiao Nanfeng's bedroom in the distance. Something must have happened to senior brother Nanfeng. Hurry, go and see. A group of servant disciples rushed forward without hesitation. Just moments ago, Xiao Nanfeng found himself in peril, suspended in midair amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. The skeletal figure's head and arms had begun to penetrate his own limbs, threatening to invade his very being and plunge him into a nightmarish slumber. His physical form convulsed violently, his face contorted in a myriad of expressions, terror, rage, yet he remained trapped in this dreadful dream. It was in this dire moment that 11 stones shattered the window and came crashing in. Bang, 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 in a flurry of impact. All 11 stones struck the dark energy vortex, instantly disrupting its rotational rhythm and causing the spherical tempest to tremble violently before it burst apart with a resounding crash. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Nanfeng found himself bereft of the vortex's support and plummeted onto his bed. Thud! The moment he hit the mattress, a jolt surged through him. His eyes flew open, and he awoke. Gasping for breath, he inhaled deeply, finally roused from the brink of despair. As he regained consciousness, he noticed that the dark energy had yet to dissipate entirely, and the skeletal figure had vanished without a trace. Beads of sweat adorned his brow as he sprang upright. Alarmed, scanning his surroundings and discovering stones strewn across the floor. Brother Nanfeng, are you all right? A voice called from outside the room, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He swiftly opened the door and stepped outside. Brother, are you unscathed? We have apprehended the ones who threw stones at you, one of the servant disciples announced eagerly. Xiao Nanfeng cast a puzzled glance at Yi Dafu and his companions, who were encircled by a throng of onlookers. Nanfeng, junior brother? It's all a misunderstanding. Yi Dafu stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, merely a misunderstanding. Chimed in a chorus of sycophants, their smiles forced, caught red-handed in their misdeeds. They could do nothing but feign innocence. How unfortunate we are. Xiao Nanfeng regarded the group with a fleeting glance, choosing to ignore them and hastening towards Elder Ku's courtyard. Master, it is your disciple Nanfeng seeking an audience. He called out to Elder Ku's grand hall. Not far off, Yi Dafu and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. It's over. This lad seeks vengeance. He intends to report us to Elder Ku. Panic rippled through the group. Boss, we're in deep trouble. This could escalate. They fretted, glancing anxiously at Yi Dafu, whose face had turned ashen. He lacks composure. Does he really intend to involve the elders? Chapter 31. Madame Rouge, the abode of Elder Ku. Xiao Nanfeng sought a private audience. The doors were tightly sealed, concealing secrets from prying ears. Master, in that fleeting moment, that sinister entity nearly breached my dreams. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Nanfeng recounted the incident, his voice laced with apprehension. Elder Ku deliberated for a moment before sighing. It has grown stronger. Stronger? Xiao Nanfeng questioned, taken aback. Its ability to project itself into reality signifies that it is beginning to transcend the constraints of the illusory realm. Otherwise, it would not have escaped my grasp before, Elder Ku stated, his countenance grave. Does it grow stronger by taking lives? Xiao Nanfeng inquired, a glint in his eyes. Indeed. As you witnessed in the spiritual world, each time it claims a life, the corpse dissolves into a mist that it absorbs. That mist is the essence of a person's soul and spiritual power. It is growing stronger by killing, and the more it kills, the more powerful it becomes. Elder Ku explained. What exactly is this fiend? Why did it choose me out of all the people near the scripture pavilion? Xiao Nanfeng asked, frustration evident in his tone. I fear I have brought this calamity upon you. It was originally fixated on me. Elder Ku replied ruefully. Xiao Nanfeng responded, puzzled. I am uncertain of its precise origins, but I know that this is not the only such entity in existence. Many hidden realms harbor similar malevolent beings. Even if slain, they can be reborn, making them exceedingly uncanny. I incurred the ire of this Madame Rouge in one such realm, Elder Ku recalled. Madame Rouge? Xiao Nanfeng repeated, his expression peculiar. That thing bears such a feminine name. What deranged individual christened it so? Indeed, I once ventured into the realm it inhabited, where a stone tablet bore its true name, Madame Rouge. I was not the first to be plagued by it. Those who came before me all met their demise. I have pondered many ways to vanquish this Madame Rouge, but each time I succeed, it merely vanishes for a time, only to resurface. It has been absent for years. I had almost dared to believe it had forsaken me, but then, at the recent recruitment of new disciples over a month ago, it returned. Elder Ku sighed deeply. Is Madame Rouge targeting me now? Xiao Nanfeng asked, a shiver running down his spine. Let me examine your arm, Elder Ku said, his face solemn. Xiao Nanfeng promptly rolled up his sleeve, peering at it in the moonlight streaming through the window. To his dismay, he saw the upper half of a skeletal figure imprinted on the outside of his right arm. Ah, what is this? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, his face paling. He frantically tried to rub it away, and as he did, the image gradually faded. Master, I saw a skeletal figure on my arm, but it vanished in an instant. Xiao Nanfeng said, sensing impending doom. Elder Ku's expression turned grave. It may have set its sights on you. I wondered why I could no longer find it in the spiritual world. It seems it has decided to torment you instead. Impossible. I am a stranger to it. Why would it torment me? Xiao Nanfeng asked, bewildered. I surmise it is retaliating for your repeated offenses. It is exceedingly vindictive and will torment you until it brings about your demise, Elder Ku analyzed. Have I offended it? Xiao Nanfeng pondered. I suppose I have. The first time we met, I snapped its neck. The second time, I caused it to be imprisoned by you, Master. The third time, I ignored it and thwarted its plan to strangle you, Master. Today was perilous, and I barely escaped. How am I to cope next time? In my dreams. No one can hear my cries. Master, what am I to do? Xiao Nanfeng implored, his face etched with worry. Elder Ku paused in thought. Perhaps its fixation on you is merely a passing fancy? Do not succumb to excessive fear. Endure for a time, and perhaps it will lose interest. Xiao Nanfeng was speechless. Master, are you attempting to console me? Because it sounds even more terrifying. I can endure a few days without sleep, but if it continues to pursue me, I cannot sustain that for long. I cannot simply abstain from sleep indefinitely. If I dream, will I not be doomed once more? Xiao Nanfeng lamented. Light sleep induces dreams, while deep sleep does not. If you can swiftly enter a state of deep sleep and prevent yourself from dreaming, it will be unable to infiltrate your dreams. During this time, I will attempt to lure it with my zither music. You must endure for a while. The scripture pavilion contains Taoist texts on deep sleep meditation, which should aid you in entering deep sleep swiftly. I will find one for you later, Elder Ku said with a faint smile. There is no need. I have already perused 3 texts on deep sleep meditation. Xiao Nanfeng declined. Elder Ku was taken aback. How many books has this disciple of mine read in the past month? Although this fiend is formidable, it is not invincible. If your spiritual power is sufficiently strong, it will be unable to destroy your soul. Therefore, cultivate diligently. Personal strength is paramount, Elder Ku solemnly advised. Yes, Master, Xiao Nanfeng responded. Outside the main hall, Yidafu and his companions had been apprehended by a group of enforcement disciples. They anxiously gazed at the doors of the hall. Is this really necessary? It was just a stone, and he was not even scratched. Yidafu exclaimed, his voice laced with anxiety. Yes, we did not intend to cause harm. How did he manage to complain to Elder Ku? What are we to do? The group was in despair. They had hoped to exact revenge on Xiao Nanfeng under the cover of darkness, but many had witnessed their actions. What were they to do? They had been caught red-handed. What excuses could they offer? They were at a loss for words. With a resounding crash, the doors of the hall swung open, revealing Elder Ku and Xiao Nanfeng. Their expressions grim. "Master, these are the ones," Xiao Nanfeng said, pointing at Yi Dafu and his companions. Yi Dagu and the rest froze, realizing that Xiao Nanfeng had indeed reported them. "Elder Ku, we can attest that we witnessed them throwing stones at junior brother Nanfeng's residence. Fortunately, junior brother Nanfeng was unharmed." An enforcement disciple testified. "We were only joking, Elder Ku. We truly did not intend to cause harm," Yi Dagu explained frantically. "Yes, we were only joking. We will not do it again," the group of followers pleaded anxiously. Elder Ku ignored their pleas and turned to Xiao Nanfeng. "How do you wish to handle this? I beseech you, Master, to select 2 Taoist texts tailored to their cultivation paths for them to recite, so that they may better their future cultivation," Xiao Nanfeng requested respectfully. "What? We have to recite texts?" Yi Dagu exclaimed, his face paling. "We barely finished reciting 1 book and escaped that torturous ordeal. And now you want us to return to that hellish experience for merely throwing a stone at you? It is for your own good," Xiao Nanfeng said earnestly. This time, although Yi Dagu and his companions sought to retaliate against me, they inadvertently aided me. They helped me, so naturally I will reciprocate. I specifically requested Master to tailor Taoist texts for them. Others would yearn for Master's guidance, yet you are receiving it. You should be grateful to me. You are speaking nonsense. How is this for my own good?" Yi Dagu exclaimed, his eyes blazing with anger. "There is no need to thank me. This is what you deserve," Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Yi Dagu was speechless. "I despise reciting texts more than anything. You want me to recite them? And you expect me to be grateful? Elder Ku, I was in the wrong this time. I threw stones at your disciple. I am willing to stand here motionless and allow him to throw stones back at me to vent his anger. As long as I do not have to recite texts, I am willing to be struck multiple times," Yi Dagu pleaded anxiously. "What cultivation methods do you practice? What is your cultivation level?" Elder Ku inquired, ignoring their pleas. Clearly, Elder Ku had adopted Xiao Nanfeng's suggestion and intended to punish them with recitation. "Boss, we have just escaped from the depths of despair. And now we must endure this again?" The followers wore expressions of utter desolation. Yi Dafu, noticing that Xiao Nanfeng and Elder Ku were in agreement, realized that this punishment was unavoidable and that misfortune awaited him once more. "Elder Ku, I take full responsibility for orchestrating the incident where stones were thrown at Nanfeng. My brothers had no part in this. They merely followed my orders. If there is to be punishment, let it fall solely upon me. Allow my brothers to go free," Yi Dafu declared with unwavering loyalty. "Boss." The followers were instantly moved, their eyes glistening with emotion. "Since you are the mastermind, I shall assign 2 books for each of them, while you shall bear the burden of 4. Elder Ku replied calmly. Yi Dafu's expression stiffened. "This isn't fair. I was only supposed to carry 2 books. Why must I take on 4? This is unjust. Do not delay in expressing your gratitude," Xiao Nanfeng urged the group. Yi Dafu and the others muttered discontentedly. "Thank your grandmother. Why don't you just vanish?" Faced with Elder Ku's imposing presence, they could not resist. And thus Elder Ku personally selected Taoist scriptures for each of them from the scripture repository. Thus, the storm subsided. The 11 individuals, who had thought they had left their suffering behind, once again began their tearful journey of memorization. The following morning, as they recited their texts, they simultaneously cursed Xiao Nanfeng, who was absorbing the morning sun nearby, their eyes reddened with resentment and indignation. Yet, none dared to voice their insults, for Elder Ku was seated beside him. With a deep breath, Xiao Nanfeng exhaled a cloud of stale air and opened his eyes. "Let me demonstrate the dominant fist technique once more, so you may feel the flow of energy in your punches and receive my guidance," Elder Ku stated calmly. "Understood." Immediately, Xiao Nanfeng unleashed a series of thunderous punches, creating a whirlwind that stirred the dust surrounding him. After a considerable time, he gradually came to a halt. "The heat waves are rolling forth with your punches. Have you infused the essence of pure yang into your dominant fist?" Elder Ku inquired, astonished. "The scriptures related to pure yang energy that Master assigned me to memorize contain explanations on this aspect. By merging intention with energy and energy with force, the power is greatly amplified, allowing me to grasp the essence of the dominant fist more deeply," Xiao Nanfeng acknowledged with a nod. Elder Ku remarked, "You have already self-taught what I had yet to impart. How can I offer you guidance now?" "Master, have I misunderstood?" Xiao Nanfeng asked curiously. You have comprehended it splendidly. I am pleased, and it saves me from further elaboration. Elder Ku conceded with a resigned nod. I cannot keep up with your pace of self-study. Please, Master. If you have the time, select more appropriate Taoist scriptures for me. Each visit to the scripture repository feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. Your guidance would spare me much unnecessary effort, Xiao Nanfeng earnestly requested. Elder Ku nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that having such a prodigiously eager disciple indeed alleviated his burdens, yet simultaneously left him feeling a sense of loss. Not far away, Yi Dafu and the others sneered in disdain, muttering, "Flatterer. What a facade! How can you shamelessly feign such a thirst for knowledge over those obscure texts? By the way, Master, if you find the time, please also keep an eye on how Yu Dafu and the others are faring with their recitations. Your guidance would surely expedite their understanding." Shan Afeng gestured toward Yi Dafu, who was visibly agitated. Yi Dafu's expression shifted dramatically. Are you actually implying we are not suffering enough? Still wish to torment us further? Wasn't it just a stone that struck you? Must you be so relentless? Your heart is truly dark. Chapter 32. Little Rain becomes an apprentice a month later. Beneath the cliff of reflection. As dawn broke, Yi Dafu and his companions finally finished reciting their texts. Boss, you truly are impressive. We just completed 2 books, yet you managed to finish 4. One of the followers marveled. Of course. Am I supposed to languish here while that brat makes my life miserable? Yi Dafu shot a glare at the follower. Now that we're done, shall we find a way to teach that brat a lesson before we leave? Another follower inquired. At that moment, everyone turned their furious gazes toward him. Do you think we Haven-T suffered enough? Is this place even suitable for a brawl? Yi Dafu scolded. Exactly. We have no desire to return here, the group echoed, berating the follower. The memory of their past ordeal sent a shiver down his spine. There will be ample opportunities in the future, Yi Dafu said, gritting his teeth ominously. You're right, there will be time, the followers agreed, their expressions twisted with malice. Suddenly, as if sensing something, they instinctively turned to look behind Yi Dafu, only to find 3 enforcement disciples standing silently nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. When did you arrive? Yi Dafu exclaimed, his complexion shifting in alarm. The followers collectively gasped. The enforcement disciples were indeed stealthy. You finished your recitations? Why are you all gathered together like last time? What whispers are you exchanging? Planning some mischief again? What was that about ample opportunities? One enforcement disciple asked gravely. The group's faces paled. And no, you must have misheard us. We're leaving now, immediately. Yi Dafu stammered, quickly retreating. We weren't planning to ambush Ninfeng. Please don't make us recite more texts. A follower blurted out in panic. Shut your mouth. Yi Dafu snapped, turning to the enforcement disciples. Brothers, we must take our leave. Farewell, and let us never meet again. With that, Yi Dafu fled in haste, followed closely by his companions, disappearing in an instant. The enforcement disciples stood there, bewildered, having merely asked a casual question. Are they truly that frightened? They're not planning to ambush junior brother Nanfeng again, are they? One disciple mused curiously. The others glanced toward Nanfeng's quarters, unaware of the terror unfolding within. As Nanfeng lay in deep slumber, a shroud of dark mist enveloped the room, where a pale skeleton stood silently at the head of his bed, seemingly waiting for something, yet remaining motionless. Nanfeng gradually emerged from his profound sleep, his eyes opening to meet the gaze of the skeleton. He did not scream. He had grown accustomed to this, merely twitching his face slightly. Madame Rouge, it has been a month, and you've been guarding me every day. My heart can barely endure. Initially, upon waking, you and this dark mist would quickly disperse and avoid me. Have you grown accustomed to it now, boldly standing before me without fear of my screams attracting attention? Nanfeng lamented to the skeleton. The skeleton continued to stare at him in silence, seemingly blaming him for not dreaming, which had prevented it from entering his dreams for an entire month. I apologize for what happened previously, but you cannot place all the blame on me. You wished to kill me. I had to defend myself, right? You have tormented me for a month. My spirit has suffered greatly. Shouldn't we consider this a balance? Letting go of past grievances? Nanfeng pleaded earnestly. The skeleton remained immobile, its gaze unwavering. Is that what you call your spirit suffering? You've been sleeping like a log for an entire month. In order to part on good terms, I even purchased the finest incense for you. Would it be acceptable if I made this offering for you? Nanfeng continued. Please, do not haunt me any longer. I am innocent. As he spoke, Nanfeng lit a stick of incense, placing it in the burner, the fragrant smoke swirling around the room. How does this incense taste? he asked hopefully, looking at the skeleton. Alas, the skeleton remained unresponsive, clearly unaffected. Not to your liking? Do not worry, I will find one that suits your taste next time. Nanfeng assured, patting his chest. The skeleton remained silent. With a sigh, Nanfeng stepped out of the room, ignoring the seemingly sulking Madame Rouge within. After a refreshing sleep, one's energy is rejuvenated, and Nanfeng embarked on another vibrant day. After freshening up, he absorbed the morning sunlight, then proceeded to eat and practice martial arts. Little Rain arrived, looking disheveled. I heard you were looking for me. Where have you been? You look quite a mess. Nanfeng inquired, curiosity piqued. I just returned from exterminating a demon lair. It exhausted the boss. I barely had time to rest before hearing you urgently needed me. What is the matter? Have you run out of money and need to borrow some from me? Little Rain teased triumphantly. Go home and clean yourself up. Come back in fresh clothes. Nanfeng shook his head. Oh, you're quite demanding now, calling me over and complaining about my appearance? Speak quickly. Little Rain crossed her arms, fire gleaming in her eyes. Do you really think I am that kind of person? You should consider why I asked you to clean up. Nanfeng replied irritably. Little Rain paused. Then her eyes brightened as she grasped Nanfeng's sleeve. You didn't succeed, did you? Nanfeng smiled. My master has been in a good mood lately. I mentioned it a few times, and thankfully, my efforts were rewarded. My master finally agreed. Master Ku finally agreed to take me as his disciple? Haha, Nanfeng, I knew you would come through for me. Little Rain exclaimed, excitedly embracing Nanfeng. Ahem. Nanfeng coughed a couple of times, caught off guard by her enthusiasm. Once she released him, she dashed away, leaving him to ponder her strength. Not long after, Little Rain returned, refreshed and dressed neatly, her face beaming with joy. Master Ku was already seated beside Nanfeng, seemingly instructing him on his boxing technique. Disciple Little Rain. Greetings to Master, she said, approaching with eager anticipation. Little Rain, it was not that I did not wish to teach you the art of the Guqin, but rather that I could not. My Guqin harbors malevolent forces that should not be trifled with, Master Ku explained with a slight sigh. Malevolent forces? Little Rain asked in confusion. Indeed. However, these forces have not plagued me recently, which is a good thing, Master Ku remarked with a favorable demeanor. Nanfeng, with a dark expression, thought to himself, is that truly a good thing? Madame Rouge has ceased to trouble you. She is now fixated on me, haunting me daily. I cannot guarantee that those malevolent forces will not return to haunt me. Thus, learning the Guqin from me remains perilous. Do you still wish to proceed? Master Ku asked calmly. I am willing. Little Rain declared resolutely. Very well. Like Nanfeng, I shall first accept you as a registered disciple. Once I have completely rid myself of the malevolent force, I will formally accept you as my personal disciple, at which point we shall establish our master-disciple contract. Master Ku stated solemnly. Yes, Master. I pay my respects. Little Rain exclaimed with excitement, bowing deeply. After paying her respects to Master Ku, Little Rain turned to Nanfeng with gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. Since I'm now under Master's tutelage, you should call me senior brother. Nanfeng shook his head. Dream on. According to the rules of the Taiqing Xian sect, among us second-generation formal disciples, the more accomplished takes precedence. You are still in the postnatal realm and wish to be my senior brother? Not a chance. Continue to be my younger brother. Little Rain laughed triumphantly. Little Rain, have you ever studied the Guqin? Master Ku inquired. Having practiced in secret, the disciple self-studied some scriptures pertaining to the path of music at the scripture repository. Please offer your guidance, Master, said Xiaoyu, her expression turning serious. Play a tune for me to hear. The elder Ku pointed to his Guqin. Understood. Xiaoyu responded promptly. Arranging the elder's Guqin, she soon adopted a solemn demeanor and began to play. The sound of the strings echoed, ding 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 ding. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng noticed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy, though it paled in comparison to the resonance created by his master. Master, this is the limit of my ability, Xiaoyu respectfully declared upon completing her piece. You have indeed entered the realm of musicality? Elder Ku expressed his astonishment. It is merely an entry point. There is still a long way to go, Xiaoyu replied, her humility tinged with a hint of pride. Having made this entry saves me considerable effort. From tomorrow onward, prepare a Guqin for yourself and practice daily alongside me. Elder Ku conveyed with satisfaction. Thank you, Master. Xiaoyu joyfully bowed in gratitude. After imparting further instructions, Elder Ku proceeded to the scripture repository to select texts for the two of them. Junior brother, You have finally fulfilled my wish. Unlike Zhao Yuanjiao, who consistently evaded my requests for assistance, you are truly generous. Xiao Yu exclaimed with excitement. Of course. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. On our next expedition to eradicate the demon cave, I will bring back several demon beasts to share with you. Without further ado, Xiao Yu eagerly prepared to leave in search of a fine guqin. Senior sister, didn't you just say you've self-studied music? Do you not have your own instrument? Xiao Nanfeng inquired, intrigued. I have entered through music, but I did not start with the guqin. I learned the Xiao Yu explained in a hushed tone. The Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Yes, I am quite skilled at playing the Xiao. I will show you one day, Xiao Yu declared, brimming with pride. Xiao Nanfeng remained silent. After Xiao Yu happily set off to select her guqin, he suppressed his turbulent emotions and resumed practicing martial arts. Chapter 33. The reappearance of the demon sect 3 months later. Xiao Nanfeng turned 17. He had initially thought that the skeleton specter would leave after a while. But the incense offerings had changed over 100 times during these months, and Madame Rouge continued to haunt him, occupying his room until dawn every day, testing his mental fortitude. Fortunately, his daily study of Taoist scriptures, combined with the soothing sounds of the guqin, greatly enhanced his soul power. Nanfeng, it's raining. Aren't you coming in to take shelter? Came the urging voice of Xiao Yu. Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Xiao Yu, who was playing the guqin not far away. The music is so captivating that I lost track of time. Your skill in playing the guqin has improved remarkably. He praised as he walked under the eaves. Of course, I will master my masteress skills in due time. Once you reach the innate realm and begin refining your soul, I will assist you with my music, Xiao Yu replied proudly. Then I shall thank you in advance, senior sister. Xiao Nanfeng said with a smile, without further elaboration. As they were conversing cheerfully, a young man approached with an umbrella. Senior brother Nanfeng, senior sister Xiao Yu, he said respectfully. Xiao Yu looked at the unfamiliar young man with a puzzled expression. Do you remember me, senior brother Nanfeng? The young man asked with a polite smile. You are. Xiao Nanfeng replied, feeling a sense of familiarity but unsure. On the day of initiation, during the test at the Zhaoxian Hall, we fell into an illusion together. You led us to escape from the skeleton specters. I am Chun Ran, here to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, he explained. It was merely a small effort. Xiao Nanfeng recalled. I am currently assisting senior brother Zhao Yuanjiao. I have come on his orders to invite you. Chun Ran continued. Zhao Yuanjiao? What does he want with Nanfeng? Xiao Yu's expression darkened at the mention of Zhao Yuanjiao. Although he was also a disciple of Elder Ku, Xiao Yu found him quite displeasing. 3 months ago, Tang Xiaoyi, Ma Shan, and others were captured and have been interrogated in the dungeons. They, the agents of the demon sect, remained stubborn until yesterday when they finally relented, but they seemed to mention you, senior brother Nanfeng. Thus, senior brother Zhao wishes to invite you to assist in their interrogation. Chun Ran elucidated. Ma Shan, Tang Xiaoyi, they are still alive? Why have they been interrogated for so long? Why not use severe punishment to scare them into speaking? Xiao Nanfeng questioned in confusion. What are you saying? Chun Ran was taken aback. They have caused the death of many disciples from the Xianshu lineage. Such a grave enmity does not warrant consideration for their rights. Who is in charge of the interrogation? Such antiquated thinking? Chun Ran stared at Xiao Nanfeng, momentarily at a loss for words. Nanfeng, not all members of the demon sect are irredeemably wicked. Only a few perpetrators deserve death, while ordinary disciples are typically just detained. As for Ma Shan and others, I suspect they have not yet been confirmed as the culprits behind the deaths of our brothers. Why are we so lenient toward the demon sect? They have infiltrated our Taiqing Xianzong, and merely detaining them is insufficient. How can we deter others with such a soft approach? Xiao Nanfeng frowned in confusion. Are you truly unaware of the situation with the demon sect? Xiao Yu asked with a strange expression. What situation? The demon sect is also known as the Taiqing demon sect. Xiao Yu replied. The Taiqing demon sect? Wait. We are the Taiqing Xianzong, and they are the Taiqing demon sect? They share the name Taiqing? Is there some connection? Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but ask. You guessed correctly. The upper echelons of the demon sect were once members of our Taiqing Xianzong. It is said that they split off 200 years ago after a great calamity due to differing ideologies, thus founding the Taiqing demon sect. Since both sects share a common lineage, apart from a few radical disciples who turn against each other, most disciples harbor no hatred. The higher-ups of both sects also wish to avoid internal strife, hence they are generally lenient towards each other. Only those who are truly guilty are executed. The rest are merely detained, Xiao Yu explained. Is it truly so? Xiao Nanfeng said, his expression one of intrigue. Senior brother Nanfeng, may I ask when you will set off? Chun Ran inquired respectfully. Why doesn't Zhao Yuan Jiao come himself? Does he think I can be summoned at will? Xiao Yu interrupted, directly declining on Xiao Nanfeng's behalf. Senior brother Nanfeng. Zhao is currently occupied. He gave me a jade token and instructed me that if I cannot persuade you, I should immediately show it to Elder Ku to indicate the importance of the matter, so that Elder Ku can persuade you to go. Chun Ran said with a wry smile as he produced a jade token. Nanfeng, disregard this. Let Zhao Yuan Jiao come personally. Does he think he can pressure you with the Masteress authority? Who knows if this is genuine? We shall not be swayed by such tactics. Xiao Yu quickly interjected. After a moment of silence, Xiao Nanfeng replied, I suppose I should go after all. Zhao Yuan Jiao is aware of my status and would not dare act against me. Moreover, Master has just entered seclusion. I cannot disturb his rest for such a trivial matter. Very well. Xiao Yu still appeared begrudging. At this moment, early spring rains pattered against the umbrella, intensifying the chill of the season. Along the way, Chun Ran proved to be quite the conversationalist, engaging Xiao Nanfeng in various gossip about the island as they ventured further into secluded paths. Senior brother Nanfeng, once we cross the mountain ahead, we will arrive. Thank you immensely. Otherwise, I would have no way to report back to senior brother Zhao. Chun Ran expressed his gratitude. Does Zhao Yuan Jiao often guide your cultivation? Xiao Nanfeng suddenly inquired. Thanks to senior brother Zhao's guidance, I have recently reached the 10th level of the postnatal realm. He often praises you, senior brother Nanfeng. Chun Ran replied politely with a smile. Xiao Nanfeng's smile froze, and his eyes narrowed sharply at Chun Ran. Zhao Yuan Jiao praised me? What nonsense are you spouting? Just days ago, he came to pay his respects to Master, and his gaze towards me was still filled with vigilance. Would he truly praise me? In an instant, Xiao Nanfeng sensed something amiss. Had he blindly trusted Chun Ran simply because he was an acquaintance? Senior brother Nanfeng, please hurry. Chun Ran urged politely, but what greeted Chun Ran was a massive fist. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively retaliated with a punch. With a resounding bang, their fists collided, and both were forced back, their umbrellas shattering under the tremendous force. You indeed have a hidden agenda. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. Had Chun Ran not been prepared for the earlier ambush, that punch could have knocked him unconscious. Chun Ran's face also fell. How did you discern the flaw? Xiao Nanfeng did not elaborate but coldly questioned. Even if you are an agent of the demon sect, I have saved your life. How can you repay kindness with enmity? And what of it? I am grateful for your rescue that day, but I must obey orders. Now that you have followed me here, there is no escape. Chun Ran said, showing no shame, blocking Xiao Nanfeng's path of retreat with a chilling demeanor. Orders from whom? Who else is involved? Who set this trap for me today? Xiao Nanfeng's voice grew grave. Trying to extract information from me? Once I capture you, I shall reveal everything, Chun Ran sneered. Stepping forward and shattering a stone slab beneath his feet, lunging at Xiao Nanfeng like a leopard. With another loud crash, their fists met once more, and they separated. Xiao Nanfeng staggered back 3 steps to regain his footing, his fist numb, while Chun Ran only retreated a single step. Such formidable strength. I am at the 10th level of the postnatal realm, yet I am only marginally stronger than you? Are you at the 9th level of the postnatal realm? No. You cultivate pure yang true qi. You are at the 8th level. Chun Ran exclaimed in astonishment. That will suffice. Xiao Nanfeng surged forward. Is that so? Chun Ran mocked, charging ahead. With 2 thunderous sounds, their fists and elbows clashed, both locked in a stalemate, until Xiao Nanfeng's fist transformed into a blur, while another fist struck towards Chun Ran's face. What is this? Chun Ran gasped, watching the approaching fist in alarm. With a sudden force, a fist struck down, and with a resounding thud, Chun Ran was sent flying, crashing violently against a large rock. As he rose to his feet, his face was smeared with blood. His nose collapsed, presenting a truly tragic sight. Xiao Nanfeng, relentless as a fierce tiger, leapt forward. The dominating fist, shadow-killing technique? I was merely careless. You are 2 ranks weaker than I. How could you possibly defeat me? Chun Ran, his expression darkened, charged forward. Did Tang Xiaoyi not inform you? When I faced Chen Hai last time, I had already surpassed 2 ranks. Xiao Nanfeng unleashed another punch, which astonishingly manifested 4 residual images of his fist, leaving Chun Ran momentarily dazed, unsure of which 2 to block. Bang! Chun Ran was sent flying once more, crashing through another large stone, and as he struggled to rise, the world spun around him. Truly relentless, you minions of the demon sect. Can you not target someone else? Why is it always me? Since you have plotted against me, let this be the end. Within the sect, they may show you leniency, merely confining you. However, I have never been merciful toward my enemies. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. A leg whip shot towards Chunran's head. No. With a desperate move, Chunran dodged, yet still. Xiao Nanfeng's leg whip shattered his right arm with a crack, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble, screaming in agony. Help! Someone please! Help! Chunran cried out in pain. Xiao Nanfeng remarked. A minion of the demon sect still dares to call for aid? How can this person be even more shameless than Tang Xiaoi? Chapter 34. Yaoguang Villa in a prison on Taiqing Island. Several unconscious disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect lay in disarray. Ma Shan, Tang Xiaoi, and 11 other disciples of the demon sect had managed to escape their confinement. They stood at the prison entrance, gazing at the icy rain pouring outside, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Brother Ma Shan. Although Chunran took advantage of Zhao Yuancao's absence to incapacitate these disciples and rescue us, we are still on their turf. We should leave while the going is good. The longer we stay, the more perilous our situation becomes. Tang Xiaoi urged with concern. Had it not been for your betrayal, would we have endured such suffering these past few months? Ma Shan retorted, his eyes blazing with anger. I've explained it all. It was Chunhai who exposed you. I didn't say a word. This truly has nothing to do with me. Tang Xiaoi quickly distanced himself from the blame. Chunhai is dead, with no witnesses left. You can concoct any story you like. Ma Shan scoffed in disbelief. I did not betray anyone. You must believe me. Moreover, we can leave Taiqing Island right now. Why delay? Tang Xiaoi pressed. That south wind has caused us torment for months, and Chunhai died because of him. We cannot swallow this bitter pill. I will take his life to avenge Chunhai, Ma Shan declared, clenching his fists in fury. Indeed, we cannot simply let the tortures we've endured go unpunished. The group of demon sect disciples displayed expressions of fierce determination. However, we are still on Taiqing Island, and our situation remains precarious. Tang Xiaoi continued to caution. Fear not. This place is remote and by the sea. Chunran will soon be able to lure south wind here, and once we have dealt with him, we can leave immediately. Ma Shan confidently asserted. But can Chunran truly deceive south wind? That man is incredibly cunning. I have a foreboding sense of dread. Tang Xiaoi expressed his apprehensions. Chunran is meticulous and possesses remarkable acting skills. He will undoubtedly succeed in luring south wind, Ma Shan insisted with unwavering certainty. South wind is indeed sinister. Tang Xiaoi frowned. What is so sinister? Can he overpower Chunran? Had I not specifically instructed Chunran to ensure south wind was lured here for our retribution? He could have eliminated south wind along the way. Do you believe that? Ma Shan proclaimed, brimming with confidence. At that moment, a sudden cry of agony echoed from a distance. Help! Someone come! Save me! The cry pierced through the sound of the icy rain, reaching the ears of the group. Is that Chunran's voice? He is in trouble. Forget him. We must flee now. Tang Xiaoi's expression changed abruptly. Flee. If Chunran is calling for help, it means whoever is confronting him cannot fully restrain him. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Let us go and see. Ma Shan insisted. Following the sound of the cries, the group climbed a small hill and soon beheld two figures battling in the distance. No, this is no longer a battle. It is a one-sided beating. Xiao Nanfeng unleashed a flurry of punches, the air crackling with energy, as Chunran was swiftly reduced to a bloody mess. Letting out a heart-wrenching scream. How can South Wind possess such power to overpower Chunran? This is impossible, Ma Shan exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't I tell you? South Wind is indeed sinister. In just a few months, he has the strength to defeat a perfected postnatal realm practitioner. We must leave now, Tang Xiaoi urged, a look of urgency on his face. Below, Xiao Nanfeng, poised to deliver a final blow to Chunran, suddenly sensed danger and looked up. Spotting 11 figures atop the hill, among them the familiar forms of Ma Shan and Tang Xiaoi. So many accomplices? Ma Shan and Tang Xiaoi have emerged. Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted as he turned to flee. Stop! Don't let him escape! Ma Shan shouted, alarmed. 10 figures surged forward like tigers unleashed, racing after Xiao Nanfeng. Tang Xiaoi watched the others pursue, a mixture of expressions crossing his face. I'm not joining you in this madness. I do not wish to be captured again. He turned and sprinted towards the sea. Where are the disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect? The demon sect infiltrators are wreaking havoc. Come forth and defend. Xiao Nanfeng shouted as he ran. Alas, the secluded location, coupled with the crashing waves and icy rain, rendered his cries inaudible beyond a short distance. He could feel the pursuers closing in behind him. Catch him. The group pressed on, gaining ground through the icy rain. If he were to flee along the same route they had come, he would not get far before being overtaken. Xiao Nanfeng darted into the forest, hoping to use the trees as obstacles to slow his pursuers. The 10 continued closely behind, and Xiao Nanfeng could even hear their footsteps. At this moment, he dared not shout, fearing exposure. After what felt like an eternity of running, he noticed a hazy mist enveloping his surroundings. Why does it feel like I am running in circles within this mist? Is this some sort of formation? Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened, seeing the foggy surroundings. Ma Shan and the others began to hesitate, yet hearing Xiao Nanfeng's footsteps ahead, they pressed on in pursuit. The icy rain soaked their clothes, leaving Xiao Nanfeng cold and frustrated. After an hour of wandering, still trapped in the mist, he suddenly spotted a villa emerging in the valley ahead, shrouded in fog, from which a sorrowful melody drifted. Someone? How wonderful! Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed in delight, rushing towards it, regardless of who resided within that complex. As long as they were disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect, he would be safe there. Approaching the villa, Xiao Nanfeng did not even pause to knock. He leaped over the wall and landed inside the courtyard. He's gone in, Ma Shan shouted as he reached the vicinity. However, upon seeing the inscription on the villa's plaque, the group halted in their tracks, paralyzed with shock. Yawang Villa? Damn it, how did we end up here? Ma Shan's complexion paled. Inside Yawang Villa, Xiao Nanfeng leaped over the wall, only to find the interior shrouded in mist as well. Is anyone there? Help! He called out, but the vast villa was met with silence. He hurriedly searched the premises, only to discover it was utterly deserted. Is this place abandoned? How could such a mournful melody emanate from here? Is it haunted? Impossible. Doubtful. Xiao Nanfeng followed the sound of the music. After a prolonged search, he finally located the source of the melody in an inner courtyard. Is anyone there? Disciple Nanfeng seeks an audience. He called out once more. Yet, no response came from within, save for the hauntingly beautiful music. Finally, steeling himself, Xiao Nanfeng pushed open the door to the inner courtyard. On the other side of the door lay a world apart. In the inner courtyard, a steaming hot spring bubbled, surrounded by vibrant flowers and lush greenery, exuding a delightful fragrance that warmed the air. Stepping inside, the floral aroma enveloped him, and he was pleasantly surprised to finally see someone. Under the eaves of the inner courtyard sat a woman, her eyes closed in serene concentration as she played the anew, producing the melancholic melody that filled the air. The woman seemed unaware of Xiao Nanfeng's entrance, lost in her music. Her porcelain skin, exquisite features, and graceful neck radiated an air of unassailable nobility. Clad in a blue palace robe that accentuated her delicate form, resembling a queen amidst a riot of flowers, worthy of reverence. Even though Xiao Nanfeng had seen many beautiful women in his past life, he was utterly captivated. Esteemed elder, I am Nanfeng, a newly initiated disciple of the Taiqing immortal sect. I apologize for my abrupt intrusion. There are infiltrators from the demon sect outside. Might you be able to assist in combating them? Xiao Nanfeng bowed respectfully. Yet, the woman remained unresponsive, continuing to play the anew as if she had not heard him. Esteemed elder, can you hear me? Xiao Nanfeng raised his voice in inquiry. Alas, the woman did not even shift her gaze, remaining immersed in her performance even as Xiao Nanfeng approached closer, utterly absorbed in her music. Xiao Nanfeng observed the blue-clad woman with an expression of peculiar intrigue, tentatively inquiring one last time. Elder, can one truly play the anew despite being unable to hear? The woman remained unperturbed. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng's suspicions were firmly confirmed. Alas, I had hoped to find a formidable ally, only to discover that she is deaf. Yet, you are remarkable in your own right, resolute despite your disability. Learning to play the anew despite your inability to hear. No wonder your playing is so discordant. Xiao Nanfeng sighed to himself, wholly unaware that the woman's face twitched involuntarily at his words. Nevertheless, she seemed unable to interrupt her melody, feigning nonchalance as she continued to play. Elder, no, that doesn't seem right. Now that I have approached her, and she cannot sense my presence, it indicates her cultivation level is likely not very high. Perhaps she is merely a junior sister? Xiao Nanfeng pondered aloud. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet the woman appeared to hear him, as evidenced by a sudden surge of a vein on the back of her pale right hand that gripped the anew, indicating a moment of exertion. Forgive my intrusion into your secluded abode. Fear not. I shall swiftly divert those ruffians and ensure they do not disturb your tranquil existence. Xiao Nanfeng remarked with a soft sigh. Since this woman could not assist him, he resolved to place no further expectations upon her. However, just before departing, he caught sight of a teapot on a small stove, prompting a flicker of interest in his expression. Having traversed through icy rain and biting cold, "May I borrow your tea to warm myself?" he asked politely, his eyes brightening with hope. The woman continued to ignore him, prompting Xiao Nanfeng to approach directly. Pouring himself some tea, gently blowing on it before drinking deeply. Gulping the warm liquid, Xiao Nanfeng felt a comforting warmth blossom within him. Just as he was about to set down the cup, he suddenly noticed a vivid red lip print upon its rim. A lip print? Glancing at the blue-clad woman's striking red lips, his face flushed slightly. "So this is the cup you used? Well, I am not one to be overly fastidious. I shan't hold it against you. Let me just wash it for you." Utilizing the rainwater cascading from the eaves, Xiao Nanfeng quickly rinsed the cup and returned it, unaware that as he played the anew, a faint vein had also emerged on the woman's forehead, as if she were on the brink of an eruption. "This junior sister. I shall now lead the demonic sect spies away. Do take care." With a turn, Xiao Nanfeng stepped out of the courtyard, closing the door behind him. At the very moment the door clicked shut, the blue-clad woman abruptly opened her eyes, her enchanting gaze igniting with an inner fire. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent pouring forth from her eyes. Crack. The teacup Xiao Nanfeng had just used was instantly riddled with cracks before shattering with a resounding explosion. In the courtyard, the flowers trembled violently at the mere glance of the blue-clad woman, their petals closing tightly into buds, as if unable to withstand the fierce intensity of her gaze, quaking in fear. It was evident that she was on the verge of being consumed by anger at Xiao Nanfeng's insolence. Emerging from the inner courtyard, Xiao Nanfeng headed directly for the villa's exterior, only to find himself disoriented by the pervasive mist, nearly losing his way several times and circling back to the entrance. After cautiously listening at the gate to ensure no activity outside, Xiao Nanfeng scaled the wall to observe. Regrettably, the fog had intensified, severely limiting visibility. With a resolute bite, Xiao Nanfeng leaped over the wall. The instant his feet touched the ground, Xiao Nanfeng's expression changed drastically. The surrounding white mist had vanished, replaced by a space bathed in violet light. Of course, something is amiss. I employed the illusionary violet gold talisman just to ensnare you. This is a treasure of Tai Ching, unobtainable even with money. You've cost me dearly. A frigid voice echoed. Turning, Xiao Nanfeng saw 10 men, their faces contorted in malevolent grins, encircling him. "Ma Shan, how did you know I'd emerge here?" Xiao Nanfeng's face darkened. "Humph, the Yaoguang Villa is arrayed with formations that disorient those who enter. Most people wander aimlessly, only to return to the main gate. We merely needed to lie in wait here. Nanfeng, you've kept us waiting a considerable time. Within this illusion, escape is impossible for you." Ma Shan, the leader, approached with a sneer. "This is an illusion?" Xiao Nanfeng's countenance shifted. "Illusions and dreams both belong to the mental realm. To evade Madame Rouge, I've been entering deep sleep daily, afraid to venture into my mental world. After months of avoidance, you've dragged me in?" Xiao Nanfeng's face displayed a mixture of alarm and fury as he frantically attempted to escape. "Cease your struggles. While the illusionary violet gold talisman is active, the illusion remains sealed. No one can escape." Ma Shan, observing Xiao Nanfeng's fear, mocked him. "You could have attacked me in reality. Why conjure this illusion?" Xiao Nanfeng roared. "Because this is Yaoguang Villa. Although immortal Yaoguang never interferes in the conflicts between immortal and demonic sects, are you aware of her temperament? During her meditative seclusion, anyone who dares disturb her will have their limbs broken without exception. You, of all people, entered and emerged unscathed? Remarkable luck. No brawling is permitted near Yaoguang Villa. Any combat that disturbs immortal Yaoguang will result in broken limbs. You really know how to run, don't you? You fled here?" Ma Shan berated Xiao Nanfeng. "Immortal Yaoguang?" Xiao Nanfeng paused, then broke into a cold sweat. Could that blue-clad woman have been immortal Yaoguang, secluded in meditation? Her failure to respond to me wasn't deafness, but rather, she was at a critical juncture of her meditation, a state where she couldn't be disturbed. I believe I was respectful, wasn't I? Disable him first. And let's depart quickly to avoid disturbing immortal Yaoguang." Ma Shan commanded. "Yes." The group of men charged menacingly toward Xiao Nanfeng. "You fools, dragging me into an illusion. Do you realize how perilous this is? Dispel the illusion immediately, or none of you will survive. Xiao Nanfeng bellowed. Fabrications. Do you think we believe you? One of the men sneered as he lunged at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes turned cold as he unleashed a punch. With a resounding thud, the man's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. What? What just happened? So fast. And Nanfeng won. This is soul force. You possess soul force? Aren't you merely at the Hotian realm? Ma Shan exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Nanfeng. In an illusion, the contest lies not in physical strength but in the intensity of the soul. Ordinarily, someone in the Hotian realm hasn't begun to cultivate their soul, making them vulnerable to manipulation. Yet, he just sent someone with soul force flying? How is that possible? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he charged into the group. With a chop of his palm, he struck a man whose arms were covered in soul force. With a crack, the man's arm snapped, and he was sent flying, spewing blood and screaming in agony. Little Wu is already at the profane realm. His soul force is inferior to his? Ma Shan cried out in astonishment. At that moment, another man struck Xiao Nanfeng in the back, but Xiao Nanfeng's soul force shielded him, causing only a slight tremor. Xiao Nanfeng bent forward and kicked backward with his right leg, striking the man's chin. With a thud, the man screamed as he was launched into the air, blood gushing from his mouth. Xiao Nanfeng's kick had shattered his jaw. He followed up with a sweeping leg whip, striking another man beside him. With a thud, the man, despite protecting his chest with soul force, was sent flying by Xiao Nanfeng's kick. His ribs were visibly broken, and his chest had caved in. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes were filled with fierce energy. Didn't you hear me? If you don't dispel the illusion, I'll shatter your skulls. With a resounding crash, another man's head was kicked by Xiao Nanfeng, and as he flew into the air, blood splattered everywhere. Altogether, kill him. Ma Shan roared in terror. They had believed that hunting Nanfeng would be foolproof, but he was proving to be so formidable. He was like a wild beast descending from the mountains, single-handedly hunting them all. Xiao Nanfeng understood that he needed to meet violence with violence to force them to dispel the illusion. His hands moved ceaselessly, growing faster and faster. In terms of soul force, he was naturally stronger than anyone here. Using soul force to propel his domineering fist technique, he unleashed a whirlwind with each punch. Another 3 men were sent flying. Ma Shan lunged at Xiao Nanfeng from behind, seizing him by the neck. Seeking death. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he struck backward with his elbows. Ma Shan instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest collapsing from the impact. The remaining men were no match for Xiao Nanfeng. In a few exchanges, he had beaten them all into spitting blood. Can one cultivate soul force at the Hotian realm? The intensity of his soul force rivals Zhao Yuanjiao's. It's impossible. The 10 men lay on the ground, spitting blood and suffering from fractures, staring at Xiao Nanfeng in disbelief. Dispel the illusion, or you'll all die. Quickly, Xiao Nanfeng roared, stepping on Ma Shan. You've already won. Why are you so eager to leave the illusion? What are you afraid of? Ma Shan coughed, looking at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng pressed down with his foot, crushing Ma Shan's chest further. Spitting out blood, Ma Shan shouted in humiliation, dispel the illusion. The violet light receded, but everyone remained trapped within the illusion. I told you to dispel the illusion. Didn't you hear? Do you want to continue being abused here? Let's go out, all of us, and return to our bodies. Even being beaten by immortal Yaoguang would be better than being humiliated by this brat here. Dispel it. Ma Shan roared at one of his junior brothers. I've already dispelled it. The junior brother cried out in panic, spitting blood. Dispelled it? Then why are we still in the illusion? Ma Shan roared in disbelief. It's true. I've really dispelled it. I don't understand what's happening. We seem to be trapped in the illusion, unable to escape. The man's face was filled with anxiety. Unable to escape? Ma Shan looked confused. It's not that we can't escape, but rather, it's too late, you fools. Xiao Nanfeng scolded angrily. Ma Shan didn't understand. He had won. So why did he look so anxious? Following Xiao Nanfeng's gaze, they saw a surge of black energy not far away in the illusion. A ghastly white skeleton stood within the black energy. Madame Rouge, you finally entered? Xiao Nanfeng said with a wry smile. Had his months of avoiding dreams and preventing her from entering his mental world been a complete failure? The skeleton had been holding back for months. Unable to enter Xiao Nanfeng's dreams, it had been humiliated by him daily with various brands of incense. Now, it felt a sense of liberation. With a shift, the skeleton appeared before Xiao Nanfeng, its skeletal claws reaching for his chest. Domineering fist. Xiao Nanfeng summoned his soul power and unleashed it with all his might. With a resounding crash, the skeleton staggered back a step, and Xiao Nanfeng also retreated slightly. Had the months of cultivating his soul power finally enabled him to contend with Lady Yinji? A glimmer of hope sparked in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt a newfound confidence. The skeleton no longer seemed so terrifying. "Ah, you two have your limits? Today, I shall dismantle you," he proclaimed, filled with exhilaration as he lunged forward once more. The clash resumed between the two, with Xiao Nanfeng's fists creating a flurry of shadows around him. Yet the skeleton was remarkably swift, evading his powerful strikes, as if teleporting. In the midst of thunderous exchanges, they battled fiercely, and astonishingly, neither could gain the upper hand. Once more, Xiao Nanfeng cried, charging towards the skeleton. However, the skeleton deftly sidestepped, instantaneously appearing before another individual. "Stop! No!" Xiao Nanfeng shouted in alarm as he rushed to intervene, but it was too late. The skeleton's claws pierced the man's skull with dreadful precision. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, collapsing into a pool of blood, after which the skeleton inhaled deeply, drawing the lifeless body into a wisp of smoke that vanished into its maw. Is this a malevolent entity summoned during the recruitment of new disciples? It kills within the illusion, and the physical body perishes in reality, one person exclaimed in terror. "Gather around me, quickly!" Xiao Nanfeng bellowed as he charged at the skeleton. Yet, the skeleton chose not to confront him directly. Instead, it flickered and reappeared before yet another victim. "No!" The man cried out in fear, attempting to defend himself. Alas, having already struggled against Xiao Nanfeng, and now injured, he was no match for the skeleton. In an instant, he too was slain, his essence dissipating into smoke consumed by the skeleton. "Another one has fallen?" Ma Shan uttered in horror. "Do you all wish to perish? Hurry and join me in combating it." Xiao Nanfeng shouted angrily. His true intention was not to safeguard these individuals, but to prevent the skeleton from growing stronger. Its enhancement would spell danger for him. Yet, the skeleton, wielding its advantage of teleportation within the illusion, swiftly reached Ma Shan. "Don't come any closer. Help! Junior brother Nanfeng. I was wrong, save me." Ma Shan cried in terror as he fled toward Xiao Nanfeng. However, it was too late. The skeleton's claws pierced through Ma Shan's chest, blood bursting forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 36. Irrevocably entangled. The demise of Ma Shan did not conclude the matter. The spectral figure's teleportation persisted, and two more individuals succumbed instantly. "Junior brother Nanfeng, we were mistaken. Mercy." The remaining five, enduring their injuries, fled toward Xiao Nanfeng in terror. As Xiao Nanfeng contemplated rallying everyone to combine their efforts, the spectral figure materialized before him in a blink, its claws descending upon his palm. He channeled his soul force with all his might, yet he was still driven back 3 paces before regaining his footing. Its growth is accelerating so rapidly? Xiao Nanfeng's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. It was evenly matched just moments ago, and now it surpasses me in strength? The spectral figure abruptly teleported behind Xiao Nanfeng, triggering a surge of alarm within him. He retaliated with a fierce backward elbow strike, but the spectral figure's velocity was extraordinary. It parried his elbow with one claw and struck his heart with the other. With a resounding thud, he was hurled back a distance of 10 feet. Xiao Nanfeng was consumed by anxiety. If this attrition persisted, his soul force would inevitably be exhausted. The spectral figure, as if guided by a different intention, disregarded Xiao Nanfeng for the moment and lunged at the survivors. Instantly, 2 more were impaled through the chest. "Ah, save me." The 2 collapsed into pools of blood, their cries of agony echoing. The spectral figure opened its maw and devoured the vaporous forms of the slain, growing even more formidable. "Mercy." The last 3 were on the verge of mental collapse, fleeing erratically. Such disarray made them easy prey for the spectral figure, which teleported to intercept one of them. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Nanfeng's brow. Trapped within the illusion, he was unable to contact the outside world. If this continued, he was doomed. The spectral figure slew another, leaving only one fugitive. It grows stronger. My soul force is insufficient. What other power can I summon? Could the tiny divine pearl be of use? Xiao Nanfeng, in his desperation, clutched at straws, knowing full well that objects from reality could not be brought into the illusion. Nevertheless, he attempted to invoke his soul treasure. Within the cavity of his physical body's brow, the tiny divine pearl, sensing the pull of his soul force, trembled slightly. Instead of entering the illusion, it erupted with a frigid gust of air. Whoosh! The chilling air, piercing to the bone, surged through his soul force and into the illusion. Within the illusion, Xiao Nanfeng was enveloped by a burst of cold, instantly forming an icy tempest around him. So cold. Xiao Nanfeng shuddered. The tempest buffeted the surroundings, instantly freezing the illusory environment. With a resounding crack, the frozen void shattered, revealing a luminous opening. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng leaped into the fractured aperture. In the next instant, Xiao Nanfeng felt a jolt to his spirit and abruptly opened his physical eyes, awakening. His physical body was coated in a layer of frost, intensely cold. Yet Xiao Nanfeng was overcome with elation. Had he truly escaped the illusion? The Taiyin Divine Pearl can aid me in escaping illusions? Do I now possess a means to evade Madame Rouge? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, shivering with excitement. Within the illusion, the spectral figure, having slain the last individual, turned to regard the icy aperture, watching helplessly as Xiao Nanfeng fled. The spectral figure consumed the vaporous form of its final victim, teleported to the mouth of the icy aperture, and emitted billowing black smoke from its skull. The clattering of its mandibles grew louder, its rage reaching a fever pitch. In reality, Xiao Nanfeng circulated his true energy to generate warmth within himself before surveying his surroundings. Not far away lay the corpses of Ma Shan and the others, along with a pile of ash in the shape of a talisman. A thought flashed through Xiao Nanfeng's mind, and his expression darkened as he seemed to grasp what had transpired. Zhao Yuanjiao, reveal yourself. Xiao Nanfeng roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Silence pervaded the surroundings. Zhao Yuanjiao, I know it was you who orchestrated this. You must be nearby. Do you lack the courage to own up to your actions? Xiao Nanfeng challenged coldly. After a moment, 3 figures emerged from the dense fog, with Zhao Yuanjiao at their head. How did you discover my involvement? Zhao Yuanjiao inquired, feigning bewilderment. If I were not concerned about disturbing our master, how could I have been lured out by Chun Ran using your jade pendant? You are truly devious, daring to exploit even our master. You are utterly lawless. Xiao Nanfeng rebuked. My jade pendant was pilfered, Zhao Yuanjiao retorted, furrowing his brow. Pilfered? Or did you allow it to be stolen intentionally? Do you know what transpired within the illusion? Do you comprehend the consequences? Xiao Nanfeng pressed. The illusionary violet gold talisman was merely intended to confine you for a time. They could not have killed you within the illusion, at most. Your soul and consciousness would have suffered some damage, and you would have been rendered unconscious for a few days. No one would have died, Zhao Yuanjiao dismissed. 2 junior brothers stepped forward to examine the 10 corpses, their expressions abruptly shifting. Senior brother, they are all dead, one of them reported anxiously. What? Dead? Zhao Yuanjiao's face paled. Only then did Zhao Yuanjiao realize the gravity of the situation. Do not be so arrogant as to believe that you have everything under control. Once a grave error has been committed, you will be held accountable beyond measure, Xiao Nanfeng warned coldly. What occurred within the illusion? Zhao Yuanjiao demanded, his countenance changing. You should be contemplating how to explain this to our master. Humph. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. With that, he turned and strode into the fog, leaving Zhao Yuanjiao without a chance to respond. Zhao Yuanjiao watched Xiao Nanfeng depart, his expression a mixture of dismay and consternation. While he had not revealed the full extent of his machinations, the 10 corpses spoke volumes. It seemed that his scheme had gone awry. This meticulously crafted plan seemed foolproof, even deceiving Ma Shan and Chun Ran. How did junior brother Nanfeng uncover the truth? One of the junior brothers wondered. That Nanfeng is truly discerning. How could he deduce the cause and effect from such subtle clues? Zhao Yuanjiao lamented. Not only is he discerning, but his battle with Chun Ran earlier was astonishing. A postnatal realm 8th level cultivator soundly defeating a 10th level cultivator is simply incredible. The junior brother marveled. Senior brother, can we now conclude that Nanfeng is not a spy for the demonic sect? Another inquired. Zhao Yuanjiao's expression was complex. During the interrogations of the past few months, he had deliberately incited Ma Shan and the others' animosity toward Nanfeng. When the time was ripe, he had feigned departure from the island, luring Chun Ran to rescue them, all to gauge their attitudes toward Nanfeng and determine whether he was a spy. Alas, it is still too early to say, Zhao Yuanjiao declared. Senior brother, you are being overly harsh with junior brother Nanfeng. Elder Ku has already vouched for Nanfeng's innocence. Why do you persist in pursuing this? Nanfeng's origins are shrouded in mystery. There must be something amiss. I will not overlook any suspicious details, Zhao Yuanjiao insisted stubbornly. Very well, but what shall we do about these 10 dead men? The junior brother lamented. Those 10 were of no further use for interrogation. Their deaths are of no consequence. Perhaps Nanfeng silenced them to cover his tracks, Zhao Yu and Jiao suggested. The two junior brothers exchanged strange glances, remarking on Zhao Yu and Jiao's deep-seated obsession with Nanfeng. Senior brother, perhaps we should depart from this place first. The Yaoguang Manor is nearby. And I feel uneasy, one of the junior brothers said nervously, glancing at the manor. Yes, the music here is mournful, and it gives me the creeps. Let us leave quickly. If the Yaoguang ferry were to emerge, we would be in dire straits, the other junior brother added, equally apprehensive. Zhao Yu and Jiao cast a glance at the Yaoguang Manor, a hint of defiance flickering in his eyes. The Yaoguang fairy? Should I fear her? At that moment, the music within the Yaoguang Manor ceased abruptly, and an all-encompassing silence descended. A surge of overwhelming killing intent emanated from the manor, causing the surrounding mist to churn wildly. What terrifying killing intent? Is the Yaoguang fairy about to unleash a massacre? One of the junior brothers gasped. Senior brother, I have never witnessed such immense killing intent emanating from the Yaoguang Manor. The hairs on my body are standing on end. The other junior brother exclaimed, his face paling. Zhao Yu and Jiao, his own expression undergoing a dramatic transformation, inhaled sharply. He hastily gathered 4 of the corpses and urged, what are you waiting for? Let us depart at once. Oh, all right. The 2, equally panicked, gathered the remaining 6 corpses. The 3 fled the vicinity of the Yaoguang Manor in disarray. 2 hours later, Xiao Nanfeng returned to his residence. After indulging in a warm bath and changing his attire, he once again sought an audience with Elder Ku. Within the grand hall, Xiao Nanfeng recounted the events he had just endured. Yuan Jiao has orchestrated this scheme against you. What do you intend to do? Elder Ku inquired, his brow furrowed. The senior brother is overly fixated on unearthing the machinations of the demon sect, thus blurring the lines between good and evil. I do not mind, let it be. Xiao Nanfeng sighed, shaking his head. Do you not mind? Of course you do. However, Zhao Yuanjiao is the eldest disciple of our master. It would be inappropriate to place our master in a position of discomfort, would it not? I shall take it upon myself to seek vengeance at a more opportune moment. Elder Ku patted Xiao Nanfeng on the shoulder and said, you are a good child. Nonetheless, Yuanjiao's actions this time were indeed excessive. I shall administer a proper reprimand. Yes, Xiao Nanfeng responded. Master is angry. Zhao Yuanjiao, you are in for a misfortune. You truly deserve it. When you collectively confronted Lady Yanji, did Ma Shan employ a certain artifact to shatter the illusion and create an opening? Did you witness Lady Yanji slay the last individual before you managed to escape? Elder Ku questioned, perplexed. Indeed, although I hold great respect for our master, the secret of the Tying Divine Pearl is of paramount importance, and I have resolved to keep it concealed for the time being, Xiao Nanfeng replied. Elder Ku's expression grew complex as he sighed. Before you exited the illusion, you were the sole survivor. From that moment onward, the illusion belonged entirely to you, it seems. Lady Yanji has completely infiltrated your mental realm. You may indeed be entangled. Xiao Nanfeng responded with silence. However, you are fortunate. You managed to escape at the last moment. Perhaps, surviving a great calamity brings forth subsequent blessings. Elder Ku comforted him. What should I do henceforth? Xiao Nanfeng inquired anxiously. You should temporarily leave Taiching Island and seek refuge for a while. Perhaps Lady Yanji will lose interest in you, Elder Ku pondered. Xiao Nanfeng retorted. After she has invested months to breach my mental realm, she will simply lose interest? Do not frighten yourself. There may yet be a turning point. Venture outside. Partake in sustenance and refreshment. Perhaps after a short journey, all will be well, Elder Ku continued. Xiao Nanfeng silently regarded Elder Ku, sensing an inkling that he had perhaps given up on him. During this excursion, I have but one demand of you. Elder Ku suddenly proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Please, master. Speak. Xiao Nanfeng replied, equally solemn. Always remember the teachings of our Taiching sect. Many disciples have forgotten them, yet I hope you will take these words to heart, for they are the essence of our lineage's cultivation, Elder Ku asserted with unwavering conviction. The essence of our lineage's cultivation? The teachings? Xiao Nanfeng questioned, puzzled. Do not associate with demons and evildoers. Let each person rise as a dragon. Elder Ku articulated the teachings word by word. Chapter 37, The Crow Demon 3 days later. At dawn, Xiao Nanfeng, Xiaoyu, and 100 disciples from the Taiching Xinzong departed from Taiching Island by boat. Upon landing at the border of the Tianshu Empire, they were greeted by a group of waiting junior disciples who had prepared horses for their journey. Without pause, Xiao Nanfeng and his companions continued on their way. As evening approached, they took a moment to rest in a forest by the roadside. leaning comfortably against a great tree. Xiao Yu and Xiao Nanfeng conversed about the purpose of their expedition. That scoundrel Zhao Yuanjiao has finally met his downfall, punished by our master to recite 100 Taoist scriptures. He must be the subject of much amusement now, though it's a pity we cannot witness it ourselves, Xiao Yu lamented while munching on some rations. I feel guilty for dragging my senior sister into this, Xiao Nanfeng said apologetically as he tore apart his flatbread. Don't be so formal. I just ran out of money and was about to set out to exterminate the demon lair for some profit. Our master arranged for me to look after you. This is a trivial matter, and I'm here to help you earn big this time, Xiao Yu confidently declared, patting her ample chest. I heard that the demon lair we are to eradicate is called Wanyashan? Xiao Nanfeng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this mission is at the invitation of Lord Wushan, the former prince of the Great Crow dynasty, now known as the Tianshu Empire. He has asked us to eliminate the crow demons at Wanyashan, offering a reward of 3 million taels of gold. Furthermore, we are allowed to keep all the demon beasts we slay, Xiao Yu explained. Lord Wushan? Xiao Nanfeng asked, intrigued. Yes. He was the former crown prince of the Great Crow dynasty, which unfortunately declined after 3 generations. The common people suffered greatly, with rebellions erupting everywhere, leading to chaos. The Emperor of Tianshu was one of the warlords in that turmoil. After the Emperor of the Great Crow was slain in battle, the prince quickly submitted to the Emperor of Tianshu, helping him consolidate power and unify the realm in a remarkably short time. After the establishment of the Tianshu Empire, the Great Crow Prince was granted the title of Lord Wushan, overseeing this autonomous territory. Although it is under the Tianshu Empire, everything here is managed by Lord Wushan, Xiao Yu elaborated. Along the way, we have witnessed countless refugees lying dead in the wilderness. Life here under Lord Wushan is indeed miserable, Xiao Nanfeng remarked with a frown. To be a subject of Lord Wushan truly is a stroke of bad luck. It is truly tragic. Xiao Yu sighed, shaking her head. As the two lamented the plight of the local populace, an old acquaintance approached, Yi Dafu. Nanfeng, my uncle instructed me to have you scout ahead for 50 miles. Yi Dafu proclaimed triumphantly. Xiao Nanfeng wore a strange expression. How could this person be everywhere? Yi Dafu. Repeat that. Who are you sending to scout? Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed in anger, ready to confront him. It's my uncle who wants Nanfeng to go. You might not know, but our team leader, Yi Sanshui, is my uncle. Yi Dafu boasted, then turned to a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe not far away. Uncle, Nanfeng refuses to follow your orders. Instantly, the resting disciples of the Taiching Xinzong turned their attention to the commotion. The robed man approached, frowning at Yi Dafu. What's the matter? Uncle, Nanfeng won't scout ahead. Yi Dafu quickly reported. Are you trying to set Nanfeng up? Xiao Yu shot back, unafraid of the middle-aged man. Yi Sanshui, however, dismissed her concern. Junior sister Xiao Yu. I am leading this expedition, and I must treat everyone equally. Others possess innate cultivation, while Nanfeng only has acquired cultivation. In battle, the others will be fighting bravely. And he would be of little help, so I assigned him tasks within his capabilities. You are clearly colluding with Yi Dafu to settle personal scores, Xiao Yu retorted fiercely. With Xiao Yu's good rapport, the surrounding disciples began to murmur, putting pressure on Yi Sanshui. Yi Dafu, you shall accompany Nanfeng to scout. Yi Sanshui commanded abruptly. What? Me too. Uncle, you said. Yi Dafu's expression changed. You will go, and that's final. Stop your nonsense. Yi Sanshui glared at him. Then turning to Xiao Yu, he said. Now my nephew will accompany him. I have no personal vendetta, right? Xiao Yu was left speechless. Yi Sanshui had sacrificed his own nephew to prove his innocence, leaving Xiao Yu without a reason to defend Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng and a sullen Yi Dafu mounted their horses and rode away. Humph, Nanfeng, consider yourself lucky this time with me accompanying you. But soon, your fortune may run out, Yi Dafu said with a smirk once they were out of sight. Ignoring Yi Dafu, Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself, why can't I escape this lunatic, no matter where I go? Humph, last time you made me recite for a month. Your malice knows no bounds. I've never endured such humiliation. It was just a stone you threw. It didn't even hit you, yet you called for your parents? I can do that too. With my uncle as the only one at the transcendence level in this team, scouting is merely the beginning. Yi Dafu bragged. Xiao Nanfeng remained silent. Yi Dafu, don't you realize I made you recite to help you? Are you scared? Ha ha ha, useless. My uncle is the greatest here. Unless you can unseat him, what can you do? Yi Dafu continued to gloat. Finally, Xiao Nanfeng could no longer tolerate Yi Dafu's incessant chatter and calmly stated. Is it really difficult to unseat him from his position? Huh? What did you say? Yi Dafu paused, taken aback. This script does not seem to follow the expected path, does it? You see Yi Sanshui as a stronghold, but to me, bringing down this mountain is hardly a challenge, Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. Xiao Nanfeng truly harbored such thoughts. If Yi Sanshui continued to protect Yu Dafu blindly, their journey ahead would be fraught with trouble. It was better to take the initiative than wait for trouble to find him. You dare. I will tell my uncle about this, and you will be sorry. Yi Dafu felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng's expression changed as he reached into his robe and pulled out a bamboo tube, pulling it to release a signal flare into the sky. Why are you signaling? Are you challenging my uncle's authority? Yi Dafu exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring him, Xiao Nanfeng fixed his gaze on the distance. Yi Dafu followed his line of sight, and his expression shifted. Soon, the disciples of Taiqing Xianzong rushed towards the signal. Yi Dafu, what is the meaning of this signal? Yi Sanshui was the first to arrive, followed closely by others. It's not my doing. It was him. Yi Dafu pointed at Xiao Nanfeng immediately. But Xiao Nanfeng pointed into the distance. Look. In the distance, they could see a small village nestled in a valley, where many villagers lay in pools of blood. Thousands of crows circled in the sky, then dove down to tear at the flesh of the fallen. Are the crows eating people? The disciples' faces contorted with shock and anger. Let us go check it out. Yi Sanshui's expression changed as he led the group forward. As they approached within 100 meters, a strong stench of blood filled the air. The villagers bare knife wounds. They were killed before the crows arrived. The crows must have been drawn by the scent of blood, Yi Sanshui stated grimly. These are not ordinary crows. They are crow demons. Look. Many of them are half a person tall, equivalent to our innate level of strength, Xiaoyu said, her expression solemn. There is even a golden crow demon as tall as a person. Its strength may rival mine. Yi Sanshui's pupils constricted suddenly. Indeed, a golden crow demon, as tall as a man, stood atop a towering tree, looking down upon the surroundings, occasionally cawing as if commanding its crow demon army to hasten their feeding. The golden crow demon, as if sensing something, abruptly turned its head and spotted the approaching group. Its eyes, bloodshot and filled with a ferocious aura, opened its beak with a snap, its feathers bristling as it bared its fangs, seemingly warning them to depart swiftly. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of crow demons, each about half a man's height, joined their leader, their eyes equally bloodshot and their feathers bristling, snarling menacingly at Xiao Nanfeng and his companions, echoing the warning to leave at once. Such insolent beasts, Xiao Nanfeng remarked, slightly taken aback. These crow demons likely hail from Crow Mountain. Perhaps we should disregard them for now and hasten to Great Crow City to rendezvous with our senior disciples. We can deal with them at our leisure then. Let them revel in their arrogance for a few more days, Yi Sanshui suggested, his expression fluctuating. Some disciples nodded with trepidation, while others felt a surge of resentment. Were they truly intimidated by a mere flock of crows? Xiao Nanfeng quietly assessed the strength of their group against that of the crow demons, concluding that they were not without a chance of victory. Yet, Yi Sanshui, in his pursuit of stability, proposed to ignore the situation. Was this not an opportune moment to seize command? Leave. Did you not witness these crow demons devouring humans? Xiao Nanfeng retorted, his expression darkening. Silence. Those villagers are already deceased. Your cultivation is weak. If you charge in, there will undoubtedly be casualties, Yi Sanshui countered sternly. Are we to simply disregard the dead? Are we to stand idly by as these fiends feast upon them? Besides, how can you be certain that there are no survivors in the village? Our mission is to eliminate the crow demons of Crow Mountain. Are we to remain indifferent to their atrocities out of fear? If you can hold back the golden crow demon, do you believe that we, 100 strong, would cower before these beasts? Xiao Nanfeng declared with righteous indignation. Yi Dafu, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed at Xiao Nanfeng. Could it be true? Was he planning to use this opportunity to oust his uncle from his position as leader? Had he already begun his maneuver? How dare he? Yi Sanshui's face darkened. There is no need to take such a risk. As the leader, I am obligated to ensure your safety. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern us. Of no concern? Yi Sanshui, as the leader of this expedition, is this how you instruct us? Xiao Nanfeng challenged coldly. Insolence. Do you dare to lecture me? Yi Sanshui rebuked angrily. My cultivation may be inferior to yours, but I am still a disciple of the Taiqing Immortal sect. I have a duty to uphold the sect's teachings. Xiao Nanfeng retorted. Sect teachings? Yi Sanshui frowned slightly. The others, hearing Xiao Nanfeng's words, were taken aback. The Tai Ching sect teaches that one should not consort with evil and that everyone should strive to be like a dragon. By allowing these fiends to devour humans, are you not consorting with evil? Are you not obligated to save those who may still be alive? Have you forgotten the sect's teaching that everyone should strive to be like a dragon? Xiao Nanfeng thundered. Yi Sanshui's face stiffened. I merely seek to ensure everyone's safety. How have I become a villain who defies the sect's teachings in your eyes? If we were clearly outmatched, I would not insist that you act. But we hold the advantage. We are capable of driving away these crow demons, yet you choose to ignore their actions. What qualifications do you possess to lead us? Are the teachings of the Tai Ching immortal sect merely for show? Xiao Nanfeng rebuked with fiery eyes. You. Yi Sanshui's face flushed, seemingly out of shame and anger. However, he dared not openly refute the sect's teachings. Was this youth using the sect's teachings to suppress him? Yi Sanshui, Nanfeng speaks the truth. We are all witnesses. If you unjustly punish Nanfeng, we will inform the sect upon our return. You will face dire consequences, Xiao Yu exclaimed, reveling in the chaos. Xiao Yu, are you also joining in this disruption? Yi Sanshui snapped, exasperated. He wished to assert his authority as a senior disciple, but the gazes of everyone present prevented him from acting. Senior brothers and sisters, what is the purpose of our expedition? Is it not to eliminate the crow demons of Crow Mountain? Before our very eyes, these beasts devour human flesh and dare to intimidate us. Are we to be intimidated by these creatures when we are capable of defeating them? Do you fear these fiends? Xiao Nanfeng asked, turning to the others. Are we to be intimidated by a band of soon-to-be dead souls? The teachings of the Tai Ching immortal sect forbid me from retreating. We are 100 strong in the innate realm. Shall we cower before them? A wave of anger surged through the senior disciples, and they drew their swords. Senior brother Yi Sanshui, are we to uphold the teachings of the Tai Ching immortal sect? Xiao Nanfeng asked calmly, turning to Yi Sanshui. Yi Sanshui's face stiffened. How could he dare to say that they were not to be upheld? Such an admission would bring him great misfortune upon their return to the sect. Of course, they must be upheld. Yi Sanshui replied, his face dark. In that case, you shall face the golden crow demon, while my senior brothers and sisters and I deal with the other crow demons. What do you say? Xiao Nanfeng proposed solemnly. Senior brother Yi, we shall not retreat before a pack of beasts. The disciples of the Tai Ching immortal sect declared, their voices filled with righteous fervor. Yu Sanshui's face turned ashen. Were they turning against him, coerced by Nanfeng into a coup? Was he allowing Nanfeng to undermine his authority under the guise of slaying demons? Very well, Yi Sanshui said, his face contorted with displeasure. Unable to defy the will of the majority, he had no choice but to concede. In that case, everyone prepare to slay these arrogant fiends. We shall take their corpses to Great Crow City and claim the credit for annihilating Crow Mountain. Xiao Nanfeng announced with a resounding voice. A wave of anger surged through the group, and they roared in unison, their hearts filled with righteous indignation as they prepared to charge into the village. Only Yi Dafu stared at Xiao Nanfeng in disbelief. Was he truly planning to usurp his uncle's position and seize leadership for himself? Is this fellow truly staging a coup? Chapter 38. The violet haze poison pill. Despite the multitude of ravenous fiends, only a scant few had attained the innate level of cultivation, far inferior to the 100 disciples of the esteemed Tai Ching immortal sect. Tai Ching sword control technique. Come forth, my sword. Yi Sanshui bellowed with a resounding voice. Instantly, the long sword adorning his back transformed into a resplendent rainbow, imbued with a chilling aura that pierced the heavens. With unparalleled speed, it hurtled towards the golden ravenous fiend. The golden ravenous fiend, its plumage bristling in defiance, unfurled its wings and unleashed a torrent of flames from its obsidian talons, colliding with the incoming sword. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that sent the sword spiraling back. With a guttural screech of fury, the golden ravenous fiend commanded its legion to obliterate the audacious intruders. In unison, the ravenous fiends ceased their gruesome feasting, their visages contorted in savage expressions. With a cacophony of guttural clicks, they spread their wings, forming an overwhelming tidal wave of darkness that surged towards the assembled disciples. Slaughter them. Undaunted, the disciples of the Tai Ching immortal sect drew their swords, ready to meet the encroaching darkness. 100 beams of sword light slashed through the monstrous wave, detonating in an earth-shattering explosion. The resulting shockwave unleashed a tempest of chaos, scattering earth and stone in all directions. With a ferocious roar, the golden ravenous fiend, akin to a monarch of the sea, surged to the forefront. Vile beast, meet your end. Yi Sanshui roared, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Evading the onslaught. The golden ravenous fiend regurgitated a colossal fireball, carrying with it an unbearable heat. It hurtled towards Yi Sanshui like a celestial meteor. With a deafening explosion, Yi Sanshui shattered the fireball with his sword energy, but the sheer force of the impact sent him staggering backward. The golden ravenous fiend, with a thunderous roar, swooped down upon Yi Sanshui, initiating a fierce and bloody confrontation. Sword light clashed with claw strikes, and blood mingled with the dust of battle as the conflict escalated to a frenzied pitch. Senior Sister Xiaoyu, there is no need to protect me. Go forth and slay the demonic beasts, Xiao Nanfeng declared, addressing the woman beside him. What will become of you if I engage in combat? While there may be few ravenous fiends at the innate level, there are many at the acquired level. You cannot possibly withstand them, Xiaoyu insisted, remaining steadfastly by Xiao Nanfeng's side. Rest assured, I, too, shall reap the spoils of war. The number of ravenous fiends I slay may well surpass your own. Xiao Nanfeng countered with unwavering confidence. You ventured forth without even a sword. Do you intend to tear them apart with your bare hands? Xiaoyu responded with skepticism. Xiao Nanfeng turned his hand over, revealing a fist-sized violet sphere. Before our departure, I acquired this violet haze poison pill from the sect's apothecary for self-defense, he explained. A violet haze poison pill? That is inedible, and it is a highly toxic substance. You spent 3,000 taels of gold on that. Xiaoyu scoffed. Its efficacy is all that matters. Maintain your distance, for I am about to enter the fray, Xiao Nanfeng replied with a smile as he ingested an antidote. Activating his true energy, the violet haze poison pill erupted in a dense cloud of violet mist, swirling around Xiao Nanfeng in a 10-foot radius. Esteemed senior brothers, exercise caution and keep your distance, Xiao Nanfeng warned. The disciples turned their heads in astonishment. A violet haze poison pill? Which spendthrift purchased such a thing? A single pill costs 3,000 taels of gold. We may not even earn that much on a single demon extermination mission, one senior brother exclaimed in disbelief. Nanfeng, do you hear them? They call you a spendthrift. Yi Dafu, standing not far away, wore a smug expression, unperturbed by their words. Xiao Nanfeng charged towards the densest concentration of ravenous fiends. The violet haze poison pill, though costly, proved to be exceptionally effective. Dozens of ravenous fiends swooped down upon Xiao Nanfeng, but as they entered the violet haze, their eyes became bloodshot, and they plummeted to the ground, lifeless. The violet haze was lethally toxic, causing instant death upon contact. The disciples recoiled in horror. The ravenous fiends, possessing a modicum of intelligence, witnessed this spectacle and scattered in terror. However, Xiao Nanfeng relentlessly pursued them. Wherever he tread, ravenous fiends fell from the sky, their bodies lifeless. After a single circuit, hundreds of ordinary ravenous fiends, unable to escape, succumbed to the poisonous fumes. This is simply too astonishing. Mass annihilation? The violet haze poison pill is a treasure indeed. 3,000 taels of gold, well spent. The senior brothers were awestruck. It is only effective against ordinary ravenous fiends. What will you do against those at the innate level? Yi Dafu sneered with envy. At that moment, an innate level ravenous fiend roared ferociously and pounced upon Xiao Nanfeng. Nanfeng, be careful, Xiaoyu cried out in alarm. The innate level ravenous fiend, standing half a man's height, plunged into the violet haze. Miraculously, it withstood the poisonous fumes and reached Xiao Nanfeng in an instant. Overlord Fist. Xiao Nanfeng unleashed a flurry of punches, each leaving behind a residual image. With a resounding impact, Xiao Nanfeng was forced back by the immense force. The ravenous fiend faltered momentarily before resuming its assault. However, it began to stagger erratically, its eyes widening in terror as it attempted to flee. The poison has entered its system, and now it seeks to escape? It is too late. You shall remain here. Xiao Nanfeng leaped forward and seized its wing. The innate level ravenous fiend flapped its wings frantically, but the encroaching poison sapped its strength. Xiao Nanfeng tore at its wing, eliciting a piercing shriek from the beast. With a final wrench, he tore off a bloody chunk of flesh. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment. He can tear apart ravenous fiends with his bare hands? How savage! If Xiao Nanfeng was capable of such brutality, what did she have to fear? She drew her sword and charged into the fray. The sight of Xiao Nanfeng tearing apart an innate level ravenous fiend sent shockwaves through the ranks. The violet haze poison pill can be used in such a manner? It is a divine weapon for group combat. If we slay enough demonic beasts, we can quickly recoup the 3,000 taels of gold. It is not a loss at all. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The battle raged on, and Xiao Nanfeng continued his relentless pursuit of the ravenous fiends. Ordinary ravenous fiends that came into contact with the violet haze instantly collapsed, while innate-level ravenous fiends could withstand the poison for a short time. Xiao Nanfeng only needed to endure their initial assault before they succumbed. In a short span of time, Xiao Nanfeng had slain 5 innate-level ravenous fiends. After a brutal and one-sided battle, the remaining ravenous fiends fled in terror at the sight of the violet haze. Before long, no ravenous fiend dared to approach Xiao Nanfeng. He deactivated his true energy, ceasing the operation of the violet haze poison pill. The ravenous fiends circled overhead, screeching and cursing Xiao Nanfeng, but none dared to descend. The sight of the 2,000 ravenous fiend corpses strewn across the ground, along with the gruesome remains of the 6 innate-level ravenous fiends, instilled fear in their hearts. Astounding! An acquired-level cultivator has terrified the ravenous fiends to such an extent? Next time, I shall purchase a violet haze poison pill. It is too incredible. It is invincible in group combat. Junior brother Nanfeng is truly extraordinary. The surrounding senior brothers gazed upon him with envy. There is nothing remarkable about it. If I had a violet haze poison pill, I would be even more formidable, Yi Dafu muttered to himself, attempting to assuage his jealousy. Xiao Nanfeng, however, wore a look of frustration. Had he been too effective in slaughtering the ravenous fiends, causing them to flee? Gazing upon the remaining half of the violet haze poison pill, Xiao Nanfeng felt a pang of regret. I expended half of my violet haze poison pill. The spoils of war from these ravenous fiends must be worth at least 1,500 taels of gold, or I shall suffer a great loss. Seeing that no ravenous fiends dared to approach, Xiao Nanfeng headed towards the village. Some of the senior brothers had already arrived, driving away the remaining ravenous fiends and recovering the bodies of the villagers. However, the corpses had been desecrated by the ravenous fiends, rendering them unrecognizable. Xiao Nanfeng joined the senior brothers in retrieving bedsheets from a nearby house, covering the bodies one by one. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Alas, though I have overcome my predicament by exploiting your misfortune, and no one shall dare to underestimate me again, nor shall Yi Xinshui treat me with impunity. I would gladly choose to have your village spared from this tragedy. Xiao Nanfeng sighed softly as he draped a sheet over the bodies. There is a child in this house, still alive. A senior brother exclaimed with elation. A survivor? Quickly, fellow disciples, examine the surroundings and rescue any living souls. Additionally, scrutinize each corpse to ascertain if there remains a heartbeat. If so, administer immediate assistance. Xiao Nanfeng's spirit surged. Indeed, the group of disciples responded in unison. However, a moment later, they were taken aback. Who had issued the command just now? All eyes turned towards Xiao Nanfeng. Was it he? A sense of discontent stirred within them. Yet there was no time to dwell on it. They promptly set about rescuing those in need as directed by Xiao Nanfeng. Before long, children were discovered hiding in rice barrels, cellars, beneath beds, and within wardrobes, each one weeping in terror. Some had even been silenced by cloths and bound by their parents, concealed to prevent detection. Astonishingly, a total of 15 children were rescued. The disciples of the Ta-Ching immortal sect exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting a mix of anxiety and joy. Had it not been for Nanfeng's insistence, these children would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the ravenous demons. Nanfeng was right. Our decision to heed his guidance proved to be wise. Most of the disciples harbored kind hearts, and witnessing the children they had saved filled them with gratitude and reflection. Unbeknownst to them, the way they regarded Xiao Nanfeng subtly shifted, now infused with newfound respect. Xiao Nanfeng, too, displayed a look of relief, grateful for the troubles brought by Yi Dafu, and for his own boldness in challenging Yi Sanshui's authority. Chapter 39. Extermination of Demons. There's a villager here who isn't completely deceased. He's still alive, a voice resonated. Where? The crowd congregated swiftly. They beheld a man submerged in a pool of blood, his chest pierced by a sword, his body marred by the pecks of the crow demons, a truly gruesome sight. Yet he clung to life. It's futile, his injuries are too severe. He's on his last breath. Only the sect's rejuvenation pill could save him. But at 3,000 taels of gold per pill, we cannot afford it. Without the rejuvenation pill, there's simply no hope for him. The senior disciples lamented. Which senior brother cultivates the azure with true qi? Xiao Nanfeng inquired, having examined the man. Azure with true chi? That would be me, a senior brother responded, perplexed. Quickly, use your true chi to protect his heart meridian, Xiao Nanfeng urged with resolve. The senior brother stared at Xiao Nanfeng, bewildered. Haven't you perused the genesis of the rejuvenation pill in the scripture pavilion? When devoid of the rejuvenation pill, do you not know how to emulate its effects to heal and save lives? Xiao Nanfeng rebuked. The senior brother's countenance stiffened. How could I possibly know? The scripture pavilion holds countless scriptures. Reading them gives me a headache, let alone medicinal texts unrelated to cultivation. Save for those who practice alchemy. Who pays heed to such things? Hurry. Xiao Nanfeng pressed. Oh, right. The senior brother promptly stepped forward. Instantly, a surge of azure wood true chi coursed into the villager's heart meridian. Who cultivates the vital water, true chi? Xiao Nanfeng turned to the crowd once more. I do. Me too. You four, seize this villager's limbs. Prepare to channel your true chi along his meridians from his extremities, aiding in clearing the stagnant chi and blood within his body. Do not act rashly. Await my command, Xiao Nanfeng instructed. Understood. The four responded. Senior Sister Xiaoyu, I recall you have cultivated soul force. Use it to protect his head, Xiao Nanfeng directed towards Xiaoyu, who had arrived. All right. Xiaoyu approached with curiosity. Excellent. Azure wood true chi safeguarding the heart meridian, soul force shielding the brain, vital water true chi infusing the entire body, forming a cycle of creation and healing. Begin. Xiao Nanfeng commanded earnestly. As the group activated their true chi, the villager shuddered, and a torrent of stagnant blood gushed from his wounds. His heartbeat is accelerating and strengthening. His life force is increasing. It truly resembles the effects of the rejuvenation pill. The stagnant blood is being expelled, and fresh blood is forming scabs. His leg twitched just now. Is he regaining consciousness? Genesis of the rejuvenation pill. Junior brother, how do you possess knowledge of this scripture? Everything was progressing favorably, and the group was elated. Your true chi is too potent. Reduce it slightly. And you, is your true chi insufficient? Is there anyone who can replace him? Xiao Nanfeng directed with unwavering focus. I will. Junior brother, I'm heeding your guidance. The villager's eyelashes fluttered. He's awakening. The group eagerly followed Xiao Nanfeng's commands, and the villager was gradually resuscitated. Opening his eyes, the villager gazed around at the assembled crowd, momentarily disoriented. Fear not. We are disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect, passing through this place. We saved you, Xiao Nanfeng reassured the villager. The villager was dazed for a moment before comprehension dawned, and his expression turned anxious. It's the Black Deity Army. The Black Deity Army is attacking. They seek to capture 5th Grand Uncle. Please, help me notify 5th Grand Uncle to flee. The Black Deity Army? The crowd was taken aback. The Black Deity Army is the most formidable force under the Black Deity Marquis. It is said that the army is replete with innate realm generals and soldiers, and they are renowned throughout the Celestial Pivot Dynasty, Xiaoyu elucidated. I implore you, help me notify 5th Grand Uncle. His name is Zheng Qian, and he is visiting friends at Great King Village. The villager entreated weakly. We are unfamiliar with any Great King Village, a senior brother frowned. What shall we do? The villager suddenly appeared delirious. His emotions are unstable. He's suffering from anxiety. Continue treatment. If anyone's strength wanes, others must replace them immediately, Xiao Nanfeng instructed. No problem. The senior brothers responded. Junior brother Nanfeng, there's another survivor here. Come quickly and advise on how to treat him. A senior brother called out excitedly from nearby. Xiao Nanfeng hastened towards the sound, surrounded by a throng of senior brothers. At that moment, he stood at the epicenter of everyone's attention. From afar, Yi Dafu had been observing Xiao Nanfeng directing the proceedings, and he could no longer contain himself. He sprinted towards a distant hillock. At the hillock, Yi Sanshui was engaged in a fierce battle with the Golden Crow Demon. The clash of swords and the explosions of fire creating a maelstrom of flying sand and swirling dust. The Golden Crow Demon had lost countless feathers and was covered in sword wounds, while Yi Sanshui's clothes were scorched and he had sustained considerable burns. Third uncle, if you don't eliminate the Golden Crow Demon soon, your position as leader will be usurped. That Nanfeng is attempting to seize power. Yi Dafu shouted to Yi Sanshui. Silence. Why haven't you summoned reinforcements to help me contend with this fiend? Yi Sanshui roared. No one is coming. Everyone is following Nanfeng's commands, exerting their utmost to rescue the villagers. Third uncle, you must devise a solution, Yi Dafu urged anxiously. Yi Sanshui's expression stiffened. What had transpired in such a short span of time? What nonsense are you spouting? Directing? Him? Just then, the Golden Crow demon suddenly unleashed a massive fireball. Not good. Yi Sanshui's countenance shifted abruptly. Boom. The colossal fireball instantly engulfed Yi Sanshui, and the Golden Crow demon seized the opportunity to spread its wings and swoop towards the village. The Golden Crow demon had realized that something was amiss. Not only was it being held back and sustaining injuries, but its crow demon army was on the verge of annihilation. What had occurred over there? Caw, caw. Along the way, the remaining crow demons were calling out to their leader, informing it that the culprit was the youth directing the others, the very one who had caused the demise of their comrades. The Golden Crow demon was instantly consumed by rage. With a flap of its wings, it arrived at the village. Caution, it's the Golden Crow demon. The disciples exclaimed in alarm as they were rescuing the villagers. The Golden Crow demon spewed a massive fireball in fury, sending many disciples sprawling as they scrambled to evade the blast. Nanfeng, be careful, Xiaoyu cried out. But it was too late. The Golden Crow demon's talons seized Xiao Nanfeng's shoulder, and with a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, the remaining crows scattering in its wake. Yi Sanshui, quickly use your flying sword to save Nanfeng. Xiaoyu roared anxiously. Senior brother Yi, the flying sword. Why aren't you using the flying sword? The crowd shouted at Yi Sanshui in alarm. I expended too much energy in the battle with the Golden Crow demon. I am currently unable to activate the flying sword to pursue, Yi Sanshui explained. Yi Sanshui, did Nanfeng not instruct you to restrain the Golden Crow demon? Why did you allow it to attack Nanfeng? You did this intentionally, didn't you? Xiaoyu roared in fury. Senior brother Yi, how could you do such a thing? Senior brother Yi, how could you harm junior brother Nanfeng? Instantly, the majority of the crowd began to denounce Yi Sanshui. Yi Sanshui was at a loss for words. He had exerted himself to the point of mutual injury and was genuinely devoid of magical power. He was wronged. Moreover, the fact that everyone was openly criticizing him made him question whether they still acknowledged him as their leader. We pursue. Xiaoyu cried out anxiously as she gave chase. Let's go, we'll rescue junior brother Nanfeng. The senior brothers shouted in unison. Yi Sanshui, if anything happens to Nanfeng, I'm not done with you. Xiaoyu roared back as she pursued the Golden Crow demon. Count me in. If anything were to happen to junior brother Nanfeng, we shall jointly report Yi Sanshui to the sect. Count me in as well. I too shall denounce him. Many disciples of the Ta Ching Xian sect clamored to chase after him. Yi Sanshui stood there, bewildered, pondering what had transpired. What was happening? Why had this group of disciples gone mad? What wrong had he committed? At that moment, Yi Dafu was utterly shocked. In such a short span, Nanfeng had truly seized the power from his uncle. You all, why are you still standing there? Leave some behind to tend to the villagers and the rest. Hurry and pursue. Yi Sanshui bellowed in frustration. Yes. The remaining disciples responded in unison. After a brief hesitation, Yi Sanshui, gritting his teeth and enduring his injuries, began to chase in the direction of the Golden Crow demon. What on earth was happening today? Why were things going so awry? Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng felt the sharp claws of the Golden Crow demon pierce his shoulder, and in an instant, he was lifted and flown over several mountain peaks, vanishing from sight. Although the Golden Crow demon was also injured, it managed to suppress Nanfeng's true energy with its demonic aura. For reasons unknown, it did not strike to kill, seemingly intent on taking him somewhere. Xiao Nanfeng, however, was not in despair. He reached into his possession and retrieved the half-remaining purple smoke poison pill. Though his true energy was suppressed, he still possessed soul power, which he swiftly channeled into the poison pill. Having previously used the Yin Shun Diao Long Jing technique to catch a golden demon eel, he mused that this method might yield similar results with the crow demon. As the soul power surged into the poison pill, blue light began to emanate from it, releasing a hypnotic effect that incited greedy emotions. The Golden Crow demon, catching a glimpse of the light, looked down to see the blue glowing pill. Instantly recognizing it as a divine medicine for healing beast injuries, a single swallow would not only heal its wounds but also enhance its cultivation. It was a coveted treasure. The Golden Crow demon trembled with excitement. Under the influence of the soul power's hypnosis, the demon's greed intensified, fixated on devouring the pill. Xiao Nanfeng tossed the poison pill into the distance, making it appear as though he feared the demon might consume it. The Golden Crow demon swiftly turned and gulped down the purple smoke poison pill. Truly, a beast is a beast. Its willpower pales in comparison to that of a human. Xiao Nanfeng thought disdainfully. Once ingested, the poison pill erupted with toxic gas, filling its body with a terrifying venom. It was only then that the Golden Crow demon realized something was amiss. With a cacophony of retching, the Golden Crow demon tried to expel the poison. But it was too late. The toxin surged throughout its body, causing the world to spin around it, struggling to regain its balance while desperately attempting to dispel the poison. It inadvertently released the pressure that had been suppressing Xiao Nanfeng. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Nanfeng broke free from the demon's claws, leaping atop the Golden Crow demon's head. Suddenly, he produced a dagger from his sleeve. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged deep into the Golden Crow demon's skull. The demon let out a wretched scream. But being gravely wounded and now besieged by the poison, it could offer no resistance. Thus, a crow demon, once formidable and possessing a core, met its demise at the hands of Xiao Nanfeng. With a whoosh, both the Golden Crow demon and Xiao Nanfeng plummeted into the forest below. Chapter 40. Internal Dan Xiao Nanfeng plummeted from the heavens, shattering a cluster of verdant branches beneath him. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of crimson blood, lying there in agony, reluctant to move for an extended period. It hurt immensely, but I have triumphed. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at the lifeless body of the Golden Crow demon beside him, relief washing over his features. After lying there for a while, Xiao Nanfeng struggled to crawl towards the corpse of the Golden Crow demon and extracted the dagger from its head. No wonder it commanded a price of 300 taels of gold. Indeed, it was razor-sharp. Coughing violently, he felt the internal injuries flare up. The dagger inadvertently sliced through the demon's abdomen, releasing a fountain of blood that splattered across Xiao Nanfeng's face. Yet, he paid it no mind, quickly thrusting his hand into the demon's belly to search. Soon, his eyes brightened as he retrieved the purple smoke poison pill, enveloped in blood and gastric fluid. It was still 1/6 its original size. This demon's body was worth at least 1,000 taels of gold. Not a bad haul. Xiao Nanfeng carefully stowed the remaining purple smoke poison pill. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he reached back into the demon's abdomen. Before long, he pulled out a small golden orb, flickering with a faint flame, exuding intense heat while slowly disintegrating. Could this be the internal Dan congealed by the Golden Crow demon? A marvelous find. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes sparkled. During the fierce battle, much of its internal Dan's energy had been depleted and was now rapidly dissipating. Nevertheless, he could still sense the vast, scorching energy contained within. To waste such a treasure would be a disgrace. I shall refine you immediately. Anticipation gleamed in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. Without hesitation, he swallowed the internal Dan, disregarding his injuries. Once the Dan entered his belly, it swiftly dispersed into an immense surge of pure yang energy, coursing through Xiao Nanfeng's limbs and bones. He felt a wave of heat envelop him, followed by a violent expulsion of blood. Such overwhelming power. Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted. Quickly, he settled into a cross-legged position and activated the Qiuyang Gong. Golden light radiated from his body, and a faint layer of golden flame erupted from his pores, searing him painfully. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered in refining the internal Dan. An hour passed before the golden light gradually receded, and with a resounding burst, a current of energy erupted from his body, causing the surrounding grass to tremble violently. As Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The 9th level of the postnatal realm? The pure yang energy contained in this Dan is truly formidable." Although he had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, the internal injuries still required time to heal. After glancing at the Golden Crow demon's corpse, he hastily gathered some branches to conceal it and staggered toward a nearby small lake. Upon jumping into the lake, he washed away the dried blood on his body. Suddenly, a series of crow demon shrieks echoed above him. Xiao Nanfeng looked up to see several crow demons soaring swiftly past. Perhaps due to the dimming light and his half-submerged state, they failed to notice him. Were they searching for the Golden Crow demon? This place is no longer safe. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. "Grandpa, that person is peculiar. He dares to bathe in the lake during early spring. Isn't he afraid of freezing to death?" A child's voice suddenly piped up. Xiao Nanfeng turned to see an old man carrying a medicine basket, accompanied by a boy of about 10 years old. "Young man, do not take offense. My grandson speaks without thought. Allow me to apologize on his behalf," the old man said, quickly restraining the child. "Children speak freely. There is no need for such formality, elder," Xiao Nanfeng replied, coughing as he climbed ashore. Though he had washed away the blood, his clothes remained tattered. "Elder, where's this place?" Xiao Nanfeng inquired. "This is merely an ordinary wild mountain, without a name. At the foot of the mountain lies our village. Young man, what brings you here? The old man displayed a simple smile. I was pursued by a beast, accidentally fell, and became lost. With night approaching, may I seek shelter in your village for the night? I can pay, Xiao Nanfeng requested. Nonsense about payment. As a guest from afar. You are welcome to stay at my home, the old man warmly invited. Thank you, elder. Xiao Nanfeng bowed slightly. My surname is Wang. You may call me Old Wang. The elder replied. In less than an hour, a small village came into view. Old Wang led him to a household, where an elderly woman emerged to greet them. Old man, where have you been? We have a distinguished guest, the old woman urged. A distinguished guest? Old Wang looked momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Xiao Nanfeng, the old woman suddenly became more reserved and leaned closer to whisper something in Old Wang's ear. What? He has arrived? Haha, we must celebrate with a drink tonight. Old Wang's expression turned exuberant as he turned back to Xiao Nanfeng. Ah, I almost forgot. We have another esteemed guest here. Young brother, are you injured? Let me show you to a room to rest. I shall bring you some medicinal wine and food shortly. Would that be acceptable? That would suffice, thank you. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. He was shown to a room to rest, where Old Wang's grandson brought food, medicinal wine, and clothing. Instead of resting, Xiao Nanfeng sat cross-legged on the bed, consolidating his cultivation. By morning, he had fully digested the internal Dan from the Golden Crow demon, and his internal injuries had completely healed, advancing his cultivation further. As dawn broke, Xiao Nanfeng exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, Old Wang's grandson suddenly dashed in. Sir, Grandpa wants me to call you for breakfast. I shall forego breakfast. This is a token of my appreciation for your grandfather. I must take my leave, Xiao Nanfeng said, handing the boy a piece of scattered gold. Grandpa said I must not accept your money. The boy immediately pushed the gold away, adding, if I take your money, I want to be able to hold my head high in front of my friends. I don't want to ruin my reputation. Ha ha, you have a reputation? What reputation is that? Xiao Nanfeng teased, finding the boy amusing. Of course, the reputation of the future village chief. I shall inherit my grandfather's legacy and become the chief of Dawang village, the boy declared proudly. Dawang village? What is this Dawang village? Xiao Nanfeng's smile faltered as he inquired. This is Dawang village, the boy explained. Is it truly called Dawang village? Xiao Nanfeng's expression changed. The villager he had awakened yesterday mentioned Dawang village, saying that the ravenous black god army that slaughtered their village was pursuing someone named Zheng Qian, who had gone to Dawang village to visit friends. Indeed, no doubt about it. Is there a problem? The boy asked, puzzled. A significant problem? How did I end up here? Is it mere coincidence? Did the Golden Crow demon fortuitously carry me near Dawang village? No, I cannot believe in coincidences. Perhaps it was deliberately drawn to Dawang village? Quickly, take me to your grandfather. Dawang village may be in peril. Xiao Nanfeng urged. Huh, the boy looked confused. At that moment, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed outside. Xiao Nanfeng peered through the window and saw 50 armored soldiers on horseback charging toward the village entrance. There are children in the village. They shouldn't gallop recklessly. A few villagers attempted to stop them at the entrance. The black armored soldiers drew their long swords, swiftly slicing through. And with a few sickening sounds, several villagers' heads were instantly severed, blood splattering everywhere as they died on the spot. Murder! Ah! Screams erupted throughout the village. And countless villagers rushed out of their homes, only to witness the black armored soldiers mercilessly slaughtering their kin. Ah! The screams continued, and within moments, over a dozen villagers had been slain by the black armored soldiers, plunging the village into chaos. The army of the black god acts with ruthless resolve. Those who dare obstruct them shall meet with merciless retribution. A soldier clad in black armor bellowed. Kill! 50 soldiers roared in unison, their fierce presence instilling terror in the hearts of the villagers. Everyone, come forth and stand in this square. Quickly, a soldier commanded with a thunderous voice. In an instant, a contingent of soldiers cordoned off every path leading from the village. With swords drawn, the 50 warriors glared menacingly at the villagers, declaring that anyone who dared to flee would face the swift severance of their head. Xiao Nanfeng concealed a child beneath the bed, emerging just before the black-armored soldiers burst through the door, joining the frightened villagers as they were herded toward the village square. The villagers trembled in fear, unable to resist. Is this the infamous army that had slaughtered the previous village? 10 innate realm warriors and 40 peak postnatal realm fighters? Standing amidst the throng. Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned grave as he scrutinized this formidable group. Spare us, military commander. I am the village chief, and our Wang family village has consistently paid the head tax on time without fail. Please, I beg you, do not kill us. Old Wang pleaded in terror to the leader of the black-armored soldiers. The commander fixed a cold gaze upon Old Wang and demanded, "Where is Zheng Qian?" "Zheng Qian? I know not of any Zheng Qian." Old Wang shook his head in fear. "I shall ask once more, where is Zheng Qian? If you do not speak, I will slay every one of you here," the commander threatened, brandishing his sword toward the villagers. I truly do not know." Old Wang lowered his head in dread. "Do not know?" The commander replied icily. "If that is the case, then you shall all perish. Please spare us. Have mercy." Many villagers immediately fell to their knees, weeping in terror. However, the black-armored warriors paid no heed to their pleas and raised their swords to strike. "Stop! It is I who you seek." A commanding voice rang out from beside Old Wang's home. An entrance to a nearby cellar had been opened, and a middle-aged man in gray stepped forth. His countenance was grave, imbued with righteousness yet tinged with weariness. How have you emerged?" Old Wang lamented, his face filled with regret. "Old Wang, I intended to visit you yesterday to reminisce, but it seems I have inadvertently brought trouble upon you. They are after me, and there is no escaping this," Zheng Qian said with a wry smile. Sigh. Old Wang exhaled deeply. "Lord Zheng, it has been difficult to locate you," the black-armored leader remarked coldly. Chapter 41. Zheng Qian surveying the trembling villagers. Zheng Qian abruptly bowed low, conveying, "I am Zheng Qian, and I deeply regret bringing this calamity upon you all. Please forgive me." The villagers, in trepidation, cast furtive glances at Zheng Qian, their faces a confluence of sorrow, fear, and indignation, yet they dared not utter a word. "Lord Zheng, you once rescued our entire village from certain doom. We harbor no resentment towards you. Over the years, you have tirelessly toiled for the welfare of the populace. The denizens of Wudi are eternally indebted to you." Elder Wang consoled Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian offered a rueful smile, lamenting, "This misfortune is, in the end, a consequence of my actions. Toiling for the people? It is but a jest. Old Wang, there is no need to embellish my deeds. I am unworthy." With a subtle sigh, Zheng Qian turned his gaze towards the black-armored soldiers, declaring, "I am the one you seek. Spare these innocent villagers from your wrath." With a resounding thud, the black-armored leader unleashed a savage blow, his fist colliding forcefully with Zheng Qian's abdomen. Ugh! Zheng Qian coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees in agony. He pointed at the black-armored leader, his expression one of utter shock, as if he had never anticipated such a barbaric assault. "Huh! Just because we address you as Lord Zheng, you presume yourself to be of noble stature? What are you, but a mere trifle? You dare instruct me on how to conduct my affairs?" The black-armored leader sneered. "You, sever his meridians and pierce his clavicles," the black-armored leader commanded with a chilling demeanor. "Yes, sir." A cohort of black-armored men surged forward, their swords and blades instantly puncturing Zheng Qian's limbs, followed by two colossal iron hooks that viciously impaled his clavicles. His body, now drenched in blood, slumped to the ground. "Aya!" Zheng Qian emitted a harrowing scream, utterly incapable of resistance. "Halt!" Elder Wang cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward. With a deafening crash, Elder Wang was violently propelled backward, colliding forcefully with a nearby wall. As he plummeted to the ground, a torrent of blood, intermingled with several dislodged teeth, gushed forth from his mouth. "Zheng Qian, the Marquis bestowed upon you an official title, yet you failed to fulfill your duties and instead contemplated defection. You even pilfered funds from the Marquis, a most audacious act. Do not forget, you are but a cur in the service of the Marquis. What use is a disloyal dog? Reveal the location of the hidden funds, and I may grant you a swift demise." The black-armored leader roared menacingly. "Funds? Ha 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 ha. The funds I procured for the Marquis, which he pledged to allocate to the people. He squandered entirely on your Yushan army. Even with the fiefdom ravaged and the populace reduced to skeletal remains, he remains indifferent. Alas, more funds would only exacerbate your avarice, plunging the people into further misery. I intend to thwart your designs, ensuring you obtain nothing," Zheng Qian declared resolutely. "You seek death." A flicker of chilling intent flashed in the black-armored leader's eyes as he unleashed a forceful kick. With a resounding thud, Zheng Qian was propelled into the distance, his chest cavity fracturing, and he spewed forth another mouthful of blood. "You refuse to speak now? Once we return to Great Wu City, we possess myriad methods to extract the truth from you," the black-armored leader sneered. Huh. Zheng Qian defiantly spat out a mouthful of blood. As for these villagers you hold dear? Huh. Today, you shall witness the consequences of betraying the Marquis. Hear me, soldiers. Spare none. Put them all to the sword. The black-armored leader proclaimed with ruthless intent. No. Zheng Qian cried out in terror. Spare us. The villagers, gripped by fear, knelt and wailed in unison. Slaughter them. The soldiers brandished their blades, poised to massacre the villagers. Hold. I have something to say. A resonant shout disrupted the cacophony of chaos. All eyes turned towards Xiao Nanfeng, who emerged slowly. What is it you wish to say? The black-armored leader inquired with an icy gaze. You intend to slay the inhabitants of Great King Village. But I am not one of them. I am merely a traveler who happened to pass through this place. You have made a grave error. Xiao Nanfeng explained with utmost sincerity. The crowd was rendered speechless. At a time like this, who cares whether you are merely passing through? Do you believe they will reason with you? This young man is indeed a stranger. He passed through here yesterday and sought lodging at my humble abode. Sir, the calamity that has befallen Great King Village today is unrelated to him. Allow him to depart, Elder Wang pleaded weakly. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Elder Wang, inwardly lamenting his naivete. He himself was in dire straits, yet he sought to exonerate me? Very well, though it entails some peril, it remains within my capacity. Since that is the case, I shall partake in a grand gamble. Indeed, I am merely passing through. Esteemed sirs, grant me passage and allow me to depart. Xiao Nanfeng approached a black-armored man discreetly. Ha ha ha. The world is replete with fools such as yourself. Blame your ill luck. Slaughter them. The black-armored leader cackled maniacally. However, before he could complete his sentence, Xiao Nanfeng moved with lightning speed, his fist colliding forcefully with the temple of the black-armored soldier beside him. With a sickening thud, the soldier's skull fractured, and his temple exploded instantaneously, splattering blood and gore. Before the others could react, Xiao Nanfeng seized the long blade from his grasp and hurled it with immense force, transforming it into a streak of light. The blade pierced the soldier beside Zheng Qian, the sheer force of the impact instantly penetrating his chest, pinning him to a nearby wall. You seek death. The black-armored leader roared in fury. Who could have foreseen that this seemingly innocuous youth would suddenly erupt in a murderous frenzy? In a fleeting instant, Xiao Nanfeng, having slain 2 men, dashed towards Zheng Qian, and as the others brandished their blades to strike, he hoisted Zheng Qian onto his shoulders and sprinted towards the outskirts of the village. Halt! Kill him. Leave the man behind. A cacophony of enraged roars emanated from the pursuing black-armored soldiers. With Great King Village at his back, Xiao Nanfeng, bearing Zheng Qian, darted into the forest, heading directly towards the mountains, with 48 black-armored soldiers in hot pursuit. Xiao Nanfeng traversed the mountain forest, his pace relentless. Zheng Qian, already wounded, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood due to the jostling. Young brother, cough cough. Thank you, Zheng Qian uttered intermittently. You are a scourge. I have no desire to save you, Xiao Nanfeng retorted coldly. Are you not saving me then? Zheng Qian inquired, perplexed. I am saving Elder Wang's family. It is a diversionary tactic, understand? You, cough cough. Zheng Qian coughed a few times, unable to continue. Xiao Nanfeng offered no further explanation, instead leading Zheng Qian deeper into the mountain forest. The echoes of enraged roars reverberated from behind. Xiao Nanfeng pressed onward, sensing the pursuers drawing ever closer. Though he had cultivated pure yang true qi, he remained at the acquired realm, his strength inferior to that of the innate realm. Fortunately, a drizzle had begun to fall, and the mountain forest was shrouded in thick mist. Zheng Qian, I shall conceal you here. Remain silent, and I will lead them away. Xiao Nanfeng instructed in a hushed tone. As he spoke, Xiao Nanfeng located an exceptionally verdant tree, leaping upward and concealing Zheng Qian amidst its dense foliage. Ensuring he was obscured by countless leaves, Xiao Nanfeng darted back into the forest. Ouch! Xiao Nanfeng feigned a stumble, emitting a startled cry. He is over there. Pursue him. The pursuers surged towards the direction of Xiao Nanfeng's voice. From atop the tree, Zheng Qian watched Xiao Nanfeng depart with a complex array of emotions. Is this the young man whom old Wang mentioned as a lodger last night? He appears to possess only acquired realm cultivation. Had he abandoned us and fled alone, he might have had a chance of escape. Yet, he risked his life to rescue me, placing himself in peril to buy time for old Wang's family to flee. This youth's benevolence is truly extraordinary. Zheng Qian marveled. In the distance, unburdened by Zheng Qian, Xiao Nanfeng's speed increased significantly, causing the pursuers to become increasingly exasperated. Surround this valley. Scatter and search, employing a catching a turtle in a jar tactic. I shall see where he can escape. The black-armored leader commanded with venomous intent. Yes, sir. Within the vast, mist-shrouded valley, the black-armored soldiers dispersed, commencing a thorough search. No one on my side. No one on my side either. No one on him. Before the soldier could complete his sentence, a fist suddenly struck his face. With a resounding thud, the soldier was sent flying backward amidst a pained cry. Crack! The scream was abruptly cut short. A cohort of individuals surged towards the sound, immediately discovering the black-armored soldier prostrate on the ground, his cervical vertebrae fractured, deceased at the scene. Dead. A change of expression swept across the faces of the crowd. General, that petty thief is lurking in the shadows, launching sneak attacks. Everyone, exercise caution, a black-armored man exclaimed in alarm. Ah! From afar, another agonizing scream resonated, succeeded by a sharp crack, abruptly silencing the cry. Damn it! That brat's speed is merely at the late Hotion realm. He dares to retaliate against us? Everyone, stay alert and continue the search. I will flay him alive and exterminate his entire family. The black-armored leader roared in fury. Yes. Instantly, everyone became vigilant. In the misty, rain-swept mountains, a full-scale battle commenced. Xiao Nanfeng, like a phantom in the darkness, appeared and vanished unpredictably, accurately locating isolated individuals in the Hotion realm each time. Furthermore, he managed to evade the massive manhunt after each kill. The misty sense scripture did not deceive me. By utilizing the mist, I can form indistinct tendrils of soul force to sense the aura of those around me. Humph! This band of brigands slaughters indiscriminately, with countless innocent souls beneath their blades. Today, retribution has arrived. I am your retribution. A chilling glint flashed in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. As for those few in the Xiantian realm, humph! The remaining purple smoke-poisoned pills will come in handy. Deep within the sylvan expanse, the disciples of the supreme purity immortal sect meticulously scoured every nook and cranny. Nanfeng only possesses the cultivation of the acquired realm. That golden crow demon has already condensed its inner core. We haven't located him all night. I fear the worst. Xiaoyu, you must prepare yourself, Yi Sanhui lamented. That's preposterous. If anything untoward has befallen Nanfeng, I shall hold you accountable, Yi Sanshui. It's all your fault, Xiaoyu rebuked, her eyes brimming with tears. I advised against involving ourselves in this crow demon affair, but he insisted on going. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon his own meddlesome nature, Yi Sanshui retorted, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Yi Sanshui, your words are reprehensible. Junior brother Nanfeng acted in accordance with the tenets of our sect. How can you label it as meddling? Indeed, upon our return to the sect, I shall report this to the master of our lineage. You dare to suggest that upholding the principles of our sect is meddling. Count me in. A chorus of junior disciples glared at Yi Sanshui. Yi Sanshui's countenance stiffened. Am I not the leader of this expedition? Do you not realize that? Do my words carry no weight? Do you hold no regard for my position as leader? At that precise moment, a resplendent firework soared into the heavens from afar, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. That is our signal flare. Has someone located Nanfeng? Yi Sanshui exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Found him? Let us hasten, Xiaoyu urged, her anxiety evident as she spurred her steed forward. The presence of a signal flare suggests news of Nanfeng, but whether he is alive or deceased remains uncertain. A pall of sorrow hung over Great King Village as villagers cradled the lifeless bodies of their loved ones, weeping inconsolably. Xiaoyu, Yi Sanshui, and the others hastened to the forefront of the crowd. Senior sister, this is Great King Village. Junior brother Nanfeng spent the night at his residence, a junior disciple indicated, pointing towards old man Wang. Is Nanfeng still alive? Xiaoyu inquired, her voice filled with elation. The golden crow demon had already condensed its inner core. Yet Nanfeng possesses only the cultivation of the acquired realm. How could he have escaped? It defies reason, Yi Sanshui remarked, his face etched with perplexity. Where is he? Where is Nanfeng now? Xiaoyu pressed, grabbing old man Wang's arm with urgency. We are responsible for his plight. This morning, old man Wang recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Black Deity Army? Yi Sanshui's expression shifted. The Black Deity Army's weakest members possess the cultivation of the acquired realm's peak. They all went to pursue Nanfeng? Xiaoyu exclaimed in dismay. They headed in that direction, old man Wang replied, gesturing towards the mountains. Curse it. Quickly, everyone, follow me to rescue Nanfeng. Xiaoyu cried out, her voice laced with urgency. Let's go? The disciples of the supreme purity immortal sect unsheathed their swords and charged towards the mountains. The sun had ascended to its zenith, the rain had ceased, and a radiant sun graced the sky. The mountain mists had dissipated considerably. Before long, the group came across broken branches and a few corpses strewn upon the ground. Evidence of a harrowing struggle. Nanfeng, we have arrived. Where are you? Xiaoyu called out, her heart pounding with anxiety. The group's spirits sank, for their adversary was the Black Deity army, while Nanfeng possessed only the cultivation of the acquired realm. Senior Sister Xiaoyu, I am here. A voice echoed from the nearby forest. The group turned towards the sound in astonishment. A figure emerged from the dense thicket. Nanfeng, you are alive? Xiaoyu exclaimed, rushing towards him with joyous relief. Junior brother Nanfeng, you are not dead? This is truly wonderful. The senior brothers gathered around him. How did you all come to be here? Nanfeng inquired, slightly taken aback. Senior sister Xiaoyu led us in search of you throughout the night. A senior brother replied. Nanfeng turned towards Xiaoyu, whose cheeks flushed crimson before transforming into an expression of concern. You are covered in blood. Are you injured? I am unharmed, merely somewhat exhausted. Nanfeng replied with a smile. Unharmed. The group stared at Nanfeng's blood-soaked form in disbelief. I am currently lacking in strength. Could you assist me in retrieving someone from the tree? Zheng Qian remains up there, Nanfeng said, pointing towards the tree. The group then noticed a figure coughing blood, concealed deep within the foliage. Is that Zheng Qian? Someone brought Zheng Qian down from the tree. Zheng Qian? You are a jinx. Nanfeng nearly perished while trying to save you. Xiaoyu scolded Zheng Qian, her tone laced with displeasure. Zheng Qian cast an odd glance at Xiaoyu, hesitating to speak. What are you gawking at? It is all your fault. You hid here, unscathed, while Nanfeng has been reduced to such a state. Do you not feel even a modicum of guilt? Xiaoyu continued, unrelenting. Zheng Qian, my meridians have been severed, my collarbones pierced, my ribs fractured, and my body is covered in blood. I am in a far worse state than he is. Furthermore, how has he been reduced to such a state? The blood on his body belongs to those members of the Black Deity army. Those members of the Black Deity army are the ones who have truly suffered. You have no idea what kind of hell this valley has been for the past half-day. If those members of the Black Deity army were still alive, they would never wish to face this fiend again. Senior sister, I am actually quite well, Nanfeng interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. How are you well? That Black Deity army pursued you relentlessly. It is a miracle that you survived. Ah, yes, where is that Black Deity army? Xiaoyu inquired, her expression suddenly puzzled. Earlier, she had been overly concerned with Nanfeng, neglecting to address this fundamental question. There, lying in that valley, Nanfeng replied, gesturing towards the vast valley nearby. Lying? Xiaoyu repeated, taken aback. What kind of description is that? At that moment, a group of senior brothers rushed towards the valley. There is a corpse here. Here as well. A series of exclamations echoed from all directions. Xiaoyu, Yi Dafu, Yi Sanshui, and the others stared in disbelief, as if they had anticipated something unimaginable. A hush fell over the group as the corpses were brought back, one by one. 48 corpses, not a single one missing. The disciples of the supreme purity immortal sect who had gathered there gasped in unison. Is this a fabrication? Are my eyes deceiving me? Junior brother Nanfeng vanquished them all single-handedly? How is that even possible? Junior brother Nanfeng possesses only the cultivation of the acquired realm. Disbelief washed over the group, for it was an anomaly, an absurdity. Amidst the crowd, Yi Dafu swallowed hard, his face paling. He had been planning to ambush Xiao Nanfeng. But how could he possibly carry out such a plan now? Would he not be slain in retaliation? Nanfeng, did you slay all of these individuals? Xiaoyu inquired, her voice filled with incredulity. Have you forgotten? I possess the purple mist poison pill. Observe, some of them have been poisoned, Nanfeng replied, nudging a corpse with his foot. Indeed, the corpse's mouth was frothing with white foam, indicating that it had succumbed to a potent poison, its eyes wide with unfulfilled vengeance. Oh, it was the purple mist poison pill. You gave me quite a fright, Yi Dafu exclaimed, releasing a sigh of relief. Only Xiaoyu and Yi Sanshui wore complex expressions, for they were among the few who had observed closely. Only a dozen or so of the corpses exhibited signs of poisoning. Had Nanfeng slain the others with his own hands? Nanfeng, you are in dire straits. The individuals you have slain are members of the Black Deity army. We were invited to his domain by Marquis Black Deity himself. By slaying his subordinates, you have undoubtedly incurred the wrath of Marquis Black Deity, Yi Dafu exclaimed. his voice tinged with schadenfreude. With a resounding thwack, a palm struck the back of Yi Dafu's head. "Uncle, why did you strike me?" Yi Dafu whined, clutching his head. "Nanfeng has slain these demons, ridding the people of a scourge. Who would dare to inform Marquis Black Deity? As long as we remain silent, who would know? You would not dare to betray him, would you?" Yi Sanshui retorted, his voice filled with indignation. "What? You would betray him? Believe me, I would slay you this instant." Xiao Yu exclaimed, drawing her sword. "Ah, no, I would not. I was merely speaking hypothetically." Yi Dafu stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Yi Dafu, listen well. If word of Nanfeng's slaying of these demons is leaked, I shall be the first to end you," Xiao Yu warned, giving him no opportunity to explain. "Indeed, if junior brother Nanfeng is targeted as a result of this information being leaked, we shall make you suffer. Count me in. If the information is leaked, I shall beat you to death. Count me in as well." "Yi Dafu, why have I incurred the wrath of the masses? Even if I am not the one who leaked the information, must it still be attributed to me?" However, Xiao Nanfeng unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Yi Sanshui. Realizing that this individual maintained a rational stance on matters of great significance and would not allow Yi Dafu to act recklessly. Yet, he was not prepared to let Yi Sanshui make unilateral decisions regarding the leadership. "By the way, what has become of the village that was slaughtered?" Xiao Nanfeng suddenly inquired. "A villager we rescued informed us that it is called Zhangjiazhuang, and we have stabilized the injuries of those we managed to save," a senior brother sighed. What happened to Zhangjiazhuang?" Zheng Qian's expression changed dramatically. "You are still unaware? It is the calamity you brought upon us. If it were not for Nanfeng, not only would Zhangjiazhuang be lost, but the villagers of Duangzwang would also have perished." Xiao Yu scorned Zheng Qian. "Please clarify, what is the situation with Zhangjiazhuang?" Zheng Qian asked, panic-stricken, looking at the crowd. Xiao Yu frowned slightly and ultimately recounted the previous events involving the ravenous demon. "How could this happen? Second brother, fourth brother. I have wronged you. I never anticipated that the god of darkness would be so ruthless, nor did I foresee the calamity I would bring upon you. It is all my fault." Zheng Qian suddenly broke down in tears. 16 children from Zhangjiazhuang were rescued, along with 3 villagers. You, knowing that enemies are pursuing you, should not have been gallivanting among relatives. Truly. Xiao Yu sighed. "Are there still survivors? Where are they?" "No, it is I who have lost my composure. I am grateful to all the immortal masters for your rescue." Zheng Qian, suppressing his anxiety, bowed deeply to the crowd. Yi Sanshui was about to graciously respond, but Xiao Yu abruptly interrupted. "Why are you thanking us? You should be thanking Nanfeng. If it weren't for his efforts in persuading everyone, who would have cared about the affairs of Zhangjiazhuang? Had he not fortuitously been in Duangzwang, everyone here would have suffered your fate." Xiao Yu remarked disdainfully. Yi Sanshui felt a sense of awkwardness, pondering. With such words from Xiao Yu, how can I accept his gratitude? Zheng Qian then turned once more to Xiao Nanfeng, tears brimming in his eyes as he bowed deeply. "Zheng Qian is ashamed. Were it not for the benevolent intervention of the benefactor, I would be utterly culpable. Thank you." Benefactor. Chapter 43. A proposition. A day later, at the entrance to Great King Village, a gathering of children who survived the Zheng family village and 3 newly awakened villagers were present. "Fifth granduncle, if it weren't for your protection, our entire clan would have perished that year. My father told me before he died that he doesn't blame you for this calamity, but rather the world and Marquis Wu, and that it was not your fault." A surviving villager from Zheng family village feebly consoled Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, with tears in his eyes, bowed repeatedly to the remaining members of his clan, overwhelmed with guilt and at a loss for words. Nearby, Xiao Nanfeng and the others watched in silence. "I recall who Zheng Qian is. Such a pity," Yi Sanshui lamented with a frown. "Senior brother Yi, are you acquainted with Zheng Qian?" Xiao Nanfeng inquired. "I've heard of his deeds. He was the top scholar in the final imperial examination of the Great Wu dynasty, possessing remarkable administrative talents and an even more astounding ability to amass wealth. After the dynastic change, Emperor Tian Shu repeatedly sought to enlist Zheng Qian into the court, but he remained steadfast, refusing to serve Tian Shu due to his unwavering loyalty to the Great Wu dynasty, choosing only to follow Marquis Wu. Over the decades, he earned countless riches for Marquis Wu, but now, I wonder how he fell out with Marquis Wu?" Yi Sanshui reminisced. A top scholar with extensive management experience, financial acumen, and unwavering loyalty? This is an exceptional executive, Xiao Nanfeng murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on Zheng Qian in the distance. Xiao Nanfeng, seeking to locate his parents, realized he couldn't rely solely on himself. He needed to recruit capable individuals to assist him in establishing a career and cultivating greater power. Zheng Qian's resume instantly captivated him. At that moment, several senior brothers approached, carrying the corpse of the Golden Crow demon. Junior brother Nanfeng, you truly are something. This Golden Crow demon even formed an inner core, yet you managed to kill it. Even senior brother Yi, who was at the transcendent realm, couldn't subdue it. But you were able to kill it? You're truly amazing. Yi Sanshui. It was all luck. This Golden Crow demon consumed a purple mist poison pill. Leading to its self-destruction, Xiao Nanfeng modestly replied. You were able to get it to ingest the poison pill, which is also a feat. Xiao Yu amplified Xiao Nanfeng's prestige. Third uncle, if you don't intervene, you'll completely lose your voice. Yi Dafu whispered to Yi Sanshui. Yi Sanshui glared at his nephew, thinking, how am I supposed to intervene? Can't you see the situation? At that moment, a junior brother approached Xiao Nanfeng. Junior brother Nanfeng. The 50 corpses of the Wu God army have been buried. We found 6,000 taels of gold on them, along with their warhorses and weapons, which can be roughly converted to 4,000 taels of gold, totaling 10,000 taels of gold in value, a senior brother said, handing over a stack of gold notes. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Nanfeng said with a smile, accepting the gold. Witnessing Xiao Nanfeng's burgeoning wealth, Yi Dafu's eyes turned red with envy. At this moment, Zheng Qian and Old Wang once again approached Xiao Nanfeng. Forgive my poor eyesight for not recognizing Benefactor earlier. I only realized after Master Zheng's reminder that you took Master Zheng away to save Great King Village. Thank you, Benefactor. Old Wang bowed deeply. Please, you mustn't be so polite. I am grateful for your hospitality in allowing me to stay at your home for a night. I am indebted to you, Xiao Nanfeng said. Helping Old Wang up. How can a single night's lodging compare to a life-saving grace? Benefactor, please don't say that. Although I reside in the countryside, I understand what gratitude and righteousness mean. If you have any requests, I will not hesitate, Old Wang insisted. Old Wang used to be a royal physician in the Great Wu dynasty and also possesses the acquired realm. After the fall of the Great Wu dynasty, he left the court and returned here. All his clansmen are here. I am grateful to Benefactor for saving us this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face my old friend, Zheng Qian said gratefully, bowing once more. What are your plans for the future? Xiao Nanfeng casually asked, looking at the two of them as if nothing had happened. After I find a way to settle the remaining members of my clan, I will hide under an assumed name, Zheng Qian said with a wry smile. Master Zheng, you can't hide. Marquis Wu is vindictive and will definitely investigate. Your clansmen are still children. Where can they hide? Not just you, but my entire village doesn't know what to do either, Old Wang said with a sorrowful expression. Zheng Qian, I have an idea. I wonder if you would consider it? Xiao Nanfeng said earnestly. Benefactor, please speak. Zheng Qian said solemnly. I would like to hire you to work for me temporarily. Zheng Qian was taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Nanfeng to make such a request. We will agree on a term of 10 years. After 10 years, if you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Moreover, I will never ask you to do anything immoral. During these 10 years, I will ensure the safety of your clansmen, as well as the safety of everyone in Great King Village, Xiao Nanfeng said solemnly. 10 years. Benefactor thinks highly of me. It is my honor. However, we have so many people, Zheng Qian said with a wry smile. I am a disciple of the Pure Clarity Immortal sect. I have inquired with my master, and there are vast stretches of deserted islands in the seas surrounding Pure Clarity Island, all of which are the property of my Pure Clarity Immortal sect. I can lease an island for you to reside on temporarily. Even Marquis Wu wouldn't dare to act recklessly on the territory of my Pure Clarity Immortal sect. You can rest assured. Xiao Nanfeng's words immediately dispelled Zheng Qian's concerns. In the next 10 years, Zheng Qian will devote all his efforts to serving Benefactor. Zheng Qian said with a gleam in his eyes, gratefully. Old Wang, since you were a royal physician, please treat Zheng Qian's injuries first. In the future, if medicinal herbs are needed, purchase them in my name from the Pure Clarity Immortal Sects pill shop. In the future, more people will be going to the island. I will trouble you to use your medical skills to protect everyone, Xiao Nanfeng solemnly instructed. Thank you, Benefactor. This old man will do his best. Old Wang said with a serious expression, gratefully. Zheng Qian, these 6,000 taels of gold, along with the warhorses and weapons of the Wu God army, are also entrusted to you for management, to be used for the island's construction. I will contact handyman disciples to escort you to a deserted island later. Yes. Zheng Qian solemnly accepted the money. The The two of them agreed and went to arrange for the relocation of the personnel. Yi Dafu, who was standing aside, had already widened his eyes. Has this brat lost his mind? He's just giving away so much money? What a spendthrift. The pure clarity immortal sect disciples were all puzzled. And even Xiao Yu complained. Nanfeng, you're just giving away all the money you just got? I have other plans, Xiao Nanfeng explained with a smile. What other plans? You're just a spendthrift. You spent all that gold in the blink of an eye. Don't you know how to keep some for yourself? It's infuriating. Xiao Yu grumbled, annoyed. Xiao Nanfeng didn't explain. He needed a team, and he understood that while gold is easy to come by, a talented general is hard to find. Money can be earned again, but the loss of talent is a greater loss. The next morning, Xiao Nanfeng and Zheng Qian had another private conversation. Zheng Qian, conditions on the island are harsh. I allow you to use this 10,000 taels of gold to make life better for everyone and to achieve sustainable development. I don't care about the money. I want to see the capabilities you demonstrate with this money, Xiao Nanfeng instructed. Benefactor, I will not disappoint you, Zheng Qian said confidently. I look forward to it. All right. I have already contacted handyman disciples to escort you. Prepare to set off, Xiao Nanfeng said, patting Zheng Qian on the shoulder. Zheng Qian hesitated, his expression shifting for a moment, before finally speaking. Benefactor, are you going to Great Wu City? What's wrong? Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Marquis Wu has used the countless riches he has plundered from the people to strengthen the Wu God army, never caring about the lives of the common people. I was utterly disappointed in him. So before resigning from my post and returning to my hometown, I stole all the gold from his inner treasury. Zheng Qian said with a chuckle. You really stole all the gold from Marquis Wu's inner treasury? Xiao Nanfeng asked in surprise. That's right. But I didn't have the ability to take that money out. I just used my authority during the expansion of the Marquis' residence to hide the money, making them think I had stolen it. In reality, the money was right under their noses, but no one knew. Zheng Qian chuckled. Are we in the dark under the lamp? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, the money lay beneath their very noses, surrounded by heavy guards. I shall inform you of the location, and you may use this information for your own protection, Zheng Qian stated earnestly. Protection? Xiao Nanfeng questioned, puzzled. I cannot fathom why he has invited you to eliminate the Wanyan Mountain, but I am aware that Lord Wushan harbors a deep animosity toward the Taiqing Xianzong. How could there possibly be any benefit for you? Zheng Qian scoffed. Oh, Lord Wushan disregards the plight of the common folk to bolster the strength of the Wushan army. Does he not desire to restore his nation? His hatred for the Emperor of the Celestial Pivot naturally extends to the Taiqing Xianzong from which the Emperor's master hails. Your journey to Dahou City may not yield favorable outcomes, Zheng Qian remarked. Xiao Nanfeng fell into a brief silence. Zheng Qian lowered his voice, that some of money resides. Chapter 44. Heavenly Spring, Star Lake. 10 days later, along an official road, a group of disciples from the Taiqing immortal sect rode forth with vigor. Following the incident at Wangzhuang, Xiao Nanfeng had garnered recognition through his exploits and with the support of Xiao Yu. An implicit trust and loyalty began to blossom among the others. This development rendered Yi Sanshui unable to command him as he once did, and even Yi Dafu adopted a more subdued demeanor, finding peace within. Look, we have arrived at Dahou City, Xiao Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ahead loomed a grand city gate, inscribed with the bold characters for Dahou City, where disciplined soldiers in black armor were meticulously inspecting those entering and exiting. At the city gate, a man in a Taoist robe stood gazing, and upon spotting the approaching troop, he instantly perked up and approached them. I am but a servant disciple of the Taiqing immortal sect. Yi Sanshui recognized the sect's standard robe at a glance. Greetings, esteemed brothers. You have finally arrived. I have secured accommodations for you within the city, the servant disciple respectfully announced. Have the brothers from the Breaking Ordinary Realm arrived to escort us? Yi Sanshui inquired. Not long ago, a message arrived via a flying crane from the sect, stating that the brothers in the Breaking Ordinary Realm are engaged in other duties and will not be able to escort you for your demon-slaying expedition. You are to wait in Dahou City, as an elder will soon come to personally guide you in your trials, the servant disciple replied. An elder will be coming? Which elder? Yi Sanshui asked, both surprised and delighted. At the moment, I do not know, the servant disciple shook his head. With an elder coming to guide us, the peril of slaying the demon king of Wanyan Mountain will surely be diminished. Yi Sanshui sighed in relief. At that moment, a hearty laugh interrupted their conversation. Ha ha ha. The esteemed masters of the Taiqing sect have graced us with their presence. I have awaited this day for many a moon. My gratitude to you all for your support of Dao City. The crowd turned to the bustling city gate, where a trio, 2 men and a woman, strode forward. The woman, clad in a vibrant red dress, radiated youthfulness, while the 2 men, dressed in dark robes adorned with golden cloud patterns, were strikingly handsome. The one who had just laughed was the leader among them. "Greetings, young master." Yi Sanshui was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized the individual. It was unexpected for the heir of the God of Crows to personally welcome them. "It is I, Xiang Kuan. I extend greetings to all esteemed masters. This is my second brother, Xiang Wei, and my third sister, Xiang Zhiro. At our father's behest, we have awaited your arrival, and upon hearing the guards announce your presence, I brought my siblings to extend our warmest welcome," Xiang Kuan stated with poise. "Second brother, third sister, do pay your respects to the esteemed masters," Xiang Kuan urged his siblings. "Greetings, esteemed masters." They both bowed respectfully, exuding courtesy. "My father, the God of Crows, has recently suffered a relapse of an old ailment and is unable to greet you in person. He asked me to convey his sincerest apologies and hopes for your understanding," Xiang Kuan said earnestly. Yi Sanshui nodded, acknowledging, "The health of the God of Crows is of utmost importance. The presence of the young master is a great honor for us." After all, the God of Crows had sent all 3 of his children to welcome them, which was indeed a grand gesture. "Thank you for your understanding, esteemed masters. I have arranged a banquet for you, if it pleases you. My siblings and I would be honored to host you," Xiang Kuan offered enthusiastically. "Then we shall graciously accept your hospitality," Yi Sanshui replied with a smile. "Haha. The arrival of the esteemed masters of Ta Qing will surely bring glory to my father's residence. Please, come this way." Xiang Kuan warmly invited the group. The black-armored soldiers cleared the path as they rode into the city. Accompanying Yi Sanshui, Xiang Kuan continually showered praise upon the Ta Qing immortal sect, which uplifted Yi Sanshui's spirits. Meanwhile, Xiang Wei and Xiang Zhiro flanked the group, their smiles creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Among the group, Xiao Yu observed with astonishment, having witnessed the suffering of the common folk in the territory of the God of Crows. "I had thought him to be a cold and unfeeling person, likely to greet us with a stern visage. I never anticipated that his children would be so warm and welcoming." Xiao Nanfeng, riding beside her, frowned and shook his head. "Their warmth feels excessive. Their gazes are unsettling. What seems amiss?" "I find their demeanor sincere," Xiao Yu replied, intrigued. "Precisely because it seems so sincere, it feels off. Their eyes burn with an unusual fervor. They may claim to admire the strong, yet most of our senior brothers possess only innate cultivation, and there are many in the God of Crow's army with similar capabilities. Their admiration seems unwarranted. Furthermore, their gazes upon us resemble." Xiao Nanfeng pondered deeply. "Resemble what?" Xiao Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Like they are eyeing a delicacy, their gazes as if they wish to devour us whole," Xiao Nanfeng remarked enigmatically. "What do you mean by devouring? Isn't their warmth commendable?" Xiao Yu shot him a quizzical glance. However, after reflecting on Xiao Nanfeng's description, Xiao Yu quieted, noticing indeed that the fervor in the trio's eyes was a touch too intense. Under Xiang Kuan's fervent invitation, the group arrived at the God of Crow's residence. Within a grand hall, a lavish banquet awaited them, with music playing and beautiful dancers performing gracefully in the central dance floor. The grandeur of the feast was remarkable. "I am unsure of your preferences, so I have arranged these secular songs and dances. I hope you do not find them lacking," Xiang Kuan stated humbly. "You are too modest, young master," Yi Sanshui replied, feeling somewhat flattered. As everyone took their seats and enjoyed the splendid performances, a sense of indulgence enveloped the gathering. The Raven demons have wreaked havoc in Dao City, causing untold suffering to countless citizens, and we have been unable to contain them. Now that esteemed masters have arrived, we can finally breathe easy. On behalf of my father, I express heartfelt gratitude for your assistance in eliminating the Raven demon menace. I propose a toast to all of you." Xiang Kuan raised his cup with a smile. The disciples of the Ta Qing sect raised their cups in return, reciprocating the toast. Xiao Nanfeng, seated at the rear, followed suit with the others. "Nanfeng, why are you subtly nudging me? I've spilled my drink." Xiao Yu frowned, noticing that Xiao Nanfeng's cup remained full, as if untouched. "Oh, you haven't drunk? Are you afraid they might poison us?" Xiao Nanfeng shook his head and whispered. "Did you not notice how Xiang Wei and Xiang Zhiro exchanged furtive glances? This banquet may not be as straightforward as it seems. If we can avoid the wine, we should." "Understood," Xiao Yu replied. Though her skepticism lingered, She ultimately chose to trust Xiao Nanfeng. As the banquet progressed through several rounds of toasts, Xiang Kuan's humility and flattery had successfully lulled Yi Sanshui and the others into a sense of comfort, considering him a kindred spirit and a gentleman. Just as a dance concluded and the dancers retired, Xiang Zhiro slowly stood up. Yi Xianshi, I often hear my brothers speak of how the Ta Ching sect embodies the true teachings of the world's Taoist sects, particularly in the field of soul refinement, which is unparalleled and exquisite. I have a keen interest in soul refinement and wonder if I might seek your guidance. Xiang Zhiro inquired of Yi Sanshui. Hearing her praise for the Ta Ching sect, Yi Sanshui felt a swell of satisfaction. It would be my pleasure to share knowledge of soul refinement with you, Mississippi. Generally, once a practitioner reaches the innate realm, with ample vigor, they can begin to refine their soul, mastering their consciousness. Soul refinement involves establishing a reservoir for soul power at the brow, with its size determining the strength of the soul power. Categorized into 4 realms: Heavenly Spring, Star Lake, Moon Wave, anew Spirit. Yi Sanshui explained with eloquence. What is the current level of soul power among the esteemed masters? And what about you, Yi Xianshi? Xiang Zhiro asked with a smile. Disciples of the Ta Ching sect who reach the innate realm receive guidance from elders in soul refinement. Our soul power is at the Heavenly Spring realm, though there are distinctions in strength. Most of my junior brothers have just begun to establish their Heavenly Spring, while I have made significant progress in mine, Yi Sanshui replied with a sense of pride. Xiao Nanfeng was also introspecting into his spiritual center. He discovered that within his reservoir of soul power, a gentle starlight shimmered, resembling a tranquil lake in gentle ripples. Moreover, the expanse of this reservoir was not insignificant, indicating that he had surpassed the realm of Tianquan and had ascended to the realm of Xinghu, and within this realm, he was quite formidable. As it turned out, the young lady had also learned a bit of the family's ancestral soul refinement techniques from her father, though she had long been uncertain about her progress. Today, coincidentally, several esteemed Ta Ching immortals had arrived, and she wished to seek their guidance, hoping they would oblige. Yi Sanshui raised an eyebrow. You too understand the art of soul refinement? Were your earlier inquiries merely jesting? Do you intend to challenge us? Nonsense. How long have you been learning, Zhiro? How could you possibly compare with these esteemed immortals? Don't embarrass yourself. Retreat at once. Xiang Kuan chastised his younger sister. Rare is the opportunity to learn, dear brother. Please, grant me this wish, Xiang Zhiro implored once more. Xiao Nanfeng observed the sibling duo thoughtfully, suspecting that Xiang Zhiro's sudden desire for knowledge was not spontaneous. Their synchronized dialogue seemed meticulously planned. What were their true intentions? Esteemed immortals, my little sister is unaware of her limitations. She believes that a smattering of family soul refinement techniques renders her invincible, oblivious to the fact that there are greater mountains beyond her own. It is my laxity and discipline that has brought you amusement. Xiang Kuan apologized to Yi Sanshui and the others. Xiang Kuan did not outright oppose Xiang Zhiro, effectively shifting the dilemma onto Yi Sanshui, compelling him to respond. Given Xiang Kuan's courteous demeanor, Yi Sanshui found it difficult to refuse, especially since the Ta Ching sect took pride in their expertise in soul refinement. If he declined to entertain Xiang Zhiro's request, it would surely lead to ridicule. Pray tell, how does the young lady wish to seek our counsel? Yi Sanshui pondered for a moment before fixing his gaze on Xiang Zhiro. I have recently learned a piece of music. If I play it using my soul power, and you can endure until the end, then you shall have one. Xiang Zhiro declared with an air of arrogance. Little sister, do not overstep. Xiang Kuan admonished. Brother, you always claim that the Ta Ching sect's soul refinement is unparalleled in the world. Surely, you can't falter against a mere piece of music? Xiang Zhiro seemed to provoke Yi Sanshui and the others. Very well, let us hear the young lady's melody then. Yi Sanshui replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Among the crowd, Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Xiaoyu, whispering, Xiang Zhiro's music is likely to be formidable. Do exercise caution. You should be the one to be cautious. You are merely in the postnatal realm and have yet to begin soul refinement. Stay close to me, and I shall protect you. Xiaoyu retorted sharply. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, revealing a peculiar expression. His vast soul power had already transcended that of his senior brothers many times over. He had no fear of Xiang Zhiro and did not require Xiaoyu's protection. However, he smiled and refrained from contradicting her. As Xiao Nanfeng observed the trio of Xiang Kuan, Xiang Wei, and Xiang Zhiro, Their previously fervent gazes instilled a sense of vigilance within him. He was now keen to discern their true objectives. Chapter 45. The Phoenix dances in the nine heavens in the Grand Hall's dance pool. Xiangjiro sat cross-legged, an ancient zither resting before her. At this moment, her gaze was devoid of humility, replaced instead by an intense pride as she fixed her eyes upon the disciples of the Ta Ching immortal sect. Prepare yourselves, esteemed Ta Ching masters, for I am about to make my move, Xiangjiro said with a charming smile. With a strum, the zither strings vibrated, and in an instant, a surge of soul energy accompanied the melody, echoing throughout the hall. A resounding boom reverberated, striking directly into the minds of the crowd. Impressive, Xiaoyu gasped, her expression tightening in surprise. The sound of the zither immediately caused many disciples of the Ta Ching immortal sect to feel a buzzing in their heads, their expressions growing dazed, as if being drawn into a phantasmagoric realm. The strumming intensified, each note cascading in rapid succession, waves of soul energy crashing towards the souls of the listeners. Calm your mind and circulate your soul energy to protect your spirit, Yi Sanshui exclaimed, his face changing dramatically. He had discerned that Xiangjiro's soul energy was on par with his own. However, her mastery of the zither could amplify the potency of her soul energy. In that moment, all present felt a grave threat, for none had anticipated the daughter of the Wu God Marquis to wield such formidable soul energy and zither skills. The only one remaining composed was Xiao Nanfeng. Having cultivated the supreme Divine Sutra, his soul energy was already refined. And after countless hours of study over the past 6 months, combined with his master's teachings and Xiao Yu's assistance in zither arts, his soul energy had reached the Star Lake realm. Within the Star Lake, his soul energy surged with grandeur. How could he possibly be affected by Xiangjiro's meager soul energy? Even with the amplification of her zither, it was far from sufficient. As he circulated a thread of soul energy to his eyes, he instantly perceived visions invisible to others. He saw that as Xiangjiro plucked the strings, her soul energy was swiftly enveloped by the zither's melody and surged toward the crowd, while others might not even perceive the sound waves. Xiao Nanfeng could see translucent black serpents emerging from the strings. These serpents exuded a lewd glow, each several meters long, lunging towards the disciples of the Ta Ching immortal sect, wrapping around them with the intent of invading their minds and dragging them into an illusion. Ah, beautiful maiden. You are so lovely. Let me embrace you. Oh, how delightful. I wish to kiss you, came the sudden voice of Yi Dafu from a distance. They beheld Yi Dafu with hollow eyes, a sinister smile on his face, tearing at his clothes while puckering his lips towards the air, clearly ensnared by the illusion. Yi Dafu, wake up. This is the soul-refining technique of the former Great Wu Emperor. Do not fall prey to it. Yi Sanshui's expression shifted. Yet Xiangjiro merely smirked disdainfully, for this was merely the beginning. Not only Yi Dafu, but many disciples of the Ta Ching immortal sect were also ensnared, their expressions dazed as they began to babble incoherently. Yi Sanshui could no longer attempt to rouse Yi Dafu, for he himself was drenched in cold sweat, the black serpents of soul energy coiling around him, pushing him to his limits. However, out of pride, he dared not strike at Xiangjiro, otherwise, it would mean admitting his inferiority to her. He was, after all, a practitioner of the breaking ordinary realm, having cultivated his soul energy for many years. How could he possibly be overwhelmed? This would be a disgrace to the Ta Ching immortal sect. I shall join you in this performance. One person playing the zither alone is rather dull. Xiao Yu, having recognized the intensity of the confrontation, moved to the previous ensemble, retrieved an ancient zither, and returned to Xiao Nanfeng's side. She feared for his safety. Even in a zither duel, she would protect him. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu plucked the strings, and her soul energy surged forth with the melody. In an instant, a blue phoenix emerged from the zither strings. With a cry, the phoenix spread its wings and dashed toward the surrounding black serpents. While others could not see this manifestation of soul energy, Xiao Nanfeng perceived it clearly. As the phoenix emerged, it charged into a swarm of black serpents, shredding them to pieces and rescuing the brothers and sisters who had been dragged into the illusion. Before turning its focus back to Xiangjiro, Xiangjiro looked at Xiao Yu in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the prowess of her zither art. The two young women's melodies clashed, the phoenix and black serpents engaged in a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu managed to deflect the majority of Xiangjiro's soul energy assault, allowing the disciples of the Ta Ching immortal sect to gradually regain their senses. their faces grim as they stared at the zither duel unfolding between the two. Once liberated, Yi Sanshui wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath as he gazed incredulously at Xiang Zhiro. He had thought this girl to be naive, yet her soul energy was so formidable, and her zither skills equally remarkable. The amplification of her soul energy through music posed a genuine threat to him. Thankfully, Xiao Yu had intervened. Otherwise, he would have faced humiliation today. "What is your name, dear sister?" Xiang Zhiro inquired nonchalantly, her fingers dancing across the strings. "Defeat me first, then I shall tell you," Xiao Yu retorted, refusing to give her any leeway. The duel escalated as the two women's melodies intensified. Xiang Zhiro abandoned her attacks on others, focusing solely on Xiao Yu. And countless black serpents rapidly fused together, transforming from several meters in length into a colossal serpent measuring 30 meters. With a fierce roar, the black serpent lunged toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's fingers flew across the strings with increasing urgency. She felt the pressure mounting. The phoenix she had conjured was at a disadvantage in size and was showing signs of being overwhelmed. The black serpent roared, unleashing a tempest of sound waves, while the phoenix displayed its divine might. In terms of zither skill, Xiao Yu surpassed Xiang Zhiro slightly, yet in terms of soul energy quantity, she was outmatched. And Xiang Zhiro pressed her relentlessly. Xiao Yu's complexion gradually paled, clearly exhausted from the consumption of her soul energy, struggling to keep pace. The other disciples of the Ta Ching immortal sect noticed her plight, but dared not intervene, fearing that any distraction might cause her to falter further. Anxiety rippled through the crowd as they realized this banquet had been deliberately orchestrated against them. With a mournful cry, the phoenix, formed from Xiao Yu's soul energy, finally succumbed to exhaustion, entangled by the massive black serpent, tightening its grip ever more. The phoenix wailed in despair, on the verge of perishing at the serpent's maw. This was more than just a battle between the phoenix and the black serpent. It was a confrontation between Xiao Yu and Xiang Zhiro. Should the phoenix fall, Xiao Yu would undoubtedly suffer the backlash, her soul facing dire consequences. "Dear sister, it seems that I shall emerge victorious. The soul-refining techniques of the Ta Ching immortal sect are hardly impressive," Xiang Zhiro declared with a scornful smile. The phoenix emitted another sorrowful cry. Xiao Yu had reached her limit, her complexion pale and on the brink of being swallowed by the backlash. At that moment, a warm hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. "Nanfeng," Xiao Yu exclaimed, her face filled with urgency as she wanted to warn him to flee, if she were to suffer a backlash. The soul energy entwined with the black serpent would wash over her surroundings, endangering him as well. He was merely in the postnatal realm. How could he withstand such an onslaught? "Do not worry, I am here to assist you," Xiao Nanfeng whispered softly in Xiao Yu's ear. Just as Xiao Yu was growing anxious and confused, a torrent of boundless soul energy surged from Xiao Nanfeng's hand into her body. This overwhelming power replenished all her soul energy depletion in an instant, even overflowing her celestial spring, granting her a vast reservoir of soul energy to wield. Astonished, Xiao Yu felt overwhelmed by this influx of energy. However, she quickly channeled it into the zither strings, allowing the melody to burst forth. A deluge of soul energy flooded into the phoenix, and the once feeble creature was suddenly engulfed in vibrant blue flames. With a resounding boom, the phoenix was reborn, erupting in a blaze of glory. With a mournful cry, the phoenix soared into the heavens, its voice echoing across the realm, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shattered countless porcelain dishes and utensils around them. Many suffered from ruptured eardrums, desperately covering their ears. I saw a blue phoenix," Yi Dafu exclaimed in astonishment from nearby. This time, the phoenix rises from the ashes, unleashing an overwhelming surge of soul power that transcends even what Xiao Nanfeng can perceive. It manifests in reality, evoking the image of a colossal phoenix dancing gracefully across the heavens. "What?" Xiang Zhiro exclaimed. She witnessed the massive black serpent entwined around the phoenix being crushed in an instant, while the terrifying flames of the phoenix incinerated the remnants of the black serpent's shattered form. The second young master, Xiang Wei, who had been leisurely sipping wine, suddenly changed countenance as he observed his sister dominating the scene. "Sister, be careful," he shouted. Boom. The strings of Xiang Zhiro's guqin snapped explosively, leaving her hands bloodied. Yet, at that moment, she paid no heed to her physical injuries. The trauma inflicted upon her soul was far more dreadful. Her complexion turned pale. The arrogance in her eyes dissipated, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. "Sister," Xiang Wei rushed forward, alarmed, cradling Xiang Zhuro in his arms. Outside the hall, a cohort of armored soldiers gripped their sword hilts, awaiting the command from within. After the Phoenix's rebirth and the destruction of the Black Serpent, it soared back to Xiao Yu, merging with her brow and vanishing from sight. We won. Senior sister Xiao Yu has triumphed. Truly remarkable. The disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect congratulated her. Xiao Yu exhaled deeply, turning to look at Xiao Nanfeng, her eyes filled with disbelief. Had he provided her with that immense support of soul power? How could this be? Wasn't he devoid of it? Xiao Nanfeng offered her a reassuring smile, instantly alleviating some of her concerns. Countless questions swirled in her mind, and though curiosity gnawed at her, she restrained herself from inquiring at that moment. At this juncture, Xiang Kuan and Yi Sanshui directed their gazes toward Xiao Nanfeng. Their soul power surpassed that of ordinary innate realms, allowing them to discern the peril from earlier and to recognize that Xiao Nanfeng had aided Xiao Yu. Junior brother Nanfeng Yu. Yi Sanshui looked at him in shock. He could hardly fathom that this junior brother, who had contended for the leadership, had concealed such formidable soul power. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I am unscathed, Xiao Nanfeng replied with a smile. Third uncle, what does this have to do with Nanfeng? Yi Dafu queried, perplexed. Clearly, many disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect could not grasp the peril of the previous Guqin duel, nor could they comprehend that it was Xiao Nanfeng who had lent Xiao Yu a helping hand, turning the tide. Xiang Kuan glanced at his sister, who lay unconscious not far away, his smile stiffening. I apologize for the embarrassment, esteemed immortals. My sister, unaware of her own limitations, has finally learned that there are greater heights beyond the mountains and individuals beyond others. After the previous Guqin duel, no one was inclined to show Xiang Kuan any favor. The atmosphere grew tense as expressions turned stern. Senior brother Yi, it seems we've all had enough to eat. Shall we return to rest? Xiao Nanfeng suggested. Yi Sanshui was also eager to leave and was about to nod in agreement when a sharp voice interrupted. You cannot leave. It was Xiang Wei, glaring at Xiao Nanfeng with a mix of protective fury and humiliation as he held his sister close. Upon Xiang Wei's abrupt interjection, the disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect collectively adopted a frigid countenance. Was their departure to be impeded? Did this presage an imminent and fierce confrontation? Younger brother, hold your tongue. Offer an immediate apology to the esteemed immortals. Xiang Kuan sternly rebuked. Eldest brother, our sister has suffered grievous harm to her very soul. The essence of her spirit has been utterly obliterated from her brow. Their hearts are merciless. They nearly shattered her soul entirely. She was teetering on the precipice of oblivion. Xiang Wei roared in anguish. Young master, when Xiang Zhiro sought to extinguish my senior sister's life, were you not leisurely partaking of wine? You could appreciate the spectacle of injury upon my senior sister, yet recoil at the sight of harm befalling your own kin? Is your sister human, while others are not? Having courted such aggressive confrontation, she must bear the consequences of retaliation. It is a matter of reaping what one sows. Do you harbor thoughts of vengeance? Summon your Yushin army from without, and witness whether the disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect can carve a path to freedom through their ranks. Xiao Nanfeng's expression was icily resolute. Had he not intervened, Xiao Yu would now share Xiang Zhiro's plight. This banquet, it seemed, was indeed a perilous trap. Indeed. Let us see who dares obstruct our path this day. Yi Sanshui echoed, his voice steeped in cold menace. The disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect unsheathed their swords in unison. Esteemed immortals, harbor no misgivings. We bear no ill will. My younger brother's words are imprudent. I implore you not to take them to heart. Xiang Kuan promptly rose, seeking to smooth over the situation. The gates of my marquisate shall never bar the passage of esteemed immortals. I, acting on behalf of my father, the Marquis, intended only to extend a welcoming reception. My sister has caused offense, and I shall most assuredly correct her behavior. My brother, too, has been spoiled. I trust you will not hold it against him. Xiang Kuan adopted a humble posture, his words laced with courtesy. Xiang Kuan's demeanor allayed much of Yi Sanshui's apprehension. At least for this evening, a violent clash seemed less likely. Eldest brother, I am unconvinced. I demand a contest with him to avenge our sister. Xiang Wei insisted, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Nanfeng. The disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect exchanged puzzled glances. Had not Xiao Yu emerged victorious? Why did Xiang Wei seek out Nanfeng? Younger brother, do not be presumptuous. Xiang Kuan chided, Though his rebuke lacked firm conviction, Xiang Kuan's admonishment was merely perfunctory, betraying a desire to further instigate events. To gauge the extent of Xiao Nanfeng's abilities, junior brother Nanfeng, pay them no heed. Let us depart. Whoever dares impede you shall answer to my blade. Yi Senshui declared, firmly siding with Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Yu stood resolutely by Nanfeng's side, her face a mask of indignation. Xiang Wei, however, remained obdurate, blocking their path and refusing to yield. Xiao Nanfeng surveyed the brothers Xiang Kuan and Xiang Wei, noting their coordinated performance of amiable and antagonistic roles, a seamless collaboration indeed. Very well, if it is games you desire, then I shall indulge you. Xiao Nanfeng responded with a smile. Nanfeng. Xiao Yu voiced her concern. Yu Sanshui and the others also betrayed their anxiety. Xiang Kuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation, yet he maintained his facade of benevolent goodwill. Alas, my foolish brother is ignorant and ungrateful. I am filled with remorse. I beseech you, esteemed immortal, to show leniency in the contest, not to hold his childishness against him. Xiang Wei, with a wave of his hand, directed his subordinates to present an ancient zither. Very well, since you have accepted, let us proceed. What instrument do you require? Xiang Wei demanded, his voice terse. Xiao Nanfeng, observing the brothers' orchestrated performance, offered a sardonic smile. Did they seek to probe the depths of his spiritual force? I possess no skill with the zither. Perhaps I shall employ a bell instead? Xiao Nanfeng suggested. A bell? A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembly. Xiao Nanfeng approached the array of chimes in the orchestra pit, selecting a small mallet. Indeed, the sound of bells is exquisite. I trust you will appreciate it. It is, after all, my first time bestowing a bell upon someone. Xiao Nanfeng remarked serenely. Xiang Kuan and Xiang Wei exchanged a frozen glance. Was he offering an insult? Enough with the verbal sparring. Prepare yourself. I shall begin. Xiang Wei declared coldly. With those words, he plucked a string on the zither. Ding, ding, ding. A cascade of notes erupted, instantly infused with spiritual force. The melody coalesced into a colossal black serpent, its form twice the size of Xiang Zhirou's most formidable creation. At this moment, the sound waves even manifested in tangible form. He, too, was at the heavenly spring realm, and possessed even greater power than Xiang Zhirou. I behold a translucent serpent. Yidafu exclaimed in astonishment. Xiang Wei's fingers danced across the strings, the serpent's form solidifying, its tail poised to strike at Xiao Nanfeng's command. Dong! A resonant chime reverberated, sending a ripple of sound waves towards Xiang Wei's serpent. The force of the sound wave was not overwhelming, yet it struck precisely at a single note in Xiang Wei's melody, disrupting its continuity and severing the connection between his spiritual force and the serpent. The serpent, once under Xiang Wei's control, was abruptly liberated, becoming a masterless, aimless remnant of spiritual energy. Xiang Wei's expression contorted in dismay. Not good. Xiang Wei realized he could no longer command the serpent. Beware. Xiang Kuan's face also paled. The serpent, now uncontrolled, abruptly disintegrated in a violent explosion, sending a shockwave in all directions. Many listeners recoiled, covering their ears against the assault. Simultaneously, Xiang Wei suffered a backlash, his complexion ashen. With a cough, he spewed a mouthful of blood, his body slumping in exhaustion. Young master, did my bell not disappoint? Xiao Nanfeng inquired with a smile. You. Xiang Wei stammered, pointing at Xiao Nanfeng in disbelief. I thank you, esteemed immortal, for your mercy. Xiang Kuan hastily stepped forward to support his younger brother. Xiao Nanfeng cast a cold gaze upon the deceitful brothers. He had shown no leniency. He had chosen the bell over the zither precisely because he lacked skill with the latter. Striking a bell was simple, requiring only the infusion of spiritual force into the sound waves. His decisive victory was not due to his musical prowess, but to his exceptional spiritual force, which allowed him to pinpoint the critical notes in his opponent's melody. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, it is time for our departure, Xiao Nanfeng declared, discarding the mallet with a flourish. Indeed. The others responded in unison. Ignoring Xiang Kuan's greetings, they surrounded Xiao Nanfeng and strode towards the hall's exit, utterly disregarding the black-armored soldiers clutching the hilts of their swords. Inside the hall, Xiang Kuan supported Xiang Wei, ultimately refraining from ordering the soldiers to attack. The brothers, their faces grim, watched the disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect depart. Eldest brother, that boy's spiritual force is unfathomably deep, and I suspect he possesses an extraordinary aptitude for music. enabling him to identify the flaws in my zither technique. Xiang Wei gasped, his face pale with exertion. Xiang Kuan regarded his brother, then turned his gaze to his unconscious sister, his expression now terrifyingly dark. Yet, he offered a word of consolation. Do not dwell on it. Though this may be a humiliation, it is of no consequence. Our sister's zither performance has revealed the extent of their spiritual force, which is all we require. Furthermore, we are within the confines of Great Yu City. Once they have entered, they shall not leave. Outside the Yushin Marquise, the group exhaled in relief. None had anticipated the treachery of the banquet. Yi Senshui, in particular, was astonished by Nanfeng's hidden depths, and harbored no further resentment towards him in the contest for leadership. Senior Brother Yi, it seems the Yushin Marquise' invitation to slay demons conceals ulterior motives. This is no safe haven. Should we not depart Great Yu City? This demon-slaying expedition may be a ruse. The 3 million taels of gold are not worth such risk. Xiao Nanfeng frowned, his gaze fixed on Yi Sanshui, before the demon-slaying had even begun. This incident had transpired. Xiao Nanfeng's cautious nature made him reluctant to stand on such precarious ground. Leave? I fear that is impossible. The 3 million taels of gold are a matter of honor for the Grand Purity Immortal sect, which we cannot afford to forfeit. Furthermore, the sect has made its decision, which cannot be altered. In a few days, an elder will arrive. Upon their arrival, we shall settle accounts with the Yushin Marquise. Yi Sanshui replied with a troubled expression. Xiao Nanfeng initially intended to rally everyone to leave together. However, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. The evening sky had darkened, and with the air of the Yushin Marquise having taken action, it was likely that the city was rife with their spies. To slip away quietly might very well play into their hands, rendering the situation even more perilous. Very well. We shall await the elder's arrival, Xiao Nanfeng sighed. The others nodded in agreement, and under the guidance of the miscellaneous disciples, they proceeded to a prepared grand residence to rest. That night, after washing away the day's fatigue and assigning sentinels, they finally allowed themselves to rest. In Xiao Nanfeng's chamber, Xiao Yu entered without knocking. Oh, Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed in surprise. Nanfeng, how could you deceive me? Your soul power is astonishing. Xiao Yu accused. When did I ever deceive you? I never claimed to lack soul power. Xiao Nanfeng replied, feigning innocence. Did you not? Xiao Yu paused, reflecting on their recent encounters. Indeed, she had always assumed he possessed no soul power. He had never explicitly stated otherwise. Regardless. You have been deceiving me for quite some time, and I am quite upset. Xiao Yu immediately pinched Xiao Nanfeng's soft flesh. Ouch, that hurts. All right. I admit my fault. Xiao Nanfeng hastily feigned submission. Now that's more like it. Xiao Yu's expression brightened. Throughout their interaction, Xiao Yu never inquired about the extent of Xiao Nanfeng's soul power or the techniques he practiced. She merely felt joy in knowing he possessed soul power. Is this why you came here, to question me? Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. Of course not. Today, you exhausted a considerable amount of soul power to assist me, and I have come to express my gratitude, Xiao Yu replied earnestly. There is no need for such formality between us, Xiao Nanfeng smiled. That won't do. Now that I'm here, let me aid you in restoring your soul power. Xiao Yu insisted fervently. Assist me? How could you possibly help? Xiao Nanfeng inquired with curiosity. Did I not tell you before? I am quite adept at playing the bamboo flute. Xiao Yu responded eagerly. Really? Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. In an instant, he felt parched. Then he saw Xiao Yu reach for her waist, producing an elegantly crafted purple bamboo flute. Quickly, sit cross-legged and enter a meditative state. I shall play for you, drawing upon the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth to help you swiftly recover your depleted soul power. Are you ready? I am about to begin, Xiao Yu urged, positioning the flute to her lips. Xiao Nanfeng. Chapter 47. The Divine Slaying Flute Ultimately. Xiao Nanfeng cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and, with a hint of unusual emotion, settled into a meditative posture, preparing to mend the depletion of his soul power. In truth, Xiao Nanfeng's soul power had already reached the Star Lake realm. The power he had previously infused into Xiao Yu was not substantial enough to cause significant loss. However, given Xiao Yu's enthusiastic assistance, it would be impolite not to show gratitude. As the melodious flute notes resonated, a captivating and ethereal melody enveloped the entire room, even penetrating the walls to reach the expansive estate beyond. Simultaneously, the flute sound stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the disciples of the Taiching immortal sect who were resting nearby to exhibit expressions of astonishment. Xiao Nanfeng, too, was taken aback, his eyes widening. The fluctuations in spiritual energy elicited by the flute were far more intense than those produced by Xiaoyu's previous Guqin performances, exceeding them by at least tenfold. What are you still standing there for? Quickly close your eyes, Xiaoyu urged at the opportune moment. Only then did Xiao Nanfeng gradually shut his eyes, yet he could still discern that as Xiaoyu played, the purple bamboo flute emitted a faint violet mist, within which a spectrum of gentle light radiated, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. It was evidently a remarkable treasure. Not only was the purple bamboo flute visually extraordinary, but its effects were also astonishing. The closer one was to the source of its sound, the more intense the fluctuations in spiritual energy became, making Xiao Nanfeng feel as though a great river of energy was surging towards his brow. The waves within the star lake rolled and swirled, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. In mere moments, Xiao Nanfeng's previously expended soul power was completely restored. With a long exhale, Xiao Nanfeng opened his eyes, coinciding with the sudden cessation of Xiaoyu's flute melody. I barely played for a moment, and you're already finished? How could that be so quick? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. After a moment of silence, Xiao Nanfeng suppressed his urge to comment and inquired, "Where did you obtain this flute? Why didn't you use it during our musical duel?" "This is a treasure given to me by my mother, known as the divine slaying flute. Since joining the Taiqing immortal sect, I have never shown it to anyone." "You are the first," Xiaoyu replied proudly. "I didn't have the chance to use it during the duel. You acted first." "The divine slaying flute?" "The fluctuations in spiritual energy just now rivaled those produced by my master Guqin performances. Such a precious artifact should not be displayed casually. What if someone harbors ill intentions?" Xiao Nanfeng stated with gravity. I wasn't thinking that far. I merely wanted to help you." Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she spoke. She was indeed aware of the principle that possessing a treasure invites misfortune, and knowing the divine slaying flute was a coveted item, she had refrained from revealing it even on Taiqing Island. Yet today, moved by Xiao Nanfeng's assistance, she felt compelled to bring it forth to expedite his recovery. Xiao Nanfeng surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the table was crafted from bamboo. He swiftly dismantled it, selecting a well-preserved segment, and skillfully carved it with a dagger. Before long, a yellow bamboo flute appeared in his hands. "If anyone inquires about the flute sound just now, say you played this yellow bamboo flute. If they don't believe you, simply ignore them. Let them believe what they wish," he said as he handed the bamboo flute to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu accepted the bamboo flute, fondling it with delight. "I never knew you had such craftsmanship. If things don't work out for you in the future, you could always open a flute shop to make a living. Are you still able to laugh? I would never sell flutes. But you must keep the divine slaying flute safe." Xiao Nanfeng replied, both amused and exasperated. "Isn't that simple? When I hide something, no one can find it," Xiaoyu asserted confidently. As she spoke, she tucked the divine slaying flute into her chest, sliding it down from above. Xiao Nanfeng stared in astonishment at the scene, momentarily breathless. "Such wildness! How is that possible? How did you manage to fit such a long flute in there?" he muttered in confusion. Noticing Xiao Nanfeng's bewilderment, Xiaoyu followed his gaze to her chest and suddenly blushed, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? It's not what you imagine." "Huh?" Xiao Nanfeng replied, puzzled. Xiaoyu's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "You have a wild imagination. Never mind, I never intended to keep it from you. Here, let me show you." "Show me?" Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted to one of shock, suspecting Xiaoyu was teasing him. However, he watched as she removed a simple necklace from around her neck, adorned with an exquisitely crafted pendant that had been resting at her chest. "This is a treasure bestowed upon me by my mother. You must keep it a secret," Xiaoyu insisted gravely. As she spoke, she gently pinched the pendant, and suddenly, a rift appeared in the pendant, revealing a faint black glow from which the divine, slaying flute emerged. "Is there a space within that pendant?" Xiao Nanfeng questioned in astonishment. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng understood that Xiaoyu had concealed the divine slaying flute within this pendant. "This is a storage pendant given to me by my mother. All my belongings are hidden within it, and no one can discover them," Xiaoyu declared with confidence. Xiao Nanfeng examined the pendant closely. It was golden, embellished with the image of a golden-feathered divine bird. "Haven't you seen one before? While storage pendants are precious, they are not extraordinary items. Many of my senior brothers in the Taiqing immortal sect possess them," Xiaoyu explained. "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing." Xiao Nanfeng shook his head. "That makes sense. Ordinary people wouldn't come into contact with such items. My pendant contains a space of about 10 feet in diameter, capable of holding quite a bit. Xiaoyu boasted with a smile. Are you not afraid I might steal your storage pendant? Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. You are not like others. I would never let anyone else know. No one has seen my storage pendant. You are the first, she replied. Is there anyone in the sect who can forge such storage treasures? Xiao Nanfeng could not help but inquire. If such items were available, he would surely want one for the convenience they offered. Forging them isn't difficult. But the materials are exceedingly rare. One must find a substance known as anew, Xiaoyu explained. Xiao Nanfeng noted the name and asked, how does one use a storage treasure? After recognizing its master, each time an item is placed inside, one must use soul power to mark it. The next time one wishes to retrieve an item, they simply need to summon it with their soul power, Xiaoyu elaborated. Recognizing its master? The first time one uses a storage treasure, they must subdue it with their soul power. The larger the space within the treasure, the more soul power it consumes. However, once it recognizes its master, subsequent openings require far less soul power, she continued. Truly remarkable. Xiao Nanfeng marveled. As the day waned, Xiaoyu sat for a while longer before taking her leave, mindful of the implications of a lone male and female together. No sooner had Xiaoyu departed than Xiao Nanfeng retrieved a ring from his inner pocket. This ring was a gift from his father when he was 6 years old. His father had mentioned that it was a token that could be used to identify himself to his father's senior brothers in the Taichin immortal sect. However, Xiao Nanfeng had entered the sect by his own merit and had never needed to use the ring, which he had kept close ever since. Given that Xiaoyu mentioned many of the senior brothers possessed storage treasures, could it be that the ring his father left him was also? Suppressing the excitement within, Xiao Nanfeng approached the candlelight, scrutinizing the ancient ring with great care. Chapter 48. A monstrous presence within upon the ancient ring, a nameless, ferocious beast was etched with minimalist strokes. Tentatively, Xiao Nanfeng channeled a wisp of his soul force into it. Buzz. Instantly, the ring generated a vortex, devouring the soul force in one gulp. The dissipation of his soul force filled Xiao Nanfeng with elation. The ring his father bequeathed to him was indeed extraordinary. His anticipation heightened. Xiao Nanfeng drew forth a torrent of soul force from the star lake, channeling it into the ring with fervent zeal. A more formidable suction instantly consumed the entire surge. This both thrilled and alarmed Xiao Nanfeng, as the amount he had just channeled was equivalent to Xiaoyu's entire reserve. Is it still not enough? Then, again, Xiao Nanfeng's gaze intensified with resolve. Torrents of soul force surged forth, erupting like a cataclysm, inundating the ring. Finally, a faint golden halo shimmered upon the ring's surface. Yet, it seemed insufficient. More soul force was required. Within the star lake, boundless soul force cascaded like a torrential river, creating towering waves and overturning the lake. The flowing soul force emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the entire room. Beads of perspiration gradually formed on Xiao Nanfeng's brow. A significant portion of the star lake soul force had been depleted, enough to allow 100 storage pendants like Xiaoyu's to be soul-bound. Yet, it still seemed inadequate. Undaunted, he continued to channel soul force with unwavering intensity. He was determined to subdue this ring. Rumble. As the soul force was consumed at an alarming rate, Xiao Nanfeng's confidence waned. With the star lake nearing its depletion, his complexion grew increasingly pallid. He had not experienced such a near exhaustion of soul force in a long time. Just how much soul force was required to tame this ring? At that very moment, the ring shuddered violently, emitting a faint tremor. It had finally reached its saturation point. The ring released a burst of golden light, subtly forging a delicate connection with Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng immediately clutched the ring tightly. The tremor gradually subsided, and the surrounding golden light slowly dissipated. The ring remained unchanged in appearance, but Xiao Nanfeng knew it had acknowledged him as its master. Suppressing his exhilaration, Xiao Nanfeng channeled another wisp of soul force into the ring. As expected, a spatial rift abruptly appeared on the ring's surface. Within the inky void, the contours of the space beyond were faintly visible. Success? Xiao Nanfeng's spirit soared. He retrieved a nearby dagger and, imbuing it with a trace of soul force, inserted it into the rift. The dagger was instantly drawn in. He then used a strand of soul force to retrieve it. The expenditure of soul force in this exchange was negligible. How vast is the space within the ring? And might my father have left any clues for me inside? Xiao Nanfeng's anticipation grew. Alas, the interior was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any discernible features. He once again focused his soul force, probing the depths of the void within the rift, seeking to unveil its secrets. However, The space within the ring seemed like an abyss, extending 10, 30, even 100 zhang without end. Suddenly, the tendril of his soul force was seized by something. An eerie power latched onto his soul force, hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. In an instant, the uncanny force detached from the storage space, racing along his soul force toward his brow. Not good. At that moment, the tiny divine pearl within his brow vibrated, a surge of frigidity coursing through his mind, forming an invisible barrier. The eerie force slammed into the barrier, unable to penetrate it. Instead, it instantly shattered and dissipated under the boundless chill. He was struck with terror, for through his soul force, he had glimpsed within the depths of the storage space two lights, red and gold, faintly visible, like two large crimson lanterns hanging in the inky abyss. Lanterns? No. They resembled the eyes of a ferocious beast. The whites were crimson and golden, vertical pupils emanated a chilling light, fixating on Xiao Nanfeng with unnerving intensity. His scalp prickled with fear. The golden, vertical pupils seemed to sense his gaze, retreating unwillingly into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Everything transpired in a fleeting moment. Xiao Nanfeng was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that had it not been for the timely assistance of the tiny divine pearl, he would have perished. To be inexplicably trapped within a ring, he would not have died in peace. He suspected that the ring his father had entrusted to him was no ordinary storage ring. Xiaoyu's pendant did not contain a monster. He no longer wished to explore the ring's contents, fearing the emergence of the monster within. Though he desired to cease using it altogether, Xiao Nanfeng was reluctant. With the tiny divine pearl as his safeguard, he gritted his teeth and resumed his experimentation. He discovered that as long as his soul force did not penetrate the depths of the storage space, he would not provoke the beast. At least within a range of 100 zhang, it was safe. In the end, Xiao Nanfeng placed the ring on the middle finger of his left hand. So be it. I shall never delve into its depths lightly. This thing is truly bizarre. I shall use it solely for storage. Xiao Nanfeng's complexion was pallid. His soul force had been nearly depleted in the process of binding the ring. He swiftly sat cross-legged, silently circulating the supreme Yin scripture, replenishing his depleted soul force. The following morning, Xiaoyu was surrounded by a group of disciples from the Taichin immortal sect. Xiaoyu, what did you do in Nanfeng's room last night? It stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. My soul force has increased significantly. Yes, indeed. All right, stop asking. Here, it's this flute. I didn't bring my zither. So Nanfeng made this from a table last night, Xiaoyu explained with a touch of impatience. The group examined the bamboo flute, but none could discern anything unusual about it. Besides playing the flute, did you do anything else in Nanfeng's room last night? Yi Dafu asked jealously. After all, a lone man and woman together in a room could stir imaginations. However, most were too embarrassed to ask, and only Yi Dafu was so blunt as to voice their collective curiosity. Yi Dafu. Nanfeng expended all his soul force to save everyone yesterday. I was helping him recover. And you're making these snide remarks, impugning our innocence? Are you even human? How can you have such a foul mind? Xiaoyu retorted, displeased. The other disciples felt ashamed. They had just been saved, so how could they entertain the same thoughts as Yi Dafu? Even if they did, they shouldn't show it. Now, they had to stand firmly on Xiaoyu's side. Exactly. Yi Dafu, you have the weakest resistance, bringing disgrace to the Taichin immortal sect. Senior sister Xiaoyu and Nanfeng are innocent. What nonsense are you spouting, trying to smear their reputation? Yi Dafu. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng heard the commotion outside and opened the door. With a creak, the door swung open and everyone turned to look. What's going on? Xiao Nanfeng asked. The disciples suddenly fell silent, staring at Xiao Nanfeng in astonishment. His face was pale, and he appeared exhausted, as if he had been up all night. See, I told you last night was eventful. Yi Dafu immediately wore a triumphant expression. Shut up. Xiaoyu scolded Yi Dafu, mortified. However, the others' gazes toward Xiao Nanfeng and Xiaoyu had become peculiar. Nanfeng and I are innocent. What are you all looking at? Go away, all of you, Xiaoyu said, feeling unjustly accused. Some wore knowing smiles, while others looked envious and dejected. Clearly, Xiaoyu was not only well-liked in the Taichin immortal sect, but also the object of many disciples' affections. Had everyone lost their chance now, with Xiaoyu driving them away? The group could only disperse with a sense of missed gossip. What's wrong with them? Why are they all looking at me so strangely? Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but ask. Isn't it all your fault? Xiaoyu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she stamped her foot in annoyance. Me? Xiao Nanfeng responded, bewildered. What happened? Didn't you restore your soul power last night? Why do you appear so drained now? Xiao Yu questioned, puzzled. Xiao Nanfeng glanced around and said to her, come inside. Why can't we speak outside? Why must we go indoors? Xiao Yu's face reddened, yet she followed him into the room. Look, Xiao Nanfeng flipped his palm. Revealing a dagger he retrieved from his storage ring. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. You possess a storage treasure as well? Indeed, Xiao Nanfeng replied with a wry smile. But I expended too much soul power refining the ring last night. He refrained from mentioning the creature within the ring, fearing it would cause Xiao Yu distress. Don't worry, let me play the flute to help you regain your soul power, Xiao Yu said, genuinely pleased for Xiao Nanfeng. Before long, the brothers outside once again heard the melodious flute music emanating from Xiao Nanfeng's room, leaving many of them feeling as though their dreams of the goddess had shattered, their expressions filled with dismay. Chapter 49. The commanding female elder. On the morning 2 days later, Xiao Nanfeng sat cross-legged in his chamber, diligently recovering his soul power. With the aid of Xiao Yu's flute and the supreme divine scripture, he had almost fully restored his energy in just 2 days. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. Help! Quickly informed the young master to flee. Amidst the clamor, as if the very walls were collapsing, Xiao Nanfeng's focus shattered, and he hastily exited his room. He witnessed a throng of disciples from the Taiqing immortal sect rushing out, visibly agitated. Nanfeng, come quickly. The elder has arrived. He learned of our encounter at the divine marquis residence 3 days ago and is furious. A spectacle is about to unfold, Xiao Yu exclaimed, darting off to witness the commotion. A tremendous sound reverberated through the air, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Such a volatile temperament from the elder? Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. While he anticipated the elder would seek justice at the Wushan marquis residence, he did not expect such a tumultuous uproar. Upon reaching the courtyard, he beheld a nearby house with its walls seemingly shattered by immense force. Amidst the swirling dust, 2 bloodied soldiers in black armor lay on the ground, wailing in despair. Xiao Yu had already vanished from sight. What has transpired? Xiao Nanfeng inquired of a passing servant disciple. Just now, the elder was conversing with the seniors when he noticed someone spying on us from the neighboring house. In his fury, he struck without hesitation. He wielded only the sword sheath, yet it unleashed formidable power. Truly impressive, the disciple replied with admiration. Xiao Nanfeng recognized that this newly arrived elder was not one to suffer indignities, and it seemed she intended to storm the Wushan marquis residence. As he gazed down the street, he observed numerous buildings reduced to rubble, with fallen guards from Dawu City, along with black-armored soldiers littering the ground. All victims of the elder's wrath. The disciples of Taiqing immortal sect eagerly pursued the unfolding drama. This elder is indeed audacious. Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of anticipation for the elder's actions, convinced that the marquis subordinates would face dire consequences. He too hastened to follow. Along the way, the air was filled with the cries of the fallen, while clouds of dust billowed as buildings fell under the elder's violent onslaught. At that moment, a red-robed elder soared into the sky, hovering above the dust, surveying the chaos of Dawu City. Elder, please temper your wrath. This is all a misunderstanding, the red-robed elder implored, frowning. A misunderstanding indeed. A domineering female voice echoed through the smoke. You were the chief eunuch of the imperial palace in Dawu. Were you not? The emperor of Dawu is dead, yet you remain loyal to the Xiang family? They have humiliated our Taiqing immortal sect without consequence. And I am enraged. Hand over the Xiang siblings at once if you value your lives. It was evident that she had no intention of showing mercy. She was determined to capture the 3 siblings from the marquis residence while wreaking havoc. The red-robed eunuch, seeing the female elder's obstinacy and intent to seize the young master, darkened in countenance. Do not be presumptuous. Humph. The female elder retorted with a disdainful snort, unleashing a wave of energy from her sword sheath toward him. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered several nearby structures, scattering debris and dust, obscuring the view of the unfolding chaos. Then came a series of thunderous roars, accompanied by anguished cries. The marquis gates have been breached. Young master, flee. She is here. The chief eunuch cannot hold her back. Excited shouts filled the air, and the disciples of Taiqing immortal sect felt a thrill coursing through them, including Xiao Nanfeng, who sensed an exhilarating momentum. Xiao Changfeng had already surmised that the female elder was not in haste to capture the siblings. Rather, she intended to toy with them like a cat with a mouse, ready to unleash a grand spectacle. Upon reaching the gates of the Wushan marquis residence, Xiao Nanfeng found the entrance in ruins, strewn with fallen black-armored soldiers amidst the debris. His eyes sparkled with determination as he dashed inside. At that moment, chaos reigned within the residence, with numerous soldiers of Wu Shun being summoned from all directions. Yet they were utterly unable to withstand the female elder's ferocity. Furthermore, the soldiers had been ordered by their commanders not to use arrows, as the female elder had yet to unsheath her sword, merely injuring rather than killing. She sought only to vent her fury, adhering to her own boundaries. Anyone who dared to shoot would force her hand, and once unsheathed, it would undoubtedly result in a river of blood. The Wushan soldiers, feeling immense distress, could only endure the onslaught in order to protect the young master and the Xiang siblings. The only one capable of opposing the female elder was the red-robed eunuch. Yet even he, despite pouring all his strength into the confrontation, was no match for her might. The two clashed within the Marquis residence, their battle causing widespread destruction. Observing the turmoil, Xiao Nanfeng chose not to join his fellow disciples in the spectacle, but instead made his way to a scenic lake within the estate. Amidst the swirling dust and chaos, no one noticed him slip into the water, swiftly diving toward the northeastern corner of the lake. What lay beneath? It was the treasure of gold that Zheng Qian had revealed to him, hidden right beneath the Marquis' nose. Quickly, Xiao Nanfeng discovered a series of securely locked chests at the lake's bottom. Joy surged within him as he eagerly grasped the chests, pulling them into his storage ring. He collected a total of 50 large chests, uncertain of the gold's quantity inside, yet he did not linger to explore further. After ensuring the lake's bottom had been thoroughly cleared, he returned to the shore. This female elder is truly considerate. Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but marvel. With his pure yang energy circulating through his body, he felt as though he were a furnace, evaporating the water clinging to him until his clothes were soon dry. At that moment, he dared not delay and hurried in the direction of his fellow disciples. The chaos continued to envelop the Wu Shun Marquis residence. Yet he quickly located the source of the tumult. Upon arriving at a plaza, he found the battle had already concluded. A cluster of Taiqing immortal sect disciples congregated at one side of the square. Xiao Nanfeng swiftly joined the throng, following their gaze until he finally spotted the commanding female elder. With her back to him, her features obscured, she donned a striking blue dress that exuded a fresh vibrancy. From behind, she appeared tall and graceful, wielding an unsheathed sword, exuding an aura of authority as she pointed toward a group of fallen Wushan soldiers, who cried out in agony. The red-robed eunuch, who had just fought her, now lay on the ground, clutching his chest, blood seeping from his lips, utterly defeated. Yet, despite his grievous state, he still shielded the Xiang siblings, Xiang Kuan, Xiang Wei, and Xiang Zhuro, who bore signs of their own struggles, blood trickling from their lips and appearing disheveled. Clearly having endured a severe lesson at the hands of the female elder. The only one standing relatively unscathed was a middle-aged man of considerable stature. Though he appeared gravely ill, draped in a fur coat, trembling as he coughed into a handkerchief. My son has already faced the punishment of the immortal teacher. I beseech the immortal teacher to temper your anger. The middle-aged man wheezed, bowing weakly toward the female elder. This man was none other than the Wushan Marquis. Xiao Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, questioning whether the Marquis was genuinely injured or merely feigning weakness. I feel much better now. Are you all satisfied? The female elder turned to address the assembled disciples of Taiqing immortal sect. Satisfied, they chorused in unison. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng's expression stiffened as he recognized the face of the female elder. He recalled that on Taiqing Island, while being pursued by Ma Shan and others, he had sought refuge in Yaoguang Manor, where he encountered a young woman in blue, playing the eru. At that time, Xiao Nanfeng mistakenly believed her to be mute and carelessly remarked on the unpleasantness of her music. He even borrowed her water cup, claiming not to mind, and, due to a misunderstanding of her cultivation level, referred to her as junior sister. Junior sister? Could it be her? In an instant, Xiao Nanfeng felt as though he might suffocate from shock, only to reassure himself. She had her eyes closed while playing the eru that day. Surely she wouldn't recognize me, he silently hoped. The Yaoguang fairy cast her gaze over the disciples of the Taiqing sect, and when her eyes fell upon Xiao Nanfeng, a fleeting chill flickered within her gaze. Nevertheless, she quickly averted her attention to the others, ultimately resting her gaze on the god of will. Xiao Nanfeng, believing that the Yaoguang fairy had not recognized him, let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 50. The cicada sword of Yin and Yang. The celestial maiden Yaoguang cast a cold smile towards Lord Wushan. Your three offspring have clearly attained the realm of transcending the mundane. Yet they deceived my disciples into a trap, singing in unison to humiliate them with their soul power. My unruly children merely possess a playful disposition. I implore you, celestial maiden, to not hold it against them. Lord Wushan coughed, feigning weakness. It was you who sent the invitation to the Taijingxian sect, offering 3 million taels of gold as a reward for my disciples to eliminate the demon. Ordinarily, our sect adheres to the principle of receiving payment only after the task is completed. However, since you choose to disregard the rules, do not blame me for being unreasonable. Either pay up now, or we shall take our leave, Yaoguang declared icily. Lord Wushan's expression shifted, revealing his distress. He sighed, to speak frankly. I had indeed prepared the reward for you all. However, shortly after sending the invitation to the Taijingxian sect, a traitor emerged within my estate, stealing all the gold from my treasury. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and results will come soon. Are you implying that you intend to renege on your debt? The chill in Yaoguang's voice was palpable. Please, celestial maiden, grant me a few days' grace so I may gather the funds, Lord Wushan pleaded. Yaoguang laughed coldly. If my memory serves me right, the great Wuhuang dynasty possessed numerous treasures, among which are 2 flying swords known as the cicada swords of Yin and Yang. Their value is comparable to 3 million taels of gold. If you are truly sincere, then let these 2 swords serve as collateral until you can gather the gold. How does that sound? The cicada swords of Yin and Yang? They are the prized possessions of my family. Lord Wushan's face darkened. Unwilling, are we? Then we shall return home at once. Come, let us depart. Yaoguang beckoned her disciples. Lord Wushan's expression fluctuated, ultimately letting out a faint sigh. Very well, I shall trouble you to care for the cicada swords, and I will redeem them once I gather the 3 million taels. As he spoke, Lord Wushan waved his hand, and 2 golden rays flew out from his sleeve, slowly hovering before him. They were 2 golden cicada wings, each about a foot long, quivering slightly and radiating a soft golden light. The cicada swords appeared so thin they seemed transparent, yet they were covered in golden runes emanating a chilling aura, which could be felt from afar. The cicada swords, 1 male and 1 female, required soul power to wield, and ideally, they should be refined by a couple to unleash their full potential. With the celestial masters present, Lord Wushan inquired, to whom shall I temporarily lend these cicada swords? He deliberately mentioned a couple, seemingly reluctant to allow Yaoguang to take possession of them directly. Are you afraid I might abscond with these swords? Yaoguang scoffed. Turning to the disciples of the Taijingxian sect, she asked, Are there any couples among you? These swords shall be temporarily entrusted to them. The disciples exchanged glances, filled with regret. This was a flying sword. Why did they not have a partner? Would being single bring misfortune upon them? Though they were vexed, they dared not express their discontent, and their gazes quickly fell upon Xiaoyu and Xiao Nanfeng, stepping back to expose the 2 before everyone. What are you doing? Nanfeng and I are innocent, Xiaoyu protested, stomping her foot in anger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Nanfeng realized that avoiding the situation only made it worse. It would be better to be forthright and seize the opportunity, provided Xiaoyu had no objections. Not far away, Xiaoyu came to a realization. Being misunderstood could lead to acquiring a flying sword. Although temporary, it was still a gain. And since it was Nanfeng being misunderstood, she felt no resentment. She quickly stepped forward. Seeing that Xiaoyu was unperturbed, Xiao Nanfeng approached as well. Greetings, elder, they said in unison. Nanfeng, what happened to your throat? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. I caught a chill last night, hence my voice is a bit hoarse. Xiao Nanfeng intentionally altered his voice to mask its hoarseness, wary of Yaoguang's sharp ears. Yaoguang glanced at Xiao Nanfeng, a fleeting smirk appearing in her eyes. But she ultimately refrained from exposing his deliberate voice change in front of everyone. She turned her attention to Lord Wushan. Shall I remove the seal on the cicada swords? Or will you take care of it? I shall handle it, Lord Wushan replied, waving his hand. The cicada swords trembled and the golden light gradually dimmed. What are you waiting for? Channel your soul power. Yaoguang instructed Xiaoyu and Xiao Nanfeng. The 2 summoned their soul power to the cicada swords, which erupted in brilliant golden light. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, as if his soul power transformed into a transparent thread, one end connected to his star lake, the other to the cicada swords. As he urged his soul power, the swords began to dance in accordance with his thoughts. moving as if they were extensions of his very will. With a swift sound, the cicada swords darted around him, moving so quickly they resembled a streak of golden light. Impossible to catch. The power of the cicada swords is contingent upon the strength of your soul power. I ask you both to protect them with utmost care. Lord Wushan bowed respectfully to the two. Rest assured, I will safeguard the cicada sword. Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully, wielding it with glee. However, Lord Wushan's expression stiffened. The celestial master is jesting. These are my cicada swords, not yours. They are merely pledged to your care, and I intend to reclaim them. Watching as Xiao Yu and Xiao Nanfeng delightedly handled the cicada swords, Lord Wushan's expression soured, for their demeanor suggested they had no intention of returning them. Lord Wushan, I am a person of principle. Since I have accepted your payment, I shall fulfill my promise to eliminate the demons at Wanyan Mountain. However, should there be a next time, I shall not be so accommodating. Yao Wang stated calmly. All present were taken aback by her words. Had she not already stirred chaos within the Wushan estate? Was this considered courteous? Thank you, Celestial Maiden, for your mercy. Lord Wushan's face twitched. Let us depart. We shall prepare to confront the demons at Wanyan Mountain. Yao Wang instructed her disciples. Understood, Elder. The disciples of the Taijing Xian sect replied in unison. Upon returning to their lodgings, Xiao Nanfeng toyed with the cicada swords for a while before stowing them in his storage ring. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed the ominous eyes of a beast glowing like lanterns in the dark depths of the storage space. In the next moment, a surge of red light shot forth from the direction of the beast, enveloping the cicada swords. They trembled violently, and from within emerged a pale blue humanoid shadow. No. The figure appeared ensnared by the red light, struggling frantically yet unable to escape its binding. The red light dragged the shadow deeper into the darkness. Don't. Lord, save me. Ah! The figure let out a haunting scream before vanishing into the abyss. Xiao Nanfeng drew the cicada swords once more, only to find them unchanged. What had that humanoid shadow been? Xiao Nanfeng speculated. That shadow was likely a soul, intentionally concealed within the cicada swords. Was it a contingency left by Lord Wushan? To prevent Yao Wang from taking possession of the cicada swords and discovering any issues with them, had he orchestrated this ruse with me and Xiao Yu? What a cunning Lord Wushan. Appearing docile while harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 51. The flying sword slays demons on the evening of the second day, along a mountain path. A group of disciples from the Taijing sect hurriedly traversed the terrain, swords in hand. Nanfeng, why did you borrow my cicada sword this morning? You were so secretive about it, and won't tell me anything? Xiao Yu inquired curiously as she walked beside Nanfeng. Wu Shunhou mentioned that our two flying swords need to be manipulated as a pair to unleash their full potential. I borrowed your cicada sword to investigate how to achieve the perfect coupling of these two swords, one male and one female. Xiao Nanfeng replied frivolously. Concerned that Xiao Yu's cicada sword might also be compromised, he secretly borrowed it and placed it in his storage ring for a test. To his dismay, it had indeed been tampered with by Wu Shunhou, just like his own cicada sword. Fortunately, he discovered this in time. However, fearing that Xiao Yu would be worried about the connection to the souls within the swords and the creatures in the ring, he chose not to disclose this information to her. You truly have too much idle time on your hands, Xiao Yu remarked, her cheeks flushing slightly before changing the subject. By the way, you seemed a bit strange these past few days. Why have you been avoiding the elder? Did you offend her somehow? How could that be? I hardly know her, Xiao Nanfeng replied, astonished as he looked at Xiao Yu, wondering if her intuition as a woman was truly that strong. Is that so? Could it be that I misread the situation? Xiao Yu said, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at him. Let us hurry. The elder is waiting for us over there. Nanfeng quickly redirected the conversation. Xiao Yu nodded and looked towards the peak of a distant mountain. At the summit, the radiant fairy in a blue dress stood with her sword, surveying the vast expanse of the Wanyan mountain range. The mountains were numerous and shrouded in swirling clouds, with countless demon beasts lurking in the dense forests, particularly the crows, which were abundant and often seen flitting about in groups amidst the mist. After surveying the area, she turned her gaze to the disciples of the Taijing sect making their way up the mountain, ultimately locking her eyes on Xiao Nanfeng. How audacious to feign illness and adopt a hoarse voice to escape scrutiny. Humph, anyone who dares to speak ill of me will not have a good outcome. You think my beast soul summoning melody is unpleasant? Then I shall use this melody to make you experience the consequences first. The radiant fairy seethed with indignation. As she spoke, she extended her hand, and several strands of ethereal energy appeared in the air before her. With a deft movement of her fingers, the strings vibrated, producing a mesmerizing melody that surged towards a nearby group of crow demons. The demons, preparing to hunt, were suddenly bombarded by the enchanting sound, which seemed to hypnotize them, filling their minds with a cacophony of insults, provoking a fierce wrath within them. They bared their teeth and began searching for the source of the sound. Though the melody originated from the radiant fairy, the soul energy she wielded caused the demons to spiral into confusion, misdirecting their ire towards the disciples of the Taiching sect, particularly Xiao Nanfeng. With a resounding roar, the enraged demons charged towards the group. Demons ahead. Prepare for battle. Yi Sanshui was the first to spot the approaching horde. 2 golden crow demons and 3,000 ordinary ones. This will not be easy to handle, exclaimed a disciple, his face paling. I'll take on one of the golden crow demons. Xiao Yu, Nanfeng, you must use the cicada sword to restrain the other one. The rest of you, deal with the ordinary demons. Yi Sanshui commanded. Understood. The disciples replied in unison. Some glanced towards the distant radiant fairy, but they were aware that she was merely there to oversee their journey. Unless they faced imminent danger, she would not intervene in their trials. The first golden crow demon approached, unleashing a massive fireball from its gaping maw. Taiching sword technique. Sword, come forth, Yi Sanshui shouted. In an instant, Yi Sanshui's flying sword shot forth, colliding with the fireball in a resounding explosion. The sword returned to his hand as he charged towards the golden crow demon. The first duel commencing. As the second golden crow demon lunged forward, Xiao Yu and Nanfeng activated the cicada sword, propelling it towards the foe. The cicada sword, of superior quality compared to Yi Sanshui's, emitted a brilliant golden light as it sped toward the golden crow demon. The demon retaliated with another fireball, engulfing Xiao Yu's sword. However, Xiao Nanfeng skillfully maneuvered the sword to evade the fireball, directing it straight at the demon's chest. A radiant golden aura enveloped the golden crow demon, a barrier of demonic energy absorbing the impact of Xiao Nanfeng's strike. The force was significant, causing the demon to stagger back, confirming its threat. The golden crow demon roared in fury and charged at the duo once more. They hastily maneuvered their swords to fend off the assault, their situation increasingly perilous. In truth, the power of Xiao Nanfeng's sword could have been greater, as Wu Shunho had stated that the strength of one's soul directly influenced the sword's might. Yet, moments ago, he had caught a faint melody, so subtle it vanished in an instant. However, with his keen memory, he recognized it as the tune the radiant fairy had played on her Eru, which he had once criticized as being quite unpleasant. Could it be that the crow demons were summoned by the radiant fairy? Xiao Nanfeng involuntarily glanced towards her, finding her observing the battle with evident interest from her lofty perch. A chill ran down his spine as he pondered. Could she have recognized me? Is she seeking revenge? I merely spoke the truth. Why is she so vindictive? I must not appear too formidable, lest her retribution intensify. Quickly, he suppressed his soul energy, allowing his manipulation of the sword to match Xiao Yu's level. Despite the dire circumstances, the golden crow demon found itself at an impasse against them. Xiao Nanfeng feigned desperate effort, playing the role convincingly, while still keeping an eye on Xiao Yu's safety. Be cautious, Nanfeng, she urged, equally concerned for him. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Nanfeng narrowly dodged another fireball, appearing quite disheveled. I'm fine, senior sister. I'll draw its attention. You seize the opportunity to defeat it, he called out as he evaded. Xiao Nanfeng attracted the golden crow demon's firepower, darting back and forth as he commanded the flying sword, creating an illusion of chaos that allowed Xiao Yu to feel safe and composed. Meanwhile, 108 realm disciples were locked in fierce combat with the ordinary crow demons. They occasionally caught sight of Xiao Nanfeng's frantic escapes, which surprisingly balanced their perceptions. After all, even though he wielded the sword, jealousy lingered in their hearts, realizing that possessing a flying sword did not guarantee an advantageous position. From her vantage point atop the distant peak, the radiant fairy observed the battle, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as she reveled in Xiao Nanfeng's plight. An hour later, as the battle neared its conclusion, the crow demons had suffered significant losses, yet the disciples of the Taiching sect were also beginning to flag. The power levels were closely matched, both sides nearing their limits. Xiao Yu's sword was losing its potency, and the golden crow demon was unable to conjure more fireballs, yet the ferocious struggle persisted. Xiao Nanfeng was covered in dust, on the verge of succumbing to defeat. Realizing her goal of teaching Xiao Nanfeng a lesson had been achieved, the radiant fairy decided that if the conflict continued, lives would be lost. She finally took to the air, intending to intervene. At that moment, the nearly exhausted Golden Crow demon launched one final attack, barreling towards Xiao Nanfeng and Xiaoyu. Nanfeng, I can't hold on any longer. My soul energy is nearly depleted, and I can no longer control the sword. You must run, Xiaoyu cried, raising her sword to block the demon's last desperate onslaught, buying time for Xiao Nanfeng to escape. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes narrowed, and he placed a reassuring hand on Xiaoyu's back. With a thunderous sound, a torrent of soul energy surged into Xiaoyu's body, instantly replenishing the long-dried celestial spring at her brow. Xiaoyu. She believed both she and Nanfeng had reached the end of their resources, having exhausted all their soul power. What are we waiting for? Hurry and act. Xiao Nanfeng urged in a hushed tone, no longer in a daze. Xiaoyu channeled the overwhelming soul energy into her flying sword, causing her cicada immortal sword to erupt in a brilliant golden light, charging directly at the approaching Golden Crow demon. Wow! The Golden Crow demon's expression shifted. Weren't they all drained of their strength? How could she suddenly be revitalized? The flying sword moved with such swiftness that it reached the demon's head in an instant. Now weakened, the demon could barely muster enough power to conjure a fireball, relying instead on a feeble aura to shield its head. Yet, how could this fragile aura withstand Xiaoyu's fully empowered sword? With a resounding crash, the sword pierced through the demon's defense, creating a gaping hole in its head, passing through its body. The Golden Crow demon could hardly believe its demise, falling in such a humiliating manner. It was dead. One Golden Crow demon had perished. The disciples of the Taijing immortal sect, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, surged forth with fervent zeal, engaging in a frenzied battle. Meanwhile, the remaining crow demons, witnessing the loss of their leader, were struck by panic, their morale shattered, leading to a series of devastating defeats. Another Golden Crow demon, upon witnessing its companion's demise, was overwhelmed by a mix of shock and fury, making blunders that allowed Yu Sanshui to seize the moment, thrusting his sword into its chest. Ha ha ha, perish? Yu Sanshui's face was alight with excitement, for victory was within his grasp. Suddenly, the celestial maiden of shaking light halted in her tracks, astonished as she gazed at the battlefield in the distance. She had yet to make her move, yet the tide of battle had already turned. Chapter 52. Xiaoyu's sixth sense. The Fairy of Radiance ultimately refrained from flying over, for the distant battle had reached its conclusion. Xiaoyu and Nanfeng had slain a Golden Crow demon, while Yi Sanshui had also successfully hunted another Golden Crow demon. As the remaining ordinary crow demons fled in fear, they were met with yet another wave of attacks. With the battle now over, everyone collapsed onto the ground, panting, while joyously celebrating their victory. We have won. Ha ha ha. Only Xiaoyu, supporting the seemingly exhausted Nanfeng beneath a large tree, wore a perplexed expression. Nanfeng, was your earlier distress merely an act? Why? Xiaoyu inquired softly. Nanfeng managed a faint smile. Senior sister, please protect my secret. Don't let my identity be revealed. Why? Xiaoyu asked, bewildered, until suddenly her expression changed. You wish to keep it from the elders, don't you? Nanfeng was taken aback, surprised at how quickly she had deduced the truth. Is a woman's intuition truly that formidable? Very well. I shall not conceal it from you. You are correct. Back on Taiping Island, I was pursued by Ma Shan and others, as you know. I inadvertently stumbled into the Radiance Villa and witnessed the Fairy of Radiance deep in meditation while playing the Eru. I called out to her several times, but she did not respond. I thought her deaf and carelessly remarked that she must be mute, hence her Eru playing was so dreadful. Nanfeng quietly elaborated, omitting other offenses he had committed against the Fairy of Radiance. Yet even this information was sufficient to leave Xiaoyu wide-eyed. You truly are reckless. Do you not know the Fairy of Radiance is notoriously meticulous within the sect? Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished. Nanfeng sighed. How could I have known? Alas! Why did I speak so thoughtlessly? The Fairy of Radiance holds herself in high regard and has never been spoken to in such a manner. This will surely be entertaining. Xiaoyu suddenly chuckled, relishing the misfortune. You still find this amusing? Nanfeng was at a loss for words. All right, I shall help you conceal it. But I suspect she has already seen through your identity. Xiaoyu laughed carefree. Nanfeng. At that moment, Yi Sanshui and several of their fellow disciples approached. Xiaoyu, Nanfeng, we owe you our gratitude. You shall each receive one of the two inner dan. Yi Sanshui handed an inner dan to Xiaoyu. After all, it was Xiaoyu's final strike that had slain the Golden Crow demon. This inner dan is of the fire attribute. Nanfeng, do you not cultivate pure yang true qi? It will serve you well. You should refine it. Xiaoyu promptly passed the inner Dan to Nanfeng. Xiaoyu understood that it was thanks to Nanfeng that they could defeat the Golden Crow demon, and she felt no reluctance to part with it. Nanfeng was not one to be pretentious. He swallowed the inner Dan without hesitation. After all, it was dissipating continuously, and every second lost was a waste. He quickly entered a meditative state, preparing to refine the inner Dan. Xiaoyu was incredibly kind to Nanfeng, directly giving him the inner Dan. Was it not evident? They were a couple. Had they not seen how the male and female cicada immortals forged a perfect union with their dual swords? Their bond was unmistakably strong. A wave of envy washed over their fellow disciples. Xiaoyu's face flushed with embarrassment. What do you know? Stop spouting nonsense. Nanfeng and I are innocent. Their fellow disciples stared at Xiaoyu in disbelief, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. Enough, you all are too much. Xiaoyu's blushing face is unmistakably innocent. Just accept that they are pure. Yi Sanshui intervened. With that, everyone dispersed, though Xiaoyu glared at Yi Sanshui, feeling he had only made matters worse. Once the crowd had departed, Xiaoyu sat beside Nanfeng, guarding him in silence. With the inner Dan now within him, a torrent of yang energy erupted in Nanfeng's body, surging through his limbs. However, this inner Dan was similar to the one he had consumed during his last breakthrough, insufficient for another, merely enhancing his cultivation slightly. Before long, he awakened. Senior sister, why do you look so vexed? Nanfeng asked curiously. Is it not your fault? Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. Nanfeng was bewildered. 2 days later, having consumed a copious amount of crow demon blood and flesh, they all regained their peak strength and ventured deeper into the forest. The Fairy of Radiance stood atop another peak, gazing across the mountains. With a slight motion of her finger, she once again utilized the beast soul summoning melody, attracting a horde of crow demons towards them. As fierce battles erupted once more, the Fairy of Radiance stood at the mountain's summit, relishing the sight of Nanfeng's distress. Those who trespassed upon my radiance villa typically leave with broken limbs. You, however, were swift in your escape that day. Humph. For the sake of Elder Ku, I shall spare your limbs, but your trials are far from over. Enjoy them slowly. The Fairy of Radiance's beautiful eyes sparkled as she reveled in her own handiwork. As before, just as everyone was nearing exhaustion, Xiaoyu once again unleashed her potential, slaying a golden crow demon with a single sword stroke, tilting the battle decisively in favor of the disciples of Taiping Immortal sect. After the battle, when Xiaoyu presented the inner Dan to Nanfeng, she once more garnered the ambiguous gazes of her fellow disciples, inciting her to glare at them in anger. 3 days later, after battling the third wave of crow demons summoned by the Fairy of Radiance, Nanfeng consumed his third inner Dan, finally achieving a qualitative transformation in his cultivation. Flames seemed to erupt from his pores, and after a fragrant stick of incense, with a resounding bang, a wave of energy surged forth from his body in all directions. Nanfeng, have you broken through to the 10th layer of acquired realm? Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power coursing through him, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, I have reached the peak of the acquired realm, just a step away from the innate realm. This inner Dan is truly remarkable. Given this, it seems the Elder's method of attracting crow demons for our training is indeed beneficial to you. Xiaoyu chuckled suddenly. At that moment, the Fairy of Radiance happened to arrive. Having enjoyed witnessing Nanfeng's plight over the past days, her mood soured upon seeing his breakthrough, especially when Xiaoyu's comment struck a nerve, causing her composure to shatter. So, all this time, you were actually aiding him? What could be more infuriating? Greetings, Elder. The disciples of Taiping Immortal sect respectfully saluted the Fairy of Radiance. Upon seeing her, Xiaoyu suddenly recalled her earlier careless remark, realizing the potential trouble, and stuck out her tongue at Nanfeng, as if wishing him good luck. Nanfeng, as expected. The Fairy of Radiance, with a hint of embarrassment, fixed her gaze upon Nanfeng and let out a heavy, cold snort. The disciples of Taiping Immortal sect were left perplexed. Nanfeng, observing the Fairy of Radiance's expression, immediately understood that she had likely deduced his identity long ago. May I inquire what instructions the Elder has? Nanfeng asked, forcing a smile despite the tension. Is your wind chill resolved? The Fairy of Radiance coldly inquired, suppressing her anger. Yet, even with her piercing gaze, her smile remained as radiant as a blooming flower. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I am quite well now, Nanfeng replied awkwardly. You call yourself Nanfeng? Do you understand the gravity of your missteps? The Fairy of Radiance cut straight to the point. Niafeng felt speechless. Was the Fairy of Radiance unable to take a joke? You could simply continue to send crow demons to torment me. Why must you unearth my identity? Surely, there wouldn't be any new trials awaiting him, would there? Within the sect, disciples are expected to maintain decorum, and any inadvertent offense towards an elder is merely a misunderstanding. Niafeng chuckled awkwardly. At this juncture, further concealment held no purpose, and Niafeng chose to admit his transgressions openly. A misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding when one is aired. You understand the rules of Taiping Immortal Sect, do you not? The Celestial Maiden of Radiance gazed at Xiao Nianfeng with a cold smile. Indeed, Xiao Nianfeng nodded in acknowledgement. According to the rules of the Taiching sect, any verbal affront towards an elder necessitates a penance. It is good that you understand. Mistakes must be acknowledged and penalties accepted. Within this jade slip, there are several Taoist scriptures. Only when you have memorized them all can you return to the sect. With a flick of her wrist, the Celestial Maiden produced a jade slip and tossed it to Xiao Nianfeng. Seeing the look of bewilderment on Xiao Nianfeng's face as he caught the slip, she remarked with a chill, "You can access it using your soul energy." As he activated the jade slip with his soul force, the characters within it projected instantly into his mind. Above the Star Lake, an abundance of Taoist script appeared, revealing that this seemingly small jade slip contained 1,000 scriptures. All of these texts must be memorized, otherwise, even the Elder Ku's pleas would be in vain. The Celestial Maiden chuckled coldly, seemingly reveling in the thought of Xiao Nianfeng's suffering through his memorization, finding her spirits lifted at the prospect. Xiao Nianfeng looked at her with a peculiar expression, questioning, "Are you truly here to punish me and not to offer me warmth?" Indeed, the disciple shall diligently memorize the text to atone for his misdeeds. Xiao Nianfeng's face betrayed his anguish. "Elder, this seems rather unjust. If there must be punishment, it should wait until we return to the sect. Currently, Niafeng is engaged in trials and battles. When would I have time to memorize scriptures?" Xiaoyu, unable to contain her indignation, sought to defend Niafeng. The Celestial Maiden raised an eyebrow, about to respond, when Xiao Nianfeng swiftly pulled Xiaoyu behind him. "Senior sister, the elder's punishment is just and fair. I must accept the consequences of my actions. You need not intercede on my behalf. This is what I deserve." He signaled frantically to Xiaoyu to remain silent. The Celestial Maiden finally expressed her satisfaction. "Now you understand. This will serve as a lesson for you. Do you dare to speak so recklessly in the future?" "I shall not. Rest assured, Elder, I will learn from this." Xiao Nianfeng replied earnestly. "Very well." The Celestial Maiden displayed a hint of pride as she turned to walk towards Yi Sanshui. Once she was out of earshot, Xiaoyu could no longer hold back. "Nianfeng, why are you holding me back? The elders shouldn't be allowed to bully us like this. Who makes someone memorize scriptures while they are undergoing trials? This is sheer nonsense. Let go of me. I will confront her." Xiao Nianfeng, bemused, pulled Xiaoyu back. "Please don't. When have you ever seen me distressed over memorizing texts?" "Oh, that is true," Xiaoyu conceded. "But I wonder if the elder has any more of these jade slips? I was hoping to acquire a few more from her. Please don't ruin that for me." Xiao Nianfeng chuckled. Xiaoyu replied, "Are you feigning weakness to deceive the elder into giving you more jade slips?" At that moment, Xiaoyu regarded the Celestial Maiden with a strange look, sensing an unusual aura surrounding her. Chapter 53. A desperate struggle. The mountain rains arrived with sudden alacrity. The party sought refuge beneath an overhanging rock face, where they could rest and recuperate. Xiao Nianfeng, meanwhile, meticulously examined the jade scroll, finding the internal Taoist scriptures far more accessible through his soul force than any paper tome. The following day dawned with the cessation of the torrential downpour. "Elder, we are nearing the demon lair. We may encounter a large-scale gathering of crow demons. How shall we proceed?" Yi Sanshui inquired of the Yaoguang fairy. "They are already upon us," the Yaoguang fairy declared, pointing towards the horizon, a hint of gravity etching her countenance for the first time. All eyes followed her gesture, beholding a dense, somber cloud of crow demons surging towards them. Their numbers were legion, at least 50,000, among which 12 were golden crow demons, with one colossal specimen standing 3 zhang tall. Its wings, when unfurled, resembled a veritable edifice. That is, a demon king? How can there be so many crow demons? Is this a complete exodus? 12 golden crow demons, and tens of thousands of ordinary ones. They come with ill intent. The disciples of the Taiching Immortal sect, their complexions paling, drew their swords in unison. "Excellent. The demon king is indeed a Sindai realm crow demon. My journey has not been in vain. I shall claim its inner core, the Yao Guang fairy exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. As she spoke, she ascended into the heavens, confronting the overwhelming horde of crow demons. Who dares trespass? You shall perish for slaughtering my offspring. The demon king roared, articulating in the human tongue. With its enraged bellow, a formidable surge of energy erupted, hurtling directly towards the Yao Guang fairy. Undaunted, the Yao Guang fairy advanced, her physical form colliding with the energy wave. Subsequently, her long sword emerged from its scabbard. Ting! A beam of white light emanated from the sword's edge, illuminating the heavens. A colossal white sword radiance then surged towards the demon king. As the sword radiance was about to strike, another sword radiance emerged from the demon king's back, intercepting the Yao Guang fairy's attack. With a resounding boom, the two beams of light detonated in midair, the resulting shockwave scattering the crow demons. Who is it? Who is concealed upon the demon king's back? The Yao Guang fairy exclaimed in surprise. The demon king sneered. Suddenly, it expelled a massive fireball, intending to engulf the Yao Guang fairy completely. Insolent. The Yao Guang fairy's expression shifted as she unleashed a sword strike. The fiery orb shattered, but another sword radiance emerged from the demon king's back, targeting the Yao Guang fairy. She hastily raised her sword to parry the blow, but the force was overwhelming, sending her staggering backward for 100 paces. At that moment, everyone realized that a figure was indeed standing on the demon king's back. Is that the red-robed eunuch from the Wu God Marquis's manor? The onlookers murmured in astonishment. You old degenerate, what are you doing here? And were you deliberately feigning weakness that day? The Yao Guang fairy inquired, glaring at the eunuch. Yao Guang fairy, did you expect this? The red-robed eunuch chuckled. The Yao Guang fairy's countenance darkened as she surveyed the red-robed eunuch and the demon king. Are you two in league? Does this mean the Wu God Marquis is also present? Abruptly, she turned her head, noticing a group of figures that had materialized on a distant hilltop. The Wu God Marquis stood at the center, flanked by 4 black-robed figures, his 3 children, and a multitude of guards. Wu God Marquis, you deceived us? The Yao Guang fairy's complexion changed. No longer afflicted by his former sickly cough, the Wu God Marquis regarded the Yao Guang fairy with composure. Indeed, you nearly destroyed my Wu God Marquis's manor. Today, your blood shall serve as recompense. Arrogant words. The Yao Guang fairy retorted, her expression icy. Seeking to strike at the head of the snake, the Yao Guang fairy transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the Wu God Marquis. At that instant, one of the black-robed figures behind the Wu God Marquis drew a long sword, intercepting the Yao Guang fairy. With a thunderous crash, the immense sword radiance, while failing to wound the Yao Guang fairy, halted her advance. Another Sendai realm cultivator? The Yao Guang fairy's expression grew grave. Capture them alive. The Wu God Marquis commanded. As you command. The 4 black-robed figures responded in unison. Nearby, the red-robed eunuch and the demon king also converged upon the Yao Guang fairy. With a deafening roar, the demon king unleashed another massive fireball, while the red-robed eunuch unleashed a vast sword radiance. Simultaneously, the black-robed figure who had intervened earlier struck at the Yao Guang fairy with another sword strike. Flee! Do not concern yourselves with me. The Yao Guang fairy cried out to the disciples of the Taiching immortal sect, engaging her 3 adversaries, her sword radiance illuminating the heavens. A cataclysmic explosion of fire and energy erupted in the sky. The disciples of the Taiching immortal sect, sheltering beneath the rocky overhang, were expressions of dismay and terror. Scatter and flee, Xiao Nanfeng shouted, seizing Xiao Yu's hand and darting into the depths of the forest. The others scattered in all directions. Yet, was safety to be found within the forest? As Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu entered the woods, they encountered a contingent of black-armored soldiers. The Wu God army? Xiao Yu exclaimed in alarm. By order of the Marquis, capture them all. A black-armored soldier commanded. Ting! The cicada immortal sword in Xiao Nanfeng's hand transformed into a streak of light, instantly slaying the 2 black-armored soldiers in their path. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu broke through the encirclement, pressing deeper into the woods. Do not let them escape. The black-armored soldiers roared in pursuit. In the sky above, the crow demons, eschewing the Yao Guang fairy's battlefield, pursued the fleeing disciples, relaying their locations to the Wu God army, who were conducting a ground-based encirclement. Upon the distant hilltop, the 3 children of the Wu God Marquis watched the fleeing disciples with undisguised glee. Summon a crow general to carry me. Xiang Zhiro commanded. Instantly, a golden crow demon descended, landing before Xiang Zhiro, allowing her to mount its back. Little sister, what do you intend to do? Xiang Kuan inquired with a frown. Elder brother, second brother, do not concern yourselves. This is a matter between me, that odious girl, and that wretched boy. I shall capture them myself, Xiang Zhiro declared confidently. But they wield flying swords. Xiang Kuan frowned. Ha ha ha, elder brother, have you forgotten? Our father has tampered with their flying swords. I need only invoke the sword spirit, and the flying swords will shatter their soul force, becoming mine to command. They are but a mere Xiantian realm cultivator and a Hodian realm cultivator. What is there to fear? Xiang Zhiro scoffed. Little sister, I shall accompany you. Xiang Wei offered eagerly. No, I shall personally vent my spleen this time. Xiang Zhiro retorted. Father, I shall return shortly, Xiang Zhiro said to the Wu God Marquis. The Wu God Marquis nodded, his attention focused on the Yao Guang fairy. The three black-robed figures at his back remained vigilant, prepared to prevent her escape. Crow General, depart. Xiang Zhiro commanded. With a roar, the golden crow demon soared into the heavens with Xiang Zhiro on its back. Protect my little sister. Xiang Wei called out to the other golden crow demons. Caw! A flock of golden crow demons followed in pursuit. In a distant forest clearing, a golden streak of light was rapidly cutting down black-armored soldiers. The streak of light, undoubtedly the cicada immortal sword, instantly caught Xiang Zhiro's attention. Soon, a multitude of crow demons converged, and an ever-increasing number of black-armored soldiers encircled the area. Giggle, have you reached an impasse? Shall you? Xiaonanfeng, will you not surrender and face your doom? Xiang Zhiro exclaimed triumphantly. At that moment, the flying sword ascended into the sky, hurtling directly towards Xiang Zhiro. Overestimating yourself. Sword spirit, emerge. Xiang Zhiro confidently invoked. However, the cicada immortal sword did not halt as Xiang Zhiro had anticipated. Instead, its speed increased exponentially, reaching Xiang Zhiro in an instant. What? Xiang Zhiro cried out in alarm. With a resounding crash, the flying sword violently struck the chest of Xiang Zhiro. In an instant, a jade pendant adorning her chest erupted with a brilliant blue light, forming an energy shield that successfully deflected the strike of the Chanshan sword. With a loud thud, the Chanshan sword, having failed in its assault, swiftly vanished into another grove of trees. Xiang Zhiro, filled with astonishment, gazed at the jade pendant on her chest, bewildered by the turn of events. Find them. I want them to suffer a most dire fate, she bellowed in a mixture of terror and rage. Immediately, the raven demons and the black-armored warriors surged into the thicket, intent on locating Xiaonanfeng. However, within that grove, no trace of Xiaonanfeng or Xiaoyu could be found. Even the previously flying sword had disappeared without a trace. Miss, they are nowhere to be found. A group of black-armored warriors exclaimed. Nowhere? They cannot have gone far. Search for them. Search. Xiang Zhiro commanded, her voice a blend of fury and urgency. Yes, the raven demons and the Wuxin army resumed their frantic search. Meanwhile, hidden within a distant thicket, Xiaonanfeng and Xiaoyu quickly relieved two recently slain black-armored soldiers of their garments, hastily donning the attire themselves. Nanfeng, you truly are remarkable. The art of diversion, leading us to impersonate the Wuxin army. What a clever tactic. Xiaoyu praised. This is merely the beginning. Allow me to assist you in altering your appearance, Xiaonanfeng replied. As he spoke, a slender silver needle materialized at his fingertips. Chapter 54, Alter a Disguise? Xiaoyu inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Indeed, I once encountered a technique in a medical text for treating facial paralysis. By reversing it and obstructing certain facial nerves, I can induce tension and contortion in the facial muscles, thus creating a natural distortion of the face. It might be a bit painful, but please endure it. Xiaonanfeng explained. With that, he swiftly inserted silver needles into Xiaoyu's face. Hiss! Xiaoyu hissed through gritted teeth, suppressing a cry of pain. However, Xiaonanfeng pressed on relentlessly. All right, take a moment to adjust. Now it's my turn. I'll do it myself, Xiaonanfeng stated, utilizing the reflection in a small puddle. Xiaonanfeng rapidly inserted needles into his own face. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu located a small puddle and, upon seeing her reflection, nearly cried out. The reflection in the water was barely recognizable as herself. The beady eyes, downturned eyebrows, and frozen, mask-like face were horrifying to behold. The figure in the reflection was androgynous. Nanfeng, what have I become? Xiaoyu asked, her expression one of distaste. Haha, once we restore the flow of true energy through the facial meridians, it will immediately revert. Let's just survive this ordeal first, Xiao Nanfeng said in a low voice. Xiao Yu still looked displeased, but given their life-or-death situation, she had no choice but to bear it. When Xiao Nanfeng looked up, he startled Xiao Yu. He was, to put it mildly, unsightly. Will this really fool them? Xiao Yu questioned. Not yet. We must first bury these corpses to prevent anyone from discovering our ruse, Xiao Nanfeng replied. They quickly moved, pushing the two corpses into a muddy pit. They then toppled a nearby pile of earth to conceal them before swiftly departing. Although the raven demons soaring overhead could see them, they paid them no mind. As the pair were clad in the attire of the Black Deity army, the two did not seek out other disciples of the Grand Purity Immortal sect. At this moment, everyone was fighting for their own survival, and no one could afford to look after others. They located a solitary black-armored warrior and swiftly subdued him. They dragged him into the shadows of the forest, where Xiao Yu kept watch as Xiao Nanfeng interrogated him. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes blazed with intense azure light as a surge of soul force assaulted the black-armored warrior's will. Under the oppressive force of Xiao Nanfeng's soul energy, an immense wave of terror washed over the black-armored warrior. Overwhelmed by fear, the black-armored warrior offered no resistance and divulged all the information he possessed. Did you get the information? Xiao Yu asked. We need to capture a few more people and interrogate them to obtain different identity details. We must hurry. I sense that this battle won't last much longer, and our time is running out, Xiao Nanfeng said gravely. Xiao Yu nodded, and the two made their way toward the next isolated target. An hour later, Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu, supporting each other, their bodies drenched in blood, appeared heavily wounded as they converged with a group of injured black-armored warriors. A black-armored warrior was methodically inspecting the wounded. You two are severely injured, the black-armored warrior exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu's garments bore several massive sword slashes, with tears exposing raw flesh. The blood had congealed and turned black. We encountered some crazed Grand Purity disciples. Which battalion are you from, brother? Xiao Nanfeng asked, his voice hoarse and weak. I'm from Battalion Alpha. Rest assured, we've been lying in wait in these mountains for months, waiting for this day. None of those Grand Purity disciples will survive, the black-armored warrior said grimly. We're from Battalion Gamma. We're injured and won't bother you. We'll have a drink with you once we've recovered, Xiao Nanfeng said weakly. Go on. There are raven demons over there who will take you back to the camp to recover, the black-armored warrior said. Soon, more black-armored warriors arranged for a group of raven demons to come over. The raven demons seized ropes and hoisted Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu into the air. The two wounded warriors were thus carried away from the battlefield by the raven demons. In midair, Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu furtively observed the distant carnage and screams in the forest below. The battle raged on. From their vantage point, they witnessed numerous Grand Purity Immortal sect disciples being struck down, emitting cries of agony, with many coughing up blood and collapsing, seemingly lifeless. They also saw Yi Sanshui, besieged by a throng of raven demons and black-armored warriors, his body riddled with wounds, spitting blood as he fell. On the other side, the battle involving Fairy Yaoguang was equally brutal. Amidst the chaotic storm, her piercing cries of anger occasionally pierced through. But the tempest was too intense to discern what was happening within. Yet, everyone knew that she was facing a terrifying and deadly assault. Xiao Yu covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Xiao Nanfeng seized Xiao Yu's hand, urging her not to reveal her sorrow. They were powerless to intervene in the battle. They couldn't risk exposing themselves due to a moment of recklessness. The raven demons carried them for over an hour before reaching a vast valley, where a camp had been established, serving as a base for the Black Deity army. Many wounded soldiers had already been brought here for treatment. The raven demons dropped Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu off and flew away. A black-armored warrior approached them. Cough, cough. Brother, which battalion are you from? You look unfamiliar. Xiao Nanfeng asked preemptively. I'm from Battalion Gamma. And you? How's the battle going? The black-armored warrior inquired. We're from Battalion Alpha. The battle's almost over. Cough, cough. We lost several brothers, Xiao Nanfeng said, feigning weakness and indignation. Humph, those damned Grand Purity disciples. They're going to be captured anyway. Why resist? The black-armored warrior said resentfully. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu supported each other as they slowly made their way to the wounded area, blending in with the groaning and wailing soldiers, completely disappearing into the crowd. At that moment, the battle on the other side concluded. Fairy Yaoguang, covered in blood, her body subjected to severe restrictions, slumped to the ground. Black Deity Marquis. Do you know the consequences of offending my Grand Purity Immortal sect? Your entire clan will suffer a fate worse than death. Fairy Yaoguang cursed weakly. The black deity Marquis calmly stared at Fairy Yaoguang. Your group perished due to greed and at the hands of the raven demons. What does it have to do with me? You. Fairy Yaoguang's expression shifted. Fairy Yaoguang finally understood that the request to slay the raven demons was merely a ruse. The raven demons were under the command of the black deity Marquis. By entering Raven Mountain, they had entered the raven demons' sights. She thought she was manipulating the raven demons. But unknowingly, their every move was being monitored. The black deity Marquis turned to Xiang Zhuro, who was seething with anger, and said, "How many times have I told you? Never underestimate your enemies. Your grandfather lost his empire because of carelessness. And yet, you were so negligent? If it hadn't been for that jade pendant, you would be dead now." Daughter knows she was wrong, Xiang Zhuro stammered, her face stiff. Only then did the black deity Marquis cease his scolding and say in a deep voice, "What's the situation? Our black deity army suffered 200 casualties and 300 wounded. Most of the Grand Purity Immortal sect disciples have been captured. However, Nanfeng and Xiaoyu escaped." Xiang Kuan said with a grim expression. "Escaped?" A cold glint flashed in the black deity Marquis' eyes. "Yes, our men are still searching. They won't get far," Xiang Kuan said, his face contorted with distress. The black deity Marquis said coldly, "Why did we set up this trap? To capture them all in one fell swoop. To let one slip through is to undermine our efforts. Xiang Kuan stammered, his face ashen. "Raven King, order the ravens to keep watch in the skies. I absolutely cannot allow those two to escape Raven Mountain," the black deity Marquis commanded in a stern voice. "Yes," the Raven King responded. "Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, you will stay and assist in the search. Leave no stone unturned. I want those two found," the black deity Marquis said, turning to the 4 black-robed figures behind him. 2 of the black-robed figures immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Yes." The Lord of Crows cast a glance at the captured disciples of the Taqing Xian sect nearby. These disciples were tightly bound, many of them battered and bloodied, teetering on the brink of death. Once a life is extinguished, their purpose becomes futile. While they still draw breath, we must hasten our efforts. Let us proceed. The Lord of Crows spoke in a grave tone. Affirmative. The group responded in unison. The Lord of Crows stepped onto the back of the Crow Demon King. A cadre of golden crow demons swiftly bore the 3 siblings of the Xiang family and the elderly eunuch clad in red. At the command of the Demon King, the crow demons ascended into the sky, carrying the radiant fairy of shaking light along with the captured Taqing disciples, soaring towards a distant, imposing valley. In their wake remained 2 figures in black robes, known as Qing Long and Zhu Ke, accompanied by numerous crow demons and the crow's army, who continued their relentless search for Xiao Nafeng and Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Nafeng and Xiaoyu had already reached the valley ahead of them, blending into the throng of wounded soldiers as they gazed at a colossal altar situated at the heart of the valley. The altar, ancient and weathered, bore the marks of countless ages, adorned with myriad runes that exuded an enigmatic aura. Surrounding them were not only the injured soldiers, but also several black-armored guards, clearly signifying the altar's immense significance. As Xiao Nanfeng and Xiaoyu exchanged hushed words, a multitude of crow demons descended from the sky, swiftly delivering the Taqing disciples to the altar, arranging them like sacrificial offerings, much to Xiaoyu's shock and fury. Xiao Nanfeng grasped Xiaoyu's arm, signaling her to maintain her composure. Chapter 55. Secret Realm World. Upon the altar, disciples of the Taqing Immortal sect were bound and arranged, most of them grievously wounded and teetering on the brink of expiration. At the heart of the altar, Fairy Yaoguang was drenched in blood, her internal organs severely compromised, incessantly coughing up blood. Moreover, she was burdened by numerous restrictions, rendering her immobile. "Lord Wushun, what is your ultimate aim? Are you not apprehensive that the Taqing Immortal sect will investigate?" Fairy Yaoguang questioned with resentment, directing her gaze toward the mountain in the distance. There, Lord Wushun, accompanied by his subordinates, coldly observed the valley. "I require a substantial amount of soul force. Ordinary cultivators only begin to cultivate soul force upon reaching the peak of the Xiantian realm. However, your Taqing Immortal sect, being an orthodox Taoist sect, possesses secret methods to cultivate soul force immediately upon entering the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, your soul force is pure, unmatched by most immortal sections." As for the Taqing Immortal sect's investigation, you perished in a demon subjugation failure. How am I implicated? Lord Wushun replied with composure. What do you intend to do with our soul force? Fairy Yaoguang questioned, coughing up blood in alarm. You shall soon discover, Lord Wushun retorted coldly. Then turn to the black-armored men. Activate the formation. Yes. The black-armored men around the altar responded in unison. They retrieved hundreds of barrels filled with a bizarre liquid emitting a crimson glow and poured them all onto the altar. Soon, the altar was stained blood-red. The altar trembled slightly, emitting gurgling sounds as the crimson liquid eerily seeped into the stone. The originally grayish-brown altar gradually transformed into a blood-red hue. This is. An unsettling premonition arose in Fairy Yaoguang's heart. Suddenly, all the runes on the altar released a radiant crimson light. At the center of the intertwined light, a translucent, scarlet-colored whip materialized, both ethereal and corporeal. With a resounding crack, the whip lashed out in the air, and its tip, like a nimble serpent, instantly pierced Fairy Yaoguang's glabella. Fairy Yaoguang emitted a cry of agony, yet she was powerless to halt the crimson whip. It extracted gushing blue energy from her glabella, channeling it into the altar. My soul force. This perverse act. Retribution will befall you. Fairy Yaoguang cried out in anguish. She attempted to struggle, but her entire body was sealed, rendering her incapable of resistance. Overwhelmed by immense suffering, she could only utter desperate cries. Concurrently, not only her soul force but also her vitality rapidly diminished. Lord Wushun on the mountain coldly smirked, evidently uninterested in responding to a dying person. With a series of thuds, hundreds more crimson whips erupted from the altar, hurtling toward the disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect. No, the disciples cried out in terror. Alas, they were unable to prevent the crimson whips from piercing their glabella and ravenously extracting their soul force. All the disciples emitted cries of agony. In the nearby triage camp, Xiaoyu could not bear to witness the scene and nearly cried out several times. Xiao Nanfeng forcibly buried her face in his embrace. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes also blazed with fury, but the current situation rendered him powerless to intervene. Lord Wushun possessed overwhelming strength. Should he and Xiaoyu expose themselves, they would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, likely meeting the same fate as those on the altar. He had to endure. He would escape back to the sect and implore the sect's experts to avenge them. After an incense stick's time, the cries of agony from the altar gradually subsided. Some disciples, already on the verge of death, completely extinguished their life force after losing their soul force, remaining motionless. Fairy Yaoguang also collapsed on the ground, her fate uncertain. At this moment, a crimson mist billowed from the altar, within which a blue halo gradually materialized. The halo expanded, slowly transforming into a colossal circular portal with a diameter of 3 zhang. With a resounding boom, torrents of spiritual energy gushed forth from the circular portal. Spiritual energy. So much spiritual energy. Father, the entrance to the secret realm has opened. The spiritual energy within the secret realm is incredibly abundant. Xiang Kuan exclaimed excitedly. Lord Wushun gazed at the secret realm entrance, a look of longing on his face. This entrance can only be maintained for a day at most. I wonder what lies within. Allow me to venture in first, son. Xiang Kuan eagerly sought to enter. Although the scriptures state that the entrance is safe, your highness's status is paramount. It is prudent to take precautions. Allow this old servant to investigate first. The red-robed eunuch interjected. Xiang Kuan then regained his composure and nodded. Lord Wushun instructed the eunuch, upon entering, report back immediately, regardless of what you encounter. Yes, the eunuch responded. The eunuch, a peerless powerhouse of the Sendai realm, possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. Yet, even so, he cautiously protected himself with true energy before entering the portal. With a whoosh, the eunuch flew into the blue light portal and vanished, as if disappearing into thin air. The others waited patiently, anticipating good news from the eunuch. However, after a considerable time, no movement emanated from the other side of the portal. What's going on? Why hasn't the chief steward emerged yet? Xiang Kuan's expression darkened. Crow King, dispatch your subordinates to investigate. Lord Wushun instructed the Demon King with a stern expression. Very well. The Crow Demon King nodded. The Demon King directed a series of calls toward the crows in the sky. Immediately, the crows obeyed and flew into the blue light portal. However, after entering, the crows vanished without a trace, none returning. Father, the scriptures indicate that this portal is devoid of danger, isn't it? Xiang Kuan questioned with agitation. Lord Wushun's expression shifted erratically. He had expended considerable effort to open this entrance, and it contained something he was determined to obtain. If he could not enter, all his efforts would be in vain. Soldiers, heed my command. Lord Wushun roared. Present. The black-armored men responded, their expressions shifting. All had witnessed the enigmatic nature of the blue light portal. Lord Wushun indeed intended to send more people to investigate, but he was reluctant to sacrifice the subordinates he had cultivated. The wounded shall enter and investigate. The rest shall guard the entrance. Lord Wushun ordered with a cold voice. Yes. The black-armored men nearby breathed a sigh of relief. The wounded soldiers, however, wore expressions of terror. Investigate? 300 wounded soldiers were now filled with apprehension, but military orders were absolute, and they dared not disobey. Some uninjured black-armored men even came to drive them forward. We obey. To avoid being killed by their own men, the wounded soldiers could only proceed warily toward the blue light portal on the altar. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu were among them. They dared not reveal their identities and could only walk toward the blue light portal with the group of wounded soldiers. Beneath their feet lay the disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect, all slumped on the ground, their survival uncertain. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Nanfeng with concern. Xiao Nanfeng, however, forcibly composed himself and reassured her, I know there must be danger within, but it may not be a death trap. We must be extra cautious. Xiao Yu grasped Xiao Nanfeng's hand tightly with some trepidation. They dared not reveal their identities and could only slowly enter the blue light portal with the group of wounded soldiers. Upon entering, Xiao Nanfeng immediately sensed the abundance of spiritual energy within, several times greater than that outside. The group traversed a zhonglong black tunnel and once again beheld the light. The anticipated danger did not materialize, and everyone safely reached the interior of the secret realm. Within this secret realm, the sun shone brightly, and the spiritual energy was dense. Before them lay an endless expanse of mountains, among which enormous demon beasts could be seen soaring in the distance. It was as if they had entered an entirely new world. The group now stood at the edge of a cliff. Below the cliff flowed a torrential river, its roaring waves crashing against the mountain, creating a spectacular sight. The eunuch and the swarm of crows who had entered before them were also nearby, being pursued by countless fist-sized bee demons. The eunuch, in particular, was engulfed in a sea of bee demons, desperately unleashing sword beams in the sky. However, within the depths of the bee demon's sea, the largest of the bee demons, towering at the height of a man, could spew forth flames towards the old eunuch. Its corporeal form was impervious to blades and spears, withstanding the radiant strikes of the old eunuch's sword, leaving him in an utterly beleaguered state. Over 1,000 crow demons, facing a relentless swarm of bee demons, found themselves utterly outmatched, scattering in panic. Xiao Nanfeng discerned that atop the cliff stood 10 massive beehives, each resembling a small mountain. The old eunuch and a multitude of crow demons had drawn away the patrolling bee demons, allowing 300 injured individuals to stand unharmed in this moment of respite. Seize this opportunity. Quickly return to report to the Lord. The injured exclaimed in delight. Attack. Xiao Nanfeng commanded. Understood. Xiao Yu grasped his intention. In an instant, 2 cicada immortal swords transformed into streaks of light, slicing towards the group of injured. The wounded, in a state of terror, attempted to resist. But they were merely at the innate realm at their strongest, and with their severe injuries rendering them sluggish, they stood no chance against Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu. In a flash, the brilliant light swept through, severing numerous heads from their bodies. Within moments, all 300 injured lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Nanfeng, more bee demons are emerging from the hive. We must flee. Xiao Yu anxiously pointed into the distance. Indeed, from the hive, a multitude of bee demons, drawn by the scent of blood, began to emerge. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the 10 beehives, a glimmer of inspiration igniting in his eyes. Xiao Yu, use the flying swords to destroy these beehives and lure all the bee demons out. You can't possibly mean. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lure the bees. All right. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Nanfeng, directing the flying swords towards the hives. The 2 cicada immortal swords shot forth towards the beehives. A thunderous roar erupted as a frenzy of destruction unfolded, and in an instant, the swords returned to their hands. Without hesitation, the duo turned and sprinted towards the entrance of the blue light cave. Amidst a cacophony of explosions, the bee demons were still trying to comprehend the situation when their home was obliterated. An endless tide of furious bee demons erupted from the shattered hives, swiftly locking onto Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu. The sound of flapping wings roared like a thunderous drum. as the furious beat demon army surged forth towards the blue light cave, intent on annihilation. Chapter 56. The Rising Dragon Outside. The Black God Marquis and his companions fixed their gaze intently upon the entrance of the blue light cave. Despite their formidable powers, they dared not hastily venture within, wary of the unknown perils that lay ahead. They waited, hoping for even the slightest bit of useful information to emerge from within. As anxiety began to mount among the crowd, at last, figures emerged from the cave. Two injured warriors clad in black armor staggered out, looking utterly disheveled. Yet this was of little consequence, for they were the harbingers of news from the secret realm. What transpired? Xiang Kuan exclaimed impatiently. Hive demons, countless hive demons. My lord, save us. Xiao Nanfeng's voice, hoarse and desperate, cried out for help. Hive demons? The gathered crowd paused in shock. The Black God Marquis exhaled softly. It seemed that the intruders had merely encountered monstrous beasts. Understanding that these were mere beasts was a relief, far preferable to the dread of the unknown. Suddenly, a cacophonous buzzing erupted, akin to the thunder of war drums, sending a chill through the hearts of the previously relaxed onlookers. Were the hive demons now spilling forth from the secret realm? In a deafening roar of buzzing, swarms of hive demons poured forth, filling the valley with their presence. Nearby black-armored warriors were quickly overwhelmed, their faces paling in terror as they sought to escape. The hive demons, having recognized the attire of Xiao Yu and Xiao Nanfeng as akin to that of their enemies, immediately classified them as foes. With a thunderous crash, the hive demons lunged at the black-armored warriors. The valley was filled with these warriors, with the greatest concentration surrounding the Black God Marquis. A massive swarm of hive demons surged towards his direction. Seek death. A figure in black robes stepped forward, sweeping his hand to unleash a tempest that sent many hive demons flying. Yet, amongst the swarm, there were powerful foes. Witnessing their kin being cast aside only fueled their ferocity. The Crow Demon King roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the hive demons. While the weaker ones were incinerated, the larger hive demons, being fire attribute beasts themselves, remained undaunted. This is bad. Protect the young master. Another figure in black robes, a formidable presence at the immortal platform stage, sprang into action. Unfortunately, the sheer number of hive demons was overwhelming, with more and more emerging from the blue light cave. Increasingly powerful and ferocious, these formidable hive demons, towering at nearly half a person's height, were impervious to blades and bullets, and in their savage rampage, countless black-armored warriors cried out in despair. My lord, help! White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Crow King, hold nothing back. Slay them. The Black God Marquis bellowed. Understood. Two figures in black robes, and the Crow King charged into battle against the hive demons. While they managed to slay many, an even greater number surged forth, rendering even the immortal platform stage experts beleaguered. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu remained remarkably safe. After their initial cries for help, they did not flee but instead took refuge at the altar's base. Xiao Nanfeng threw Xiao Yu to the ground, shielding her form. As the hive demons charged all around, some spotted Xiao Nanfeng. However, he fervently channeled his soul power, exuding an aura of disdain that hypnotized the hive demons. They glanced at him with distaste before turning away in search of other targets. The disdainful soul technique is indeed effective. I owe my gratitude to Fairy Yaoguang for providing me with the jade slip, Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself, relieved. Nanfeng, the hive demons, they seem to be ignoring us. Xiao Yu remarked in astonishment. They might have poor eyesight, Xiao Nanfeng replied hastily. Wait until all the hive demons have emerged from the blue light cave, then we act immediately, casting the elders and our brothers into the great river of the secret realm. The hive demons, though formidable, cannot possibly kill the Black God Marquis. If we remain here, we are doomed. Entering the secret realm offers us a sliver of hope. Agreed. Xiao Yu, her mind racing, felt a surge of admiration for Xiao Nanfeng's calmness. Finally, after another massive wave of hive demons surged forth, a brief calm settled over the entrance of the blue light cave. Now move, urged Xiao Nanfeng. The two of them leaped back to the altar, rushing towards the disciples of the Taiqing immortal sect. Fortunately, the hive demons, enraged, targeted only the living. The Taiqing disciples, rendered unconscious, drew little attention from the swarm. Time was of the essence. There was no luxury for decorum, only action. Xiao Nanfeng seized Yi Senshui first. swiftly severing the ropes that bound him before throwing him into the blue light cave. As Yu Sanshui flew forth, the red whip connecting to his brow shattered, dissipating into a plume of smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Yu, swift as the wind, joined him in hurling the Tai Ching disciples into the blue light cave one by one. At that moment, the hive demons began to react, surging towards them. Xiao Yu, keep going. I'll hold the hive demons off. Xiao Nanfeng prepared to summon his flying sword for defense. Suddenly, a mournful melody from behind drew his attention. Xiao Yu had produced the god-slaying flute, infusing it with her soul power. In an instant, a blue phoenix burst forth from the flute, soaring towards the swarm of hive demons. Any hive demon touched by the blue phoenix fell into a stupor. Though Xiao Yu had delayed their advance, the exertion was taxing her soul power, and her complexion paled visibly. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng continued to propel the remaining disciples towards safety. Father, look, it's the cicada immortal sword. Those two little wretches from the Tai Ching immortal sect. Xiang Kuan cried out from the sky, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, the Black God Marquis was engulfed by a multitude of hive demons, yet he remained unyielding, skillfully protecting his three children as he battled the swarm. What? The Black God Marquis's expression darkened as he looked down. Indeed, at the altar below, Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu had successfully thrown the last Tai Ching disciple into the blue light cave. They quickly dashed toward the channel. Damn it! If the altar loses its soul power supply, the channel will become dangerously unstable, the Black God Marquis thought, a chill passing through him as he roared, all of you, follow me into the secret realm. Yes. With a thunderous roar, the Black God Marquis charged towards the blue light channel, braving the onslaught of countless hive demons. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng pulled Xiao Yu along at breakneck speed, channeling his vast soul power into her to replenish her waning strength. As they ran, Xiao Yu's complexion visibly improved. Though a few hive demons pursued them, the pair, wielding the cicada immortal sword, forged a bloody path under the cover of Xiao Nanfeng's soul power, crashing through the blue light cave into the secret realm. Jump! Xiao Nanfeng urged, pulling Xiao Yu off the cliff. Below, a roaring river surged, and they glimpsed the Tai Ching disciples bobbing in and out of consciousness. Many awakened, sputtering as they were swept away by the torrent. Some are waking up. How splendid! Even if danger lurks, it's better than perishing at the altar, Xiao Yu remarked, torn between joy and concern. We were destined to die. Our powers are simply too weak. Achieving this much is already our limit. The hive demons won't hold off the Black God Marquis for long. We must dive underwater and escape, Xiao Nanfeng insisted. Just as they submerged, the Black God Marquis stood atop the cliff with his three children, his expression dark as he watched the churning river below. The relentless hive demons surged toward them, but the Black God Marquis paid them no heed. His gaze fixed angrily upon the figures disappearing into the river. Father, they escaped. Xiang Kuan seethed with indignation. Protect them, the Black God Marquis commanded coldly. Yes. Two figures in black robes and the Crow King shielded the three siblings. The Black God Marquis strode towards a distant peak. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Tai Ching immortal sect were already being swept away by the surging waters, drifting into an uncertain fate. The god of war, upon reaching a towering mountain, inhaled deeply and unleashed a palm strike into the air, conjuring a colossal, illusory hand that surged towards the peak. With a resounding crash, the summit of the mountain fractured, sending countless fragments cascading down like a meteor shower upon the great river below. The impact created a thunderous roar, splashing torrents of water into the air, right where the disciples of the Tai Ching immortal sect had drifted to. One disciple, awakening amidst the chaos, was struggling in the water when a massive stone struck his head. Already weakened, he stood no chance against such a calamity, letting out a final, anguished cry before disappearing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu stealthily navigated the depths. Daring not to surface, they witnessed the looming stone, narrowly evading its deadly descent, unlike their fellow disciples who were not as fortunate. However, in the depths of the river, a shadow failed to escape the impending doom. With a thunderous impact, the stone collided with its head. Initially perceived by Xiao Nanfeng as a mere riverbed rock, the shadow suddenly stirred to life, causing the waters to churn violently, nearly hurling Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu into the air. In that moment of clarity, they realized that this was no ordinary stone. It was a colossal black serpent, or rather, a dragon-like creature with 4 massive claws and long, flowing whiskers, a true Jiao dragon. This dragon, previously resting at the riverbed, had been rudely awakened by the falling boulder, a most unwarranted affront, though the stone posed no real harm. It was a provocation to a being of its stature, a sovereign of the waters that had long feasted upon other beasts without fear of ambush. With a sinuous twist of its 20-jean-long body, it stirred the river into a tempestuous wave. The dragon's head emerged from the depths, its eyes blazing like fiery lanterns, immediately locking onto the god of war above, the source of its ire. With a thunderous roar, the Jiao dragon surged upward, carrying a deluge of water that transformed into a vast curtain, hurtling towards the god of war. Stunned and enraged, the god of war questioned how he had provoked such a monstrous entity. The dragon, now almost upon him, opened its massive maw, unleashing a blast of frigid air that froze the very void around them. The icy breath crystallized the torrent of water into colossal icicles, forming a tempest of frost that hurtled towards the god of war, unleashing a cataclysmic storm in the skies. Amidst the icy tempest, a cry of fury and despair erupted from the god of war. Just moments earlier, as the dragon emerged with its immense power, Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Yu found themselves perilously close. The dragon's tail whipped towards them at blinding speed, and it seemed inevitable that they would be caught in its path. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yu cried out in despair, "It's over." Yet, instinctively, Xiao Nanfeng thrust Xiao Yu aside, hoping to use the force of the push to evade the dragon's indiscriminate strike. Unfortunately, the tail's arc was not linear. It twisted and barreled toward him instead. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Nanfeng was sent flying, spitting blood midair before plummeting into the river, swept away by the tumultuous waters. "Nanfeng!" Xiao Yu cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she recklessly pursued him. The raging waters roared, and within moments, the two were engulfed by the towering waves. Chapter 57. The perilous secret realm struck by the tail of a dragon. Xiao Nanfeng was instantly gravely injured and lost consciousness. It was unclear how long he drifted, but eventually, the turbulent waters began to calm. Suddenly, something bit into his thigh, jolting him awake. Coughing up water, he thought, "I am not dead? Where's my sister?" Initially relieved, his expression quickly darkened. Scanning the surface of the water, he found no trace of Xiao Yu. "What has bitten me?" he pondered, his face clouding with concern. Swiftly, he swam towards the shore, and as he climbed onto the bank, he discovered that his trousers had been shredded by something lurking beneath the water. The river churned, revealing several silver fish swimming away, seemingly unrepentant. "Even a mere fish can inflict harm upon me. Indeed, this river is fraught with danger," he thought grimly. His worry for Xiao Yu intensified. But as he gazed across the vast river, her figure was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he spotted a silhouette drifting in the distance. He hurriedly swam towards it and pulled the figure ashore. It was a fellow disciple, lifeless. "Is he dead?" Xiao Nanfeng's heart sank as he recognized the fallen man as a member of the Taiching immortal sect, now devoid of life. With a sigh, he found a patch of earth and buried his companion. "I hope Xiao Yu is safe. I shall wait a little longer." Xiao Nanfeng's anxiety for Xiao Yu resurfaced as he paced along the riverbank, searching for any signs of others who might have washed ashore. Unfortunately, after a long wait, he saw no one else. Just as twilight approached, he noticed another figure drifting in the water. With apprehension, he swam over and dragged the figure onto the bank. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. It was the Radiant Light Fairy. The blood on the Radiant Light Fairy had been washed away by the river, but her garments were tattered from prior battles, revealing her fair skin and graceful form. "She is alive." Xiao Nanfeng checked her pulse, exhaling in relief. However, she appeared to be gravely injured, her complexion pale from the prolonged exposure to the water, showing no signs of waking. "Though you are somewhat petty, you lent me your jade slip. I shall repay your kindness by tending to you for a few days," he resolved. Observing her torn clothing, he found it peculiar that every time he encountered an unconscious woman, her attire was always disheveled. "I only have 2 changes of clothes. Alas, I shall make do," he murmured. With that, he retrieved a set of his own clothing from his storage ring and gently dressed the Radiant Light Fairy, covering her exposed areas. Unbeknownst to him, as he dressed her, she slightly furrowed her brow, though her weakness prevented her from opening her eyes. Xiao Nanfeng sought refuge in a secluded tree, hiding with the Radiant Light Fairy among the dense foliage, continuing to observe the river's surface. Night descended, a bright moon illuminating the shimmering waters, casting a serene glow over the scene. Tiny black mosquitoes flitted above the water, while Xiao Nanfeng remained vigilant, yet no other figures appeared. Unfamiliar with the secret realm, He remained exceedingly cautious, motionless in the tree. As the night wore on, he spotted a beast prowling nearby, its gleaming eyes fierce and menacing. A towering leopard demon approached the riverbank, unaware of Xiao Nanfeng's presence in the tree. The creature, taut with tension, drank cautiously, as if wary of an unseen threat. Suddenly, it bolted into the forest, startled by something unknown. Though the area fell silent once more, Xiao Nanfeng dared not relax. He held his breath, tension mounting, grateful for the thick canopy that concealed him and the radiant light fairy. The spiritual energy here is far more potent than in the outside world. The beasts it nurtures are formidable, he mused. That night, although Xiao Nanfeng faced no immediate danger, he came to understand the perilous nature of the secret realm. Despite possessing the cicada immortal sword, he felt far from secure. As dawn broke, he glanced at the river, realizing he had waited all night without seeing any other survivors. Determined, he took the radiant light fairy on his back and made haste towards the forest, seeking a safe place to settle. Navigating through the treacherous woods with utmost caution, he utilized his spiritual sense to evade various dangers. Upon reaching the entrance of a valley, he beheld a small golden tree, barely a person's height, adorned with 3 fist-sized golden fruits. The fruits emitted a gentle golden glow and a delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses. Could this be golden sunfruit? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with recognition. Having perused numerous illustrations of rare herbs in the library, he immediately identified the fruit, known for its rarity and potent spiritual properties. Even in places rich in spiritual energy, it took centuries for such a fruit to grow. To find 3 in one place was extraordinary. Consuming these would yield tremendous benefits. However, excitement gave way to caution, for rare herbs are often guarded by formidable beasts. The absence of birds or animals nearby signaled that this was indeed the territory of a great demon. Sure enough, a massive cave yawned open at the valley's side, and a colossal silver pig demon emerged, towering 3 meters high, its tusks glistening with a menacing aura, its crimson eyes fixed on Xiao Nanfeng. Clearly perceiving him as an unwelcome intruder, believing Xiao Nanfeng sought to steal its golden sun fruits, the silver pig demon bellowed in fury, unleashing a colossal sphere of chilling energy towards him. A beast of the broken realm? Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted in alarm as he hastily retreated, mindful of the radiant light fairy on his back. With a thunderous explosion, the ground where he had stood was blasted into a deep crater, icy frost quickly coating the earth. Alarmed, Xiao Nanfeng turned and fled, while the pig demon, enraged by its failed attack, charged after him. As he ran, Xiao Nanfeng directed the cicada immortal sword towards the demon's eyes. Seeing the flying sword approach, the pig demon closed its eyes and charged. The sword struck with a resounding crash, but the pig's tough hide and protective demonic aura absorbed the impact. Such formidable defense. Darting into a dense thicket, Xiao Nanfeng sought refuge among the trees, knowing that the demon's bulk would hinder its pursuit in such a terrain. Yet, he had underestimated the pig demon's tenacity. It barreled through the forest, uprooting trees in its path as it relentlessly pursued him. This pig demon is incredibly petty. Is it not afraid of other beasts seizing its precious fruits? Xiao Nanfeng lamented, having only cast a fleeting glance at the golden sun fruits. The sword flew forth once more, clashing against the demon's hide, echoing like a clash of metal. The path of destruction left by the pig demon caused surrounding beasts to flee in terror. As Xiao Nanfeng grew increasingly anxious, he found himself racing toward the riverbank, preparing to plunge back into the water with the radiant light fairy. As the vast river loomed ahead, Xiao Nanfeng's heart surged with joy, prompting him to hasten his pace. The pig demon, observing his intent to plunge into the water, furiously opened its maw and unleashed another colossal orb of icy energy. With a thunderous crash, the orb detonated just a short distance away, sending a terrifying shockwave that propelled both Xiao Nanfeng and the fairy of shimmering light into the air. With a resounding splosh, they both plunged into the water. The pig demon, relentless in its pursuit, approached the river's edge, launching another icy orb towards the depths where the two had submerged. Upon contact with the water, the orb caused the surrounding area to freeze rapidly, transforming the surface into a solid sheet of ice. Roaring in frustration, the pig demon stood on the bank. Once submerged, Xiao Nanfeng immediately held his breath and descended, wary of surfacing at such a perilous moment. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What about the fairy of shimmering light? He turned to look, relieved to see that although she was unconscious, she seemed to instinctively hold her breath, alleviating his anxiety. Glancing upwards at the ice-covered expanse, he noted that a considerable area of water had frozen over, with aquatic plants encased in ice sculptures. He could faintly discern a swarm of black mosquitoes, startled into flight from their frozen habitat. Xiao Nanfeng swam stealthily through the waters, distancing himself from the treacherous domain. Thankfully, the pig demon did not pursue him into the depths, granting him a moment of reprieve. After a considerable while, feeling he had drifted a safe distance away, he cautiously emerged to survey the situation. To his astonishment, he was met with a cacophony of roaring and the pig demon's anguished cries echoing from the shore. What transpired? Peering toward the source of the sound, he beheld the pig demon writhing in agony on the ground, besieged not by a fearsome beast, but by a multitude of black mosquitoes. These were the very same mosquitoes that had been disturbed from their home in the aquatic vegetation by the pig demon's rampage. Just the previous night, he had observed them flitting across the water's surface, dismissing them as inconsequential. Now, witnessing their terrifying assault on the pig demon sent shivers down his spine. A relentless swarm of black mosquitoes enveloped the pig demon, their sharp proboscises piercing its skin as they injected a venomous toxin. The pig demon's body visibly swelled, and in its torment, it thrashed about, crushing countless mosquitoes beneath its weight. Yet, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. As some fell, countless others surged forth. Ultimately, the pig demon succumbed to the deepening paralysis, collapsing and allowing the mosquitoes to feast upon its blood. To Xiao Nanfeng's horror, the toxins of the mosquitoes were not merely draining the pig demon's life force. They were corroding its very flesh. The consumed flesh appeared to liquefy, as the once formidable creature diminished visibly before his eyes, until nothing remained but a hollow skeleton. At last, the truth dawned on Xiao Nanfeng. The panicked flight of the leopard demon he had encountered the previous night was a result of this innocuous swarm of mosquitoes. How could these tiny creatures, whose proboscises pierced the seemingly impenetrable hide of the pig demon, possess such lethal venom? He had spent the night sheltered beneath a tree adjacent to the very waters where these mosquitoes thrived. The realization sent chills down his spine. Once the swarm had drained the pig demon completely, they departed, satiated. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Xiao Nanfeng dared not surface again. What manner of realm was this? Teeming with monstrous entities? Chapter 58. An overview of the divine veins. Once the black mosquitoes had completely vanished, Xiao Nanfeng cautiously assisted the fairy Yaoguang in emerging from the water's surface. Gazing at the vacant skeletal remains of the pig demon, he swallowed hard. A flicker of determination crossed his face as he swiftly stored the pig demon's skeleton in his storage ring. Shouldering the responsibility of the fairy Yaoguang and making his way towards the forest, after evading several beasts that had approached upon hearing the commotion, he returned to the valley where the pig demon resided. He concealed himself at the entrance of the pig demon's cave, refraining from entering immediately. Instead, he listened intently for sounds from within, then cautiously extended his soul power into the cave to explore, only advancing when he confirmed there were no signs of life inside. The vast cave was permeated with a faint, fishy odor. The pig demon had maintained a relatively clean environment, devoid of filth. It was utterly empty. After a thorough examination, Xiao Nanfeng concluded that this was indeed the pig demon's solitary dwelling, and he felt a sense of relief. He gently laid the fairy Yaoguang on a large stone to rest. Subsequently, he retrieved the pig demon's skeleton and placed it at the cave's entrance, allowing the lingering aura from the bones to emanate, likely serving to intimidate other beasts. With the issue of shelter resolved, Xiao Nanfeng's attention shifted towards a golden little tree at the cave's entrance, specifically the 3 golden yang fruits adorning it. As he approached, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, bringing a sense of euphoria. The golden yang fruits emitted a gentle golden light, radiant in appearance, though they were not entirely golden, near their connection to the tree's stem. A hint of greenish hue remained. Not fully ripe? No wonder the pig demon had not consumed them. However, I cannot afford to wait. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng plucked the 3 golden yang fruits. Returning to the cave, he seated himself cross-legged and swiftly placed 1 golden yang fruit into his mouth. The flesh was exquisitely sweet, and upon entering his abdomen, it unleashed a torrent of immense pure yang energy, far surpassing the energy from the raven demon's core he had consumed previously. With a thunderous sound, the pure yang energy surged through Xiao Nanfeng's limbs and bones, causing his body to radiate a brilliant golden light, with fine golden flames erupting from his pores. Before departing the sect, his master had selected several foundational cultivation texts for him, ultimately choosing one titled An Overview of the Divine Veins. His master had explained that prior to transcending the mortal realm, all practitioners were merely cultivators of the mundane, and the solidity of their foundation determined the extent of their future extraordinary achievements. Although an overview of the divine veins was challenging to cultivate, every successful practitioner attained remarkable accomplishments. Quietly, Xiao Nanfeng began to cultivate an overview of the divine veins. Suddenly, his dantian erupted with dazzling golden light, and torrents of pure yang qi split into two paths, one ascending and the other descending. The descending pure yang qi circled around the perineum, reaching his back, and surged upward along his spine, ultimately converging at the crown of his head. With a resounding boom, the two streams of pure yang qi fused into one, generating a powerful airflow that rippled outward. Amidst the golden radiance enveloping him, a hint of rosy light emerged, and black impurities were expelled from his pores. The innate realm requires the unblocking of 10 divine veins within one's body. Am I on the verge of unblocking the first divine vein, reaching the first level of the innate realm? Xiao Nanfeng opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light sparking within them. Each divine vein led to 9 hidden veins, which were exceedingly fragile and difficult to penetrate. According to an overview of the divine veins, the more hidden veins one could unblock, the more solid the foundation would become. The energy from the golden yang fruit had not yet been depleted, perfectly suited for unblocking the hidden veins. Xiao Nanfeng's gaze sharpened. He closed his eyes and continued to refine the residual energy of the golden yang fruit within his body, forming countless pure yang qi streams that gradually flowed towards the hidden veins. The hidden veins were too delicate and obstructed. If the force was too weak, they could not be unblocked, and if too strong, they might be destroyed. Many cultivators feared refining the hidden veins, worried that failure would result in self-harm and permanent repercussions. However, Xiao Nanfeng was different. He possessed a crucial asset that ordinary novices entering the innate realm lacked: soul power. He cautiously guided his soul power into his body, enveloping every part of the hidden veins, fortifying them. Simultaneously, he intertwined the soul power with the pure yang qi, meticulously controlling every minute detail until the once unruly pure yang qi transformed into a disciplined force before commencing the assault on the hidden veins. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, he successfully unblocked the first hidden vein. Onward, excitement surged within him. It was no wonder many Taoist scriptures spoke of the wonders of hidden veins. Upon unblocking the first hidden vein, he sensed an uncanny similarity between the hidden veins and the divine veins. Could it be that each hidden vein could also serve as a divine vein? After another incense stick, with a thunderous sound, a powerful airflow erupted once more from his body. The second hidden vein was unblocked. Continue. Xiao Nanfeng silently urged himself. The third. He was about to begin the 6th hidden vein. At this moment, the energy from the golden yang fruit was finally expended. Xiao Nanfeng consumed another golden yang fruit. The surging pure yang energy flooded his body once again. He aimed to maintain momentum and continue unblocking the hidden veins. The 7th, the 8th. Only after unblocking the 9th hidden vein did he slowly open his eyes, feeling as though flames enveloped his entire being. At that moment, his soul power was nearly depleted. The first divine vein and its 9 leading hidden veins were all successfully unblocked. He recalled that in the scriptures he had studied, it was mentioned that unblocking even 1 or 2 hidden veins at the first level of the innate realm marked one as an extraordinary figure. Yet here was Xiao Nanfeng, who had unblocked all 9 hidden veins. He refrained from consuming the 3rd golden yang fruit, realizing that excessive consumption would lead to gradual immunity. The effect of the 2nd fruit was already diminished compared to the 1st, and a 3rd would likely yield even weaker results. Having completed his cultivation, Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the unconscious fairy Yaoguang resting on the stone. He was not stingy, carefully tearing open the last golden yang fruit and feeding it bit by bit into her mouth. Although she remained in a deep slumber, she instinctively swallowed the food. After Xiao Nanfeng finished feeding the last morsel of the fruit, the fairy Yaoguang's delicate tongue licked her lips in reluctant satisfaction before retreating. In your unconscious state, I have become your caretaker, Xiao Nanfeng remarked with a hint of exasperation. However, after consuming the golden yang fruit, the formerly pale complexion of the fairy Yaoguang regained a touch of color. As dusk approached, Xiao Nanfeng did not hasten to investigate the situation outside, but instead took out the jade slip provided by the fairy Yaoguang and began to read it attentively. On one hand, he aimed to recuperate and restore his expended soul power. On the other, He awaited confirmation of whether the aura from the pig demon skeleton could indeed deter nearby beasts. In this perilous secret realm, prudence was the better part of valor. Chapter 59. The Toad Demon. 10 days later, deep within a forest, Xiao Nanfeng was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal leopard demon, towering at a height of 1 meter. The creature radiated a shimmering silver light and lunged towards Xiao Nanfeng with incredible speed. With a flash of golden light enveloping his fists, Xiao Nanfeng resolutely countered the demon's assault. However, the leopard demon, seasoned in the art of combat, would not relent so easily. After a swift exchange, its tail lashed like a whip, sending Xiao Nanfeng crashing backward. Just as the leopard demon thought it had the upper hand and prepared to pursue, the cicada immortal sword pierced through its skull with a resounding thud, emerging from the back of its head and flying into Xiao Nanfeng's sleeve. A leopard demon of the innate realm should have a delightful flavor, he mused, satisfied as he stowed its lifeless body into his storage ring. At that moment, a low hum echoed from a distance, causing Xiao Nanfeng's expression to shift. He quickly concealed himself in the shadows. Before him, a massive cloud of black mist surged through the air, causing innate realm beasts to scatter in its wake. Could it be that group of mosquito demons? Xiao Nanfeng's brow furrowed. Over the past 10 days, he had often encountered these mosquito demons while studying the Tao scriptures at night and hunting by day. Though individually weak, their collective power was terrifying, capable of annihilating innate realm beasts, while lesser broken realm beasts would flee in terror. Typically, the mosquito demons hunted near rivers, seldom straying from their territory. Yet, the swarm before him had clearly crossed boundaries, flying deeper into the forest. Was that an innate realm deer demon? No, it appeared to be a person. Xiao Nanfeng's expression sharpened. A figure clad in azure armor was sprinting with a bound deer demon, its body smeared with an unknown liquid that exuded an enticing aroma, drawing the mosquito demons in relentless pursuit. The armor was peculiar, adorned with numerous glowing runes, enveloping the individual completely. The mosquito demon seemed incapable of harming the armored figure, only able to feast on the deer demon it carried. Soon, the deer demon was drained to nothing amidst its anguished cries. Just as the mosquito demons prepared to retreat, another armored figure emerged from the forest, seamlessly taking over the first task, carrying yet another deer demon coated in fragrant liquid, racing away into the distance. Who were these individuals? What was their intention in luring the mosquito demons? Xiao Nanfeng's curiosity piqued, and he stealthily followed, eager to observe further. After more than an hour of pursuit, the azure-clad figures had made 3 exchanges before finally arriving at their destination, a vast lotus pond. The pond was adorned with a profusion of lotus flowers, particularly a central bloom of remarkable size, radiating a soft, multicolored glow that filled the air with a captivating fragrance. A 5-colored lotus? This was far more precious than the golden sun fruit I had previously consumed. Was this their objective? Xiao Nanfeng's heart raced as he concealed himself. The last armored figure hurled the deer demon into the center of the lotus pond, where it splashed down near the magnificent flower. In a frenzy, the mosquito demons buzzed after it, but just as they approached, a colossal maw erupted from beneath the surface and devoured the deer demon whole. The mosquito demons emitted a chorus of furious buzzes, suddenly drawn to the alluring scent of the 5-colored lotus, flocking towards it. At that moment, a mass of flesh surged from the depths, exploding outward like a cast net, expanding rapidly. With a loud crack, an enormous net of flesh ensnared countless mosquito demons, pulling them back beneath the water's surface. A vast swath of sky became clear of the buzzing pests, vanishing in an instant. What creature lurks below the water, capable of subduing the mosquito demons? Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. The water parted to reveal a toad demon, its back covered in toxic growths, its immense form towering a meter above the surface. The toad demon's eyes sparkled at the sight of the mosquito swarm, perceiving them as a rare delicacy. It opened its mouth wide, its tongue transforming into a vast net, striking in a particular direction. With a resounding smack, it captured a cluster of mosquito demons within a 10-meter radius, swallowing them whole. The toad demon was visibly exhilarated, extending its tongue once more. The mosquito demons, infuriated, retaliated, darting toward the toad demon. They had always been the predators, never the prey. In an instant, a multitude of mosquito demons descended upon the toad demon, their mouthparts rapidly piercing its flesh, injecting venom in a desperate attempt to subdue it. However, the toad demon's back was riddled with poisonous growths. Being a creature of potent toxins, the mosquito venom had no effect. Instead, The toad demon reveled in the onslaught, eager to feast even more. Its tongue lashed out repeatedly, harvesting the mosquito demons in droves. At that moment, the mosquito demons faced a grim fate, willingly offering themselves as nourishment. Xiaonan Feng, hidden in the shadows, sighed in admiration and trepidation towards the toad demon. The mosquito demons, realizing they were no match for their foe, began to scatter, hastily fleeing from the lotus pond. Yet, the toad demon, having finally savored this delightful meal, would not let them escape so easily. It inflated its mouth and unleashed a thunderous croak. The sound waves surged forth, striking the fleeing mosquito demons, who suddenly trembled, disoriented and confused, flailing chaotically. A soul attack? Xiaonan Feng was astonished as he observed the toad demon's prowess. Though the soul shock did not affect him, it ensnared the mosquito demons entirely. The toad demon's tongue, like a net, continued to rise and fall, devouring the hapless insects. Just as the mosquito demons began to regain their senses, another thunderous croak plunged them back into a daze. The toad demon gleefully circled the pond, consuming every last mosquito demon overhead. Yet, it remained unsatisfied, leaping from the pond to the shore, continuing its feast. The once dominant mosquito demons were gradually being devoured. This scene filled Xiaonan Feng with a sense of awe and wariness towards the toad demon. As the toad demon departed the pond, its power diminished. A commanding voice suddenly resonated from the forest. Fire the demon exterminating crossbow. In an instant, 10 massive arrows glowing with azure light shot forth from the trees, hurtling towards the toad demon. The creature, sensing danger, turned abruptly, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, all 10 arrows struck home, generating a powerful shockwave. The toad's thick hide absorbed the impact of 8 arrows, shattering them upon contact, yet 2 arrows penetrated its belly, spraying blood. With a furious roar, the toad demon retaliated, launching its tongue at a nearby azure figure in the trees. Slash! Came the command. A colossal blade of energy sliced through the air, striking the toad demon's tongue. With a loud bang, the tongue split, though it did not sever completely, recoiling with remarkable elasticity. The toad demon let out a pained cry, its back erupting with a torrent of black toxic sludge directed at the azure-clad assailant. Beware, everyone. Its venom can penetrate even the most formidable barriers of true energy. A voice rang out from within the forest. The man clad in green armor swiftly retreated, yet the toxic sludge splattered onto his sword, causing it to emit noxious fumes as it began to corrode. The demon-slaying crossbow continued its relentless pursuit. I will engage it. We must capture this beast today. Furthermore, hasten to procure the 5-colored lotus, commanded the green-armored man. Understood, echoed voices from the depths of the forest. Once more, the green-armored warrior's great blade clashed with the toad demon, while the demon-slaying crossbow unleashed a volley of azure arrows, filling the air with resounding booms and billowing dust. Who are these individuals? Are they the natives of this secret realm? And do they speak the same tongue as we do? Pondered Xiaonan Feng, his expression shifting with intrigue. At that moment, another green-armored figure dashed toward the lotus pond, casting several pieces of floating wood into the water. He leaped onto the makeshift rafts, swiftly making his way to the center where the 5-colored lotus bloomed. As he approached, the surface of the water erupted violently once more, and a slick, serpentine tongue shot forth, striking him squarely in the back. Ah! He cried out in alarm. With a thunderous thud, he was ensnared and dragged beneath the surface, swallowed whole by a gaping maw that had emerged. Sir, there is another toad demon in the pond, came a chorus of startled cries from the shore. At that moment, a massive toad head, even larger than the first, slowly emerged from the waters near the 5-colored lotus. Gagaga! The second toad demon roared, causing those who had intended to seize the lotus to recoil in terror. 1 male and 1 female? 2 toad demons? Damn it! Our intelligence was flawed, shouted the warrior engaged in battle. What shall we do now, sir? Someone implored. We have sworn an oath to bring back the 5-colored lotus. We must secure it today. Signal for Lord Wei's assistance. The green-armored man commanded. Yes. With a resounding boom, a signal firework shot into the sky, bursting into vibrant colors. Observing the dazzling display, Xiaonan Feng's expression shifted rapidly before he turned to flee. These individuals were formidable, their actions well coordinated. Reinforcements would soon arrive, should he be discovered. He would be unable to explain himself. Swiftly, he darted into the depths of the forest, but he could not escape the keen eyes of 2 sentinels hidden in the shadows. Is someone fleeing over there? They don't appear to be one of us. Pursue. The two figures surged in Xiao Nanfeng's direction. Chapter 60. The demon domain. Xiao Nanfeng had not run long in the forest when he sensed someone trailing behind him. Maintaining his composure, he continued to sprint while discreetly investigating, only to find that it was merely two innate realm practitioners in pursuit, which somewhat eased his mind. As Xiao Nanfeng observed the two individuals behind him, they too were fixated on him. From his speed, he appeared to be another innate realm practitioner. To this point, they had not detected their presence and were still focused on fleeing. Their strength seemed lacking. "Let us test him," one of them whispered, picking up a small stone, infusing it with his energy, and hurling it at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng, ever vigilant, noticed the stone hurtling toward him, channeling energy into his right elbow. He struck it with a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered. He feigned injury, stumbling slightly. The two innate realm practitioners, seeing Xiao Nanfeng's apparent weakness, felt a surge of excitement and quickened their pace to confront him. One of them leapt ahead, blocking his path, while the other positioned himself behind. They were of contrasting heights, each wielding a long blade. "Who are you?" Xiao Nanfeng pretended to be furious. "Are you from the Great Qi dynasty?" The taller one asked in a grave tone. Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted slightly. He was unfamiliar with this Great Qi dynasty. Was it a term from the secret realm? No. His attire does not align with ours. It resembles that of the outsider we captured, the shorter one suddenly remarked. Xiao Nanfeng's face darkened. "An outsider? Have you captured someone resembling me?" Having donned the robes of the Taiqing immortal sect, he wondered if this person was a disciple of the same sect. This outsider was discovered by us first. Capturing him makes him our slave." The two continued their taunts, seemingly attempting to provoke Xiao Nanfeng. His expression turned icy at the mention of slave. The taller one, also an innate realm practitioner, charged at Xiao Nanfeng with a punch that unleashed a gust of wind. Xiao Nanfeng met it with his own fist, the collision resulting in both of them staggering back a step. "Mid-innate realm? Come again." The taller one was exhilarated, launching another attack. Xiao Nanfeng's thoughts raced. He was merely at the first level of the innate realm. When had he reached mid-level? No. It must be due to the activation of his hidden veins. Once activated, his strength surged, allowing him to approach the mid-innate realm's power. "Humph," Xiao Nanfeng scoffed, stepping forward once more. In a flurry of strikes, the two exchanged blows rapidly, but at that moment, Xiao Nanfeng unleashed a powerful punch, summoning four fists the size of sandbags. "What?" The taller one's expression changed, and he became flustered. With a thunderous noise, Xiao Nanfeng struck him squarely in the nose, sending him flying with a pained cry. Xiao Nanfeng pursued, delivering a whip-like kick. "Don't!" the taller one screamed. But it was too late. With a resounding crash, Xiao Nanfeng's kick landed on his chest, causing him to spit blood and crash to the ground, severely injured. At that moment, the shorter one launched a sneak attack with his blade. It turned out he was not merely spectating. He and the taller one had conspired to use a feigned attack to catch Xiao Nanfeng off guard, planning to strike when he was most vulnerable. However, he was faced with Xiao Nanfeng, for whom such a low-level ambush held no merit. The cicada immortal sword had already lain in wait, and as the shorter one made his move, it swiftly shot toward his back. Believing Xiao Nanfeng to be careless, the shorter one soon realized he had been mistaken, as Xiao Nanfeng had been anticipating his overconfidence. With a resounding thud, the cicada immortal sword pierced his heart, erupting from his chest in a spray of blood. "A flying sword? You possess a flying sword." The shorter one pointed at Xiao Nanfeng, his face contorted with disbelief, before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Xiao Nanfeng cast a cold glance at him, ignoring his fallen form, and directed the cicada immortal sword to hover ominously before the taller one, enveloping him in a chilling aura that caused his complexion to shift drastically. "No, please don't kill me," the taller one pleaded in terror. "What is this place?" Xiao Nanfeng demanded, his voice low and steady. "This is..." The taller one hesitated, attempting to buy time. With a sudden thrust, the cicada immortal sword pierced his shoulder, emerging from his back and splattering blood everywhere. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, clutching his shoulder. "If you dare hesitate, I shall continue to stab." "I wish to see how many wounds you can endure before succumbing," Xiao Nanfeng said coldly. "This is the demon domain. We are from the Great Yin dynasty," the taller one quickly divulged. "What is the demon domain? Speak plainly. Do not make me extract information from you one stab at a time." Xiao Nanfeng's flying sword quivered slightly. "I'll tell you. We have 3 regions here: the human domain, the demon domain, and the divine domain. This is the demon domain. We hail from the Great Yin dynasty in the human domain, which also hosts the Great Qi dynasty, he exclaimed. A dynasty? Xiao Nanfeng murmured, pondering. Every 100 years. The divine domain dispatches envoys to invite all beasts and humans of the immortal platform realm to compete for great opportunities. Thus, during this period, the mightiest beasts in the demon domain are merely at the broken ordinary realm. Consequently, both the Great Yin and Great Qi dynasties send numerous teams into the demon domain to harvest rare treasures and capture various beasts to bring back. We are one such team, aiming for the 5-colored lotus and the toad demon, the taller one explained, his face fraught with fear. There are no immortal platform realm experts in the demon domain? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes brightened. This news relieved him. If this place was already so perilous, the presence of any immortal platform level beasts would be daunting. Yes, our team consists of 100 members, with Lords Wei and Hua at the broken ordinary realm, while the rest of us are innate realm practitioners. The one you just killed and I were assigned to keep watch due to our weaker strength, the taller one blurted, fearful that a single misstep would lead to his demise. Why did you refer to me as an outsider? Xiao Nanfeng pressed. 5 days ago, we captured a man, initially believing him to be a spy from the Great Qi dynasty. After interrogation, we discovered he was from the Taiqing immortal sect. Lord Wei declared him an outsider. Not one of our world, he confessed, visibly anxious. Why wasn't he the Lord Wei, who signaled with fireworks, part of this hunt for the toad demon? Xiao Nanfeng narrowed his eyes. The taller one hesitated to respond. With a sudden thrust, the cicada immortal sword pierced him once more. I'll tell you. That outsider was on the brink of death. Lord Wei, eager to extract his cultivation method, personally interrogated him and thus did not partake in the hunt. He cried in terror. What? If you wish to live, take me to him at once. Xiao Nanfeng commanded coldly. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded valley. Shadows flickered within, and the taller one's eyes lit up as he prepared to call out a warning. With a swift motion, the cicada immortal sword pierced through his head, ending his life in an instant. Xiao Nanfeng crept toward the hidden valley, observing closely, only to discover that it was guarded by 2 innate realm practitioners. Clearly, Lord Wei had been lured away by the fireworks signal to confront the toad demon. Not far away, he spotted a familiar figure hanging from a torture rack. Bloodied and on the verge of death, his senior brother. You were just beginning to explain the soul refinement technique. Speak now. Do you wish to feign unconsciousness? I could easily pluck a nail to rouse you, he taunted, observing his brother's dire state. As they conversed, a sudden chill crept over them, causing the hairs on their necks to stand on end as they sensed an impending danger. Before the individual could even contemplate, a resounding pop echoed as his head exploded. The cicada immortal sword piercing through his glabella and instantly veering towards another. A flying sword? The man exclaimed in terror. He somersaulted, narrowly evading the cicada immortal sword strike. With a thunderous crash, the sword cleaved a massive rock before him. Petrified, the man spun around to flee, only to be met with an incoming fist. With a resounding thud, Xiao Nanfeng's wrathful punch landed squarely on his nose, sending the man hurtling backward, directly into the path of the oncoming cicada immortal sword. No, the man shrieked in agony. With a sickening squelch, the cicada immortal sword pierced his brain, and the man collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. Without pausing to examine the 2 corpses, Xiao Nanfeng rushed to the rack and severed the shackles binding his senior brother with his flying sword. Senior brother? Senior brother. Wake up, it's me. Xiao Nanfeng urged anxiously. He recognized the senior brother instantly. Although they had not spoken much, Xiao Nanfeng knew him to be of a jovial nature, fond of jesting. Back in Great Yu City, when rumors of a romance between him and Xiao Yu had surfaced, this senior brother had teased them relentlessly. Xiao Nanfeng knew that, while his words were playful, his eyes held a glimmer of blessing. At this moment, the senior brother's fingernails and toenails had been wrenched off, his tendons severed, and his body was covered in brands and countless whip marks. He was on the verge of death, barely able to open his eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's voice, he managed to crack his eyelids slightly, and a bitter smile crept across his bloodied face. Nanfeng, you're back. Tell the sect master, I didn't divulge the sect's techniques. The techniques I gave them were fake. He sputtered, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Senior brother, let me heal you. Xiao Nanfeng channeled pure yang qi in an attempt to mend his wounds. It's no use. They used a goo poison on me. The goo worm is about to emerge. It's too late, the senior brother uttered weakly, his final words. With a sickening rupture, his chest tore open from the inside out, and a multicolored centipede crawled out from within. The senior brother coughed up his last breath, a tinge of longing for life in his eyes, and succumbed to death with great reluctance. Senior brother. The cicada immortal sword instantly obliterated the centipede. Xiao Nanfeng desperately channeled his chi to heal him, but it was futile. The senior brother's eyes remained wide open in death, unable to find peace. Xiao Nanfeng was consumed by a boundless rage, an aura of murderous intent radiating from his being. Chapter 61. Revenge. Xiao Nanfeng donned a suit of azure battle armor, the guise of a corpse, and buried his fallen brother before cautiously returning to the lotus pond, stealthily lurking in the shadows. He understood that, given his current prowess, he was no match for the group of adversaries. Yet, an irresistible urge drew him back. Even the prospect of dispatching a few wounded soldiers would bring him some solace. Moreover, considering the conflict between these individuals and the toad demons, he might find an unexpected opportunity to benefit from their strife. At this moment, the battle by the lotus pond had concluded. The majority of the azure-armored warriors lay defeated on the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities, some even unconscious. Teetering on the brink of death, the two leading figures, masters of the refinement realm, appeared disheveled, their armor marred by significant corrosion, their bodies drenched in blood, presenting a ghastly sight. Yet, their expressions were exuberant, for they had emerged victorious. Nearby, two toad demons were riddled with no fewer than 10 massive arrows. A mother toad demon lay supine, its belly exposed, a gaping wound spilling forth entrails, seemingly devoid of life. The male toad demon, bound tightly by numerous ropes, remained motionless, its breath shallow but present, though its eyes were closed, indicating it had succumbed to unconsciousness. A bronze nail, emanating a faint azure glow, rested upon its back. Had it not been for the soul-vanquishing nail, we would have surely faced total annihilation, one of the warriors mused, still shaken. Indeed, the treasures bestowed by His Highness are formidable, another replied, satisfaction evident in his tone. Damn it, I nearly met my end. Cough, cough. The injuries we have sustained are worth it. His Highness desires only the 5-colored lotus. However, beneath the 5-colored lotus lies more than mere petals. Its roots possess healing properties and may even elevate our cultivation, one remarked. Quite right. The two exchanged a hearty laugh, their gazes greedily drifting toward the center of the lotus pond. Fetch the 5-colored lotus. No, dig up the muck and retrieve the roots as well. Be cautious. Yes. Several lightly wounded azure warriors shed their armor and swam toward the center. All eyes were fixed on the pond's heart, oblivious to the blood-soaked figure stealthily approaching the toad demons. This figure was none other than Xiao Nanfeng, who smeared blood across his face, rendering his identity difficult to discern. Clad in identical azure armor, who would suspect a spy emerging from the depths of this forested wilderness? Xiao Nanfeng silently probed the two toad demons with his soul force. The mother toad demon appeared lifeless, yet a faint glimmer of vitality lingered within, indicating it had not entirely succumbed. In contrast, the male toad demon surged with life. Despite the massive arrows embedded in its body, its muscles constricted tightly, protecting its innards, though its soul force had dissipated. Xiao Nanfeng channeled a surge of soul force into the male toad demon. Its eyelids fluttered, and a narrow slit opened, revealing its gaze fixated upon Xiao Nanfeng. In that instant, a fierce hatred and unyielding resentment radiated from its eyes. Xiao Nanfeng's expression hardened, and he immediately prepared for a potential attack. However, upon observing the creature's stillness, he felt emboldened. He discovered that the soul force he had just infused was abruptly dissipating, countered by the bronze nail on the toad demon, which was emitting a force that shattered his energy. A treasure? Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted. He realized that the source of the toad demon's subjugation was indeed this bronze nail. Toad demon, I share your enmity against these foes. I shall liberate you from this bondage, and should fortune smile upon us, I would fight alongside you to vanquish our mutual adversaries, he declared, weaving his soul force into a wave of sound that surged into the demon's mind. A flicker of surprise crossed the toad demon's weary eyes. Gore. It emitted a faint sound, regardless of whether the toad demon comprehended his intent. Xiao Nanfeng abruptly leaped forward and seized the bronze nail from its body. What are you doing? One of the azure warriors exclaimed in alarm as they turned at the sound, just as the others glanced in his direction. A resounding thud echoed. The bronze nail was wrenched free, and simultaneously, Xiao Nanfeng unleashed a torrent of immense soul force into the toad demon. This overwhelming influx revitalized the demon's feeble spirit. With a tremendous roar, the toad demon broke free from its restraints. "Watch out!" one of the refinement realm masters shouted in fury from afar. However, the toad demon was consumed by an overwhelming hatred for the two refinement realm warriors. The moment it liberated itself, its colossal tongue lashed out towards them. One warrior evaded just in time, leaping aside, but the other was not so fortunate. Instantly ensnared by the toad demon's tongue, "Lord Hua!" the man cried out in terror. With a violent snap, the tongue retracted, and Lord Hua was devoured in an instant. A refinement realm warrior, slain by the toad demon in a heartbeat? And the one responsible was the individual who had extracted the soul-vanquishing nail. "Capture him!" Lord Wei bellowed, pointing at Xiao Nanfeng in indignation. Having released the toad demon, Xiao Nanfeng dared not linger, swiftly darting into the depths of the forest. At that moment, an azure warrior obstructed his path, swinging a blade towards him. Just as he was about to succeed, a flash of golden light erupted from behind. And with a resounding impact, the cicada immortal sword pierced through his body. Xiao Nanfeng continued his flight deeper into the woods. "Is that a flying sword? Quickly, seize him!" someone shouted in alarm. A throng of azure warriors swiftly encircled Xiao Nanfeng. Suddenly, the toad demon unleashed a powerful sonic attack, surging toward the souls of all present. Many warriors clutched their heads in agony. The azure warriors rushing towards Xiao Nanfeng were suddenly struck by profound pain. The toad demon's soul shock inflicted severe damage upon the others, yet Xiao Nanfeng, fortified by his formidable soul force, remained unharmed. He deftly maneuvered the cicada immortal sword, cleaving through his assailants. With a series of dull thuds, several warriors fell, heads severed, blood spraying forth. Xiao Nanfeng shot a glance at the toad demon. Had the toad demon intentionally intervened to assist him amid the encirclement? Seeking death, Lord Wei roared, charging toward Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted slightly as he continued his flight through the woods. Yet the toad demon leapt forward, crashing into Lord Wei. The latter, caught off guard, raised his blade in defense, but with a thunderous impact, he was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. "Impossible! You beast! You should have been rendered powerless by the soul-vanquishing nail. How can you still wield soul force? How can you possess such vigor?" Lord Wei cried out in disbelief. The toad demon, consumed by fury, paid no mind to Lord Wei's protests. It lashed out its tongue once more, aimed directly at him. "Damn beast, die!" Lord Wei sliced down with his blade. With a resounding crash, a gash appeared on the toad demon's tongue, which quickly retracted. Simultaneously, the demon leapt again, crashing down upon Lord Wei. Lord Wei's expression shifted, and he swung his sword again, but the toad demon's immense defense nullified his attack. With another thunderous crash, Lord Wei was sent hurtling through the air, spitting blood. "Quickly, activate the demon-slaying crossbow to assist me," Lord Wei shouted desperately. "Yes." In the distance, 5 azure warriors hoisted a massive crossbow adorned with intricate runes. As the 5 activated it, a brilliant azure light erupted, coalescing into a massive arrow aimed at the toad demon. "Fire!" one called out. With a thunderous boom, the azure warrior who released the arrow was instantly struck down by the cicada immortal sword, which pierced through his skull. Not only him, but the sword also swiftly pierced 2 more archers operating the demon-slaying crossbow, which plummeted to the ground. "Beware the flying sword's ambush. Quickly, keep your eyes on him," someone shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, the battle between Lord Wei and the toad demon escalated into a perilous clash. "Why hasn't the arrow been fired? Where is everyone?" Lord Wei bellowed in frustration. The remaining azure warriors, disheartened, realized that more than half had already been rendered combat ineffective. With the recent losses, only 30 remained, many of whom bore injuries. To evade the cicada immortal sword's ambush had been a stroke of luck. Eventually, they allocated half of their forces to operate 3 demon-quelling crossbows, assisting Lord Wei, while the other half pursued Xiao Nanfeng. Naturally, Xiao Nanfeng avoided a direct confrontation, swiftly luring them into the dense forest. As the 15 pursuers reached the edge of the woods, they were on the verge of abandoning the chase to aid Lord Wei. However, as they turned back, the cicada immortal sword launched a sudden ambush, claiming another victim. With a resounding thud, the man's head was sent flying, splattering blood and causing his comrades' faces to contort in horror. "If we don't eliminate that brat, he'll continue to launch clandestine attacks, and our losses will be even more severe." Into the forest. "Kill him. He can't escape. Pair up and search separately." Yet, Within the dense forest, the abundance of trees and lush vegetation obstructed their vision. How could they possibly match Xiao Nanfeng's soul perception? Before long, accompanied by a series of agonizing screams, Xiao Nanfeng utilized his sword to launch stealthy attacks, successfully eliminating 2 more individuals. 2-man teams are too dangerous. 4-man teams. Quickly, someone shouted. Immediately, the remaining 12 individuals coalesced into 3 groups, resuming their search for Xiao Nanfeng. However, Xiao Nanfeng no longer engaged in protracted battles. After leading them deep into the forest, he circled around and abruptly turned back, sprinting towards the lotus pond, directly targeting Lord Wei. At that moment, Lord Wei's blade unleashed a formidable saber aura, striking the toad demon's back with tremendous force. The toad demon roared in pain, and the 2 combatants reached a stalemate. Just then, Lord Wei's senses were heightened, an ominous premonition engulfing him. He cursed inwardly, realizing it was too late as the cicada immortal sword hurtled towards the back of his head. Bastard! Lord Wei roared, summoning every ounce of strength to evade the attack. The cicada immortal sword narrowly missed his scalp, whistling past. Seizing the opportunity presented by his exposed vulnerability, the toad demon's tongue shot out with lightning speed, enveloping Lord Wei in a resounding thud. No! Lord Wei emitted a chilling scream of terror. Awoo! Lord Wei was swallowed whole by the toad demon. Chapter 62. Golden Lotus Root. Was Lord Wei also devoured? A dozen or so armored men, bearing demon-slaying crossbows, were visibly aghast and attempted to flee. However, the toad demon, consumed by rage, was in no mood to let anyone escape. With 2 transcendent realm superiors already consumed, the remaining soldiers, unable to coordinate an effective defense, were no match for the toad demon and Xiao Nanfeng. A number had already fallen to Xiao Nanfeng's sword in the forest, and the few remaining were swiftly dispatched by the demon's jaws and the cicada immortal sword. Just then, the 12 armored men who had been pursuing Xiao Nanfeng returned from the forest, only to discover a scene of carnage. Petrified, they turned to flee, but the toad demon and Xiao Nanfeng, in unison, charged toward them. A series of agonizing screams echoed through the forest as the 12 men were slain, leaving no survivors. The toad demon, still bearing numerous giant arrows, and Xiao Nanfeng, covered in blood, were both consumed by vengeance. Only when their vendetta was complete did their expressions soften slightly. A moment of palpable tension passed between the man and the demon as they regarded each other warily. Xiao Nanfeng, unsure of the toad demon's disposition, prepared to retreat into the forest. The toad demon, fixated on Xiao Nanfeng, contemplated how to treat him. After all, it was humans who had caused the demise of his family. Despite the man's assistance, he was still, undeniably, a human. That toad demon may appear deceased, but I detected a faint trace of life within it. It should still possess a spark of vitality, Xiao Nanfeng said, indicating the female toad demon in the distance. Understanding Xiao Nanfeng's words, the male toad demon's eyes lit up. He bounded toward the female, who lay belly up in the distance. He nudged her with his head, but she remained motionless. Agitated, he glared at Xiao Nanfeng with his bell-like eyes. Xiao Nanfeng cautiously approached the female toad demon's immense form and reached out to stroke her head, releasing his soul force to examine her. Although her body retained some warmth, her vital essence was completely extinguished. Alas, I was too late. Had I been able to liberate her sooner, she might have had a chance at survival, Xiao Nanfeng lamented. The toad demon's expression darkened. Silently, he gazed at the female's lifeless body. After a long pause, he suddenly leapt into the pond, retrieving the 5-colored lotus, along with a clump of mud, and placed the entire lotus into the female toad demon's mouth. Simultaneously, he carefully extracted the giant arrows from her body, one by one. As the female toad demon ingested the 5-colored lotus, a radiant, iridescent light emanated from her form. Before long, she slowly opened her eyes, though she remained exceedingly weak. Xiao Nanfeng's expression reflected astonishment. The 5-colored lotus was even more miraculous than legend suggested, capable of reviving the deceased. Croak, croak, croak. The 2 toad demons seemed to be communicating. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to retreat, the male toad demon suddenly leapt forward, landing heavily in front of him. Xiao Nanfeng's countenance changed, and he readied the cicada immortal sword, prepared to flee into the forest. Croak, croak, croak. The male toad demon emitted a series of unintelligible sounds. Then, with a push of his forepaw, he presented Xiao Nanfeng with a pile of mud, within which lay a golden, radiant lotus root, emanating a gentle golden light. Though buried in the mud, it possessed the yang essence of fire. This gesture gave Xiao Nanfeng pause. For me? He asked in surprise. Croak, croak, croak. The male-toed demon nodded his massive head. Thank you. Xiao Nanfeng accepted the golden lotus root without hesitation. Croak, croak, croak. The male-toed demon leaped back to the female's side, guarding her. Xiao Nanfeng placed the golden lotus root into his storage ring and glanced at the toad demons in the distance. Everyone, I must depart. These individuals are not benevolent. There are more formidable adversaries who will undoubtedly investigate. If you recover from your injuries, it is best to leave this place immediately, Xiao Nanfeng called out. The male and female toad demons both looked toward Xiao Nanfeng, emitting croaking sounds, seemingly acknowledging his warning. Only then did Xiao Nanfeng stride into the forest and vanish into the distance. Before long, he arrived at a fresh grave. Brother, your vengeance has been exacted. Those wicked individuals have all joined you in the afterlife. May you rest in peace. After a simple tribute to his brother, Xiao Nanfeng traversed the forest with haste, heading toward the Pig Demon Valley. Night was approaching, and many nocturnal demons would soon emerge to hunt. Finally, before nightfall, Xiao Nanfeng reached the Pig Demon Cave. He used the stream near the cave entrance to cleanse the golden lotus root. Inside the cave, Fairy Yaoguang remained unconscious, but after 10 days of recuperation, some color had returned to her face. She appeared much improved. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the golden lotus root, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. If my first level of the congenital realm is already comparable to the 5th level of others, what will happen if I achieve another breakthrough? Xiao Nanfeng mused, his eyes gleaming. Xiao Nanfeng bit into the golden lotus root. A surge of yang energy coursed through his limbs, causing his pores to emit a faint, fiery glow. Streaks of radiant light flickered within the flames. He swiftly channeled this energy into pure yang true energy, directing it toward his second divine meridian. A golden line of light encircled his body, progressing along its path, appearing incredibly mystical. An hour later, a burst of energy erupted from his body, sending a gust of air in all directions. The second divine meridian is open. Is this the second level of the congenital realm? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, his eyes shining. Xiao Nanfeng quickly suppressed his excitement, and, utilizing the remaining energy from the golden lotus root, focused on the 9 hidden meridians governed by the divine meridians. Whenever he felt his pure yang true energy waning, he would bite into the lotus root and continue his cultivation. First, second, third. As the lotus root dwindled, Xiao Nanfeng's energy increased exponentially, and one hidden meridian after another was unblocked. Finally, as dawn approached, another muffled sound reverberated within his body, releasing a surge of energy. All 9 hidden meridians are open, Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, opening his eyes, which emitted 2 golden beams of light. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng felt an overwhelming surge of power. He sensed that his strength had reached a new pinnacle. His pores secreted a large amount of black impurities, which he washed off in the stream before returning to the cave. Xiao Nanfeng, carrying the remaining 10th of the golden lotus root, approached Fairy Yaoguang. It's been 10 days. When will you awaken? Xiao Nanfeng sighed softly. He crushed the lotus root in his hand and gently placed it into Fairy Yaoguang's mouth. She instinctively began to consume it. The lotus root was sweet, and soon, the small piece was gone. She even extended her small tongue to lick her lips, as if still craving more. You're quite the gourmand, even in your unconscious state. You're so greedy that you're drooling, Xiao Nanfeng said with amusement as he wiped Fairy Yaoguang's mouth with a handkerchief. However, Xiao Nanfeng's smile froze as Fairy Yaoguang opened her eyes, fixing him with a fiery gaze. Xiao Nanfeng. How did wiping her mouth lead to her opening her eyes? Chapter 63. Mediocre flavors awake at last, elder? A faint smile creased Xiao Nanfeng's stiff countenance. Who is the glutton? Who is feeling peckish? The radiant light fairy fixed a penetrating gaze upon Xiao Nanfeng. Embarrassment washed over him as he pondered. Hadn't she been unconscious? How could she hear my previous remarks? Was she merely feigning unconsciousness? You must have misheard, elder. I was merely admitting my own gluttonous tendencies. Feeling a bit envious as I observed your consumption of food, Xiao Nanfeng quickly clarified. The radiant light fairy scrutinized him, her expression a blend of assertiveness and a complex array of emotions. Elder, when did you awaken? Xiao Nanfeng inquired with curiosity. Over the past few days, he had voiced numerous complaints about her, fearing that his unguarded remarks might have reached her ears. Yet, the radiant light fairy ignored his question and stated solemnly, "Assist me outside for some fresh air." Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly supported her as she unsteadily rose to her feet. She walked silently to the cave entrance, even failing to inquire about the garments she wore, which belonged to him. The more taciturn she became, the more uncertain Xiao Nanfeng felt. In this realm of demons, where beasts abound, he could only wonder how many of his fellow disciples were still alive. With the Elder awakening, surely they would find salvation. He attempted to break the oppressive silence. The radiant light fairy turned to glance at him. Are you worried about your little companion? Indeed. I do worry for Sister Xiaoyu's safety, but my concerns extend to the well-being of others as well, Xiao Nanfeng replied earnestly. The radiant light fairy shot him a disbelieving look, her gaze as enchanting as a garden in full bloom, leaving Xiao Nanfeng momentarily awestruck. I sustained severe injuries from the Wushan Marquis, and I am still quite weak. However, my cultivation method is unique. Once I recover, I shall become even stronger, she declared. Oh, if only I had more of the delicacies you previously provided, my recovery would be expedited, she added. Xiao Nanfeng's expression froze momentarily. Was she referring to the golden lotus root or the golden sun fruit from 10 days prior? When had she truly awakened? He longed to clarify, but hesitated, for such inquiries might unravel the delicate threads of their recent interactions, wherein he had shared many sincere thoughts in her presence. I am famished. The radiant light fairy turned her gaze back to him, her tone decidedly ungracious, as if it were an obvious demand. Xiao Nanfeng found himself at a loss for words. Did she truly consider him her caretaker? Yet, in light of her recovery and his desire to solicit her assistance in locating Sister Xiaoyu, he swallowed his grievances. I hunted a leopard demon yesterday. Allow me a moment to prepare it, and I shall present it to you shortly, he replied promptly. The radiant light fairy nodded and settled herself upon a nearby stone, while Xiao Nanfeng ventured into a small grove to retrieve the carcass of the leopard demon. Oh, so you possess a storage artifact, yet you conceal it so stealthily, as if I were unaware? You have long since revealed your capabilities, she remarked, leaning against the stone with a slight smirk. Unbeknownst to him, the radiant light fairy was subtly criticizing him as he diligently prepared the leopard demon's flesh for roasting. Before long, the succulent roasted meat was presented before her, and both indulged heartily. Elder, is it not delightful? This is my secret seasoning. Others would envy the opportunity to partake. Xiao Nanfeng smiled. Merely passable, the radiant light fairy replied with a hint of pride, yet her hands did not cease their feasting. Thoroughly enjoying the meal, Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned peculiar. His initial assumption proved correct. She was indeed a glutton. Yet, why did she not inquire about her surroundings or how she ended up here? Had she known all along? A sudden thought struck him. Was it possible she had never truly been unconscious? Observing the radiant light fairy clad in his garments, he pondered the implications of her feigned slumber, realizing there were matters better left unspoken. Very well, if you choose not to ask, I shall feign ignorance as well. Both possessed hearty appetites, and the entirety of the leopard demon was consumed. After their meal, the radiant light fairy clutched her stomach and let out a gentle belch, prompting Xiao Nanfeng to glance her way. What are you staring at? Go find more food. Only when I am well fed can I expedite my recovery and assist you in locating your little companion, she asserted with righteous fervor. Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself, this radiant light fairy truly has an insatiable appetite. She has devoured nearly all of the leopard demon's flesh. Assist me back inside. I am still quite weak from my awakening, she instructed. Xiao Nanfeng helped her slowly return to the cave, feeling an inkling that her weakness was more a result of overindulgence than any residual frailty. Seated on a large stone, the radiant light fairy gradually closed her eyes to meditate. As Xiao Nanfeng exited the cave, she slightly opened her eyes, observing his departure. Her nose wrinkled in a fierce expression, and she delicately licked her lips, savoring the lingering taste of the roasted demon meat, clearly reluctant to part with the delicious flavors. In the ensuing 5 days, nearby demon beasts suffered greatly, with Xiao Nanfeng's heightened abilities, coupled with his spiritual energy allowing him to evade formidable foes. An array of demon beasts was transformed into delectable dishes for both him and the radiant light fairy. This is honey-glazed bear demon paw. What do you think of the flavor, Elder? Xiao Nanfeng asked with a sense of pride. What do I think? I nearly bit my own tongue. I have no idea where you acquired such culinary skills, but this demon meat is exquisite, she mused, mentally chastising the disciples responsible for cooking within their sect for the mediocre fare she had endured over the years. Merely acceptable, your skills still require refinement. The radiant light fairy replied with an air of arrogance. Just acceptable? Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. In his past life on Earth, He had devoted considerable time to mastering the culinary arts, and he held great confidence in his skills. Had he not been so focused on cultivation in this life, he would have no need to consume the subpar dishes prepared by the junior disciples. Do you doubt my words? The radiant light fairy shot him a sidelong glance. Not at all. You, elder, are well-traveled and have undoubtedly tasted far superior dishes. In my spare moments from hunting these past few days, I crafted a small token for you to help alleviate your boredom, he said, producing a from behind him. Xiao Nanfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. He worried the radiant light fairy might hold a grudge against him. Her current restraint was likely due to her weakened state, and once she regained her strength, he feared she would take her revenge. In an effort to mend their relationship, he had painstakingly crafted them from materials found in the forest. The radiant light fairy accepted the instrument, taken aback, her expression shifting to one of complexity. This was the first time she had received a musical gift from another. Elder, I have cleared the nearby demon beasts, and you can now move freely. I must venture out for a while, and may not return until evening. Please take care of yourself. Xiao Nanfeng cautioned. Understood, she nodded. After tidying up the remnants of their meal, Xiao Nanfeng quietly departed the valley. The radiant light fairy sat at the cave entrance, watching his retreating figure. Glancing at the in her hands, a faint smile graced her lips. She gently caressed the instrument for a moment before slowly returning to the cave. Xiao Nanfeng's destination was the lotus pond where the toad demon resided. Eager to ascertain any new developments, as he approached the pond, he concealed himself among the trees, observing from a distance. He noticed a group of green-armored individuals loitering near the water's edge. It appeared the toad demon had vacated the pond, and its companions had arrived, rendering the area perilous and unsuitable for lingering. A sense of gravity settled upon Xiao Nanfeng. He cautiously retreated from the vicinity. This region had become a forbidden zone in his eyes. The pig demon's cave was not too far away, and he surmised it was likely unsafe as well. On his way back, Xiao Nanfeng encountered a pheasant demon. After a fierce struggle, he succeeded in slaying the creature. Haha, tonight's feast will be chicken, a dish I excel at. Let us see how you'll describe the flavor as mediocre when I serve it. I dare you to lose your tongue over it. Xiao Nanfeng declared with unwavering confidence. Having secured the pheasant, he eagerly hastened his return, reaching the pig demon valley before dusk. However, as he approached, he suddenly halted, noticing two crow demons circling ominously above, incessantly screeching towards the valley. Has the valley been exposed? Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted in alarm. Chapter 64. The southern wind descends outside the valley of the pig demon. Two innate-level crow demons stealthily guided 10 armored figures. As the crow demons surveyed their surroundings, they noticed a figure clad in the robes of the Tai immortal sect. Be cautious. We cannot afford to be careless, one of them warned. The 10 men, armed with blades, approached the valley with utmost care. One among them bore the gruesome trophy of a severed head from a Tai disciple, a testament to their recent kill, which they intended to present for a reward. Within the cave of the pig demon, the radiant fairy, Yao Guang, was meditating with her eyes closed when a sudden call from above startled her. Instantly, her eyes flew open in alarm. This is bad, she realized. Her position had been compromised. Having been captured previously, all her storage treasures and sword had been taken from her, leaving her in a state of extreme weakness. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and she was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the arrow that Xiao Nanfeng had previously gifted her. An idea sparked within her. She resolved to feign strength, hoping to intimidate her foes. Grasping the arrow, she hurried to the cave entrance, seated herself upon a pig demon skeleton, and gently began to play. As the 10 armored figures reached the mouth of the valley, they were suddenly enveloped by the hauntingly melancholic strains of the arrow. Their expressions tightened in alarm as they cautiously peered into the depths of the valley, where they beheld Yao Guang. Is it her? They gasped, a wave of dread washing over them, and they hastily retreated from the valley. Once outside, they collectively exhaled in relief, their faces betraying their anxiety. Damn it! How could those crow demons lead us into such danger? One muttered in frustration. It was evident that Yao Guang's ruse had taken effect. Wait, hasn't he pursued us? One individual quickly regained his composure. She must not have detected us. Do you really expect her to chase us down? Another chided. The bounty from the Lord promised promotion for killing Yao Guang and a reward of 100,000 taels of gold. But what if she is merely pretending to be weak due to her injuries? One suggested, his eyes gleaming with greed. The others suddenly brightened at the prospect of promotion and riches. Let us return and investigate. Someone proposed, and soon, the 10 men stealthily crept back, concealing themselves at the valley's edge, intently watching Yao Guang as she played the anew. That skeleton beside her is towering at 3 zhang. It must belong to a formidable beast. Could she have slain it? One remarked, his face paling. A silence fell among them, their worry palpable. Perhaps that skeleton is merely coincidental. She must be quite weak, otherwise, her spiritual sense would alert her to our presence. If you remain uneasy, let us observe a little longer. If she truly possesses great strength, we scatter. If she is merely deceiving us, we strike and claim our rewards. Another suggested solemnly. Ultimately, greed triumphed over fear, and they patiently continued their vigil outside the valley. At the cave's entrance, Yao Guang played the anew, her eyes closed. But her keen hearing caught the sounds of her would-be attackers retreating, and she felt a flicker of relief. However, her relief was short-lived, as she soon noticed that the 10 men had circled back, lurking at the valley's mouth, watching her closely. Panic surged within her, yet her hands continued to coax music from the anew. But how long could she maintain this effade? This secret realm was devoid of aid, and as time passed, despair gnawed at her heart. After an hour of playing, the group had not yet departed, and she sensed that her performance was nearing its end. Outside the valley, the 10 men exchanged glances, excitement igniting in their eyes as they realized Yao Guang was indeed bluffing. Nodding to one another, they tightened their grips on their blades and advanced menacingly toward her. Yao Guang, meet your demise. The leader snarled, swinging his blade at her. Despair washed over Yao Guang as she opened her eyes, realizing today might be her last. At that moment, a flash of golden light erupted. With a deafening roar, the attacking armored man's head burst apart as a golden flying sword pierced through it. What? The remaining men gasped in shock. With a swift follow-up, the sword shot toward another, catching him unawares. He had been fixated on Yao Guang and failed to anticipate the ambush. His companion's death jolted him into alertness. But the speed of the flying sword was overwhelming. With another thunderous blast, the second man's chest exploded in a spray of blood. In that instant, realization dawned upon them, and they scrambled to evade the third strike from the sword, which shattered a nearby boulder but failed to fell a third target. The sword then darted back to circle protectively around Yao Guang, deterring the attackers from advancing. Fury and shock coursed through the group as they sought the source of the sword. A figure emerged at the valley's mouth. It was Xiao Nanfeng, descending like a celestial warrior, rescuing Yao Guang from the brink of death, inciting the wrath of the circling crow demons above. Xiao Nanfeng surveyed the sky full of crow demons before turning his gaze to the remaining 8 armored figures, particularly fixating on the one who bore the head of his fallen brother. A surge of murderous intent emanated from him. Elder, forgive me for the fright. Leave the rest to me, he declared, taking a deep breath. Yao Guang felt a surge of joy within her, but soon followed by concern. For she knew Xiao Nanfeng had only just broken through to the innate level, while the remaining 8 were seasoned warriors of the same rank. They were already wary of the flying sword, and she feared he might be overwhelmed by their onslaught. The Lord has issued an order. Eliminate Nanfeng and Xiaoyu for a promotion of 2 ranks and a bounty of 50,000 taels, one of the remaining 8 declared. According to intel, he is merely at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. Initially apprehensive, the men now displayed greedy grins, unperturbed by the loss of 2 comrades. Confident in their ability to claim the reward, 2 black-armored figures charged forward, eager to seize the first victory and apprehend Xiao Nanfeng. Noticing the severed head hanging from one man's waist ignited a fire in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, throwing a powerful punch, seizing the initiative. The leading figure momentarily hesitated, then disdainfully countered with his own strike. Their fists collided with a resounding crash, the black-armored man's hand bursting into a spray of flesh. One finger severed by the overwhelming force. Ah! He shrieked in agony, but Xiao Nanfeng's speed was unparalleled. A second punch landed squarely on his neck with a sickening crunch, silencing his cries as he fell lifelessly to the ground. What? The others were still processing the scene when Xiao Nanfeng lunged at the second man, launching a relentless onslaught. The flurry of punches left the second man in disarray. A swift blow to the nose sent him reeling backward, blood gushing forth. As he attempted to rise, he was met with the crushing force of Xiao Nanfeng's knee driving into his skull, ending his life in an instant. 2 kills. The speed was astonishing. Too swift for the others to react in the valley. No, He is not at the postnatal stage. One shouted in terror. Chapter 65. Eradicating the vile enemies, Shao Nanfeng. Having slain 2 adversaries in rapid succession, retrieved a fallen longsword, and charged towards the remaining 6. Their countenances twisted in dismay, none having anticipated such formidable prowess from Shao Nanfeng, that he could dispatch 2 individuals barehanded. These were, after all, 2 experts of the Xiantian realm. Amidst the chaos, Shao Nanfeng struck with the swiftness of lightning. The prior spectacle had instilled trepidation within them, and as Shao Nanfeng's blade descended, each instinctively adopted a defensive posture. At that moment, the cicada immortal sword materialized behind one of them with spectral grace, piercing his chest with a soft poof. His chest cavity erupted instantly, splattering blood in all directions. Aya! The man emitted a harrowing shriek before his demise, sending shivers down the spines of his comrades, each fearing for his own life. Suddenly, Shao Nanfeng hurled the long sword in his grasp, transforming it into a raging projectile aimed at another. The target narrowly evaded the blade in desperation, only to be seized by mortal terror as the cicada immortal sword materialized at his brow. With a resounding boom, his head was obliterated by the sword. The cicada immortal sword claimed yet another life. Shao Nanfeng's ruthless efficiency in eliminating 6 opponents had shattered the resolve of the remaining 4. They retreated several paces, eyeing Shao Nanfeng with utmost caution, fearing another sudden assault, yet each already contemplating flight. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. Whoever runs shall be the first to taste my flying sword, Shao Nanfeng declared icily. The 4 froze, as if bound by a spell, none daring to move, lest they become targets for the flying sword. Shao Nanfeng, however, approached Fairy Yaoguang at a leisurely pace, exhaling softly. Nanfeng arrives belatedly, causing the elder undue alarm. Not belatedly, Fairy Yaoguang replied, her heartstrings inexplicably touched. Shao Nanfeng's formidable combat strength had exceeded not only the expectations of the black-armored men, but also her own, proving utterly astonishing. Elder, rest assured, they severed my senior brother's head, and I shall use their heads as offerings for his spirit, Shao Nanfeng vowed, shielding Fairy Yaoguang behind him. His voice laced with coldness. Raven fiends, let us slay him together. Charge! One of the black-armored men commanded the 2 Xiantian realm raven fiends hovering above. The 2 raven fiends roared in unison, lunging towards Shao Nanfeng without hesitation. Shao Nanfeng snatched a long sword from the ground and slashed at one of the raven fiends. The raven fiend met the attack head-on with its claws glowing crimson. With a resounding crash, the raven fiend was sent flying, its right claw severed instantly. The other raven fiend, initially targeting Shao Nanfeng, was startled by the approaching cicada immortal sword and swiftly ascended to evade, yet still lost a large cluster of feathers. The cicada immortal sword transformed into a golden ray, swiftly claiming the lives of both raven fiends. Shao Nanfeng turned his gaze back to the black-armored men, only to find that they had not engaged alongside the raven fiends, but had instead taken advantage of his distraction to flee in disarray, betraying even the raven fiends? How utterly despicable, Shao Nanfeng remarked to Fairy Yaoguang, turning around. The raven fiends have been slain. I doubt they will dare return. In that case, I shall reap their lives. Elder, rest here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Shao Nanfeng pursued the 4 fleeing black-armored men without a backward glance. Watching Shao Nanfeng's departing figure, Fairy Yaoguang's heart pounded. Although she had already reached the Sendai realm, the brief encounter had stirred within her a peculiar and thrilling excitement. Her thoughts raced. As dusk descended, and Nanfeng had been gone for quite some time, Fairy Yaoguang gazed anxiously in the direction he had vanished, her heart filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a lone figure emerged in her view. Shao Nanfeng, resembling a god of slaughter, returned to the valley, his body stained with blood. She could not help but reveal a genuine expression of joy, yet as Nanfeng drew nearer, she concealed her concern, reverting to her aloof demeanor. 2 days later, at Raven Fiend Valley, countless raven fiends circled above the valley, while 4 golden raven fiends landed within. Watching as a large number of black-armored men arranged corpses in the valley center for Xiang Wei to examine closely. Young master, we have examined the bodies. The wounds on these corpses were inflicted by a flying sword, likely the cicada immortal sword. The wounds on those corpses were caused by a long sword. Based on the extent of the damage, the perpetrator was likely a Xiantian realm expert wielding a blade, each strike proving fatal. A black-armored man analyzed with a furrowed brow. The cicada immortal sword again? The Raven Fiends of the Eastern Demon Domain reported that a cicada immortal sword is wreaking havoc there, suspected to be that brat Xiaoyu. So, the cicada immortal sword here belongs to that brat Nanfeng? Xiang Wei narrowed his eyes. Indeed, but Nanfeng's cultivation is insufficient. There is at least a second person involved. Raven generals, have the Raven Fiends search with all their might, and there will be generous rewards. Xiang Wei commanded the golden Raven Fiends in the distance with a stern voice. The 4 golden Raven Fiends croaked in unison, acknowledging the order. Dispose of the corpses, and let us continue our journey. Xiang Wei declared resolutely. Young master, the Raven Fiends have discovered that large lake, but there are many phantasmal realm demon beasts there, which could pose a danger, a black-armored man worried. Are you not all phantasmal realm experts? We also have these 4 Raven generals. What is there to fear? Father has gone to the divine realm to vie for opportunities, and the 3 great creations of this demon domain are opportunities for us 3 siblings. Why should I not seize them? Continue onward. Xiang Wei insisted. Yes. The group responded in unison. At a secluded location within a mountain valley, Fairy Yaoguang had changed out of her Taiching Daoist robes, donning the same azure battle armor as Xiao Nanfeng. Even if occasionally spotted by a Raven Fiend, they would not recognize the two. The two paid no heed to the Raven Fiends that had just flown away and continued to devour Xiao Nanfeng's secret recipe roasted demon fowl. The taste is passable, just a bit bland, Fairy Yaoguang commented. Xiao Nanfeng, could she be any more stubborn? She had devoured most of that pheasant demon's meat. Elder, where are you leading us? Xiao Nanfeng asked, voicing his inner doubts. I do not know, Fairy Yaoguang replied, shaking her head as she tore off a piece of wing meat and ate it delicately. Upon reaching the Sendai realm, one's sensitivity to spiritual energy becomes increasingly acute. The spiritual energy is most abundant in that direction. Since we have no set destination, we might as well head that way. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the faster I recover, Fairy Yaoguang explained, pointing towards the distant mountains. Is that so? Xiao Nanfeng gazed into the distance, a worried expression on his face. There are massive flying birds circling in that direction. Perhaps the spiritual energy is more abundant there, but it is undoubtedly more perilous. However, Xiao Nanfeng did not object. Only by helping Fairy Yaoguang recover her cultivation sooner could he seek out Xiaoyu more quickly. After finishing their meal, the two set off once more. Along the way, Xiantian realm demon beasts became increasingly scarce, but phantasmal realm demon beasts were on the rise, and seemed to be converging in the same direction as they were. Xiao Nanfeng grew ever more cautious, repeatedly relying on his soul power to evade the demon beasts. Chapter 66. The Essence of the Dragon Vein. 5 days later, the two individuals finally comprehended the reason why these demonic beasts were heading in this direction. Concealed within a dense thicket, they peered through the lush foliage towards a vast lake, pulsating with spiritual energy. The lake, though tranquil, exuded an air of peril. For, on its banks, stood dozens of extraordinary demonic beasts, with even more continually arriving. These formidable creatures occupied advantageous positions around the lake. Suddenly, a gigantic purple bird, measuring 3 zhang in length, unleashed a bolt of lightning towards an elephant-like beast, which valiantly retaliated by expelling a massive icy sphere. The ensuing battle between the two titanic beasts erupted with resounding roars, all in a bid to seize a prime spot by the lake. Yet, even amidst their fierce clash, they remained a distance away from the water's edge, unwilling to approach. Clearly, something of great value resided within. With narrowed eyes, the celestial maiden of radiance gazed into the distance. Oh! Exclaimed Xiao Nanfeng, his eyes alight with realization. At that moment, the surrounding forest began to tremble slightly. An earthquake? The celestial maiden mused in confusion. The beasts along the shore abruptly ceased their combat and collectively turned their gaze towards the tumultuous lake. The waters surged violently, as if a golden light shimmered beneath the surface, igniting the eyes of all the beasts with fervor. With a thunderous explosion, the golden light erupted from the lake's depths, scattering into countless fragments that shot outward in all directions. The demonic beasts leaped towards the golden shards, splashing water in their wake, each eager to devour the gilded pieces. However, the golden shards were too numerous. Once they broke the surface, they spiraled around the lake, dancing in the air. In their frantic bid to consume more of the golden fragments, the beasts began to clash violently, resulting in a chaotic melee of fireballs, ice spheres, lightning, and wind blades. Is that a dragon? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, astonished. Each golden fragment bore a dragon-like shape, akin to myriad golden dragons fleeing across the lake's surface. The beasts fought to consume these golden dragons. It is the essence of the dragon vein. Beneath this lake lies a powerful earth dragon vein. The celestial maiden of radiance exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What is an earth dragon vein? Xiao Nianfeng inquired, puzzled. It is a unique geological formation capable of gathering boundless spiritual energy. Under specific conditions, an earth dragon vein emanates the essence of the dragon vein, which is not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of spiritual energy condensed to its utmost form, taking on a dragon-like appearance, the celestial maiden explained. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she pointed into the distance. Look, a portion of the dragon vein essence is drifting towards the shore, heading our way. The beasts are oblivious to it. Can you use your flying sword to draw it closer? Xiao Nianfeng maneuvered the cicada immortal sword, soaring from the forest directly towards the lakeshore. With a resounding thud, the cicada immortal sword pierced a golden dragon, entwining it with his soul power. With a swift motion, he retreated into the thicket, bringing the golden dragon back to him. The golden dragon, measuring about a foot long, exhibited a spirited desire to escape. How does one utilize this essence of the dragon vein? Do I simply consume it? Xiao Nianfeng asked, intrigued. Precisely. The celestial maiden of radiance approached, parting her lips to gently inhale. With a hum, the golden dragon transformed into a cloud of golden mist, which she absorbed into her being. An expression of sheer ecstasy illuminated her features, an exquisite radiance that captivated Xiao Nianfeng. After a considerable moment, she opened her eyes, satisfied, only to find Xiao Nianfeng had summoned another golden dragon, which he was also absorbing and refining. The essence of the dragon vein flowed into Xiao Nianfeng, transforming into the purest form of spiritual energy, surging through him and nourishing his body, with a portion converting into soul power. After a while, Xiao Nianfeng opened his eyes, exclaiming, indeed, this is a remarkable treasure. The spiritual energy from that golden dragon is equivalent to that contained within a congenital-level demonic beast. Consuming a wisp of dragon vein essence is far superior to devouring an entire congenital-level demonic beast. It not only enhances cultivation, but also fortifies the physical body, endowing it with the strength akin to that of a dragon, the celestial maiden remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Truly an extraordinary treasure, Xiao Nianfeng declared, his eyes gleaming as he gazed into the distance. Alas, such opportunities are rare. Most of the dragon vein essence resides far within the lake, making it nearly impossible to obtain. A flicker of reluctance crossed the celestial maiden's face. Were I not so weakened at present, I would not permit these ordinary beasts to indulge in such feasting. To regain my peak strength, all of this should belong to me. What difficulty is there? Xiao Nianfeng chuckled. As he spoke, he directed his flying sword once more from the forest, darting towards the great lake. With a swift whoosh, the sword struck another golden dragon, rapidly soaring through the air. One was insufficient, so the cicada immortal sword darted towards a second, then a third, fourth, and fifth. In total, it pierced through 20 golden dragons before retreating. The 20 golden dragons stood out prominently, catching the eye of a purple giant bird, which immediately took flight in pursuit. However, the cicada immortal sword moved with lightning speed, vanishing into the forest in an instant. With a furious roar, the purple bird unleashed a bolt of lightning, causing a patch of trees to explode into cinders. Regrettably, the cicada immortal sword and the 20 golden dragons had already disappeared, and the purple bird realized that continuing the chase would only benefit other beasts, prompting a reluctant retreat. The cicada immortal sword, laden with the essence of the dragon vein, silently returned to Xiao Nianfeng. What an incredible display of soul power you possess! The celestial maiden of radiance exclaimed, astonished. That distance was no ordinary span. Your sword not only traversed the great distance to the lake, but also captured 20 golden dragons while skillfully evading the purple bird's pursuit. Such soul power is not typical of an ordinary practitioner at the heavenly spring stage. Here, this batch of dragon vein essence is yours. The next shall belong to me. While the beasts are preoccupied with their squabbles, I must capture more, as the dragon vein essence on the lake's surface is dwindling, Xiao Nianfeng urged. Is it truly possible for you to summon more soul power and attempt once more? The celestial maiden inquired, her astonishment deepening. As the flying sword soared towards the lake once more, it was evident that the dragon vein essence was rapidly depleting, with the demonic beasts engaging in even fiercer competition. As an elephant beast and a bear beast fought over a few strands of the essence, a golden streak flashed, seizing the very essence they were contending for. The two beasts halted their conflict, infuriated, and charged after the golden streak, which swiftly snatched away additional strands from a wolf beast and a leopard beast. The four demonic beasts roared in fury, pursuing the golden streak, but just as they were closing in, it vanished into the thicket, disappearing without a trace. The beasts unleashed blades of wind, flames, and icy blasts, obliterating the surrounding foliage in their fury. Yet, the golden streak, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, could not be found. Reluctantly, they returned to the scant dragon vein essence remaining in the lake, emitting thunderous roars of frustration. The golden streak was none other than the cicada immortal sword, which had successfully returned to Xiao Nanfeng with a dozen golden dragons in tow. That was a close call. If all four beasts had pursued together, the cicada immortal sword might not have made it back. Xiao Nanfeng exhaled with relief. Turning, he mimicked the celestial maiden of radiance, inhaling deeply to absorb all the dragon vein essence into his being. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooded through him, providing immense comfort. Yet he realized he would require even more to break through to the next realm. Chapter 67. Struggle with the beasts after a short interval. Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes, just in time to catch the gaze of the radiant fairy Yao Guang fixed upon him. How much soul power do you possess? Your flying sword has traversed the Great Lake 4 times. At this moment, Fairy Yao Guang was evidently intrigued by Xiao Nanfeng. I am nearing my limits. What is the realm of the Elder's soul power? Xiao Nanfeng feigned weakness, attempting to divert the conversation. The Star Lake realm. Fairy Yao Guang declared with an air of pride. Wow, Elder, you are truly remarkable. Xiao Nanfeng immediately complimented her. Indeed, Fairy Yao Guang basked in the praise, momentarily shifting her focus away from Xiao Nanfeng's soul power. Regrettably, the dragon vein energy on the lake's surface has dwindled. It possesses remarkable healing properties. The dragon vein energy I absorbed earlier has restored me to my innate strength, Fairy Yao Guang lamented. Are you about to surpass me? Xiao Nanfeng mused inwardly. Elder, look, that pack of beasts has not vacated the area after seizing the dragon vein energy. Rather, they have claimed their territories and are resting. Perhaps we may encounter new opportunities. Let us remain here a while longer, Xiao Nanfeng suggested, pointing towards the Great Lake. That makes sense. Fairy Yao Guang's eyes sparkled with realization. If any more dragon vein energy appears, it shall all be mine. Once I regain my peak cultivation, I will drive these beasts away and claim this Great Lake as my own. At that time, I will repay you tenfold for the dragon vein energy I borrowed from you. She patted Xiao Nanfeng's shoulder with resolve. Xiao Nanfeng. She certainly does not hold back, does she? Today is a joyous occasion. Tonight, let us feast on honey-glazed bear paws to celebrate. Fairy Yao Guang declared cheerfully. Xiao Nanfeng. How did our conversation drift back to food again? And she claims not to be a glutton? The two refrained from making a fire near the Great Lake. Stealthily, they departed and, by evening, discovered an abandoned cave. After a brief tidying up, Xiao Nanfeng retrieved the bear paws and honey from his storage ring and began to cook. Once they were satiated, Fairy Yao Guang sat cross-legged to refine the residual dragon vein energy within her body while continuously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to restore her strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng took out the jade slip given to him by Fairy Yao Guang and diligently read the Taoist scriptures contained within. After a while, Fairy Yao Guang discreetly opened her eyes to glance at Xiao Nanfeng. Seeing him engrossed in the jade slip, she exhibited a hint of curiosity. Are you reciting scriptures? She inquired. Yes, there are 1,000 Taoist scriptures within. I have yet to finish reading them all, Xiao Nanfeng replied without lifting his gaze. Fairy Yao Guang's expression turned complex as she bit her lip. You don't actually need to take this so seriously. Initially, she had imposed the punishment of memorizing all 1,000 scriptures before allowing him to return to the sect. Now, however, she felt the punishment was rather harsh and wished to persuade him to ease his efforts. It's fine. The scriptures here are quite profound. I shall memorize them in no time, Xiao Nanfeng responded with a smile. Seeing Xiao Nanfeng's stubbornness, Fairy Yao Guang felt a wave of internal conflict. She considered retracting the punishment she had imposed, yet her strong sense of pride left her uncertain on how to articulate her change of heart. Ultimately, she said nothing, spending a restless night in turmoil. The following day, they awoke early and found a concealed spot to hide, keeping a distant watch over the lake until evening. At last, a slight tremor began anew. It's here. I thought we would need to wait several days. Xiao Nianfeng exclaimed joyfully. Quickly, release the sword. Fairy Yao Guang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a resounding blast, the dragon vein energy in the lake erupted once more, transforming into myriad golden little dragons that swiftly swam in all directions. In an instant, the beast surged towards the area with the most dragon vein energy, beginning to scramble for it, while the cicada sword joined the fray. Suddenly, a colossal purple bird spotted the cicada sword taking advantage of the chaos and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a bolt of lightning that exploded into a spray of water. Alas, the cicada sword was far too agile, snatching some dragon vein energy and darting into the forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The purple bird, furious, could only turn its attention back to battling the other beasts for the dragon vein energy. Xiao Nianfeng directed all the dragon vein energy towards Fairy Yao Guang before urging the cicada sword to fly back towards the Great Lake. A furious roar erupted from a monstrous elephant beast, realizing that the dragon vein energy it believed to be its own had been snatched by the cicada sword. Enraged, it exhaled a chilling ice ball, instantly freezing the cicada's sword into a solid block of ice. Still, the sword managed to carry the ice block into the forest, inciting another furious roar from the elephant beast. Xiao Nianfeng retained the dragon vein energy, cleared away the shards of ice, and once again urged the cicada's sword to take flight. Roar! Roar! The cicada's sword continued to seize the energy, darting from place to place, infuriating over a dozen beasts. Although the cicada sword did not capture a significant amount of dragon vein energy, it was a provocation to all the beasts, who could remain calm. Ultimately, due to their careful preparations, they successfully obtained 8 batches of dragon vein energy. As they returned with the final batch, they found themselves pursued by a dozen furious beasts, crashing through the lake's surface and creating towering waves. With a thunderous crash, the cicada's sword was struck by a bolt of lightning, causing it to wobble precariously, nearly plunging into the Great Lake. Fortunately, Xiao Nianfeng's vast soul power allowed him to stabilize the cicada sword just in time, enabling it to escape into the forest, infuriating the beasts further. Upon the cicada sword's return, Xiao Nianfeng tenderly brushed his fingers over its dimmed runes, a look of sorrow on his face. Fairy Yao Guang, having refined the dragon vein energy, slowly opened her eyes. Once I restore my cultivation, I shall defeat them all and have you prepare a feast from them. Xiao Nianfeng looked at Fairy Yao Guang, perplexed. Was she seeking vengeance for the cicada sword or merely wanting him to cook for her? By the way, I want honey-glazed bear paws. That purple bird shall be cooked using your method for roasting demon chicken, the elephant beast using your iron plate method, and the leopard beast with brine. Fairy Yao Guang continued to enumerate her culinary desires. Xiao Nianfeng, the truth is revealed. Fairy Yao Guang is merely fixated on gourmet food and not truly concerned for the cicada sword. For the last batch of dragon vein energy, Xiao Nianfeng consumed it himself, replenishing the soul power he had expended. Dragon vein energy is indeed a marvelous substance. I have regained a significant portion of my strength. Tomorrow, we shall continue. Fairy Yao Guang exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Xiao Nianfeng. I have a feeling the beasts will undoubtedly intensify their pursuit of the cicada sword tomorrow. We should take it slow, or we may find ourselves in trouble, Xiao Nianfeng cautioned. Rest assured, I have faith in your abilities. Fairy Yao Guang comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Xiao Nianfeng, is she flattering me to trick me into serving her? If the cicada sword is lost, I will assist you in acquiring an even better flying sword later. Now, let us return and feast on roasted demon chicken tonight, Fairy Yao Guang urged with anticipation. Xiao Nianfeng. Chapter 68. Ambush. The celestial maiden of Yao Guang, her cultivation having substantially recovered, was in high spirits. On their return journey, she engaged in a discussion with Xiao Nianfeng regarding their evening meal. As they approached the valley where they had rested the previous night, Xiao Nianfeng's senses were abruptly heightened, an overwhelming sense of peril engulfing him. Beware! Xiao Nianfeng exclaimed, swiftly pushing the celestial maiden of Yao Guang to the ground. With a resounding thud, 2 arrows pierced the very spot they had occupied moments before. Xiao Nianfeng and the celestial maiden of Yao Guang hastily sought refuge behind a sizable boulder. Had you not intervened, I could have evaded the projectiles myself. My current prowess surpasses yours. I am virtually invincible within the innate realm. Furthermore, I find myself soiled with mud, the celestial maiden of Yao Guang remarked, brushing off the dirt with a hint of displeasure. It was merely an instinctive reaction. My paramount concern was for your safety, elder, Xiao Nianfeng responded, scratching his head with a touch of embarrassment. The celestial maiden of Yao Guang paused, a subtle tremor resonating within her. Her initial discontentment inexplicably dissipated, and even the grime clinging to her garments seemed of little consequence. "Provide me with a blade," she requested softly. Xiao Nanfeng retrieved 2 long swords from his storage ring, and each of them grasped one, cautiously peering beyond the protective barrier. "Lord Wei, our apprehension was unwarranted." They evaded the initial volley with considerable difficulty, indicating their cultivation is merely at the innate realm. The male is clearly not Yi Sanshui. As for the woman, her cultivation is demonstrably insufficient to be the celestial maiden of Yaoguang, a voice echoed from afar. "In that case, there is no need for concealment. Emerge and encircle them." Ensuring none escape, a youthful male voice commanded. A rustling sound emanated from the surrounding woodlands as a multitude of azure-clad figures materialized, forming an encirclement. The initial volley, it seemed, was merely a probe. Xiao Nanfeng observed the young man who had spoken, positioned at a distance under the protection of a dozen individuals. He nonchalantly fanned himself with a white paper fan, casting an arrogant gaze in Xiao Nanfeng's direction. This, undoubtedly, was Lord Wei. "Come forth, and let us parley," Lord Wei suggested with unwavering confidence, waving his folding fan. Xiao Nanfeng and the celestial maiden of Yaoguang exchanged glances before cautiously emerging from behind the boulder, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Nearly 100 azure-armored warriors encircled them, including several archers and 5 demon-quelling crossbows. "Our brazen acquisition of dragon vein energy with the cicada immortal sword has, regrettably, drawn attention. It appears we have been tracked down within a single day." Evidently, Lord Wei had meticulously planned his assault, ensuring an escape route should their adversaries prove to be transcendent realm cultivators. The arrows would serve to distract them, facilitating his swift retreat. "Ah, a vision of beauty. Such exquisite loveliness is unparalleled, even within the royal capital," Lord Wei exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with sudden interest. The celestial maiden of Yaoguang's eyes flashed with icy disdain at Lord Wei's frivolous remark. "How did you ascertain our identities?" Xiao Nanfeng inquired, his countenance darkening. "We apprehended and interrogated one of your esteemed senior brothers, of course. What is your name?" "Nanfeng, perhaps? And the lovely maiden must be Xiaoyu, correct? How many cicada immortal swords do you possess?" Lord Wei inquired, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes, mistaking them for others. "Where are the disciples of my grand clarity immortal sect?" the celestial maiden of Yaoguang demanded, her voice laced with frost. "Him. He refused to cooperate during our interrogation, so we each carved a piece of flesh from his body. Truly, he was remarkably resilient. He only relented after dozens of incisions. Regrettably, my subordinate's craftsmanship proved lacking, and he succumbed before we reached 100. A pity," Lord Wei lamented with feigned sorrow. "What did you say?" the celestial maiden of Yaoguang hissed, her eyes blazing with cold fury. These men were veritable demons. "Oh, are we displeased? Disobedience will result in a similar fate. You are merely 2 innate realm cultivators. What resistance can you offer?" Lord Wei sneered, his arrogance palpable. "Indeed, and what manner of disposition do you envision for us?" the celestial maiden of Yaoguang inquired, her grip tightening on the long sword, a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. "Kneel, acknowledge me as your master, and surrender your cicada immortal swords, and I may spare your lives. Fair maiden, you possess a certain spirit, which I find appealing. However, you would be wise to recognize the circumstances and value my magnanimity. To become a cherished possession is far superior to a premature demise. Rest assured, obedience will be rewarded with my utmost favor. As for the male, he shall join his esteemed senior brother," Lord Wei declared with a sneer, snapping his folding fan shut. "Beware," the celestial maiden of Yaoguang cautioned, her expression grave. With a deafening roar, 5 massive bolts pierced the ground where Xiao Nanfeng had stood moments before, unleashing a cascade of earth and stone. The azure-armored warriors had acted upon Lord Wei's signal, launching a coordinated assault with the demon-quelling crossbows, but both had evaded the projectiles. Humph. Evading one attack is no guarantee against the next. Keep the female alive, but slay the male outright, Lord Wei commanded, his gaze cold and imperious. A torrent of arrows descended upon them. Xiao Nanfeng and the celestial maiden of Yaoguang vaulted into the air, gracefully maneuvering to avoid the hail of projectiles. "What?" Lord Wei exclaimed, his countenance darkening. Not a single arrow had struck its mark. Moreover, the cicada immortal sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards one of the demon-quelling crossbows. "Look out!" someone cried out. With a resounding blast, an archer was instantly impaled by the cicada immortal sword, meeting his demise. The sheer force of the sword shattered the demon-quelling crossbow, rendering it useless. Something is amiss. Release the arrows. Release the arrows. Lord Wei commanded, his expression shifting to alarm. His earlier taunts were designed to divert their attention, allowing the archers to take precise aim. How were they evading the arrows? This defied his expectations. Xiao Nanfeng and the Celestial Maiden of Yaoguang had deliberately exposed themselves to ascertain the number and location of the hidden archers. Their feigned vulnerability served to lure them out of hiding. Xiao Nanfeng's formidable soul force allowed him to pinpoint the archers' positions, rendering their arrows ineffective. While the Celestial Maiden of Yaoguang's soul force had not fully recovered, her vast experience in arcane techniques allowed her to convey to Xiao Nanfeng that she was unconcerned by the arrows. They surged towards Lord Wei. Release the arrows. A barrage of arrows was unleashed upon them. However, their movements were impossibly precise, allowing them to evade the onslaught. At that moment, a series of explosions echoed from the forest. Lord Wei, disaster. The flying sword has destroyed all of the demon-quelling crossbows. A voice cried out in alarm. The demon-quelling crossbows, cumbersome and unwieldy, were difficult to aim with precision. However, their impact could potentially wound even transcendent realm cultivators. Now that their positions were exposed, they were rendered useless. The cicada immortal sword swiftly obliterated the demon-quelling crossbows before transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards Lord Wei. Protect Lord Wei. A chorus of voices cried out. With a deafening crash, an azure-armored warrior shoved Lord Wei aside, only to be instantly pierced by the sword. The cicada immortal sword arced around and once again targeted Lord Wei. With another resounding blast, another warrior pushed Lord Wei out of harm's way, only to have his head explode. Quickly slay him. His death will render the flying sword useless. Slay him, and I shall reward you handsomely. Lord Wei shrieked in terror. Instantly, all of the azure-armored warriors charged towards Xiao Nanfeng and the Celestial Maiden of Yaoguang. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes narrowed, and he charged forward. But the Celestial Maiden of Yaoguang moved even faster. With a resounding crash, Xiao Nanfeng cleaved an opponent in two with his blade. On the other side, a series of explosions accompanied a dazzling display of swordsmanship as the Celestial Maiden of Yaoguang decapitated 3 azure-armored warriors in quick succession, showering the area with blood. Nanfeng, ensure your own safety. Allow me to handle the slaughter, the Celestial Maiden of Yaoguang declared, her voice filled with murderous intent. The Celestial Maiden of Yaoguang surged into the fray, displaying her formidable combat prowess. Rumble. Once more, 8 heads were severed, and blood splattered, startling Xiao Nanfeng, who was not far away. Was the shaking light fairy so fierce? However, Xiao Nanfeng was not to be outdone, as flashes of his blade continuously felled the blue-armored men. Something is amiss with them. Quick, release the arrows. Someone roared. A barrage of arrows rained down, yet neither of them was harmed. Conversely, several blue-armored men were instantly struck, dying on the spot. The 2 of them, like fierce tigers descending the mountain, headed straight for young Master Wei. There, the cicada immortal sword god was elusive, and each strike was sure to kill. Quick, quick, stop him. Young Master Wei shouted in terror. He thought everything was under his control. But who would have thought that death would be so imminent? The 2 were getting closer and closer, and wherever they went, heads flew and blood splattered. It was simply hell. With a crash, Xiao Nanfeng was blocked by a strong man with a long saber. The strength of the 2 was equal. But the next second, with a bang, the cicada immortal sword exploded from his head, piercing through it, blood splattering, and he died on the spot. Xiao Nanfeng's strength was indeed not invincible. But he had the cicada immortal sword. With the cooperation of the cicada immortal sword, he was invincible in the innate realm. Wherever Xiao Nanfeng's long saber pointed, it would surely sever heads. Not to mention the shaking light fairy. She seemed to have turned into a god of death. No one was her match, and heads rolled wherever she went. Xiao Nanfeng and the shaking light fairy were covered in blood. They had killed dozens of people in a while and were getting closer and closer to young Master Wei. The approach of the 2 death gods made young Master Wei's legs weak to the point that he could not even run away. Quick, send a signal to inform my father. Young Master Wei roared. Whoosh! A firework shot into the sky, and the cicada immortal sword followed closely, slamming the signal firework back to the ground. The firework fell into the forest and exploded, failing to transmit the signal. A sense of despair arose in young Master Wei's eyes. No, stop them, stop them. He never thought that these 2 could force him into such a desperate situation. Okay, Here's the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 69. Encounter with Toad Demons. Young Master Wei frantically commanded his subordinates to halt their advance, all the while making a desperate escape. Young Master, be cautious, a blue-armored man exclaimed, as the cicada immortal sword hurtled towards Wei's head with incredible velocity. A resounding crash echoed as Wei was hurled backward, a crimson aura erupting from his person, providing a protective barrier. The jade pendant adorning his waist, a defensive treasure, proved impervious to the cicada immortal sword's assault. It matters not that you cannot breach his defenses, merely impede his progress. Once we have annihilated all present, we shall deal with him at our leisure, declared Radiance Fairy. With each utterance, Radiance Fairy dispatched more adversaries. She became a harbinger of annihilation, instilling dread in the surrounding blue-armored soldiers, who scattered in terror. Fear not, he shall not evade us, responded Xiao Nanfeng. The cicada immortal sword resonated once more, colliding with the fleeing Wei, halting his escape. Wei realized that with the flying sword in pursuit, escape was impossible, even with his jade pendant. Do not flee. I forbid it. Should anyone dare to flee, the Wei clan shall obliterate their entire lineage. All of you, charge forth and slay that man. Kill him. Wei roared at his troops. Those who had been contemplating flight were now stricken with dread, knowing that Wei's threats were not empty. They reluctantly steeled themselves and charged towards Xiao Nanfeng. A maelstrom of flashing blades and ferocious attacks erupted as Xiao Nanfeng and Radiance Fairy unleashed their fury. Radiance Fairy's strikes were invariably fatal, while Xiao Nanfeng, though not as devastating, proved equally indomitable with the aid of the cicada immortal sword. In the blink of an eye, dozens more bodies lay strewn about the battlefield. The remaining 10 soldiers, impervious to Wei's pleas, were paralyzed by fear, abandoning their weapons and scattering in all directions. Humph! Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. The flying sword pursued them relentlessly, swiftly dispatching several from behind, leaving only a handful to escape into the forest. Xiao Nanfeng and Radiance Fairy advanced upon Wei, treading upon the carnage. Wei's face was etched with terror. Spare me. I shall give you anything. Remove the jade pendant first. Xiao Nanfeng commanded coldly. Wei's expression betrayed his horror. Without the jade pendant, he would be defenseless. With a surge of defiance, his eyes gleamed with malice as he raised his blade to strike at Xiao Nanfeng. The cicada immortal sword once again slammed into Wei, sending him crashing to the ground. We offered you a chance, yet you squandered it? Did you believe we could not circumvent your jade pendant? Radiance Fairy sneered. Radiance Fairy advanced, unleashing a series of slashes upon Wei. Boom, boom, boom. Radiance Fairy delivered 10 consecutive strikes. With a final blow, the jade pendant shattered, its crimson aura dissipating. The final strike severed Wei's right arm. Ark. Wei clutched his severed limb, writhing in agony. I shall give you anything. Only spare me. Why are there no transcendent realm experts in your ranks? Xiao Nanfeng demanded. Wei hesitated. Speak, or lose another limb, Radiance Fairy threatened. I shall tell you. My father and the others are in the southern swamp valley, confronting the 2 toad demons. All the transcendent realm experts are there, Wei blurted out. Then what are you doing here? Xiao Nanfeng pressed. Yesterday, your flying sword was spotted by our men. We surmised it must be Nanfeng or Xiaoyu, who are said to be of low cultivation. Coincidentally, our men discovered signs of habitation in this cave during a search of the mountains. I brought a contingent to investigate. If you possessed transcendent realm cultivation, we would have fled immediately. But since you are merely at the innate realm, we decided to attack, Wei confessed. So, you were attempting to claim all the spoils for yourself, behind the backs of your transcendent realm elders? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. Yes. If I had waited for my father and the other adults to act, the flying sword would never have been mine, Wei admitted, filled with dread. He had sought to exploit an opportunity, but the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. Why did you come here in the first place? Xiao Nanfeng inquired. Rumor has it that a great treasure lies hidden here, guarded by a frog demon who has since departed for the divine realm. His Highness the Crown Prince dispatched the adults to investigate the treasure's whereabouts. However, they encountered the toad demons. The toad demons killed my uncle, and my father sought revenge. He invited the adults to join him in slaying the toad demons. Where are your father and the others now? Xiao Nanfeng pressed. In the swamp valley. I shall lead you there. A flicker of hope appeared in Wei's eyes. Once we reach my father, you shall never escape. Unnecessary, Xiao Nanfeng declared. With a swift strike, Xiao Nanfeng ended Wei's life. This group participated in the torture of my Taiching disciple. They all deserve to die. A few managed to escape, which is unacceptable, Radiance Fairy declared. They will undoubtedly seek to warn those in the swamp valley. Shall we intercept them? Let us go, Radiance Fairy exclaimed, filled with murderous intent. The two surged into the forest in the direction indicated by Wei. As they advanced, they soon encountered two blue-armored men fleeing in terror. Upon spotting them, the two blue-armored men turned to flee in panic. However, Xiao Nanfeng and Radiance Fairy showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching them without hesitation. Finally, as darkness descended, the two had eliminated all those who had initially escaped. They exhaled deeply, exchanging a sigh under the moonlight. Perhaps this could be considered revenge for the Tai Ching disciple who had been tortured. At that moment, a muffled roar echoed in the distance, prompting them to investigate. Ascending a ridge, they gained a clear view of the scene below. A vast valley stretched before them, filled with waist-deep water, forming a sprawling swamp with lush vegetation. Under the moonlight, dozens of blue-armored corpses floated in the swamp, while over 200 blue-armored soldiers strained against massive chains, restraining two enormous toad demons. Roar! The toad demons roared in defiance, but their efforts were futile. In addition to the chains, 3 men stood atop each of their heads. The 6 men emanated azure flames. Their swords plunged deep into the toad demons' heads, causing them to shriek in agony. Beasts, how much longer can you endure? One of the men laughed maniacally. Patriarch Wei, we have suffered heavy losses assisting you in dealing with these creatures. Another man exclaimed. Fear not. Your assistance in avenging my brother will not be forgotten. My men have been dispatched to investigate the flying sword. Once we have it, the Wei clan shall not claim it. You may divide it among yourselves. That is insufficient. The flying sword's master is an outsider, and outsiders shall become our slaves. Agreed. From atop the ridge, Xiao Nanfeng and Radiance Fairy exchanged a glance. They are still fixated on us, Xiao Nanfeng stated. Radiance Fairy bit her lip, clearly concerned. With this group watching, she would be unable to seize the dragon Vein Qi. Were you allied with these toad demons previously? Radiance Fairy asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Nanfeng. Indeed, the circumstances were unique. This time, however, they possess 6 transcendent realm experts. If we engage them, we may not escape, Xiao Nanfeng replied, frowning. A glimmer of resolve appeared in Radiance Fairy's eyes as she looked at Xiao Nanfeng expectantly. How much soul force do you possess? Why do you ask? Xiao Nanfeng inquired. I have a plan to deal with them, but it requires a vast amount of soul force. If your soul force reaches the Star Lake realm, we can attempt it, Radiance Fairy declared confidently. Using wolves to devour tigers? Are you intending to summon the demon beasts? Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted as he surmised the situation. Indeed. Do you possess sufficient soul energy? The Radiant Fairy inquired with anticipation. It should be adequate. Let us proceed. Xiao Nanfeng replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Really? The Radiant Fairy's face lit up with excitement. With a flick of her wrist, Xiao Nanfeng retrieved it from his storage ring. The Radiant Fairy promptly accepted the instrument. Assuming the proper stance, channel your soul energy into me, allowing me to take control. Should you find it overwhelming, do inform me at once, and I shall cease immediately. Understood. Xiao Nanfeng nodded affirmatively. He placed his hand gently upon the Radiant Fairy's shoulder, and a torrent of soul energy surged forth, akin to a roaring river, flooding into her being. With a thunderous sound, the overwhelming force of the soul energy caught the Radiant Fairy off guard, causing a portion to spill over and manifest as a gentle breeze, which tousled her flowing hair, rendering her exceedingly enchanting. How is your soul energy so? The Radiant Fairy gazed at Xiao Nanfeng in astonishment. She had anticipated that his soul energy would be formidable, yet she could not have fathomed it to be so extraordinarily vast. The sheer magnitude of this surging energy seemed to rival even her peak state. How could this be possible? Chapter 70. Luring the Beasts. Is this soul force sufficient? Xiao Nanfeng inquired. I acknowledge it's a bit meager, but please make do for now. Yao Guang Fairy demurred, concealing her astonishment at the immensity of Xiao Nanfeng's soul force. To voice her wonder would betray a lack of sophistication. Her pride compelled her to suppress her myriad questions. Commencing, Yao Guang Fairy, with a hint of suppressed vexation, began to play the eru. Instantly, a mournful, desolate melody emanated from the instrument. As the music resonated with Yao Guang Fairy's soul force, it coalesced into faint, cerulean ripples. With a delicate pluck, Yao Guang Fairy directed the cerulean wave toward the distant lake. With a resounding boom, the cerulean wave detonated above the lake, its music reverberating throughout the surrounding area. Dozens of demonic beasts near the lake, some engaged in communal discourse, others in fierce skirmishes, had been discussing the flying sword that had been taunting them. They were plotting to capture it on the morrow. At that moment, a sonic wave of soul force assaulted their minds, projecting a series of images into their consciousness. The demonic beasts, in a daze, beheld the flying sword from earlier that day, manipulated by a group of cyan-clad figures. They were laughing boisterously, pointing at the demonic beasts, and uttering vile insults while continuously mocking and reviling them. The laughter grew louder, the derision intensifying. Even a pacifistic monk would be incensed by such a scene, let alone a group of hot-blooded demonic beasts. They were instantly enraged. Roar. The purple behemoth was the first to unleash a thunderous roar. Roar, roar, roar. Around the lake, the demonic beasts roared in unison, their eyes bloodshot, their hatred soaring. The purple behemoth took flight, searching for the source of the sonic wave. Suddenly, it locked onto a direction. With a mighty roar, the purple behemoth beckoned the others to follow, to annihilate the group of humans. The beasts responded with a chorus of roars, their fury immense, as they followed the purple behemoth. The sound of collapsing trees echoed through the forest as dozens of demonic beasts, their aura overwhelming, charged toward the cyan-clad figures who had dared to mock and taunt them. On the ridge near the swamp, Yaoguang Fairy played the anew with focused intent. Is this melody truly so unpleasant? Yaoguang Fairy glanced at Xiao Nanfeng. Her anger now diminished. Exquisite. Xiao Nanfeng replied with an awkward smile. Having criticized the melody previously, he would not repeat his mistake. This is called beast-luring soul song. It is not meant for human ears, but specifically for demonic beasts. The essence of the song is to insult and mock them. I have no melodious tunes to offer. Yaoguang Fairy explained. I understand now. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, finally comprehending. With its essence steeped in insults and provocations, it would be impossible to discern any beauty. My cultivation is limited, and I cannot prevent the sound from reaching the swamp valley. Keep watch, and if there is any disturbance below, we will cease immediately. Yaoguang Fairy instructed. Xiao Nanfeng nodded, cautiously peering into the valley below. 6 elite warriors were assailing the defenses of the toad demons, preparing to deliver the final blow. Abruptly, the 6 furrowed their brows. Did you hear something? It sounds like an arrow. What could an arrow be doing in this place? And it sounds awful. Something is amiss. Increase your efforts and eliminate these toad demons immediately. The leader commanded, his expression grave, unable to decipher the song's essence. The 6 sensed an impending danger and nodded in agreement. Their cyan auras intensified, and the force of their attacks caused the toad demons to cry out in agony. The male toad demon shuddered, the first to comprehend the song's essence. In their minds, they witnessed the cyan-clad figures mocking them with a flying sword. However, the male toad demon felt no anger, but rather elation. He recognized the sword. Its master had fought alongside him just days before. In an instant, the male toad demon surmised that the individual had returned. Croak, croak. The male toad demon, enduring the pain, emitted a low, fervent croak, urging the female toad demon not to despair, for help had arrived. Croak, croak. The female toad demon responded in agony. The toad demon struggled with greater intensity. Sensing the danger of the arrow's melody, the leader commanded, continue to suppress the toad demons. I will find the source of the music and destroy it. Agreed. The others replied, their unease growing. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Is that the flying sword? Someone exclaimed. The flying sword descended rapidly, instantly slashing at a chain, binding the male toad demon. Insolence. One of the warriors roared, slashing his saber. With a resounding crash, a cyan blade of energy collided with the cicada immortal sword, sending it hurtling into the swamp. The flying sword? It vanished into the water, unbeknownst to the 6. The cicada immortal sword's purpose was not to rescue the toad demons, but to attract the attention of the demonic beasts. Having spotted the approaching purple behemoth, Yaoguang Fairy ceased playing the anew, and the 2 concealed themselves. Concurrently, Xiao Nanfeng directed the cicada immortal sword into the sky, drawing its gaze. The purple behemoth had spotted the golden cicada immortal sword from afar, confirming its suspicions. It witnessed the cicada immortal sword plunging into the valley, disappearing with a resounding boom. What did it see? The cyan-clad figures from its vision were imprisoning the toad demons. The flying sword belonged to the cyan-clad figures, and the toad demons were being suppressed by them. They were allies. The purple behemoth unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly killing a dozen men and injuring dozens more. The cyan-clad figures cried out in horror, wondering why a demonic beast had attacked them without provocation. "Beast, you seek death." One of the elite warriors retaliated, launching a blade of energy at the purple behemoth. The two combatants were separated by the force of the blast. Roar! The purple behemoth roared in fury, unleashing another bolt of lightning. However, the elite warrior evaded the attack. "I will assist you, Patriarch Wei, and subdue this beast," another warrior roared. The two elite warriors leaped into the air, slashing their sabers. The purple behemoth endured the attacks, but lost many feathers. "You ignorant beast, prepare to die." The two men ascended once more, but this time they were met with fireballs, ice projectiles, and wind blades. The barrage of energy balls struck the two warriors, causing their expressions to change. The two were knocked into the swamp, covered in blood, and stared in disbelief at the scene above. Above them, dozens of demonic beasts glared down with icy eyes. No, not dozens, but more and more elite demonic beasts were arriving. The surrounding ridges were teeming with beasts, all glaring at them with fury. What is happening? Where did all these demonic beasts come from? Lord, something is wrong. There are too many demonic beasts. The cyan-clad figures cried out in terror. The 6 elite warriors were also overcome with dread. They would not have feared a single purple behemoth. But what was happening now? No, these monstrous beasts were lured here by the melody from earlier. Someone is conspiring against us. The leading man instantly grasped the situation. Roar! The purple giant bird, freshly wounded, was now ablaze with fury, sounding the alarm for attack. All the beasts let out a unified roar and then, amid the thunderous noise, charged towards the crowd. "No!" cried the armored youths in despair. "Run!" someone shouted. However, at that moment, the horde of monsters advanced with overwhelming ferocity, leaving no chance for escape. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The 6 men of extraordinary prowess were at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the relentless assaults from the monstrous horde. 2 toad-like beasts, freed from the constraints imposed by the crowd, trembled as they shattered their binding chains. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of relief as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. They were saved. Chapter 71. The Adventure in the Ice Cave. Amidst a multitude of malevolent beasts, Xiao Nanfeng harbored concerns about revealing his presence, thus refraining from retrieving the cicada immortal sword embedded in the marshy mire. He and the Fairy of Radiance concealed themselves in a shallow pit, covering themselves with an abundance of soil and stones to remain undetected. The cramped space left them nearly pressed against one another, while outside, chaos reigned with incessant screams. However, within the pit, an eerie calm pervaded, broken only by the sound of their heartbeats. The Fairy of Radiance felt a bit uncomfortable, her body tense, clearly unaccustomed to being so close to a man. Yet, understanding the peril that lurked outside, she remained still and silent. After an undetermined duration, a sudden rumble erupted, and the pit they occupied was abruptly hurled into the air. The once flustered fairy's countenance paled. How could they have been discovered? Before them loomed a massive wolf demon, baring its fangs with a menacing glare. Cursed be the creature. The wolf's keen sense of smell had undoubtedly detected their scent, and Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. With a deafening roar, the wolf demon unleashed a putrid gust toward them, conjuring a swirling mass of gray energy between its jaws, preparing to unleash a lethal wind blade. As they braced to flee, a gigantic, net-like tongue materialized behind them. With a resounding thud, the enormous tongue ensnared both, dragging them into its maw. The wolf demon's wind blade gradually dissipated as it turned its ferocious gaze toward an imposing toad demon that had appeared. Clearly, these two were meant to be the wolf demon's prey, but they had now been intercepted by the toad demon. The toad demon stood resolutely before the wolf, showing no signs of trepidation. With a thud, another toad demon leaped forward, and together they fixed their gaze upon the wolf. Unaware of the true identity of these two intruders, the wolf demon assessed the situation and, recognizing its inability to contend with the two toads, shot one last venomous glare before retreating in pursuit of the other armored beings. Gagaga! The mother toad demon glanced at the male toad demon, who returned the look, a mere glance sufficing to convey volumes. The surrounding beasts, now uninterested, ceased their hunt for the armored beings and returned to the marshy valley. Within that valley, the armored beings were either dead or had fled, and several beasts vied for the remains of the fallen. The two toad demons exchanged glances before making their way deeper into the marshy valley, where the water grew increasingly deep. Gradually, the water submerged their bodies, and they swam toward the murky depths, soon discovering a deep pool. The pool was profound, and the two toads descended slowly, navigating downward until they eventually reached the bottom. There, they found a passage extending in another direction. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at their destination. It was a white barrier, isolating the interior from the surrounding water, enveloped in a hazy mist. Without hesitation, the two-toed demons charged into the barrier, and with a resounding crash, they bizarrely penetrated it while the barrier remained intact against the external waters. Inside the barrier, the male toad demon opened its mouth and released Xiao Nanfeng and the Fairy of Radiance. Moments prior, as they were swallowed by the toad demon, Xiao Nanfeng had felt a surge of anxiety and swiftly retrieved the bronze spike he had previously extracted from the toad demon's back, prepared to retaliate should the creature turn hostile. Fortunately, the toad demon merely held him within its mouth, sparing him from being consumed, allowing him to exhale in relief. The Fairy of Radiance remained motionless, cradled in Xiao Nanfeng's embrace, until they were expelled by the toad demon. As they emerged, the two toad demons encircled them, emitting joyful croaks of delight. Xiao Nanfeng regarded the duo with a smile. "Ah, my friends, how wonderful to see you again." Gagaga. The two toad demons nodded vigorously, fully aware that Xiao Nanfeng had saved them. After 2 life and death rescues, they had completely earned the trust and gratitude of the toad demons, who now regarded Xiao Nanfeng with unreserved warmth, extending their acceptance to the Fairy of Radiance as well. "What is this place?" the Fairy of Radiance inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed their surroundings. "This is a vast cavern, towering 10 zhang high and stretching 100 zhang in length and width. The cavern walls are thickly coated with white frost, resembling an immense cold storage chamber, exuding an intense chill. Furthermore, the frost emits a faint white glow, illuminating the cavern. Not far off, there is an entrance leading to the outside, separated by a barrier from the water beyond. At the heart of the cavern stands a 10 zhang tall frost dragon head, its form entirely snow-white and exuding a fearsome majesty. Its mouth gapes wide, from which a frosty orb the size of a watermelon coalesces, steadily growing larger. Before the dragon's maw, 3 5 zhang high frost orbs radiate a bone-chilling aura, seemingly expelled from the dragon's mouth. This luminous chill is derived from the cold energy. The dragon head is indeed gathering cold energy to form these orbs. This place must be part of a formation, the Fairy of Radiance surmised, her expression shifting with realization. "What kind of formation?" Xiao Nanfeng inquired. "I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly not a natural formation. Observe, the dragon's right eye is vacant. It is a cyclopean dragon head, which surely harbors profound significance," she replied, furrowing her brow. Xiao Nanfeng turned his attention to the two toad demons with curiosity. "How did you find your way here?" Gagaga. The two toad demons eagerly pointed toward a corner of the cavern, where traces on the ground suggested that beasts frequently trained there. And the frost on the walls bore 5 enormous paw prints resembling those of the toad demons. "Those paw prints are larger than those of the toad demons." "They are not from you too," the Fairy of Radiance remarked. "Perhaps they belong to the frog demons?" Young Master Wei mentioned that this was once the territory of a celestial frog demon, who ventured into the divine realm to seek fortune. "The beasts outside must have come in search of spoils," Xiao Nanfeng speculated, his expression shifting with realization. "So, that expansive lake is not the frog demon's lair. Those beasts must have been misguided." The two toad demons, perhaps due to their similar habits to the frog demon, were able to accurately locate this place. The Fairy of Radiance quickly deduced. Considering the frog demon regarded this as its lair, it surely possesses remarkable attributes, Xiao Nanfeng mused, glancing at the toad demons. The two toad demons nodded in agreement, then bounded toward a massive frost orb, standing 5 zhang tall and entirely white, obscuring its interior. However, both Xiao Nanfeng and the Fairy of Radiance sensed that the 3 frost orbs were anything but ordinary. As the two toad demons placed their palms upon the frost orb, an immediate surge of cold energy engulfed them, coating their bodies in a layer of frost, rendering them seemingly frozen in place. Indeed, this is cold energy. Even these toad demons of the breaking ordinary realm struggle to withstand it, the Fairy of Radiance exclaimed in astonishment. Despite enduring the extreme cold, the toad demons strained to push the frost orb forward, inching it closer, taking breaks to dissipate the cold energy within them before resuming their arduous task. Such formidable cold energy. Even their defenses cannot withstand it? Xiao Nianfeng voiced his astonishment. Ing cold energy is indeed formidable. Do not come into contact with it. At your current cultivation level, even a slight touch could instantly freeze you into a statue, the Fairy of Radiance warned urgently. Xiao Nianfeng, understanding the gravity of the situation, observed the toad demons as they slowly maneuvered the massive orb toward the area marked by the frog demon's paw prints, progressing with great difficulty. At last, Xiao Nianfeng discovered an inconspicuous spike on the cave wall at the site of the frog demon's palm imprint. This spike, measuring a foot in length, bore a resemblance to the mouthpart of a mosquito, its origins uncertain, whether naturally formed or artificially created. The colossal orb collided forcefully with the spike. Boom! Upon impact, the orb shattered instantly, revealing a dazzling golden light emanating from within. Countless golden dragons erupted forth, surging towards the opening of the spike. "Is the essence of the dragon vein sealed within that orb?" exclaimed the radiant fairy. With a cacophonous croak, two toad demons lunged forward, eager to seize the dragon vein essence. However, they were far too late. A multitude of dragon vein essence, seemingly drawn to the spike, swiftly penetrated it, permeating its surface. Once inside, the surroundings trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Most of the dragon vein essence fled through the spike. "I understand now. Above us lies that vast lake. The dragon vein essence emerging from the lake these days is leaking from here. Did these two behemoths shatter the two frost giants' orbs, allowing the dragon vein essence to escape?" Xiao Nianfeng speculated, his expression shifting. The two toad demons busily captured hundreds of strands of dragon vein essence. They divided it into 4 portions, each consuming one, while offering the remaining 2 portions to the pair. Exchanging glances, the two understood in an instant that the toad demons intended to repay them with this dragon vein essence. The essence struggled to flee but was firmly confined by the toad demon's demonic energy. "Thank you." The radiant fairy was not one to stand on ceremony, promptly inhaling. Nearly 200 strands of dragon vein essence surged into her body, causing an eruption of golden light to envelop her. She immediately settled into a meditative posture, swiftly refining the essence. Xiao Nianfeng, too, did not hesitate, inhaling nearly 200 strands of dragon vein essence into his being. He also assumed a cross-legged position, beginning his refinement. Meanwhile, the two toad demons slowly closed their eyes, processing their own dragon vein essence. In that moment, the icy cave was illuminated by the brilliant golden radiance of 2 individuals and 2 demons alike.